1. When Lu Xinghui got out of the taxi with her newly bought handbag, she saw Gao Yuan standing next to the bridesmaid, grinning and laughing loudly from a distance. That expression was really too cheeky. Lu Xinghui couldn't help but laugh. This kid really was incorrigible. It was the clearest Sunday of September, and the garden-like hotel was filled with a sweet and happy atmosphere. Xinghui looked up at the azure sky, took a deep breath, and then walked briskly towards the newlyweds standing under the lily arch. Xinghui. The bride waved at her happily. She smiled brightly and walked over. "Thank you for helping me get Jacob. I absolutely love this wedding dress." The bride excitedly grabbed her hand. "Oh, and the two dresses for later, they're so beautiful." "It's nothing." She smiled and waved her hand. "Just a small favor." After taking photos together, Gao Yuan nonchalantly spread his hands to her. "Red envelope." Xinghui rolled her eyes at him, took out a red envelope from her bag, and meeting his gaze handed it to the bridesmaid beside them. The young girl was said to be the groom's cousin, probably in her early 20s, with fair and delicate skin, and she was quite pretty. Even Xinghui couldn't help but glance at her again, thinking, no wonder Gao Yuan was bouncing around like a monkey. Gao Yuan, the bride, who had grown up with them, said, "You take Xinghui inside. She'll be sitting at the main table next to you for dinner." Xinghui froze for a moment, wanting to say she couldn't sit at the main table, but Gao Yuan was already pushing her inside. The wedding venue was a huge glass house, divided by a striking red carpet, with neat benches lined up on both sides and white lilies tied to the wooden chair backs, solemn and grand. "Your parents over there, go say hello first." Gao Yuan, who rarely dressed so smartly, probably due to being the best man, said. Xinghui took a deep breath again and walked over casually. A group of well-dressed, middle-aged people sat on the benches, whispering to each other, reminding her of parent-teacher meetings in high school. Back then, the topics of discussion were mostly about whose child scored well on exams, who ranked in the top 3, who did poorly, and who had achieved grade 10 in piano. Now, she guessed the topics had mostly shifted to whose son married whose daughter married whose son, who was still playing, and who might be left single. Despite some disdain, Xinghui still stood in front of her parents with a smile. After all, she had to show them face and grace. "Xinghui, you're here." The bride's mother, dressed very conspicuously in a cream-colored gown adorned with exquisite lace, greeted her. The cut and design were quite impressive. While pretending to be enthusiastically polite and calling her auntie, she speculated about the price of the dress. This was her professional habit. After all, "Dad, Mom." She turned to nod at her parents, though even she felt her tone was somewhat reluctant. "It's good that you came," Xinghui said, Gao Yuan's mom, "but we were worried you would be too busy to make it." "Gao Yuan, make sure to introduce some of your friends to Xinghui later." Gao Yuan pretended to respond seriously. Lu Xinghui couldn't help but sneak a glance at him during a moment of distraction. "Then, he'll go sit over there." She was very familiar with the arrangement of such weddings. Elders sat with elders, and juniors with juniors, clearly divided. "Oh," her mom patted her hand, "make sure to hang out with Gao Yuan more." Mumbling a vague response, she quickly pushed Gao Yuan away. "You're still laughing." She glared at him as they walked. "Did you leave out some information again?" "Nothing." He pursed his lips, "but it seems like your parents and my parents really want me to introduce a guy to you." She rolled her eyes helplessly and ignored him. The wedding proceeded according to its usual program and steps. Sitting on the bench, Xinghui thought to herself that after attending so many weddings, sometimes she couldn't tell which ones were genuine emotions and which were just pretending to be touched. Just like at this moment, the bride, her childhood friend, was wearing a white long dress designed by Jacob, with an expression so excited she was about to cry, slowly walking down the red carpet with her father's arm. Should she really feel overwhelmingly moved at such a sacred moment? She wanted to, but she didn't. Suddenly, Xinghui seemed to realize that she had probably shown a lonely expression again, so she quickly smiled widely, offering a sincere blessing. The bride squinted her eyes, unsure whether to laugh or cry, just moving forward amidst everyone's blessings and gazes. Why is the neckline of this dress so high in the sacred and touching atmosphere of the wedding? Gao Yuan suddenly whispered in her ear. Xinghui's already somewhat moved emotions instantly plummeted. "How low do you want it?" "A deep V down to the navel. Is that good?" She rolled her eyes and asked. "That would be great," he replied cheekily. "Then when you get married, they'll design a dress like this for your wife." Gao Yuan fell silent. "Oh." Xinghui turned back to look at the bride. Her father had just placed her hand into the groom's hand, and next, they were to read their vows. Gao Yuan suddenly said out of the blue, then I definitely need to find someone with a size above 36C. She nearly used all her strength to resist the urge to pinch his head. The officiant began to read the vows, and the newlyweds followed suit. Do you believe in this? Gao Yuan suddenly asked again. Xinghui's eyelids twitched violently. She slowly turned her head to look at him, or rather, glared at him. Are you asking me? Gao Yuan froze for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and got up to deliver the rings. During the part of the ceremony when the couple exchanged rings, Xinghui suddenly saw Gao Yuan, that monkey, secretly pointing at a tall man behind the groom, mouthing to her, what? About this guy? She sighed inwardly and ignored him, pretending she hadn't seen. This is a friend of mine, Yurenji. Amidst the clinking of glasses and a dizzying atmosphere, Xinghui suddenly heard Gao Yuan's long-lost voice. He's a well-known illustrator. Illustrator? Xinghui sighed, feeling a bit tipsy. Illustrating where? The tall man smiled with his lips pressed together, then answered gracefully, illustrating in places where there's no conversation. Lu Xinghui. Gao Yuan probably didn't expect her to be a bit drunk already, so he apologetically glanced at Yurenji, fashion designer. Hello, Why Yurenji nodded politely, not extending his hand. He looked to be in his mid-30s, with faint laugh lines at the corners of his eyes. Did this mean he was a cheerful person? Xinghui finally started to sober up, blinked her eyes hard, and forced a smile. Nice to meet you. He'll step away for a bit, you two chat. With that, Gao Yuan left. Yurenji, holding a wine glass filled halfway with red wine, sat down next to Xinghui, looking somewhat surprised at being left behind, but still graciously maintaining a polite distance from her. Your name is interesting, why isn't it Comet? He maintained a polite distance, but didn't seem distant. Xinghui also held a wine glass, lowered her head, smiled, and then said, You don't have to force yourself to talk to me. I might not be easy to get along with even when I'm sober, let alone being a bit drunk. You can completely ignore me, as well as that Gao Yuan guy. Yurenji looked at her in surprise that, oh, right, she added, my name Xinghui is actually a mistake my dad made when registering me. I guess I was supposed to be called Comet. Anyway, now that we know each other, if we bump into each other somewhere in the future, feel free to say hi. After saying that, she continued to drink her wine. Strangely, Yurenji didn't politely say goodbye and turn to leave. Instead, he also picked up his glass and took a sip, loosening his tie as he continued. To be honest, I don't know the groom or the bride at all. It's just that my sister is good friends with the bride's mother, and she won't let go of any opportunity for me to meet someone of the opposite sex, so she forced me to come. Xinghui looked at Yurenji's handsome face. Although he wasn't as good-looking as Gao Yuan and didn't have his imposing aura, Yurenji exuded the charm of a mature man, a vibe full of wisdom and security. Are you gay? She asked seriously, raising her glass. Ugh. Yurenji spat out the red wine he had just drunk. I have a very good friend named Jacob, who is the designer of the bride's wedding dress and suit. I can guarantee he's a great guy. He just went through a breakup, so if you... Lu Xinghui rambled on, fueled by the alcohol, but eventually looked down at Yurenji's white shirt splattered with red wine and at the stains on her light purple dress. Then raised her head to ask, You aren't, right? I'm not. Yurenji answered firmly, with red wine still lingering at the corners of his mouth. The two looked at each other for 2 seconds, then laughed in unison. At first, it was just silly laughter, but soon they were both laughing out loud. In that moment, Lu Xinghui felt for the first time that not everyone Gao Yuan knew was a total mess. After the banquet, Xinghui, Gao Yuan, and their group of childhood friends went to make a ruckus at the newlyweds' house. The light purple dress she wore today was a bit tight, and her high-heeled sandals pinched her feet. Plus, she was increasingly drunk, so she originally wanted to go back. But Gao Yuan and the others wouldn't let her off the hook, so she had no choice but to follow. The newlyweds rented the biggest villa in the hotel, and a group of people rushed upstairs, while Xinghui just wanted to find a sofa to take off her high heels and lie down for a bit. She was the last one to enter, closing the door behind her. The first floor was completely dark with no one around. She looked around at the Mediterranean-style decor, which was a bit overly luxurious. She groped her way to the kitchen fridge to grab a bottle of mineral water, took a few slow sips, and then stepped out. She couldn't find the light switch, which seemed to be hidden away. As she passed a wooden door, it suddenly swung open from the inside, and a shadow pulled her in. She was dazed from the alcohol, and, seeing complete darkness, suddenly remembered to scream. but her mouth was sealed shut. The shadow roughly pressed her against the wall and leaned in to kiss her. She tried to scream, but her voice was swallowed. She pushed with all her might, but the person didn't budge at all. She felt her head explode with fear, wondering how unlucky one had to be to encounter such a situation at a newlywed's house. But the next second, a familiar sensation surged in her heart. She was stunned for a few seconds before letting out a sigh of relief. The shadow released her lips, pressed his forehead against hers, and breathed heavily, saying, "I didn't introduce the wrong person, did I?" Xinghui gave Gao Yuan a hard slap on the shoulder, but he picked her up, skillfully spread her legs, and pressed against her. She lazily looked at him in the dim moonlight, barely able to see any expression on his face. Among your group of misfits, there are occasionally some good ones. But if my mom expects you to introduce me to someone suitable, she'll be waiting forever. Before she could finish her teasing, he leaned in again. This time, it wasn't just his mouth, his hands were busy too. Hey. She urgently pushed his hands away, but when he finally stopped to look at her, she forgot what she wanted to say. It seemed that drinking really made her lose her mind. Don't ruin my dress, I borrowed it from someone, and it's very expensive. She had to find a reason to halt him under his questioning gaze. I'll buy it if I ruin it. Saying that, he continued what he had just stopped doing. Xinghui felt his hands roaming around her waist. The already short dress was lifted to her thighs. Even without looking at his face, she knew what he wanted to do. Hey, she finally remembered what she wanted to say. Not here. What's the difference? He boldly reached up to her chest, skillfully teasing her. Gao Yuan. She wanted to shout, but didn't dare to, so she could only lower her voice that he still ignored her and boldly started to unbuckle his belt. She desperately lowered her head to bite his neck. He grimaced in pain, but just as Lu Xinghui was thinking of how to attack him, he had already torn off her underwear and entered her. She let out a trembling whimper and hit him twice in frustration, but in the end, she surrendered. On the way back, Xinghui actually fell asleep in the taxi. If Gao Yuan hadn't bumped her head against the car roof when he carried her out, she might have slept right through. In the middle of the night, needing to pee urgently, she got up and ended up bumping her head against the wall, taking a while to realize this was Gao Yuan's bachelor apartment. Not hers. What are you doing? Gao Yuan was probably woken up by the loud bang against the wall and asked in a daze. Nothing. She covered her nose and replied. When she woke up the next morning, Gao Yuan was already gone. He left a note on her pillow, saying he had a meeting and that if she was free, they could have dinner together that night. Xinghui closed her eyes, enjoying lying on his expensive bed, wearing a huge t-shirt he wore while playing basketball, covered by a comforter filled with his scent, and feeling the air conditioning. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, sat up straight, and remembered one thing. She also had a meeting that morning, and if she was late, she would be in big trouble. This damn monkey. She gritted her teeth while pulling open his wardrobe. I hate you. At 11:30 a.m., when Lu Xinghui rushed into the conference room wearing sunglasses, Jacob's face had turned from pale to a grayish color. I actually arrived a long time ago, but I suddenly had diarrhea, so I went to the hospital for a bit, sorry. After saying that, she walked to her usual seat during meetings, picked up the portfolio in front of her, and pretended to seriously browse through it. 2. One middle, can you tell me what's hidden behind those Celine 2010 autumn sunglasses of yours? Jacob said expressionlessly during lunch. Xinghui rolled her eyes behind her sunglasses, but she thought he probably didn't see it. Jay, is it that every time I wear something that's not from this season's new collection, you have to mock me before you let it go? I can't afford to chase after every new piece from the big brands every season, and not every trendy item suits my taste. Jay, taken aback by her retort, not only didn't get angry, but raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. Sometimes those so-called trendy items really aren't that great like that. So-called hot water bag, backpack, I've lost all interest in it. Xinghui chewed on her pasta, thinking she had successfully changed the topic. But you still haven't answered me about what's behind the sunglasses, and it turned out Jay's position as design director was not just for show. Why are you wearing your boyfriend's clothes? Xinghui put down her fork, took a deep breath, removed her sunglasses, and pointed to her eyes, saying, there's a panda hiding behind me. Are you satisfied now? Jay pouted. It's a panda wearing a boyfriend's clothes. She put her sunglasses back on and stabbed the macaroni on her plate with her fork. I drank too much yesterday and didn't have time to go back. Jay, recalling her tardiness this morning, spoke with dissatisfaction You are responsible for the lingerie part, and we will have another meeting tomorrow at 10. I'm sorry. She lowered her head, feeling ashamed of her negligence. Having known Jay for many years, she understood he was a principled person. Being late not only affected the board meeting, but even in regular meetings, someone's tardiness would be a serious taboo for him. Well, Jay cleared his throat and suddenly changed his tone. Who is that man? From that moment on, he was no longer her superior, but a very gossiping old friend. You get excited when it comes to men. Xinghui squinted her eyes and stared at him. Of course, the best way to heal a broken heart is to throw yourself into another relationship. This has nothing to do with love, she said with her mouth full of macaroni. It's purely sex. I can't understand that, Jay declared. Xinghui smiled wryly. What kind of world was this? When she, as a woman, openly discussed a relationship that was purely physical, a man claimed he couldn't understand it. But perhaps, Jay could be considered half a woman. Okay, let me put it this way. She struggled to swallow the macaroni. Maybe when you were in your teens or 20s, you thought love was everything, the reason the earth spins, the reason you live. But by 30, if you still think that way, I can only say you are very lucky. Not deceived, not betrayed, not fooled. The world is still beautiful. Human nature is fundamentally good. The earth should be full of love if you really think that. I can only say you are a lucky man. Then tell me what a real earth is like. Lu Xinghui smiled and poked the pickled lemon soaked in Sprite with her straw. It's about the same, it's just that there are a lot more ugly things. For example, desire. I'm not saying this to just anyone, but I can honestly tell you that sometimes I really want that. It's a kind of desire, but I can't, and I don't have the right person to maintain as she pondered how to describe it, a normal romantic relationship. So I solve it in other ways. And of course, I absolutely don't play one-night stands. That's often irresponsible to oneself. Jay looked at her, slowly widening his eyes. Are you saying you have a sex friend? Xinghui quickly covered his mouth, nearly wanted to choke him. Keep your voice down. Sorry. Jay finally broke free, cautiously looking around to ensure no one was paying attention to them before continuing. I'm just a bit shocked that such words would come from you. Such a conservative person. Xinghui's expression darkened for a moment, pretending not to care. People change. Now it was Jay's turn to be speechless. Okay, give me some time. I could digest this explosive news. Jay took a deep breath. But can I know who that guy is? Xinghui cautiously shut her mouth, focusing on drinking her salty lemon Sprite. Is it someone I know? Jay squinted his eyes. Xinghui silently stared at the ceiling. It can't be someone from the company, right? Absolutely not. She answered firmly. Jay didn't continue guessing, but asked, what would your parents think if they knew? She shrugged. Maybe I would introduce him as this is my sex friend. Don't you think that's funny? Not boyfriend, just sex friend. If you say that to me, I find it amusing, but your parents would definitely not. Xinghui smiled wryly. She had thought of that, but just didn't want to think about it. So your parents don't know you're different? Huh? Jay deliberately turned the tables on her. But Jay didn't care. You're not like me. You clearly know that these two things can't be compared. What's the difference? She said this with a smile that lacked warmth. From their perspective, we both find it hard to find true happiness. That night, Xinghui didn't have dinner with Gao Yuan. They often had a tacit understanding, like when they didn't want to have dinner together or when they both wanted to have sex. After all, they had been friends for over 20 years, knowing each other since kindergarten. While staying in her single apartment, eating takeout and browsing the internet, Xinghui conveniently changed Gao Yuan's name in her phone to sex friend. Huh, she thought that title was cute. Coincidentally, just after she changed it, sex friend called. Did you take my new jeans? He asked right off the bat. Yeah, don't worry. I'll take care of them and return them to you in a couple of years. Return them to me. She just laughed, continuing to eat her takeout. To be honest, she really liked those pants, although they were men's. Gao Yuan had a slim waist and long legs, and wearing them with a belt and rolled-up cuffs gave her a unique charm. But I specifically had someone buy this pair from Japan. She still didn't respond, casually changing the subject. I sent that dress to the shop downstairs for cleaning. You could go pick it up. The receipt is on the coffee table. I'm not going. He started to throw a childish tantrum. Be good, listen, and I'll give you candy. Go to hell. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a bang. Xinghui looked at her phone, shrugged indifferently, and continued eating her takeout. The next evening, while she was working overtime at the office on design revisions, sex friend called again. I've picked up the skirt for you. When are you coming to get it? Not free today, she said perfunctorily, wanting to hang up. Working overtime? Yeah. When will you be free? Hearing this, Xinghui suddenly understood the purpose of his call. So she confidently replied, I don't know the European board members are here these days, and I'm swamped. You're just in charge of designing some lingerie. Is it that troublesome? His tone was a bit harsh. I don't have time to explain it to you, okay? A bunch of people are waiting for me outside. She was getting impatient, too. After a long silence, Sex Friend finally held back his temper and said angrily, "Then you can call me when you're free." Got it. After saying that, both hung up at the same time. This pervert, Xinghui murmured while modifying the design on her computer, doesn't even consider the current situation my head is about to explode. When she left the office, it was already 11 o'clock. Xinghui leaned against the elevator wall, rubbing her sore shoulders, and began dialing a number. The ringing tone went on for a long time before it was answered. She intended to ask if he was asleep, but the other end was unusually noisy. Gao Yuan, what's going on? Wait a minute. After a few seconds, he seemed to have moved to a quieter place. Have you finished your design? Yeah. She suddenly had a bad premonition. Oh, you don't need to come. I've already invited someone to the bar. That a surge of anger erupted. Will you take me for a prostitute? Call me when you want and dismiss me when you don't? Don't come looking for me again. Our 20-year friendship is over. We're done. Then she slammed the phone shut, and for some reason, her vision blurred with anger. She looked up at the mirror on the elevator wall and noticed tears welling in her eyes. Damn it. She cursed silently. Fortunately, she was alone in the elevator. Driving home alone, she stopped by a 24-hour convenience store to buy some bread and drinks. She was busy rushing to finish her work and hadn't even eaten dinner, even though she was already starving. But she thought it was good to have something on hand in case she woke up hungry in the middle of the night. Feeling depressed, she returned home and absent-mindedly took a shower, even losing the mood to shop online. Xinghui decided to just lie down and sleep, hoping maybe something good would happen tomorrow. But just as she was dozing off, she suddenly heard someone ringing the doorbell and banging on the door. Who is it? Fuming, she got up and walked to the living room to open the door. As soon as she opened it, Gao Yuan was standing there. He wasn't smiling, even a bit out of breath, but still handsome. Why are you here again? Before she could finish her sentence, he suddenly picked her up, and she watched the door close in front of her eyes before being thrown onto the bed. He really threw her. It hurt her back. Without a word, he reached into her sheer silk nightgown, gripping her chest tightly, and kissed her fiercely. It hurt. But at that moment, he felt a bit different from usual. He was like a tornado attacking her, leaving her dazed. Lu Xinghui. He suddenly released her lips and glared at her, gritting his teeth. You petty woman. You threatened me with over 20 years of friendship just because we had a disagreement. What the hell? She stared at him, speechless, too scared to show any resistance. If you dare to say again that I treat you like a prostitute, it'll end our friendship. Do you hear me? I'm the one who wants to end it. Xinghui could only nod repeatedly, unable to do anything else or show any expression. He glared at her a couple more times before continuing what he had started. That night, Lu Xinghui was taken by Gao Yuan in a half-dreaming state. She vaguely remembered him whispering in her ear before the climax, I want you, and then she fell asleep. The alarm clock rang loudly, but it didn't matter. Xinghui turned over, thinking she could still sleep. However, a stinging pain on her face forced her to open her eyes. Gao Yuan's handsome but slightly grayish face appeared in front of her, his fingers tightly pinching her cheeks. What are you doing? It was difficult for her to speak with her cheeks being pinched like that. Is there anyone so unprofessional as you? He frowned. I worked so hard, and just when it was about to peak, you fell asleep. Xinghui thought carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. Her voice sounded like she had a mouthful of rags, if you don't mind. Could you let go of my face first? He angrily released her, but his expression was still very displeased. Lu Xinghui touched her sore cheeks, grimacing. I was too tired. It's all because you insisted on having a date, so I rushed to finish everything. Is that a reason or an excuse? I once came back from a business trip in the US after a 10-hour flight. Landed in a storm and almost couldn't get down, but when I got your call, didn't I rush over anyway? Then, she was at a loss for words. What do you want? Redo. He said as if he were dissatisfied with a painter and wanted the wall repainted. Now, Lu Xinghui felt suddenly awake. Gao Yuan looked at his watch and replied seriously, we have enough time if I hurry. I should be able to leave before 8:15. She felt like crying. This wasn't painting a wall. Come on. After saying that, he easily pushed her legs apart with his knee and leaned over her, ready to work. Wait. She forcefully pushed his head away. Who does that to hurry someone? Gao Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then said, when have we not rushed? This she pondered, and it seemed he wasn't wrong. They usually ignited like dry wood meeting fire, almost without any foreplay. But wait, that wasn't the point to discuss now. Who redo something just because it wasn't done right the night before and treats it like a task to complete the next morning? I have to shower and go to work. He looked at her and slowly asked, "Are you sure?" "Sure." "Really sure?" "Really sure." "Are you really sure?" "Absolutely and definitely." "I really am." Before she could finish her sentence, he came in. It hurt a bit, but her scream wasn't because of that. It was because she was startled. He started moving, looking in her eyes without blinking. Xinghui punched his shoulder, but it seemed useless, so she couldn't help but curse, "You monkey, pervert." But she knew that even though she never understood why, once Gao Yuan started moving, she had no means to resist that S.O. After cursing a few times, all that was left were her gasps and muffled moans. When passion was about to reach its peak, Gao Yuan suddenly panted and teased, "Who's the monkey? Who's the pervert?" Her eyes were dazed, unable to speak, only shaking her head. So he happily and recklessly continued. One morning, while Lu Xinghui was bored waiting for the meeting to start in the conference room, Jacob burst in like a gust of wind, plopping down in the seat next to her and whispering in her ear, "I have my eye on man." Jay coughed lightly and said, "Look over there." Xinghui followed his gaze and saw a tall man with an elegant demeanor standing outside the glass wall, looking up at the advertisement on the wall. She unconsciously licked her wisdom teeth, unsure of what to say. "P.S. my type," Jacob stated bluntly, as he always did in front of her. "I can tell." Xinghui nodded. Jay squinted his eyes, admiring the man for a while before hesitantly asking, "What if I just walk over and ask him if he yes? Would you think that that's okay?" "It's better not to." Xinghui firmly rejected the proposal. Jay turned his head in annoyance to glare at her, urging her to clarify her statement. Under her friend's stare, she could only smile wryly and tell the truth. "Because I asked him for you a couple of days ago." Jacob looked at her as if she were crazy. Lu Xinghui followed Yurenji, the senior manager of the promotion department, into the conference room and immediately recognized her. "Hello. Just call me Xinghui. I didn't expect you to be the illustration master we invited." She extended her hand generously, shaking hands with Yurenji under Jacob's astonished gaze, her face beaming with a smile. "I'm good at interrupting and finding opportunities," Yurenji teased her subtly. Haha, she could only force a dry smile, drawing a sideways glance from Jay. After the meeting, Xinghui took the initiative to invite Yurenji and Jay to lunch together. Surprisingly, both men readily agreed. The location was a very popular restaurant downstairs. Although there was a long line at the entrance, Jay effortlessly secured a nice window seat thanks to his connections. Earlier in the conference room, he was my superior, but during lunch, my friend. Xinghui decided to formally introduce Yurenji again. I usually call him Mr. Jacob. Yurenji's expression was a bit strange. After thinking for a second, he asked, "Is he the Jacob you mentioned last time?" "Ah." She didn't expect him to remember so well, so she felt a bit embarrassed and bit her lip. "Hello." Yurenji seemed to have gotten his answer and turned to greet Jay warmly. Jay was suddenly a bit taken aback, completely losing his demeanor as a leading design director, and just smiled shyly. Xinghui laughed to herself. In this regard, maybe Jay was more feminine than she was. So the lie from that night was finally exposed. Xinghui smiled generously at Yurenji and said, "I'm not a fashion designer. I'm just responsible for designing the lingerie series. So to be precise, I'm a lingerie designer." Yurenji thought for a moment and sincerely replied, "Maybe there's a big difference for you, but to me, they're the same. They're all designers." Xinghui and Jay exchanged smiles. She appreciated Yurenji's elegant demeanor the most. "However, if you introduce me to others, it's better to say I'm a fashion designer." "Okay." Yurenji smiled, and when he did, his cheeks had two shallow dimples that didn't quite match his age, making Jay's eyes widen. Xinghui discreetly kicked her friend hard under the table. "By the way, did you go to the new house party with Gao Yuan that night?" Yurenji asked. Xinghui's face suddenly froze, as her mind was filled with scenes from the restricted area in their little room on the first floor. I went. She unconsciously scratched her head, only to suddenly realize that Mr. Jacob was looking at her with a familiar and mischievous gleam in his eyes. So she immediately pretended to nonchalantly sip her usual drink, salted lemon soda. Just when Xinghui was feeling restless, she unexpectedly spotted Gao Yuan walking into the restaurant with a female companion from afar. She couldn't help but blink hard, thinking, is this a ghost? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The problem was across the crowded restaurant. Gao Yuan had also seen her. The monkey paused for a moment, then patted his companion's shoulder and walked over to her. What a coincidence. He stood in front of her, but was looking at Jay and Yurenji. I was just talking about Xinghui. Yurenji smiled. Oh, Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow. What about? Before she could stop him, Yurenji answered, about the new house party you guys had that night. Gao Yuan's lips twitched, as if he was trying hard to hold back laughter. Then he casually said, oh, that night? It was really fun. You should have stayed. Yurenji waved his hand. I didn't even know the bride and groom. I was purely forced to go by my sister. Gao Yuan chuckled, glanced at Xinghui, then suddenly said to his female companion, why don't we eat together? Only then did Xinghui lift her head to examine the girl, only to realize that she was the bridesmaid from that day. What a sin. Another innocent little flower was about to fall into Gao Yuan's old fox hands. She couldn't help but feel a sense of righteous indignation. Do you mind? After speaking, he symbolically looked at Jay and Yurenji, completely disregarding her. The waiter happily added 2 chairs to the originally 3-person round table, saving a table for more customers. But comparatively, the seating became a bit cramped. Gao Yuan unceremoniously sat down next to Xinghui and began introducing Lilinda, Xiao Yuan's cousin. Xinghui quickly turned to Yurenji, sitting on her other side, and said, Xiao Yuan is the bride from that day. Oh, he smiled. She was the bridesmaid that day, right? Xinghui nodded. So everyone greeted each other in turn, but Lilinda only nodded faintly the whole time. Her expression wouldn't. Xinghui broke out in a slight cold sweat. This was probably what they called a generation gap. Everyone else was in their 30s, and she was the only one in her 20s. Gao Yuan called the waiter over and added 3 more dishes. When the waiter was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and instructed, don't put garlic in the broccoli. Don't put garlic in any dish. Xinghui raised her eyebrows discreetly, thinking that this monkey had a conscience, knowing she doesn't eat garlic. By the way, Gao Yuan suddenly pointed at them and asked, how come you guys are eating together? And how come you guys are eating together? Lu Xinghui blurted out, always ready to retort. We're on a date, he answered without concealment. Xinghui was shocked by his bluntness, but, having known him for so many years, it wasn't too surprising. Oh, Yurenji is our company's new advertising illustrator we specially invited. Gao Yuan smiled at him and said, old you're not simple. You've even stepped into the fashion industry now. Occasionally dabbling in new things, Yurenji replied calmly. You should make Jay pay a lot of money. Jay immediately jumped up. This is not my company. Gao Yuan and Jay had seen each other many times because of Xinghui, so they were somewhat familiar, but not close. Jay had complained to Xinghui more than once that he didn't like Gao Yuan, because Gao Yuan always picked on him. By the way, a few days ago, I drove past that intersection and saw Jay's advertisement. Gao Yuan always had an innocent expression while making sarcastic remarks. Are you sure that shirt you're wearing is men's? Jay's nostrils flared slightly. Before he could retort, he glanced at Xinghui, who gave him a look that seemed to say, just let it go. Don't stoop to this monkey's level. He suppressed his anger and said, I am certain, absolutely, and definitely. Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow, appearing non-committal, but he didn't seem inclined to continue the topic. The dishes arrived, and, as the waiter served the food, Gao Yuan leaned closer to Xinghui, his fingers, whether intentionally or not, brushing against her earlobe and resting on the back of her chair. She couldn't help but suck in a breath, turning to glare at him, but he seemed completely unfazed, occasionally nudging her neck. What's wrong? Is it hot? After a while, Yurenji noticed her flushed face and asked in confusion. No, it's nothing. Not hot. Not hot. Xinghui hurriedly waved her hand. She nervously scanned everyone's expressions. Yurenji looked somewhat puzzled. Jay's gaze flickered with suspicion. Linda was busy enjoying her chicken leg, and Gao Yuan, judging by his legs and deep blue trousers that were shaking, was clearly trying hard not to laugh. Xinghui lowered her eyes and continued sipping her salty lemon soda, then discreetly stomped down hard on Gao Yuan's foot with her 7-centimeter heels. Finally, his legs stopped shaking, but his hands trembled a bit. After this dinner filled with ulterior motives, Xinghui and Jie said goodbye to Yu Renji at the restaurant's entrance, agreeing to meet again next week for a meeting. As for Gao Yuan and Lu Linda, the former seemed a bit unsteady on his feet as he walked out of the restaurant. Xinghui and Jie quickly bid them farewell and went to wait for the elevator at the other end of the lobby. Just as the elevator was about to arrive, Xinghui's phone suddenly rang. Hello? She quickly glanced at the caller ID and noticed Jie sneaking a suspicious look. Fortunately, she had just saved Gao Yuan's name as sex friend. Otherwise, with his intelligence, he would have figured out something was off by now. Come to the restroom. The monkey's voice sounded somewhat gritted. What for? She nervously glanced at Jie before turning her back to him. I told you to come over. Why so much nonsense? Xinghui felt a surge of anger. Why should I just come when you call? Are you coming or not? His voice was cold, cutting off any further discussion. After a moment of bravado, she acquiesced. Okay. Hanging up, she turned to Jie and said she had something to take care of, then quickly headed toward the restroom. Passing by the equipment room, she was suddenly yanked inside. Startled, Xinghui looked up to see Gao Yuan's face and crossed her arms in annoyance. What do you want? What do you want? Gao Yuan closed the door, standing in the dimly lit equipment room, pointing at his foot. What do you think I called you over for? Despite knowing she was in the wrong, Xinghui still didn't have the habit of backing down in front of him, although in some situations, she had no choice but to do so. Do you think being silent makes you right? She raised her eyes to look elsewhere. Well, if I really got hurt, not my problem. She pretended to seriously inspect her fingernails. I was just teasing you. Why did you go so hard on me? He looked genuinely a bit angry. She still maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Stupid girl. Gao Yuan reached out and pinched her cheek as a form of punishment. Do you think asking for mercy will kill you? Even though it hurt, she still wouldn't look at him. No wonder Xinghui left you. He blurted out. But as soon as the words left his mouth, both Xinghui and Gao Yuan were stunned. In an instant, Xinghui's anger surged from her feet to her head. She slapped his hand away and opened the door, ready to storm out. Gao Yuan hugged her from behind, forcibly shutting the door again. She said nothing, only struggled desperately. He remained silent, holding onto her tightly. They silently wrestled for a while, until Gao Yuan suddenly said, Okay, it's my fault. I misspoke, I'm sorry. Yet Xinghui continued to struggle. Even though she was exhausted, she still fought against him. Lu Xinghui, Gao Yuan shouted, as if wanting to say something, but still held back. Finally, she ran out of strength to resist, tears welling in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. All right, is my apology not enough? Seeing her stop struggling, Gao Yuan finally let go of her gently. Xinghui turned to look at him, unable to make out his expression through her blurry vision, and heard her own voice say, I don't want your pity. Even if I never marry again in my life, I don't want your pity. After saying that, she used her last bit of strength to push him away, opened the door, and walked out. That night, feeling extremely down and in a bad mood, Xinghui found a bottle of opened red wine and sat alone on the windowsill drinking. As she neared the end of the bottle, she realized it was the wine they used at her wedding with Xinghui. She couldn't help but smile, but the reflection of her face in the window was exceptionally bitter. Maybe she shouldn't have lost her temper at Gao Yuan. Maybe Xinghui left her because of her willful temper. The man who once promised to make her happy for a lifetime ultimately left her heartlessly. When he suddenly said one day, let's get a divorce, she looked at him in disbelief, wishing to believe it was just a nightmare. But this nightmare was all too real, and there would be no chance to wake up from it. He said there was nothing wrong with her. He just no longer loved her. He wanted to live a different life, and he had the right to pursue what he wanted. Those conversations that ended without resolution always concluded with I'm sorry. Please let me go. Accepting such a cruel reality took a long time. In those extremely sad, dazed days, Lu Xinghui felt she was going crazy. Finally, half a year ago, on an impulse, she went to file for divorce. They had no children, no complicated assets or debts, and the process was surprisingly smooth. As she walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, she looked up at the sky and suddenly felt like a bird with broken wings. Perhaps she would never soar again. She invited a group of childhood friends to the bar for drinks, but only Gao Yuan showed up. They all seemed busy. He stood in front of her, lit a cigarette, and somewhat begrudgingly said, I just happened to be nearby, so I came. That night, she got very drunk, and Gao Yuan had no choice but to take her home. But their relationship didn't start that night, because according to Gao Yuan, she had thrown up all over his newly bought carpet and sofa cover. So how could he still have the patience to deal with her? They went out for drinks a few more times, with Xinghui venting her frustrations while Gao Yuan responded half-heartedly. Until one night, both a bit tipsy, they had a fiery encounter. In the dark, looking at Gao Yuan's face hovering over her, Xinghui suddenly felt she had grown up because she could honestly acknowledge her desires. She didn't love him. Their relationship had never been about love. She wanted him simply because of sex. She couldn't deny her desires. But she also couldn't sleep with just anyone, or any man she didn't know. So, he was the most suitable choice, wasn't he? They've known each other since kindergarten. Though they wouldn't say they share everything, they're familiar enough with each other to have no need for caution or concealment. He is still single. Or, to be precise, he has never had a steady girlfriend, let alone a marriage prospect. So she shouldn't be hurting anyone. At the same time, he is a reasonably attractive, handsome man, not the type to turn anyone off. And finally, to her greatest surprise, they were so in sync in bed that sometimes they didn't even need foreplay to come together. Putting it that way, it almost seemed like they'd be wasting a perfectly good opportunity if they didn't become friends with benefits. But that didn't mean he had the right to hurt her. Thinking of this, Lu Xinghui tilted her head and finished the remaining wine in the bottle. A wave of sourness mixed with bitterness surged down her throat straight to her stomach, and she could feel her stomach churning painfully. After a while, she felt dizzy, so she picked up the blanket that had fallen on the ground, wrapped herself in it, and collapsed on the sofa, falling asleep. In the middle of the night, her stomach hurt like it was on fire, and she finally woke up from the pain. She sat up, swallowing the sour liquid that had come up her throat in big gulps, and even breathing became difficult. She staggered to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of warm water, but the burning pain showed no signs of easing. In the end, she was almost rolling in pain. So, she crawled to the side of the sofa, took out her phone from her backpack. She turned it on and dialed someone's number. At this moment, she could think of no one else but Gao Yuan. The phone rang several times before it was finally answered. The voice on the other end sounded a bit noisy, but Gao Yuan's lazy tone was exceptionally clear. You finally decided to call. Xinghui swallowed the sour liquid that had risen to her throat with difficulty and gasped, "Help. Help me. My stomach hurts so much." By the end, her voice even carried a hint of sobbing. "Where are you?" The cacophony of noise vanished all at once, leaving only the anxious voice of Gao Yuan echoing through the radio waves. "Home." She felt herself on the verge of collapse and instinctively pleaded with him. "Come quickly. Come save me. I'll be right there." In her dazed state, she heard a loud bang, as if a door had been slammed shut. He didn't hang up, as though he needed to confirm whether she was alive or dead, even while rushing to her. "What the hell did you do to yourself?" After the sound of a car starting up, Gao Yuan asked loudly. I just had a little to drink. A little." His voice sounded extremely suspicious. "Half a bottle." Ah! She was in so much pain that her limbs went numb, and her mind grew foggy. 3/4 of a bottle. He didn't say anything else. Along the way, he only asked her from time to time if she was still there. She lay on the thick, soft Russian carpet, the one he had persuaded her to buy. At this moment, she was almost moved to tears. If not for this carpet, she would have been lying on the cold, hard wooden floor. That would have been even more miserable. She didn't know how much time had passed when she heard the words, "I'm downstairs now," from her phone. He had a key to her place. Thinking of this, she felt like crying again because she wouldn't have to drag her sick body up to open the door for him. With the sound of the key turning in the lock, the front door was pushed open from the outside. Xinghui barely managed to lift her head and look. Sure enough, it was Gao Yuan, gripping his phone and car keys tightly in his hand. Under the light from the hallway outside, she could see the terrifying expression on his face. Lu Xinghui, when he was angry or reaching climax, he would always call her by her full name. "If you're really determined to get yourself killed, then don't you dare call me." With that, he suddenly picked her up and rushed out. Once inside the elevator, Xinghui felt the world spinning around her. Dizzy to the point of nausea, her stomach burning with pain, and her limbs still numb. Honestly, she truly felt like she was about to die. So, This is what death feels like, utterly unbearable. An instinct for survival drove her to weakly reach out and clutch the collar of Gao Yuan's shirt. It hurts. So much. Save me. I'm trying to save you right now. He had a stern expression, his face pale and looking like he wanted to kill someone. But in his eyes, there was an extreme sense of unease. It was not until this moment that Xinghui finally felt relieved enough to cry, and she cried out loud, just like when they first met in kindergarten. Gao Yuan sighed, tightening his arms around her, as if to comfort her, yet he didn't know what to do. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Gao Yuan rushed out, opened the car door, placed her in the passenger seat, buckled her seatbelt, and climbed into the driver's seat himself. The German-made SUV sped down the road like a galloping horse. The road conditions in the dead of night were excellent, and they quickly arrived at the hospital. She was taken into the emergency room, and all the way there he shouted for help like a madman. She was placed on a movable single bed, and then it was a whirlwind of lights and faces. Finally, she could no longer hold on and fainted. For Section 2, Part 1. It was raining outside, drizzling softly, and the grayish-blue sky looked a bit melancholic. The raindrops hit the window, crystal clear yet heavy. Gao Yuan reached out to close the window and placed the bouquet he had just bought into a vase. What kind of flowers were those? Star Comet asks. I don't know. I just asked the florist to pick randomly, Gao Yuan said with an honest face. Next time, could you buy Michael daisies? Me what? I can't remember. Xinghui twitched the corner of his mouth. Can't you be more attentive? Be content. Having flowers is already good enough. All right. After arranging the flowers, Gao Yuan turned around and looked at her. Do you know what illness you have? Xinghui pursed her lips, not daring to answer. With such a severe stomach ulcer, yet still drinking recklessly, he glared at her. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. She resumed staring at the ceiling as if nothing had happened. The doctor said you almost had a perforated stomach. Oh. She knew that if she didn't respond at all, Monkey would lose his temper. He shot her another glare before saying, I have to go to work. You can take your time with the 4. Leaving her alone in the hospital. He really had the heart to do it. I have a dinner tonight, so I want to be coming back. Xinghui curled her lips in disdain for his coldness. Keep pouting, and I'll call your mom. Gao Yuan said with an indifferent shrug. Xinghui immediately changed her expression, forcing a stiff smile. Have a safe trip. Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned to leave. After he was gone, Xinghui fumbled around for a while before finding her phone by the pillow. She couldn't believe that in his panic, Monkey had actually remembered to grab her phone for her. But then again, considering he was essentially her savior, the anger in her heart subsided significantly. It was already 9:30. Glancing at the 4 needle in the back of her hand, she decided to call Jay first. What's up? Jacob skipped the greeting altogether. Are you driving? Jay sounded a bit irritated. I'm stuck on the elevated highway. I can't come to work today. Oh, probably not tomorrow either. Oh, maybe not the day after either. My dear, Jay finally snapped. Could you just say it all at once? How many days off do you actually need? Don't know. You don't want to do it anymore? I'm sick. I am currently receiving in 4 at the hospital. Oh. Jay's tone suddenly became gentle, even with a hint of apology. What's wrong, baby? I have a perforated stomach, she said deliberately. Oh my God. Xinghui. However, I was temporarily saved. The doctor said I almost died last night. She continued to babble nonsensically. Where are you? Jay gasped and said, I'm coming to see you right now. In the hospital? Xinghui awkwardly swallowed, but you don't need to come. My condition has stabilized. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while, Jay suddenly said in a flat voice, You're not trying to trick me, are you? No, of course not. Xinghui quickly screamed. Do you want me to call a nurse to talk to you? No need, Jay said. Unless it's a handsome doctor, then I might consider it. Do you want me to come see you after my shift? She pondered for a moment. That's fine. Then bring a bottle of red wine. Lu Xinghui. Even rum soda will be fine, she pleaded. I'll bring milk. That's it, goodbye. After saying that, Jay hung up. The time spent in the hospital on an 4 drip was very boring, especially since there was no one to chat with and no books or computer to pass the time. The room where Xinghui stayed was a double room, and because of the thick curtain, she knew nothing about the other patient except that she was an elderly lady. The old lady was probably asleep, so the ward was very quiet most of the time. After struggling to finish lunch with one hand, Xinghui lay there lost in thought. Occasionally, One or two phone calls came in, all from clients or colleagues. She suddenly found herself a bit looking forward to Jay coming to see her after work, even if he just brought milk. Lost in thought, she dozed off. When she woke up, it was dark outside, and it was still raining. The ward was silent. Suddenly, Xinghui heard groaning from the bed next to her. She perked up her ears and listened for a while, realizing it was the old lady's voice, so she tentatively asked, "Andy, what's wrong?" Doctor." The answering voice sounded a bit slurred. Xinghui hurriedly turned to ring the bell, but after waiting for a long time, no one came. In desperation, she jumped out of bed, barefoot, and ran out to shout for help. There was only one nurse on duty, and despite being newly recovered from serious illness herself, she hurried over, panting, and said, "Help, help." The little nurse stared at her blankly and took a long time to ask, "What's wrong?" "Fine. It's my old aunt in the room." She desperately pointed her room. The little nurse finally reacted and immediately ran to call the doctor. After a bit of commotion, the doctor and nurses wheeled the old lady out of the ward and into the operating room. Xinghui stood by dazed, not daring to breathe. She kept thinking, what happened to her? Will she die? When Jay came with the milk, she was still barefoot, half leaning on the bed, looking absent-minded. "Are you okay? What happened to your foot?" Jay was taken aback. Xinghui looked at him, then at her own bleeding foot that she had accidentally hurt earlier, and suddenly sighed in relief. "It's so good to see you." For some reason, at that moment, she felt she really needed someone to comfort her. Jay looked moved, walked over, sat beside her, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and said sweetly, "Poor thing. Big brother's here to see you." Xinghui raised an eyebrow and finally smiled through her tears. When Jacob didn't speak, he was a very cool man, even very masculine. But when he said these sweet words, although his facial features were still so cool and manly, Xinghui always felt that beneath this masculine shell was a delicate soul like a womaness. And she was just the opposite. Jay asked the nurse for anti-inflammatory ointment, gauze, and adhesive tape, helped her bandage the wound on her foot, heated the milk for her, and then stayed with her until the nurse announced lights out. "Are you going home next?" Covering herself with a quilt and lying in bed, Xinghui asked. Jay shook his head and casually replied, "Going back to work overtime. There's still a lot to do." She nodded, feeling a bit touched, but said nothing. Jay turned off the light for her when he left. The old lady in the next bed hadn't returned, and Xinghui tossed and turned in bed for a while before finally falling into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, she was suddenly awakened, not by noise, but by someone touching her forehead. She opened her eyes, and although the room was dark, she could vaguely make out the outline of Gao Yuan. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" she mumbled indistinctly. He sat down beside her bed and asked, "What happened to your foot?" In the dark, she hazily glanced at her foot sticking out from under the quilt. "I don't know what hurt it. You were just good at making a mess," he concluded. She pouted, too lazy to argue with him, as a wave of sleepiness was overtaking her. Suddenly, she felt him lean over, pressing against her. His breath brushed against her nose and lips, carrying a strong smell of alcohol. "What are you doing? Get away." Xinghui closed her eyes and tried to push him away, but failed. Gao Yuan turned her face and began to kiss her endlessly. The more she dodged, the more crazy he became. Xinghui's sleepiness finally disappeared completely, and she felt a bit angry. She was the patient, clearly exhausted, yet this guy was being so clueless. Finally, she pushed him away and growled, "Are you crazy? This is a hospital. Don't worry. There's no one in the next bed." After saying that, he leaned in to kiss her again. "I'm a patient, since there's no one." She simply shouted at him in a normal volume. He finally stopped, silent, but his hand still rested on her waist. After a while, he suddenly reached out a finger, sliding it from the corner of her eye down to her lips, his voice a bit muffled. "Didn't you say that as friends with benefits, when one person has a need, the other should try to accommodate? Get lost." She swatted his hand away. "I'm like this, and you're still thinking about your own desires. Are you even human, you beast?" In the moonlight, he seriously yet hazily examined her eyes. "Aren't you full of energy right now? Go to hell." She felt a surge of grievance in her chest. "When I woke up in the afternoon, where were you? When my foot was bleeding, where were you? Why is it that your foot was bleeding?" He slightly furrowed his brows and interrupted her in a low voice. mi fine. She turned her head away, then suddenly made up her mind not to pay attention to him, because she remembered something very important. It was because this monkey said something that made her angry yesterday afternoon. That's why she had to drown her sorrows in alcohol that night. And then, while drinking, she ended up in the hospital. Are you mad at me? He pinched her face, insisting she look him in the eyes. No. She looked up at the ceiling, refusing to look at him. Gao Yuan sighed softly, as if he wanted to say something but didn't. You can leave, I want to sleep. Because her cheek was tightly pinched. She couldn't move her jaw when she spoke, making her voice sound unusually funny. But he ignored her and leaned down to kiss her. Only this time it was much gentler. Xinghui struggled to push him away and glared at him. Gao Yuan, are you drunk? He paused for a moment, then actually started to laugh. She was speechless. So this monkey was being a rogue under the influence of alcohol. Just when she was distracted, he suddenly lifted her quilt and crawled in. The central air conditioning in the ward was probably set to around 26 degrees, but Gao Yuan was burning hot, and Xinghui felt like she was going to sweat being pressed against him. His nose affectionately rubbed against hers, and he occasionally stuck out his tongue, not kissing her, but licking her lips. She was simply furious, but when she was extremely angry, she couldn't say a word. Come on, he was truly cunning. Every time he wanted to force her to submit, he would bite her ear. This monkey knew that was her Achilles heel. I called someone. Xinghui tried her best to maintain a calm tone, but her husky voice had already betrayed her. Whether it was out of fear that she would really shout or he had lost patience, Gao Yuan suddenly rudely covered her mouth, not giving her any chance to resist, quickly pulling down both her and his pants, and started. Xinghui bit her lip tightly. Having sex in a strange environment indeed stimulated her greatly, and physiologically, she felt no resistance at all. But people are not animals. Her mind was still occupied with other thoughts. The words Gao Yuan said yesterday afternoon kept echoing in her ears. No wonder Xinghui doesn't want you. Did he really think that? Was he purely trying to take advantage of her? Or did he pity her? To him, was a woman ruthlessly abandoned by her husband not pitiable? Call. He breathed heavily in her ear, call out. She stubbornly refused, resisting the pleasure brought by the sensory stimulation. She forced herself not to do anything that would make her feel ashamed. Xinghui. In the dark, Gao Yuan frowned, as if commanding yet pleading. She still bit her lip firmly, even when Gao Yuan tried several times to pry her teeth apart. Lu Xinghui, call my name. Gao Yuan's voice sounded like he was holding back, as if he didn't want to explode until the last moment. But how could she, Lu Xinghui, be someone who yields to desire? She was not afraid to face her desires, but she would never submit. That might be her indifferent side. Gao Yuan finally couldn't hold back anymore and collapsed weakly on her, panting. Xinghui felt that both she and Gao Yuan were covered in sweat. A sense of relaxation yet exhaustion spread throughout her body. After a while, Gao Yuan lifted his head, about to say something, when the hospital door was suddenly pushed open. Their bodies tensed up instantly. Even though there was a heavy bed curtain in between, Xinghui still felt that both her and Gao Yuan's hearts were racing. The sound of wheels rubbing against the floor came, followed by the weak voice of the old lady in the next bed. As long as the surgery is done well. You guys can go back first. Come see me tomorrow. Mom. The daughter's voice sounded a bit worried. I'm Fine. The old lady tried to lower her voice. Hurry back. Don't disturb them. All right then. Then, an unexpected voice sounded at the hospital door. That auntie. I'll take Pei back first. We'll come see you tomorrow morning. Xinghui was instantly stunned, her eyes wide open, looking at Gao Yuan, who also showed a trace of astonishment in his eyes. That was Xinghui's voice. There was no mistake. In an instant, Xinghui was overwhelmed by an absurd and extreme sense of humiliation. The man who had abandoned her and shattered her heart was standing at the door, perhaps holding the hand of the woman he loved at this moment. And she had saved her rival's mother while separated by a bed curtain. A man who did not love her, only warmed each other, was still inside her. The hospital door was gently closed. Xinghui's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Gao Yuan, not knowing what to think, maintained his original position, seemingly unwilling to get off her, continuously using his fingers to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. But they just wouldn't clean up. She didn't dare to cry out loud, just stubbornly pressed her lips together. Gao Yuan rarely kissed her forehead and the corners of her eyes tenderly, but she wished she could kick him away. After a while, even breathing sounds came from the neighboring bed. Xinghui finally pushed Gao Yuan away with all her strength. He almost fell off the bed, but wasn't angry at all. He got up, put on his clothes, and then sat by her bed like he did when he first arrived, looking at her. Xinghui turned her back to him, not wanting to see his face at all. She didn't know how long it had been, but she vaguely heard him sigh softly, his fingers fiddling with her earlobe. She angrily swatted his hand away and buried herself under the blanket. He sat there for a while longer before finally getting up to leave. Before he left, he placed a transportation card on her bedside table. That night, Xinghui hardly slept, tossing and turning until around 4 or 5 in the morning, when she took advantage of the nurse's shift change to sneak out of the hospital. Sitting in the taxi, she felt that last night was simply a nightmare. An unbelievable nightmare. When she got out of the car, she took the transportation card out of her pocket and handed it to the driver. Did Gao Yuan anticipate that she, being broke, would do this? 5-2 middle. Gao Yuan walked into the office, and the secretary first greeted him with a smile, but when she saw the expression on his face, she immediately backed away. Have you seen the news from early morning? A careless guy followed up behind him and said, the opposition has occupied Tripoli, and oil prices have fluctuated a bit, but until the situation becomes clear, no one is moving. Gao Yuan closed the door to his office with a snap, trapping that guy's voice outside. He sat down at his desk, turned on the 3 computer monitors on the table, and several pages popped up, representing foreign exchange market conditions in different time zones around the world. He opened another laptop on the desk, read through all the important news, and then set different trading prices and amounts on different pages. After finishing all this, he pressed a button on the phone and said, I want a latte iced. 10 minutes later, the secretary knocked on the door and brought in a cup of iced latte from the CAF downstairs. The secretary didn't look at his face, just put down the coffee and left. Gao Yuan peeled open the drinking hole in the lid and took a sip here and there. If it weren't for someone calling at noon, he would have almost forgotten he had an appointment for lunch. Walking into the restaurant next door to the office building, Dong Yin waved at him from a corner. Gao Yuan walked over, sat down, and said, order whatever you want. I'm not in the mood. Dong Yin looked at him, blinked, and cautiously asked, what's wrong with you? No, mood. He repeated it. Dong Yin pouted, unsure if he accepted his answer. After ordering, the guy still cautiously spoke up. I say you wouldn't have embezzled public fund to trade Forex and lost, would you? Gao Yuan felt he didn't even know how to answer him. This. Dong Yin scratched his head. How much did you lose? Gao Yuan secretly rolled his eyes. If I lost 10 million, would you lend it to me? Dong Yin stared blankly for a few seconds, then pretended to answer seriously. Then I'll have to call Xiao Jiadong first to see if I can get out that much cash. Gao Yuan glared at his hypocritical face, and after a while, finally smiled. Dong Yin smiled too. Come on, what's the matter? Don't want to say. Gao Yuan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket and lit one. After taking a puff, a waiter came up to remind him that smoking was not allowed in the restaurant. He quickly extinguished the cigarette, but, feeling sulky again, Dong Yin kept looking at him and hissed. It wouldn't be about a woman, would it? Gao Yuan chuckled. Why do you ask that? Dong Yin shrugged. Men, their worries are usually about money and women. For what I know of you, it can't be money, so it must be a woman. He had to admit that this theory, though extremely superficial, was not without reason. All right, which woman is so capable of making the tall young master worry? Gao Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, it's just that some very boring things have happened recently. Dong Yun's eyes rolled around and said, you wouldn't have ED, would you? Gao Yuan narrowed his eyes. What is that? Erectile dysfunction. Dong Yin replied in a crisp London accent. Gao Yuan froze for a second before stomping hard on his foot onto the table, seeing his pained grimace. She couldn't help but laugh. In that moment, she realized he wasn't so different from Lu Xinghui. At the thought of that name, Gao Yuan sighed unconsciously. That girl still wasn't answering his calls. She was probably at home sleeping by now. You're impossible, Dong Yin grumbled, rubbing his foot. Fine, I won't say it. But did you have to stomp on my brand new shoes? The rest of the meal passed in a back and forth of whether to speak or stay silent. But no matter what, bickering with Dong Yin lifted Gao Yuan's gloomy mood somewhat. Back in the office, he tried calling Lu Xinghui again on a whim. Still no answer. He decided to stop worrying about her, But then again, maybe he should just call Jay and let him deal with her. After all, he had no control over her. That girl had never listened to him anyway. After hanging up, he sighed and resolved to push all these messy thoughts aside. Just before leaving work, someone invited him out for drinks, and he agreed without hesitation. The bar was packed with a steady stream of young women, each more stunning than the last, their figures turning heads left and right. Gao Yuan had always lived by the principle that there was no need to tie himself to just one tree. So he never resisted when beautiful women threw themselves at him. Tonight, an icy beauty sat at the bar, her gaze fixed on him. As he chatted with friends, he stole glances at her, a little game he played every time he came here. He never chased after girls. Different places had different rules of survival. By midnight, Gao Yuan had his arm around the icy beauty as they returned to his apartment. But the moment he opened the door, he nearly thought he'd walked into the wrong place. There, sitting on the living room S-wool rug in one of his t-shirts, absorbed in a video game. Who else could it be but Lu Xinghui? The girl turned to glance at them when she heard the door open, then continued to focus intently on the TV screen. The Ice Queen's face grew colder, but before she could explode, Lu Xinghui hurriedly said, "I'm his sister, just staying over for the night. Don't mind me, carry on." Gao Yuan could only feel the 3 black lines above his head slowly descending. He sighed and decided to ignore the girl. Instead, he wrapped his arm around the icy beauty and headed back to his bedroom, slamming the door shut before turning to embrace her passionately. "Is she really your sister?" the Ice Queen asked while being intimate. "He likes the perfume she's wearing. What's it called again? Coco Mademoiselle?" The beauty giggled as he kissed her, and when he reached to undo her buttons, she asked again, "Your own sister?" "No. He also likes her hair, very black." "What is that?" The beauty smiled and dodged his hand, remaining nonchalant. "Do you mind?" He frowned, slightly impatient. "No, of course not." The beauty reached out to touch his face and kissed him on her own initiative. Gao Yuan showed a satisfied smile and continued to undo the buttons on her chest, his lips wandering along her neck. "Does she have the key to your house?" The beauty sighed in enjoyment and asked, "Does she come often?" After a few seconds, Gao Yuan slowly stopped all his movements, straightened up, and looked at her. "You're lying. You clearly mind." The ice-cold beauty opened her mouth in surprise, looking stunning. But in Gao Yuan's eyes, this expression held no attraction whatsoever. He sighed and stood up. "You should leave." Perhaps not expecting him to say this, the beauty was momentarily speechless. After a pause, she reached out to wrap her arms around his shoulders. "All right, I won't ask anymore." He forced a bitter smile. Even so, it carried a mesmerizing charm. "I'm not in the mood anymore. You should go." With that, he turned and opened the door, standing in the living room to wait for her. The ice-cold beauty, now certain he meant it, finally dropped her icy facade. She raised her head, glared at him resentfully, and walked out without a backward glance. As she left, she made sure to slam the door hard behind her. Gao Yuan felt a faint headache coming on, so he turned to glare at the real troublemaker. But the girl was still engrossed in her game, not even sparing him a glance. Damn it, he should have known long ago. Lu Xinghui was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Why are you standing here?" During a break in the game, Lu Xinghui inadvertently turned her head and caught sight of him enveloped in an aura of anger intense enough to ignite a small universe, startling her into a momentary daze. "What are you doing at my place?" He walked over, sat down on the sofa behind her, and lit a cigarette. The game entered a tense phase again, and Lu Xinghui focused intently on the screen while taking a moment to explain to her. "After I came out of the hospital, I realized I didn't have the house key on me at all. Didn't you always claim that there was one under the doormat at home?" He exhaled smoke rings and reminded, "Only a fool would actually hide a spare key under the doormat at their own doorstep." "Yeah, but when I flipped it over, I realized it was the key to your place." Gao Yuan twitched the corner of her mouth. This finally explained why her home had never been burglarized. "I figured you might have a spare key to my place, so I came here. Why didn't you answer my calls?" "I left my phone at the hospital." Gao Yuan sighed deeply in his heart. "Then why didn't you call me?" She remained silent. The two of them sat quietly in the living room, with only the sounds of battle from the game blaring through the stereo speakers. Gao Yuan stubbed out a cigarette and watched her play for a while from the couch before suddenly shouting angrily, Who the hell gave you permission to play my Metal Gear Solid 3? Who said you could load my save file? Who allowed you to keep playing? I turned on the TV, and it was like this. Lu Xinghui looked up at him with disdain. I wanted to switch to Taiko no Tatsujin too. In the end, she couldn't continue because she saw his entire face had turned a grayish-blue color, his eye sockets completely sunk in, under the refracted light. All she could see were two dark, hollow eye sockets. My perfect record. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth, word by word. Lu Xinghui silently pressed pause and handed the controller to him. At worst, I'll give it back to you. Gao Yuan's chest heaved deeply, seemingly trying to suppress the anger boiling inside him. That night, Lu Xinghui resorted to her trump card of pretending to have a stomachache before Gao Yuan finally let her go. He, of course, knew she was faking because he had seen her in real pain before, so he understood the cunning glint in her eyes when she pretended to be sick. He sat behind her, directing her in the game, and in moments of urgency, he would snatch the controller from her hands, only to reluctantly return it after she scratched his face with her hands and feet. The two ended up playing games all night, and when the sun rose, Xinghui had fallen asleep in his arms, so he took the controller and continued playing while holding her. His perfect record was lost, but it seemed that whether it was perfect or not was no longer so important to him. Turning off the TV, Gao Yuan picked up Xinghui and carried her to the bedroom to catch up on sleep. Seeing her sleep soundly in his arms, he suddenly felt a bit angry. So he tossed her onto the bed and went to take a shower. She cried out loudly when he threw her, but he pretended not to hear. After showering, he wanted to crawl into bed, only to find that the girl had wrapped the entire comforter around herself, cocooned like a silkworm. They inevitably ended up in another tug-of-war. And in the end, Gao Yuan threatened to do something to her before she finally let go obediently. What a joke. Gao Yuan squinted and lay down next to her, covering them with a blanket. If she wanted him to do that now, it would simply cost him his life. Lost in thought, he dozed off. In a half-dream, he seemed to hear Lu Xinghui calling him sleepily to go to the hospital to help her get her phone, and he nodded in agreement. In the evening, a nurse saw Gao Yuan and pointed at him, saying, "Why did your girlfriend leave without saying a word?" Gao Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, "Because her house is on fire." The nurse widened her eyes in surprise, unsure of what to say. Gao Yuan smiled faintly and walked straight into the ward. Besides an old lady in the next bed, there were two other people there. He casually walked to Xinghui's bedside, opened the drawer to search, and then reached under her pillow, quickly finding her phone. At that moment, the doctor and nurse doing rounds happened to walk in and saw Gao Yuan, so they asked, "Is bed 25 not coming?" "No, Gao Yuan replayed." The doctor, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, shook his head helplessly. Today's young people. Being hospitalized is for your health. Our hospital has such a tight bed situation that I actually hope patients can get well and leave early, but, sigh, it's good to free up a bed. By the way, have you completed your discharge procedures? No. Gao Yuan suddenly remembered that he had paid the hospitalization deposit himself, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. I'll give you a discharge order. You can go handle it later. Okay, thank you. Taking advantage of the doctor's absence to get the discharge order, he checked the bedside table and bed. Besides leaving a phone, Lu Xinghui had nothing else. After getting the discharge order, he was ready to go downstairs to handle the procedures. Just as he was about to leave, the old lady in the next bed suddenly said, "Please thank that girl for me." He looked at her in confusion. The night before last, my appendicitis suddenly acted up. Luckily, she helped me go out to call the doctor. I didn't get the chance to thank her. The old lady's daughter immediately stood up, looking gratefully at Gao Yuan. Thank you. Thank you." Gao Yuan was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this, but his face remained calm as he forced a smile and said, "You're welcome." Then he walked out of the ward. After finishing the discharge procedures on the first floor, as he just stepped out of the building, he heard someone calling his name. He turned around, and Ji Yinhao was walking towards him quickly. "Hello." Ji Yinhao politely nodded at him. They obviously knew each other, but Gao Yuan just looked at him with a blank expression. "Is the person in the next bed really Xinghui?" He responded with a grunt. "I was shocked when I saw her name this morning." Ji Yinhao sighed. "What's wrong with her?" "Nothing. She's not going to die." Gao Yuan's jawline moved slightly. "I still hope she can be okay." Ji Yinhao sighed again. Gao Yuan silently stared into his eyes. After a long time, he squeezed out 3 words. She's doing well. After saying that, Gao Yuan turned and walked toward the parking lot not far away. The car sped onto the elevated road, just in time for the rush hour. Cars were slowly driving side by side, and Gao Yuan couldn't help but zone out. One afternoon 6 months ago, he suddenly received a call from Lu Xinghui, inviting him out for drinks that night, saying she had invited many old friends. He was a bit puzzled because in the year before that, she had almost disappeared. He hadn't seen her shadow at any gathering of old friends. In fact, a few times, Xiao Yuan joked she wouldn't be holed up having a baby, would she? He accepted the invitation, but in the end, no one else showed up, and it was just the two of them staring at each other at the bar. After a few drinks, she suddenly started crying. He looked at her in shock, unsure of what to say. I got divorced, she said between sobs, continuously drinking from the bottle. He said he doesn't love me anymore. He's in love with someone else. He said if it's meant to be, it will be. If not, then part ways is very normal. He said he has the right to pursue his own happiness. She repeated too many of the man's words, alternating between crying and laughing. He stood there stunned, not expecting that she had been going through this for the past year. She got drunk, and no matter how he tried to persuade her, he couldn't stop her. He resigned himself to carrying her home, where she collapsed on his living room sofa, unconscious. In the middle of the night, he suddenly heard the nauseating sound of vomiting. When he got up to check, she had thrown up all over his sofa and the newly bought carpet. He was extremely frustrated, but in the end, he helplessly took her to the bathroom, cleaned her up, laid a mattress for her on the bedroom floor, and then turned to clean up the mess in the living room. The next morning, when she woke up with a hangover, she asked him, "Shouldn't I be sleeping in the bed and you on the floor?" He squinted at her, really wanted to kick her down the stairs. For the next 2 months, she occasionally invited him out for drinks, but never with anyone else. She said, "I originally wanted to drink heavily that day and take the chance to say everything. But now, I don't want to say anything." However, the news of her divorce spread quickly. Of course, it didn't come from him, but he never explained anything to her. When they were kids, they were supposed to be very close companions. Their parents were familiar with each other, and they lived very close, so from kindergarten to university, they were in the same school. After graduating from university, they parted ways. He went to London, and she went to New York. The next time they met was at her wedding. He vaguely remembered that day. She smiled radiantly, just like the time he broke her piggy bank and bought her lollipops with the money to cheer her up. In the following years, he often ran into the couple at gatherings with old friends. He didn't have a very deep impression of Jean Hao because he wasn't very noticeable among that crowd. So, he neither liked nor disliked him. He went out for drinks with Lu Xinghui, partly to comfort her and partly because he genuinely wanted to drink at the bar. Most of his friends his age had gotten married and had children. No one was like him, living alone and free to go wherever he wanted, do whatever he wanted, and come home whenever he wanted. They all had families, and he remained a free spirit. Yes, he was a free spirit who wouldn't look back. Then, one night, he and Lu Xinghui accidentally crossed the line. They had both drunk a bit too much that night, but not excessively so. When they left the bar, they planned to do as usual. First drop Lu Xinghui off at home, and then Gao Yuan would go home by himself. But that night, the moon seemed particularly round, and on a tidal night, werewolves were bound to transform, especially with Little Red Riding Hood beside him looking at him with dreamy, intoxicated eyes. He kissed her in the taxi. At first, she was stunned and didn't react. Then she opened her mouth and kissed him back. Thus, the scene of kindling dry wood and fierce fire unfolded. He forgot how they got back to her place. In any case, as soon as they entered, they didn't even turn on the lights and collapsed onto the carpet in the living room, engaging in an intense battle. It was a very strange illusion, as if this woman was a stranger he had never known. When her legs wrapped around his waist, he suddenly felt a strong need and a sense of being needed, which drove him a little crazy. That night, they made love several times, always with a burning passion, until they finally collapsed, exhausted as dawn approached. When they woke up in the evening, Lu Xinghui looked at him and said, "Can we just be sex friends?" "Sure," he blurted out. From that day on, they became a pair. What is the term for it? Friends with benefits? It sounds a bit bizarre, but it truly reflects their relationship. No vows, no commitments. No love, no jealousy, and no endless mutual demands. All that exists is a physical need for each other. For him, that couldn't be better. Howland parked the car and took Lu Xinghui's phone upstairs. Upon opening the apartment door, he found the living room silent. Could it be that she left? You're back. Her voice came from the kitchen. He changed his shoes and walked over, suddenly a bit surprised. She was only wearing a t-shirt that he used to wear while playing basketball. Maybe she was wearing a bra too. Tied with an apron he didn't know where she found, standing barefoot on the marble floor of the kitchen, cooking something. It'll be ready soon, she said, glancing at him amidst her busyness, sounding certain. For some reason, Howland suddenly felt his blood pressure rising dangerously. So, for the sake of his health, he immediately walked over, hugged her from behind, and began nibbling on her ear. Wait, Lu Xinghui shouted in a panic. I'm cooking. I don't want to eat. He mumbled while biting. I want to eat you. Monkey, she called him when she was angry. Let go of me. He didn't let go and continued to cling to her. She probably feared something unexpected would happen, so she quickly turned off the stove and tried to escape. But how could this girl be his match? In just a few seconds, he pressed her against the refrigerator door. This is the kitchen, she reminded him. There are no curtains. That's the benefit of living on the 32nd floor, he replied with a wicked smile. She rolled her eyes helplessly, stared at him for a few seconds, then unexpectedly hooked her hand around his neck and said, Come on, but be quick, I'm a bit hungry. Quick? Howland raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. She seemed to want to say something else, but he didn't give her the chance. After the battle, Lu Xinghui sat on the sofa in the living room, covering her butt and gasping for breath, unable to speak. Howland, seemingly in better spirits after satisfying his physiological needs, got up to grab a drink from the fridge. When he opened the fridge door, he was stunned to find it in a complete mess. Cans were toppled over, open cartons of milk were spilled everywhere, and half a watermelon was missing a piece of skin. Howland casually grabbed a can of Coke, thought for a moment, and decided to deal with the fridge later. It seemed that leaning against the fridge while doing this was not a good idea. I'm so hungry. After catching her breath, Xinghui whined from the sofa. What did you cook just now? He asked. Noodle soup with meatballs. Can that fill you up? He was skeptical. That's all that's left at home. He shook his head. Miss, there's something in this world called takeout. Xinghui glared at him, covering her butt and complaining. My waist hurts. He smiled wryly. Are you hurting your waist or your butt? Both. Her expression was quite pitiful. He couldn't bear it. So he reluctantly put down the can of Coke and placed both hands on her waist to help her knead it. I will never do it anywhere other than the bed with you again, she said with a dark face, sounding resolute. He slightly increased the pressure of his hands, fingers skillfully gliding back and forth. She closed her eyes in satisfaction, enjoying it, occasionally letting out faint nasal sounds. The two of them stopped talking, and they didn't know how long it had been when the sunset in late August cast a soft orange light all over the living room walls. Does it feel good? Howland teased, whispering in Lu Xinghui's ear while kneading. Feels good, she replied with her eyes closed in a nasal tone. Do you want to continue? Yes. Then do you still want to do it anywhere other than the bed? Yes. Howland couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, Lu Xinghui seemed to wake up, staring at him with her mouth agape. He shrugged and continued to smile. That night, the pot of noodle soup on the stove naturally went uneaten. The stubborn girl insisted on eating chicken wings, so Howland had to call the fast food restaurant and order 2 buckets of chicken wings. Weren't you going to eat meatballs? After hanging up, Howland raised an eyebrow at her. I want chicken wings now. She finally replaced the game disc with Taiko no Tatsujin and focused on playing. He shook his head helplessly and turned to clean up the tragic fridge in the kitchen. The takeout arrived shortly after, but Howland decided to deal with the fridge first before eating. By the time he finished cleaning the fridge and came out of the shower, Lu Xinghui had already devoured most of the chicken wings. How can your stomach hold so much? He looked at her in astonishment. Ima robotic. She stuffed another fried chicken wing in her mouth and continued playing the game. Howland felt his blood pressure rising again, but this time it wasn't due to physiological reactions, but because of his precious game console. Put down the controller. That sentence squeezed out from his teeth. Xinghui's back stiffened, and she quickly paused the game, put down the controller, and turned around with a pleasing expression. She should know, and of course she knew. Dirty hands are not allowed to touch his game console. I'll help you clean it, she said and reached for the napkins on the coffee table, but her hand was grabbed by him. Go take a shower. he commanded. She hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Highland looked at the fried bits stuck on the wool carpet, the cola stains on the coffee table, and the greasy fingerprints on the game controller. Suddenly feeling like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. This girl deserves to be single. That night, neither of them seemed interested in doing anything else. So they lay on opposite sides of the bed like dormitory roommates, one reading a book and the other browsing the internet. Are you going to work tomorrow? Highland asked while reading. I guess so. Xinghui nodded. Jay just called and scolded me. Because you didn't go to work? Because I didn't answer his call. What about you? Of course I have to go to work. Tomorrow is the last day of the week, and there are many messes to clean up at the bank. Oh. They both continued to read and browse the internet. After a while, Xinghui asked, what book are you reading? The biography of Keynes. Who? John Maynard Keynes. Oh. She nodded as if realizing something, then said, I've never heard of him. Highland rolled his eyes and explained. He was a British political economist active in the early 20th century. Is it good? She asked again. Not really. She frowned in confusion. Then why are you still reading it? If you haven't read anything bad, how would you know what's good? Xinghui pouted. Well, that's somewhat reasonable. Many designers' most successful series often follow a truly terrible series. But why don't you read something like Buffett or Jobs' autobiography? At least they're still alive. Do you never read novels? Highland finally couldn't help but put down the book and glare at her. Can you be quiet for a moment? If you feel like you have nothing to do, just go to sleep. She looked at him for a few seconds, silently closed her laptop, turned off the bedside lamp on her side, and lay down. Highland sighed helplessly and turned back to focus on his book. Not knowing how long it had been, he suddenly heard her softly say, I'm sorry. I just wanted someone to talk to. On the last day of the week, Gao Yuan was indeed busy cleaning up the mess. Didn't I say that no one was allowed to place big orders if I wasn't here? He stood in the department office with his hands on his hips. His colleagues in the cubicles all looked tense, not daring to breathe. Who did it? He threw a piece of paper onto the secretary's desk. Still, no one answered. His gaze suddenly turned a bit cold. No one leave today until we find out who did this. After saying that, he glanced at everyone and turned back to his office. After a while, someone knocked on the door to admit their guilt. It was the new master student. He scolded him harshly, and when the young man left, there were tears in his eyes. Gao Yuan sighed and began to work. At 8 in the evening, he instructed everyone to leave, but he remained seated in front of his computer, even forgetting to eat dinner. At 11 o'clock, Dong Yun called him, inviting him to a bar. He smiled wryly and said, Young master, I'm desperately trying to keep my golden rice bowl. No time for that. At 3 in the morning, he took a deep breath and exhaled, closing his eyes, his mind blank, when suddenly, Lu Xinghui's face appeared in his mind out of nowhere. So he took out his phone, hesitated for a few seconds, and dialed her number. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Unsurprisingly, she was sleeping. What is it? She dragged out her words. He guessed she was probably still with her eyes closed. Are you sleeping? He asked knowingly. She groaned a few times. You call me in the middle of the night just to confirm if I'm sleeping? Help! Gao Yuan let out a long sigh. Do you know? I just barely managed to keep my job. How'd you manage that? He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. Do you really want to know? She replied vaguely. Simply put, my colleague bought a large amount of foreign currency that was 100% certain to drop yesterday. To stop the loss, I sold everything as soon as I arrived this morning and then made back the money lost on other trades with the remaining time. Lu Xinghui was silent for a moment before saying, You shouldn't tell me. I don't understand. He rolled his eyes. Are you still in the office? Yeah. The European currency market just closed. He stretched. Wasn't it your colleague who bought it? It's not your fault. Why work so hard? Gao Yuan sighed. They're new. And besides, if my people make mistakes, I naturally have the obligation to take responsibility. Xinghui hummed, as if turning over, then just quit. Gao Yuan smiled bitterly. You make it sound easy. If I quit, who will support me? I'll support you. The person on the other end of the line was quite loyal. He held the phone and chuckled. Just you? You can barely pay off your own credit card every month. Lu Xinghui, half asleep and half awake, was jolted awake by his words. This was, however, her loyalty still made him feel happy, a kind of indescribable happiness. Are you done talking? I'm going to sleep. The little girl poured a bucket of cold water over him. No sleeping, he said domineeringly. I'm hanging up. She ignored him. Don't hang up on me. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the dial tone. This guy. Gao Yuan glared at his phone angrily, stunned for a while before deciding to rush over to her house right away. After a 20-minute drive, he arrived at Lu Xinghui's home, only to find out she wasn't home. Where's she sleeping then? He suddenly felt a bit confused, even doubting whether that phone call had been a dream. Returning home with a bunch of questions in the dark, he took off his shirt, dress pants, and socks, and flopped onto the bed. A few seconds later, a scream like a slaughtered pig sounded from beneath him. He was so startled that he immediately jumped up to turn on the light. Lu Xinghui peeked her head out from his air-conditioned quilt, looking pained as she moaned, "My waist." Gao Yuan stood there in just a pair of black boxers, staring in astonishment at this woman on the bed. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter, first a low chuckle, then a hearty laugh, until he was gasping for breath. Lu Xinghui still had a bitter face, and at that moment, her expression clearly conveyed the message. Are you crazy? Gao Yuan wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, turned off the light, climbed into bed, and pulled her into his chest. Let me hold you for a while, I'm exhausted. She struggled a few times, but after realizing she couldn't break free, she obediently stopped moving. Sleep. He closed his eyes and murmured, I can't keep my eyes open either. On a weekend evening, Gao Yuan rarely went to the supermarket with Lu Xinghui because she always complained about the lack of food at his place. He was so annoyed that he decided to make this trip. Passing by the appliance section, Gao Yuan suddenly asked, Do you think I should buy an air conditioner fan? It seems a bit cold to run the air conditioner overnight in this weather. Lu Xinghui rolled her eyes at him. Don't ask me. We're just friends with benefits. He was speechless, so he had to give up angrily. After a while, Lu Xinghui pointed to a shelf above their heads and said, Can you get me 2 cans of barbecue-flavored chips? I can't reach them. He immediately shrugged. Don't look for me. We're just friends with benefits. After saying that, he pretended nonchalant and strolled to the next shelf. The little girl's finger was stiffly pointed there. Finally, while waiting in line to check out, the two stared at each other, bored. Gao Yuan casually picked up a bottle from the small shelf in front of the cashier and asked, What is this? A new lubricant? Lu Xinghui hurriedly leaned over the shopping cart to take a look. This packaging seems like I haven't seen it before. It can't be some new flavor, can it? Gao Yuan grimaced in disgust. Does it even have flavors? The little girl clearly questioned his statement. Why can't it have? He glared at her. Why should it? She glared back. Don't condoms come in many flavors? He began to argue, claiming that it was normal for lubricants to come in different flavors too. I can understand that condoms come in different flavors, but lubricants having different flavors is too strange, right? She shot back. What's strange about it? The former has different flavors to cater to men's preference for women giving them oral pleasure, she explained convincingly, but the latter having different flavors is unreasonable. That's because the current trend is that women also like men to give them oral pleasure, he said animatedly, not forgetting to tease her. You didn't know that? Trendsetter. The two seemed intent on competing, but while their eyes clashed, they both felt that the atmosphere around them was a bit odd. Gao Yuan turned his head and found that the customer in front had finished checking out and left, while the cashier and the customer behind were staring at them in a daze, seemingly shocked by their recent conversation. Excuse me, the cashier said, looking at Gao Yuan with a blank expression, then glancing at the lubricant he was holding, her face turning red as she asked, Do you want it? Gao Yuan made a fist and placed it near his mouth, pretending to cough a few times, then casually placed the lubricant on the cashier's counter, and started moving items from his shopping cart onto the table. I need this. I need that. Lu Xinghui stood to the side, looking up to study the lights on the supermarket ceiling. That night, they planned to try the newly bought lubricant. What do you think? Xinghui craned her neck. Her face flushed as she looked at Gao Yuan. It's my least favorite strawberry flavor. He threw the bottle aside in disgust and bent down with great effort. On Monday morning, Gao Yuan was in line at the coffee shop downstairs in the office building to buy coffee. Next door was a flower shop run by a middle-aged couple who opened early to arrange various fresh flowers. Gao Yuan stood at the shop's entrance with his hands in his pockets, suddenly recalling what Lu Xinghui had said in the hospital, and asked the flower shop owner, Do you have Michaelmas daisies? With his photographic memory, how could he forget the name of the flower? The shop owner furrowed her brow and thought for a moment before turning to her husband. Do you know? I've never heard of that. Oh, the husband said with a smile. That's the purple daisy, right? We usually just get a few when we restock for decoration. Don't you have a single bouquet for sale? Gao Yuan asked. The owner shook his head. That is not a flower people typically buy, and besides, a whole bouquet of purple wooden tea look good. It needs to be mixed with something else. But if you want, I can help you order some. Just then, the line moved forward, and Gao Yuan hesitated for a few seconds before smiling and waving his hand. No need to trouble yourself. Thank you. As he waited for the elevator with his coffee, Gao Yuan couldn't help but think that Lu Xinghui always liked strange things. Perhaps that's the nature of artists. Drawn to niche, less accepted people and things. Like being a friends with benefits with him? At this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. God knows how he agreed to that. Sex friend? What a ridiculous idea. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Gao Yuan stepped inside. At the moment the door was about to close, someone shouted to wait and squeezed in. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes, thinking the world was truly small. Wasn't that the Ice Queen? Her outfit today was completely different from that night in the nightclub. The black suit made her look very dignified. Her hair was pulled back into a neat ponytail, and her lipstick was a soft shade, making her appear approachable. Gao Yuan couldn't help but wonder. This life of being so different during the day and night must be quite thrilling, right? But when the elevator reached the 38th floor, he couldn't smile anymore. The Ice Queen actually got off on the same floor as him. The entire floor was their bank's offices, and she didn't look like someone with millions in her account. So she must be here for work. Manager Gao. The receptionist was always diligent and greeted everyone she recognized on time. Gao Yuan nodded and noticed the Ice Queen stopping to look at him. He averted his gaze, pretending not to recognize her, and entered his department's large office. Boss, did you hear? The secretary, noticing he was in a good mood today, hurried over to gossip. Manager Zhang from the next team was notified of his dismissal by HR last Friday. A new manager is coming today. He nodded, took his coffee into his office, then leaned out to tell his colleagues. I was also fired last Friday. A new colleague will be coming to take over here. The group, who had been eagerly discussing the new gossip, suddenly stopped and stared at him, looking dumbfounded. After achieving the desired effect, Gao Yuan smiled slightly. I was joking. After saying this, he turned and closed the office door. At 10 in the morning, just as Gao Yuan began browsing various data, the vice president came to see him, bringing with him the Ice Queen. This is Manager Zhou from the resource group. Hello, Gao Yuan. He quickly stood up and pretended to greet her warmly. The beauty gave a perfunctory smile. Zhou Yaolei. I heard you're an MBA from LBS. That's impressive. Oh, not at all. She was complimenting him. But Gao Yuan thought it sounded quite off. You really can't tell at all from Manager Gao's appearance. Gao Yuan maintained a polite smile on the surface while secretly grinding his teeth, wondering whether she was complimenting him or mocking him. Xiao Zhou graduated from the University of Pennsylvania. You two can exchange ideas more in the future. The vice president looked happily at the two promising young people. Wharton School. Zhou Yaolei added with a frown. Oh good, definitely. Gao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So she is from Wharton. No wonder there was a hint of sourness when she mentioned LBS. After seeing off the two imposing figures, Gao Yuan sighed in relief. But as he recalled the earlier scene, he found it increasingly amusing, so he immediately called Dong Yun. Did you know? I ran into someone trying to challenge me early this morning. Who are they? Dong Yun yawned. From Wharton. Oh, he yawned again. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes. Senior brother, our faction has risen to the top of the rankings in the past 2 years. Why don't you have any sense of collective honor? Hurry up and help me come up with a strategy to deal with other factions. Dong Yun took a sip of water. Second junior brother. It's not that I've forgotten my roots. It's just that I've been out of the loop for many years and don't care about worldly disputes anymore. How can I help you? Everyone knows. When it comes to bad ideas, if you admit second place, no one dares to claim first. Eating spoiled food isn't good for your stomach. After chatting idly with Dong Yun for a while, Gao Yuan finally hung up. In the past, this senior brother was also a remarkable figure. But later, due to some changes, he took over his father's business, focusing on the book publishing industry and avoiding worldly matters. Yet he always felt that in terms of talent, Dong Yun was above him. It's just that life experiences differ for everyone, and sometimes when you encounter them, you can only try to accept them with a peaceful mindset. Gao Yuan, growing up, was someone who rarely faced setbacks. So, in his 30s, he still retained a youthful arrogance and recklessness, being somewhat domineering towards people and things, which meant he had few true friends. Those he could talk to were mostly those who could tolerate his childlike nature, like Dong Yin, and also Lu Xinghui. But Lu Xinghui was different from Dong Yin. She was a year younger than Gao Yuan, and, being a woman, was often more willful than he was. Yet this seemingly spoiled person often made him feel like she was the one accommodating him. For instance, after every argument, no matter whether it was his fault or not, once the anger subsided, she would still come and talk to him as if nothing had happened. This was important to him because he was someone who rarely backed down. Comforting a woman is one thing, but backing down is another. Just then, Gao Yuan's phone suddenly rang, and Lu Xinghui's squinted face appeared on the screen. Wow. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. What is up? He usually wasn't too polite with familiar people. Do you have Yurin's home or office phone number? Gao Yuan thought for a second. No, I don't even have his mobile number. Lu Xinghui sounded surprised on the other end. But you introduced him as your friend the first time we met. He is a friend, he said innocently. But who says friends have to exchange phone numbers? ISNT that the case. He added, all right, you're tough. Is that good enough? What do you need him for? It's work-related. Is it really that urgent? It's not a matter of life and death. Yet you chase someone all the way to their home. Is it really life and death? If he doesn't submit the first draft today, Jay will take my life. Gao Yuan was amused by her. Jay wouldn't really take your life. Hey. Xinghui sighed. If you can't help, at least don't say something sarcastic. Oh, are you coming to my place tonight? No, come. After Lu Xinghui shouted, he hung up the phone directly. Gao Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at his phone, wondering, why did he hang up? Although he didn't have Yu Renji's phone number. He had the numbers of Yu Renji's older sister, second sister, third uncle, little aunt, and fourth uncle. He could ask any of them to find out. Sigh. He sighed. It seems he would have to find a program by himself tonight. The day passed without incident, and when he got off work, it was already 8 in the evening. Gao Yuan ran into Zhou Yaolei again in the elevator hall. How's it going? Are you used to the work? He asked as usual. It's okay. She replied as usual. Want to grab a drink? He blurted out habitually. Sure. To his surprise, she actually agreed. Gao Yuan felt a bit trapped, but still mustered the courage to go. They went to the same bar where they first met. Zhou Yaolei took off her black suit jacket, let her hair down, casually flicked it, and transformed into an ice-cold beauty. Gao Yuan had to admit that Zhou Yaolei was indeed beautiful. At this time, the bar wasn't too crowded. They sat by the bar, ordered 2 snacks and 2 beers, just to fill their stomachs since they hadn't had dinner. Sorry. When the beer was served, Zhou Yaolei suddenly said. Gao Yuan doubted he heard her correctly. I was a bit out of line that day. She smiled slightly. First, I shouldn't have gone home with you. And second, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Gao Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. You suddenly say this. I don't know what to say. I broke up. It was clear that she was a straightforward person, and that night she was here drinking away her sorrows, still the most deceptive long island iced tea. At that time, all I could think about was finding a stranger to spend the night with. But please believe me, I've never done this before. Of course, whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. He raised an eyebrow. And I want to thank you. She looked at him, her lips curled in a bitter smile, for finally sending me away, preventing me from doing something foolish. No need to be polite. Although he said so, Gao Yuan always felt that saying no need to be polite seemed a bit too coy. So today, I'm treating. Okay, you can order whatever you want. She smiled generously. Really? He hesitated a bit. Yes. Anything? He wanted to confirm again. Of course, you order. Then can I have a bottle of Louis XIII? No way. Zhou Yaolei replied decisively. Gao Yuan laughed. Don't forget, I'm from LBS. Don't forget that I'm from Wharton. So the two burst into laughter, somewhat like burying the hatchet. However, girls shouldn't casually drink after a breakup, and definitely shouldn't casually go home with a man, or it might lead to unexpected and unmanageable consequences. He sincerely reminded her, because Lu Xinghui was the best example. I got it. Zhou Yaolei raised her beer glass, and Gao Yuan quickly picked up his glass. They clinked glasses and then drank. Ah, right. She seemed to remember something and said, please tell your girlfriend I'm sorry. However, if that might cause a misunderstanding, Then don't say anything. We are just ordinary colleagues. Of course, given that you are from LBS and I am from Wharton, it's inevitable that we may have to show some goodwill during holidays and festivals regarding performance. Gao Yuan chuckled lightly, continuing to drink beer, without explaining his relationship with Lu Xinghui. To take a step back, even if he really needed to explain, how would he explain it? No, she is not my girlfriend. She is just my friend with benefits. A friend with benefits means being physically intimate without any emotional involvement. This contradicts traditional moral concepts, because the body is the most private and sacred part of a person, which cannot be invaded casually. Traditional views can accept love without sex, but cannot accept sex without love. But what exactly is love? Is it really worth all that people invest in it, pouring out everything? This question is difficult to answer. Even using all the economic principles or mathematical formulas Gao Yuan learned, he couldn't find the answer. Moreover, he believes that different people will have different answers. And even the same person will have different answers at different times. He was a bit curious. For Lu Xinghui now, which is more important, love or sex? At 11:30, Gao Yuan and Zhou Yaolei each went home. Gao Yuan didn't see Zhou home because, for him, he only had the obligation to send home women he has had, is having, or will have a relationship with. And tonight, Zhou clearly did not define their relationship in any of those ways, and she didn't seem to want to have anything to do with him anymore. Gao Yuan had only had a few beers, which wasn't much for his drinking capacity, but he still hesitated about whether to drive home. After hesitating for a while, he decided to call his friend with benefits. When the call was answered, the background music was deafening. "Are you guys rehearsing?" Gao Yuan unconsciously asked loudly. "No." Xinghui answered loudly, "We're singing." "Is there something?" "Nothing." Since she had social engagements, he decided to go home by himself. Just as he hung up, a taxi stopped in front of him, and as someone got out, he got in. The taxi sped through the brightly lit streets at midnight, the window reflecting various lights, the dim yellow street lamps, the flickering neon lights, the stadium searchlights that shone all night. He sighed, smelling a faint scent of alcohol, a light malt aroma, and a wave of loneliness suddenly surged in his heart. He remembered when he was studying in London. He had a girlfriend, a very charming Japanese girl named Yuriko. He still hasn't figured out how to write her name in Chinese characters, and she seemed not to care either. She was several years younger than him. When he was about to graduate from his MBA, she was just a sophomore. Her English was terrible, and every time she rolled her straight Japanese tongue to read the English in the textbooks, he wanted to kick her out. "You love me," many nights. We had her pinned down. She would laugh and ask like this, but he never answered. The day he returned to his apartment after graduation, Yuriko had taken all her belongings. For Gao Yuan, it felt like a scene from a movie or a dramatic love story. The night before, they were laughing and talking about where to celebrate his graduation the next day, but the next day, she vanished, leaving behind a note on the dining table in the living room written in awkward handwriting. "You don't love me. Bye-bye." Gao Yuan was baffled, unable to understand why that Japanese girl disappeared without saying goodbye, why she chose that day, and why she left such a note. Many years have passed, and he has had a few relatively stable relationships, as well as some trivial flings. After experiencing the ups and downs of urban romance, he finally understood why Yuriko left him, because he was too self-absorbed. Whether alone or with someone, whether it was a casual fling or sincere, he would not change. He will not lose his principles, will not go out of his way to please another person, will not give up the things he likes, and will not bow down or compromise. Therefore, those who are with him will eventually feel lonely, because most of the time, he only does what he wants to do. Perhaps Yuriko is right. He does not love her, and he does not understand what love is. It has been this way for a long time. The ringtone of his phone pulled him back from his memories. He took out his phone, and on the screen was the face of Lu Xinghui making a funny expression. "Hello," she shouted on the other end of the line. What? Wang Kai is sick? Really? What should we do?" "Okay, I'll come over right now." "Doctor, you must save him. He's like family to me." All right, I'm coming." After saying that, before he could say a word, she hung up. What the hell? Gao Yuan stared at the phone screen, which showed the call had ended. Could she have gone crazy? After returning home and taking a shower, he lay at the head of the bed and took out the book The Biography of Keynes, continuing to read. This book is really good. I can fall asleep after reading just 3 pages. Gradually, he closed his eyes, and in a daze, he suddenly heard the sound of a door closing at the entrance, which startled him awake. Just as he was getting up to see what was happening, Lu Xinghui pushed the door open and came in. "You're here." She put down her backpack, kicked off her high heels, and walked into the bathroom. "What are you doing here?" Gao Yuan sighed in relief and sat back on the bed. "Didn't I just call you?" Her voice came from the bathroom. "What was that nonsense call you made just now?" He took the opportunity to complain. Xinghui poked her head out, and it was obvious she had already taken off her dress. "Don't you understand? How could you claim to be a graduate of a top-ranking school?" 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. What does that have to do with what school he graduated from? No matter how capable a doctor is, they can't know what a crazy person is thinking. That was a pretense. I pretended to receive a call about an urgent matter I had to return to, and then I used that as an excuse to escape. Someone like Gao Yuan would never think to use such a method, because for him, if he didn't want to stay, he could just get up and leave. Why bother thinking of so many excuses? Xinghui squinted and smiled. Then her head shrank back in. "Who is Wankai?" he asked, puzzled. "It's a pet dog." "A dog? Otherwise, could I conjure up a husband?" Gao Yuan sat on the bed, stunned. This was the first time in half a year he heard Lu Xinghui joke about a husband. He quietly stood up and walked to the bathroom door, only to find her staring blankly, wearing only her own designed lingerie, with her makeup still not fully removed, gazing at herself in the mirror. "So," Gao Yuan's magnetic voice gently joked, "where's Wankai?" "Right here." She pointed at him in the mirror. He laughed warmly, not at all like the seemingly passionate yet cold-hearted Gao Yuan. Did the doctor manage to save Wankai? She looked at him in the mirror, and he looked at her in the mirror, their gazes converging at a certain point. Suddenly she laughed, not a loud laugh, but a laugh she tried to suppress, but couldn't. She lowered her eyes to pour makeup remover into her palm, and then looked at him, saying, he was saved. However, the doctor said for his future health, they also had to neuter little Gigi. Gao Yuan felt the 3 black lines on his forehead starting to drop. Drop. 883 middle. The rush hour on the elevated road can sometimes really drive people crazy. Lu Xinghui rolled down the car window, and a gust of fresh air mixed with the smell of gasoline rushed towards her. The bus in front was completely still, and she tapped her fingers irritably on the 4 silver rings of the steering wheel. Then she started rummaging through her things, and after a long search, she finally found half a pack of 7 stars at the very bottom of the armrest box. This must have been left by Gao Yuan, that monkey in her car. She doesn't smoke much, but occasionally she keeps a couple of packs of AC or Shoubanyan in her bag or office drawer, so she could reluctantly accept 7 stars now. The bus in front started moving, and she slowly released a brake while lighting a cigarette. At the moment she exhaled a smoke ring, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. In fact, her psychological need for cigarettes far outweighed her physical need. She had been going to Gao Yuan's place for several consecutive nights, and she was afraid of becoming dependent on the feeling of always having someone by her side. So this morning, all the way, she had been telling herself that she couldn't go on like this, and that she must go back home today. Dependency is truly a scary thing. It means you can't live without someone, something, or some of it. But she was a bit confused about whether she was dependent on having sex with Gao Yuan or on him as a person. God, hopefully neither, because once the person, thing, or event you depend on disappears or resolutely leaves you, then you will completely collapse. She had tasted that feeling and absolutely did not want to try it again. Slowly driving through the massive flow of traffic to the office building located in the city center CBD area, Lu Xinghui took a few deep breaths. Just as she entered the company, 2 young male models wearing tight t-shirts walked past her, their physiques very good, but their eyes exuding youthfulness and emptiness. She often has to look at a large number of men and women only wearing underwear, so she has long been numb to handsome looks or outstanding body lines. Ironically, as a fashion designer, or more accurately, an underwear designer, she deeply understands what matters most about a person is not their appearance, but their inner character. So, to some extent, she also believes that the work she engages in has no substantial meaning. It merely creates a false sense of vanity for people. Fashion, or beautiful appearances, is just another trivial pursuit of humanity after satisfying basic needs. When eating becomes a problem, who would still care about what to wear tomorrow, how to match, whether earrings should complement the face shape, or if there are rivets on the heels? But she only understood all this after becoming a fashion designer. If one day the earth were to be invaded by aliens, Gao Yuan once said, you all would lose your jobs. She gritted her teeth and retorted, you Forex traders wouldn't be much better off. At least currency is bound to exist in a mature social system. He would use grand theories to silence her, and he could always succeed. I just want to ask one question. Jay, who was trimming her nails with a nail clipper, asked from the side, do aliens support homosexuality? If she remembered correctly, she and Gao Yuan both rolled their eyes at the same time. Her office is a small room separated within the large office area of the design department, with glass curtain walls on 3 sides. Usually, she doesn't close the blinds. But sometimes, like this morning when she's not in a good mood, she will close the blinds to isolate herself from the noisy outside world. In fact, once the door is closed, even without pulling down the blinds, from a physical perspective, she cannot hear the noise outside. However, whenever she looks up at her busy colleagues outside, various noisy sounds float in her mind, as if she is still in the midst of it. Only by closing the blinds can she truly isolate herself from the world and have her own space. The new assistant, although just graduated from university, is a very perceptive girl. As soon as she saw her pull down the blinds, she immediately brought in hot coffee and cookies, and she would also very consciously filter the phone calls for her. Xinghui watched her assistant leave and closed the door, then took a sip of coffee and slumped back in her chair. The memo on her computer desktop reminded her that she had 3 tasks to complete today. She took a deep breath, opened the list to take a look, then rallied her spirits and began to immerse herself in her work. She was someone who could easily concentrate, which was both a strength and a weakness. The strength lay in her ability to focus intensely on tasks, allowing her to forget everything else when she was engaged in something, often leading to high efficiency. However, the downside was that it also made her stubborn, easily getting lost in her own world. After finishing her tasks, she looked up and realized it was already 12:30. Jacob had gone to the retail store that morning, so she picked up the phone to call a few other lunch companions, only to find that everyone had already made plans. Well, Xinghui got up, took her wallet from her bag, and prepared to go eat lunch alone, but unexpectedly, her secretary called to say that Yurenji was looking for her. Waiting outside the door, Xinghui quickly opened the door, and the illustrator was indeed standing there. He was wearing a slightly loose linen shirt paired with jeans and flip-flops, carrying a large art tube on his shoulder. He wasn't following any fashion trends, but Xinghui thought it suited him well. Let us have lunch together and talk while we eat. She pulled him out of the office. At the entrance of the most popular restaurant, there were still many people waiting for a table. Xinghui didn't want to wait, so she went to the next door where there was no line at a Western fast food restaurant. They ordered 2 salmon rolls and a chicken salad. Xinghui asked Yurenji, are you here to submit your work today? I'm here to revise it. My colleagues aren't too maddening, right? Yurenji thought for a moment and replied seriously, not too maddening, but enough to be maddening. Xinghui paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. I promise when you start working on the lingerie illustrations, I will fully respect your ideas. Yurenji smiled slightly. Work is work. Even if it's maddening, I will still accept it. I've outgrown the age of arrogance. You pay me, I must deliver a satisfactory result. Xinghui looked at him, thinking he was an open-minded man, and such men are usually hard for others to dislike. Do illustrators make a lot of money? She seemed quite straightforward with Yurenji. That depends on your definition of a lot of money, the illustrator replied with a bitter smile. For example, Xinghui chewed on the chicken breast, trying to think enough to buy a house, a car, marry a wife, and raise kids. Yurenji raised his eyebrows and said, that depends on what kind of house you want, what car, what kind of wife you want to marry, and what kind of children you want to raise. Xinghui answered, a 100 square meter house, a car that fits the whole family, an understanding wife, and children who are not troublesome. Yurenji laughed. The first 2 are easy to achieve. The last 2 seemed. Xinghui looked at him and suddenly asked, can I ask how old you are this year? What do you think? She looked at the lines on his face, thought for a moment, and said, over 35, right? Not yet 40. He smiled warmly. Why aren't you married? In fact, Even Xinghui herself knew that this question was a bit abrupt. After returning from a wedding banquet one night, she thought of Yurenji and asked Gao Yuan about him. The monkey rubbed his chin and said, "I'm not sure. It seems he was quite the flirt when he was younger, but I haven't heard much about him in recent years. Could it be that he has changed his ways?" At this point, the monkey had a look that suggested there was indeed something wrong, but Xinghui ignored him. Yurenji seemed to often be asked this question, and he answered calmly, "Fate has not yet arrived." Upon hearing this answer, Xinghui thought to herself that he really was an open-minded man. Compared to her rambling, Yurenji didn't bring up any questions related to her personal life, or rather, he rarely asked questions proactively. Nevertheless, after a meal, Xinghui still concluded that talking to Yurenji was quite exhausting. He didn't have a habit of being straightforward. He usually responded to questions with counter-questions before giving an answer. It must be admitted that he was quite clever, but being friends with such a person also required similar wit. He unconsciously led others to think, so when they parted ways after lunch, Xinghui let out a long sigh of relief. Since it was the changing of the seasons, the office was empty all afternoon. Everyone was bustling about, each busy with their own tasks. Jay had not shown up, and Xinghui lazily sat in her chair, soaking up the sun, not wanting to do anything. Near the end of the workday, her mom called, asking her to keep Sunday evening free. What do you want to do? The good mood she had painstakingly gathered was instantly drained. What do you think? Her mom wasn't a straightforward person either. Xinghui sighed. After all, parents were just looking out for their children's happiness, so she reluctantly agreed in the end. After hanging up the phone, she leaned back in her chair, looking at the starry sky outside, suddenly feeling that as she aged, life became increasingly difficult for women. Marriage, family, parents, children, career life essentially revolves around these factors, and any dissatisfaction in any one of them could lead to a mental breakdown. Even if all options were problem-free, it didn't guarantee so-called happiness. So, what exactly is happiness? Could it just be a hope or desire that supports people to keep living? Could it not exist in this world at all? Or rather, never exist eternally in this world? Oh, thinking of this, she felt a headache, because nothing is eternal. On the way home, Xinghui stopped by a convenience store to buy some microwavable food. When eating alone, she usually just made do. In fact, she didn't like microwave food, but she disliked cooking for herself even more. According to what she had planned early in the morning, she didn't contact Gao Yuan, nor did she seek him out. She needed a short-term plan to help her detach from a potential growing dependency. This was very important for her. After eating dinner alone, she struggled internally for a long time before finally opening a can of beer. As the slightly bitter liquid traveled down her throat to her stomach, she suddenly found a sense of comfort. That night, lying in bed, she took out a newly bought book, the biography of John Maynard Keynes. She had only read 2 pages before falling asleep in the following days. Xinghui was completely submerged in work, almost working overtime until dawn every day. Gao Yuan called her 2 nights in a row, but she rejected him. Since then, the guy had disappeared without a trace. On Sunday afternoon, after finishing work, Xinghui hurried to the beauty salon for a facial, then went to get a haircut. She had long, black hair, and since she had permed it during the new year, she had cut it for nearly half a year. As soon as she sat in the stylish chair, the hairdresser urged her to cut it shorter. After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. After finishing all of this, when she got home and changed clothes, it was already 5 p.m. She stood in front of her wardrobe, hurriedly trying on a few outfits without further deliberation. She used to be a very indecisive person, seemingly wanting everything to be perfect, which could be considered a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. After experiencing the setback of divorce, she had changed her character somewhat. She no longer pursued perfection as she once did because life had become impossible to perfect in her past view. She knew she had to accept reality and become more open-minded, even if sometimes that open-mindedness felt quite helpless. No matter what, when it was 5 minutes past 7 and Lu Xinghui was sitting on that white chair in the restaurant, she transformed into a confident 30-year-old woman. Although she had been deeply hurt before, she didn't care. At least on the surface, she appeared not to care. To her surprise, the other party was not a middle-aged man, but a young man who looked quite charming. After staring blankly for 10 seconds, Xinghui finally spoke. My surname is Liu, as in the crossroads. Are you sure I'm the person you want to meet? I mean, could there be a mistake? The young man was momentarily taken aback by her words. But then he smiled, looking very handsome. Are you thinking that I'm not good enough for you, or that you're not good enough for me? Xinghui couldn't help but feel a bit displeased by his somewhat frivolous attitude, so she straightened her face. It's not that. I just think we don't quite match. The young man was not intimidated by her expression. Instead, he found it even more amusing and said, people should always try new things. That's what makes life interesting. She remained non-committal about that, but basically, she knew this would be another unsuccessful interview with no potential for development. The young man opened the menu, called the waiter, and began to order, as if he felt no embarrassment at all. After ordering, he looked up and met her gaze. Hello, I'm Feng Kaiqing. If you're Liu Xinghui, then I don't think there's any mistake about us sitting here for dinner. Xinghui bit her lip, unsure of how to continue, but she couldn't help asking, how old are you? Feng Kaiqing paused for a moment and then asked, do you care a lot about age? I don't accept younger men. The young man raised an eyebrow. Can I ask why? Men mature later than women, and I don't like the feeling of taking care of a child with younger men. Sometimes, she felt she was being frighteningly blunt. Hearing this, Feng Kaiqing not only didn't seem upset, but instead smiled slightly and said, have you ever thought about why I'm here for a blind date? You must be wondering why someone as young and handsome as me would bother with a blind date? Xinghui really wanted to roll her eyes. Yes, I'm younger than you. He paused. I was taught to study hard since I was a child. I've won various math Olympiad championships. I skipped 3 grades. I ranked second in the city on the college entrance exam, and I graduated from medical school with top marks. I got into the best hospital and department right after graduation, and the best chief physician was my mentor. I'm very busy. Sometimes I only get 1 day off a month, but my position has also progressed quickly. In addition, I can play the piano and the cello, and I've obtained the highest level certificates for both. Xinghui opened her mouth, unsure of what to say next. However, I've hardly ever watched any cartoons or movies. I've never played soccer with classmates. I can't ride a bike. I can't swim. I don't know how to play cards, and I don't know what books my peers read. The only romance novel I've read is Jane Eyre, and the only computer game I've played is Minesweeper. Many people admire me, and many people dislike me, but no one is willing to be my friend. I'm talking about a real friend, not just someone you nod at or greet, or someone who pretends to sympathize with you when you fail while secretly laughing behind your back. Because I'm a very boring person, besides what I've read in books. I can't say anything interesting. So, if you want to know why I'm here for a blind date, it's simple. Because I can't even make a regular friend, let alone find a woman to marry and have children with. At first, some women might be attracted to me because of my appearance or other superficial qualities, but over time they would realize that beneath my polished exterior lies a very, very dull soul. And tonight, just moments ago, I was coldly rejected by a sister who looked quite good. If she were in a good mood, she might have scolded me a bit, and if she were in a bad mood, she might have just walked away because she didn't want to take care of a child. After saying all this, Feng Kaiqing let out a long sigh, as if he had finally vented all his complaints and grievances. Disappointment was clearly written on his young and well-defined face. Xinghui remained silent for a long time before hesitantly asking, so, what does look quite good mean? Is that a compliment or an insult? Feng Kaiqing looked at her with a bit of confusion in his eyes, as if he wanted to understand the intention behind her words. In the end, he smiled helplessly, almost pleadingly, and said, if I say it's a compliment, will you agree to finish this meal with me? Xinghui wanted to tell him that even if he didn't say it was a compliment, out of politeness and respect for her parents, she would still finish this meal. But for some reason, she felt that this feeling of being sought after was quite nice, so she pretended to think for a few seconds before smiling and nodding. Okay. Under the warm light, Xinghui sipped her ice water while watching the young man across from her. It turned out that he was indeed very boring. No matter what Xinghui said, he listened with great interest, occasionally asking questions, like an eager student, which gave Xinghui a vague feeling that they were not living on the same planet. Do you think I'm annoying? Feng Kaiqing seemed to sense something and couldn't help but ask. A little. Does it feel like taking care of a child? Yes. For some reason. Hearing her straightforward answer made Feng Kaiqing laugh, genuinely smiling. and his already young face seemed to glow with a warm, golden light, which made Xinghui momentarily dazed. "So, can you ignore my soul and just love my body?" he said. Xinghui was stunned for a full 10 seconds before asking, what do you mean?" Feng Kaicheng looked at her, a hint of wry smile on his face, but he ultimately shook his head. "Forget it, it's nothing." Xinghui picked up her glass and started drinking the ice water again, but when she turned her head, she was startled to see Gao Yuan sitting at a nearby table, legs crossed, looking at her. Of course, he wasn't alone. There was a woman sitting across from him. Since her back was to Xinghui, she couldn't see what the woman looked like, but judging by her silhouette, she should be quite young. At the moment their eyes met, Gao Yuan actually raised an eyebrow at her meaningfully. Xinghui slowly turned her head away, feeling a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, that guy suddenly retracted his long legs and said a few words to the woman across from him before standing up and walking toward Xinghui. She just stared at him blankly, trying to use her gaze to stop him, but it didn't work. Gao Yuan was wearing a blue and white striped shirt today, perfectly tailored to outline the beautiful lines of his chest muscles. Thinking of this, Xinghui quickly averted her gaze, as if doing so would make him cease to exist. He casually pulled out a chair next to the table and sat down with a half-smile. What a coincidence. Ha! Xinghui laughed as if she were about to cry. Feng Kaicheng was taken aback. Gao Yuan? Gao Yuan then turned his head to examine him closely and nodded in understanding. It's you. Where's your brother? What has he been busy with lately? Xinghui was surprised. What a small world. They actually knew each other. Feng Kaicheng's smile was somewhat shy. Oh, just the usual stuff. And you? How's it going at the hospital? So-so. Feng Kaicheng modestly scratched the back of his head. Hearing this, Xinghui couldn't help but roll her eyes. Feng Kaicheng looked at Xinghui again. Gao Yuan? You guys. He's a good friend I have known since childhood. Xinghui quickly explained, but we haven't seen each other for a long time. It's such a coincidence to run into each other here today. Huh? Oh. Feng Kaicheng's gaze towards Xinghui seemed to carry a hint of admiration. After a while, Gao Yuan habitually crossed his legs and pointed at the two of them. You guys aren't on a blind date, are you? The sound came from Xinghui's nasal cavity. Gao Yuan coughed lightly into his fist to cover up the sly smile at the corner of his mouth. She quietly told him with her eyes, Get lost. Don't meddle. Gao Yuan didn't respond to her words. Instead, he suddenly reached out and tugged at the ends of her hair, speaking in a low voice that Feng Kaicheng could clearly hear. Who gave you permission to cut your hair? Xinghui was stunned for a moment, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Feng Kaicheng, sitting across from her, wore the same expression. Meanwhile, the instigator wore a barely suppressed smirk, as if he had done nothing at all. She stared at him and suddenly realized, Gao Yuan, that damn monkey, just couldn't he stand to see her happy. Finally, a talented young man came along. Even if he was younger than her, even if he was a bit dull on the inside, at least his physique was decent. But this damn monkey just had to make things difficult for her. At this thought, Xinghui raised her eyebrows, glared at him angrily, and coldly replied, None of your damn business. With that, she forcefully shook off his hand, which had been holding the end of her hair, and turned her head away to continue sipping her ice water. Gao Yuan's fingers froze in place for 3 seconds before he nonchalantly rested them on the armrest of the chair, his expression still composed and unruffled, paying no mind to Feng Kaicheng's stunned look beside him. That night, when Xinghui returned home, she felt utterly exhausted. After a week of non-stop busyness, topped off with such a ridiculous blind date, all she wanted was to take a hot shower and collapse in a bed, falling into a deep, thoughtless sleep. She turned on the stereo in the bathroom, and the steam-filled air was soon filled with Bono's raspy, moving voice. See the stones set in your eyes, see the thorn twist in your side. I wait for you sleight of hand and twist of fate on a bed of nails. She makes me wait, and I wait. Without you with, or without you with, or without you through the storm we reach the shore you give it all. But I want more, and I'm waiting for you with, or without you with, or without you I can't live with, or without you. The hot water cascaded over the back of Xinghui's neck, warmth spreading from her spine down to her feet. Amid the roar of the water and Bono's singing, she suddenly felt an overwhelming loneliness, so intense it made her want to scream. It was as if something vital was missing from her life, like a once complete disc that had lost a piece, and then the entire disc had shattered. Now, those fragments were being painstakingly pieced back together, but no matter how hard she tried, they would never form a perfect whole again. Some things, once lost, could never be recovered. At least, that's what she deeply believed at this moment. She closed her eyes, desperately suppressing the urge to scream, and softly hummed along, "I can't live with or without you." Suddenly, the bathroom's glass door was yanked open from the outside. Before Xinghui could even open her eyes, someone shoved her against the wall, the impact sending a sharp pain through her back. She let out a startled cry, only for her mouth to be sealed, not by a hand, but by lips. The scent was so familiar that even before opening her eyes, Xinghui already knew whose hands were gripping her waist. He was still wearing his shirt and jeans, now completely soaked and clinging to his body under the hot water. But he didn't seem to care. He just pressed against her, kissing her fiercely, his hands tight on her waist, his lips relentless, as if trying to pin her to the wall. "Gao Yuan." She weakly pushed at him when he paused for breath, but he immediately captured her lips again. Between the steam and the suffocating kiss, Xinghui felt her brain starved of oxygen, her body going limp. If not for Gao Yuan holding her up, she would have collapsed to the floor. Abruptly, he released her waist and began stripping off his clothes. Xinghui opened her eyes. His pupils were right in front of her, dark and bottomless, as if they could swallow her whole. His movements were lightning fast. In just a second, he had yanked his shirt over his head. She didn't dare look lower, but from the corner of her eye, she saw his jeans and shirt flung into the corner. She felt hot, especially on her face, and he lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, breathing heavily in silence. Then he lifted her, parting her legs. She only had a second to register the way his pupils dilated sharply before he was inside her. They both groaned at the same time. He didn't kiss her again, just stared straight into her eyes as if trying to see right through her. At first, Xinghui glared back defiantly, but soon, her mind grew hazy with desire. In her daze, she could only focus on gripping his shoulders, but more often than not, she was swept away by waves of pleasure, wishing Gao Yuan would move faster. But then Gao Yuan suddenly stopped. He was still inside her, his face flushed with lust, but his gaze was cold. She unconsciously frowned, looking at him in confusion. "Beg me," he ordered. Xinghui only felt like her head was still a jumble of cotton. But a proud instinct made her shake her head. He continued to move silently, this time with even more impact than before. When Xinghui began to feel dizzy again, he stopped once more. "Beg me." Despite gasping for breath, despite his hoarse voice, there was an undeniable authority in his tone. Xinghui looked at him, her chest rising and falling from the exertion, and her expression changed slightly, but she still showed no emotion. The two remained in this stalemate until he seemed to have made up his mind to pull away from her, only to find that her legs were tightly wrapped around his waist, not letting him go. He looked up at her, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then slowly, his cold and frightening expression from the beginning faded away, replaced by a helpless smile. He held her tightly, tried to move a couple of times, and then pressed his forehead against hers, saying, "Beg me. Hurry." This time his tone was not just a command. It was more like coaxing, like a big bad wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood to come to the bed. Xinghui bit her lip, and after he moved a few more times, she finally couldn't help but say, "I beg you." "What do you want to beg for? This guy really knows how to push his luck." Her face flushed red, feeling as if she were about to burn up. "Please take me." Before she could finish her words, Gao Yuan began thrusting wildly inside her like a madman. Naked and utterly exhausted, lying on the bed, the mesmerizing voice of Bono still drifted from the bathroom. In a daze, Xinghui felt a bit puzzled. Why was that song playing on repeat? Had someone accidentally pressed the single loop button? Goosebumps appeared on her skin, and only then did she realize she was cold, so she grabbed the blanket and covered herself. Turning her head, she saw the plateau next to her, resting one hand behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Are you crazy?" With the last bit of her strength, she kicked him a few times, but he didn't react at all. "I'm fucking losing it," he muttered under his breath. His words, unclear as to whom they were directed or what they truly meant, hung in the air. Xinghui stared at the ceiling, just as he did, turning them over in her mind. Suddenly, she turned to look at him and pinched his ear. "Monkey, what is really going on with you?" He turned his head away and didn't look at her, but the fluttering eyelashes on his profile made him seem melancholic. After a while, Gao Yuan said in a hoarse voice, "My mom called me this afternoon. She said, my dad finally agreed to divorce her." Xinghui stared at him in shock, unable to speak. Gao Yuan let out a low sigh. "I thought, after all these years I was used to it. I didn't care anymore." But his voice choked up, and Xinghui couldn't help but lean closer, gently stroking his arm. "But I didn't expect," he continued, his voice laced with a loneliness so palpable it was heartbreaking. "I still feel so sad." Xinghui half sat up, wrapping her arms around him from behind. She softly caressed his forehead and cheeks, murmuring comforting words in a gentle voice. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. It'll be all right. It's only natural that you'd feel this way, but everything will pass. Trust me." He didn't speak, not a single word. He didn't look at her either, but she knew he was crying. This was the first time in over 20 years that she had seen him shed tears. She didn't look at him directly, as if she couldn't bear to see him like this. Suddenly, she felt that even though this wasn't happening to her in this moment, as she held him, her chest pressed against his back, their hearts beating so close together, seemingly in sync, she could almost feel his emotions. Thump, thump. She seemed to understand his pain, to sense his loneliness and sorrow, just as sometimes he too could sense her loneliness and pain. She held him, patting his arm soothingly, the way her mother used to comfort her when she was little. She kissed his ear and his hair, whispering over and over, "It'll be okay. All the bad things will pass." Suddenly, he turned around and pulled her into a tight embrace, burying his face against her chest. She could feel the dampness against her skin, so she gently stroked his hair, kissed his forehead, and said nothing more. That night, they stayed like that, wrapped in each other's arms, inseparable. In the background, the same song played on repeat. With or without you. With or without you. I can't live. With or without you. She couldn't live without him, and he couldn't live without her. But only for tonight. 10:10, Part 4, 1. While waiting for the elevator, Xinghui let out a big yawn. Afterward, she sighed deeply. If only I could stay in bed and sleep in right now. Waking up to the alarm, she realized her arm was completely numb, pinned under the weight of Gao Yuan's 150-pound body. It had almost lost all sensation. But the monkey simply rolled over and fell back into a deep sleep. It seems I really shouldn't have let a man stay overnight. So when she left, she didn't wake him, quietly closing the door while imagining him panicking in a fluster later. The thought made her steps lighten with amusement. You'll be joining the flea market this Saturday, right? Jay suddenly appeared out of nowhere and spoke behind her. Xinghui was startled and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Today, Jay was dressed in all black, with a design that incorporated almost all the trendy elements of the season, making him stand out. What transfer meeting? The elevator has arrived, and Xinghui walks in with the crowd. It's the flea market. Jay gritted his teeth. Star Comet steadied herself in the corner of the elevator, looking at Jay with confusion. Jay tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "You definitely didn't read the email I sent you, did you? You send me so much spam every day that I can't even keep up with deleting it, let alone reading it." Two new employees from the same company were standing nearby and couldn't help but burst into laughter, only to be silenced by Jay's raised eyebrow. Xinghui pretended not to notice and instead looked up at the flickering numbers on the elevator screen. "Well, I'm personally notifying you now. This Saturday afternoon, the company will hold its annual Barter Bazaar flea market, followed by a buffet dinner in the evening," Jay said with a straight face, which Xinghui found somewhat amusing. "Annual? How come I don't remember there being one last year?" She blinked her eyes. Jay also looked up at the numbers flashing on the elevator screen, because this is the first year. Back in the office, as soon as she turned on her computer, Xinghui received a call from Gao Yuan demanding, "Why didn't you wake me up?" She hummed and hawed a few perfunctory words before hanging up. She suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they were just friends with benefits. She didn't have to rack her brains to please him, nor did she have to worry about whether he would be unhappy with anything she did. And she certainly didn't have to think about whether he was sincere or if he had betrayed her. They just needed to be there for each other when it mattered. So she pushed all thoughts of the plateau aside and opened her email to look for the message Jay had sent her about the flea market. As she read, she thought to herself, this was indeed Jay's idea. Only someone with such a meticulous mind would think that something useless to them might be highly sought after by others. That night, when she got home, Xinghui started rummaging through her things to find items that were useless to her. Of course, they had to be presentable. After searching through her 80-square-meter apartment, she realized there was indeed a lot of junk in the house. From an unopened rice cooker, a juicer, an electric stewing pot, to smaller items like a contact lens cleaner that had only been used once or twice, a cartoon phone, and a limited edition piggy bank from a luxury brand. She laid out all the things that had become useless to her on the wool carpet in front of the living room sofa and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. The landline rang several times before she snapped back to reality and rushed to answer the phone. What are you doing? It was from her good friend Jiang Yao, who worked as a corporate lawyer at a large multinational company. She was sorting through things I no longer needed. Xinghui slumped on the sofa, picked at the chipped bright red nail polish on her big toe, and then started looking for nail polish remover and cotton balls. Doesn't tea sound like something you'd do? Xinghui smiled bitterly. In your imagination, am I supposed to live in a pigsty? Not exactly, Jiang Yao paused and said, but it's close enough. Actually, it's to find items for our company's bartering flea market happening this Saturday. So what have you found? Xinghui suddenly became very talkative, bringing up all sorts of things you could hardly imagine. For example, I want to mention the ordinary ones. She picked up a black cube from beside her feet. Have you ever heard of an automatic pencil sharpener? Now I only use twist-up eyebrow pencils and gel eyeliners. So I don't need a pencil sharpener. Well, for you office ladies, it really isn't necessary. But my colleagues and I still have plenty of pencils on our desks, so if we don't have a computer handy, we can sketch on a piece of white paper anytime, anywhere. She explained that a sharpener is essential, and if this sharpener could automatically sharpen pencils, how convenient would that be? You just have to put the pencil in the round hole, right? You don't have to twist it yourself? Sounds really cool. Exactly. Xinghui said excitedly. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's really cool. You stick an ugly pencil into the round hole, and when you take it out, it has a perfectly sharpened tip. So what went wrong? Perhaps due to her profession, Jiang Yao's personality is more practical than superficial. Xinghui picked up that cool black box and examined it closely, as if she could still see a bit of the wood shavings left from before. This automatic pencil sharpener has a USB interface, which means it has to be plugged into a computer to work. And if we have a computer handy, we would just open the drawing software on it, pull up a template, fill in various numbers and colors, and a sketch would be quickly completed. Who still needs to draw with a pencil on paper? Isn't it a bit useless? Indeed. I have a lot of things like that. Xinghui shrugged. Like chargers that need to be charged beforehand, light-sensing flashlights, non-waterproof rain boots, abacus calculators, and so on. Jiang Yao, on the other end of the phone, was silent for a while before saying, are we really living in the same era? Why have I never heard of those things you mentioned? Ha! Xinghui laughed happily. Hearing you say that makes me feel like, even though my home is cluttered with useless products, I'm still at the forefront of trends. Jiang Yao paused for a second and then said in a logical tone, is there any causal relationship between useless products and being at the forefront of trends? No, she could only answer reluctantly. By the way, do you, the trendsetter, have any useless clothes or accessories to let go of? She immediately jumped up a lot. The 80-square-meter small apartment was originally a 2-bedroom layout, but she forcibly turned the guest room into an open wardrobe, perhaps due to her professional habits. No matter how messy the rest of the house is, the wardrobe is always organized and tidy. Several times when Jay saw it, he couldn't help but marvel. Xinghui stood in front of the cabinet, searching through it grid by grid. I have many things that have only been used once and never had a chance to be used again. Like what? A Venetian mask from a masquerade ball. As she spoke, she picked up a gorgeous eye mask encrusted with rhinestones, with several green feathers on it, very vintage. Save it for your 40th birthday. Jiang Yao comforted her. I've been wanting a vintage briefcase lately. I have one. Xinghui immediately visualized a bag in her mind. She remembered buying it many years ago when she was studying in New York, spending a month's worth of tips from working in a CAF. She loved that bag, but could never find the right clothes to match it. Many times before going out, She would stand in front of the mirror with the bag on her back, turning around and around, but in the end, she would give up and put it back. Over time, she finally accepted the reality. This bag was not suitable for her. However, when she returned from New York, it was still neatly packed in its dust bag. After several moves over the years, this bag remained in the corner of her closet, but it was never forgotten. She searched for a while and finally found the dark orange dust bag, which used to be a very bright orange. Every time she looked at this dust bag, she felt happy, as if the obsession hidden deep in her heart had been carefully wrapped. But today, when Jiang Yao mentioned it, she suddenly thought happily, if this bag could find a suitable owner, then it wouldn't be in vain for her to have yearned for it for so many years but never obtained it. In this sense, she was also a broad-minded person, of course, only from this point of view. Wait, I'll send it to you right away. Xinghui took the bag out of the dust bag, took a picture with her phone, and then sent it to Jiang Yao. After a while, Jiang Yao said on the phone, "So beautiful, just the kind I like. It must not be cheap, right?" Xinghui didn't answer, just happily said, "Worth it. No matter how expensive, it's worth it. But what will I use to trade with you?" Jiang Yao sounded a bit deflated. Actually, from the beginning, Xinghui never thought about trading anything with her, but hearing Jiang Yao's somewhat troubled voice on the phone, she suddenly decided to tease her. So she deliberately said in a playful tone, "Well, you better think carefully. I can't find this bag anywhere even if I have money." Unexpectedly, Jiang Yao took it seriously and said she should think carefully. Xinghui wanted to say she was joking, but her phone rang. It was Jay calling, so she told Jiang Yao to talk later and hung up. Jay still spoke in that lazy tone, and those who just met him would inevitably find him a bit strange. "Did you find the stuff?" "A lot," she said. "I didn't expect to have so many useless things piled up at home." "I guess so." He was not surprised. Xinghui put the bag back into the dust bag. But this time she didn't put it back in the corner of the closet because she knew it would soon have a new owner. So she started looking for a new, prominent spot for it in the wardrobe. After looking for a long time, she found only one compartment on the top shelf. So she stood on tiptoe to place the bag there, but unexpectedly lost her balance. Not only did she not place it properly, but she also pulled down the cloth bag that was originally in that compartment. She stumbled back a few steps, but finally steadied herself. "What's wrong?" Jay asked from the phone. "Nothing." She patted her chest and then went to pick up the fallen cloth bag. Just as her fingers touched the bag's opening, she suddenly froze. "Lu Xinghui?" Jay, noticing she hadn't spoken for a long time, asked curiously. Xinghui sighed, squatting in front of the cloth bag. "Guess what I found? A thing that will never be useful again." She paused, but didn't know how to discard it. "What?" "A wedding dress," she said. "The one I wore 3 years ago when I got married. Designed by your master, too." After saying that, she was surprised herself at how light-hearted her tone was. As if it were someone else's thing, someone else's story. Jay didn't dare to respond. For so many years, they had been close friends, and he was often outspoken, but some matters were still like fish bones stuck in the throat, and no one dared to pull them out. After a long while, Jay finally said, "Just bring all the useless things to trade. You might have unexpected gains." Xinghui forced a smile, kicked the bag containing the wedding dress to the corner of the wardrobe, and didn't mention it again. Instead, she returned to the living room and repeated to Jay about the useless products spread on the carpet. "I really didn't realize it. My life has been surrounded by useless things," she exclaimed a bit exaggeratedly. Jay chuckled a few times and calmly replied, "And useless friends with benefits." Xinghui froze for a moment, not expecting Jay to say that. Isn't it true? Being infatuated with someone's body, but having no interest in their soul. The handsome yet fickle face of a plateau appeared in Xinghui's mind, wondering what that monkey would think upon hearing this. Then she suddenly recalled that boring young doctor from last night. He seemed to have said something similar. What did he say? "Can you love just my body and not care about my soul?" I can't remember, but that's not important. What's important is, what is the relationship between body and soul? Do they have to be connected? For some reason, Xinghui is a bit annoyed. Not sure if it's because of Jay, the plateau, that little doctor, or herself. "I used to think that the body changes. No matter how good the face and figure are, in the end, it's just a shell. But now I feel that compared to the body, the soul is even more changeable. It might take 3 months for the waist to go from 1.9 to 2.3 feet, but from love to indifference, From passionate to heartless, it can happen in less than 3 minutes. Jay was left speechless by her. So compared to the soul, I now find the body more reliable. After saying this, she hung up the phone abruptly. She rarely acted so rudely, especially since Jay hadn't scolded her or harmed her. He just said a few things she didn't want to hear. But the call ended, and it was over. She stared blankly at her phone screen and finally sighed deeply. Throwing it aside, she went to the kitchen and took out the last can of cold beer, downing it in one go. It was that cold and shivering sensation again, as if her whole body had turned to stone. But she liked that feeling. The next morning, Xinghui went to the fast food restaurant across from the office building to buy 2 hearty breakfasts, one of which was meant to apologize to Jay. She stood downstairs and pretended to run into him when she saw Jay. Here, she shoved the paper bag with the breakfast into Jay's hands and quickly dashed into the elevator. Then at noon, Jay, as usual, chatted and laughed with her during lunch. In fact, she was grateful to him. As both a superior and a friend, he was very tolerant of her, no matter what identity he held. While crossing the street, a gust of autumn wind blew, and Xinghui took a quick step to grab Jay's arm, walking side by side with him. Hey, how about I introduce you to some men? Jay stopped suddenly and looked at her, regardless of standing in the middle of the road. Really? Are there suitable ones for me? Not at the moment, Xinghui had to answer reluctantly, receiving a big eye roll from Jay. The two continued walking, and she said in an incredibly sincere tone, I will help you find someone, I swear. Jay turned his head to look at her and finally smiled helplessly. So she smiled back, with a hint of mischief mixed with apology. Jay pouted and said in a spoiled tone, You should take care of your own chicken rib relationship first. After the woman beneath him let out a low moan filled with desire, the plateau felt he was about to explode, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. Lu Xinghui's skin was beautiful, nothing like the skin of a woman over 30 that he had imagined. Perhaps she rarely wore heavy makeup, or perhaps she was naturally beautiful and well-maintained. In any case, he loved the matte sheen of her skin under the moonlight at night, as if it were covered in a layer of silver glitter. Her arms weakly wrapped around his shoulders, while her legs tightly clamped around his waist. Although it was a bit strenuous to move like this, he really enjoyed the feeling. Why are you so quiet today? He gasped, not slowing down at all. What do you want me to say? She half opened her eyes, her gaze dreamy, giving a sense of conquerable satisfaction. Her question caught the plateau off guard. Indeed. What did he want her to say? Xinghui pinched him, as if reminding him not to get distracted. He felt inexplicably like laughing, but it was a bitter laugh. He leaned down to kiss her cheek and lips, while dominantly saying, Just like last time, say you want me. She let out a muffled sound, possibly due to his actions or his kiss, and then continued to remain silent. After a long while, she finally spoke, Isn't that obvious? Hearing her say this, he suddenly thrust in her a few times, and then came. They were both panting from exhaustion. But the plateau couldn't help but think about how to make her talk. She was unusually quiet today, as if she had something on her mind. When they first started their friends with benefits arrangement, she often seemed burdened with thoughts, but later, as they got closer, she gradually relaxed. In fact, he was just like her, only he didn't show it as obviously, because he thought if he had been tense from the beginning, it would be even more awkward between them. What are you thinking about? He lay on her, letting all his weight rest on her. She murmured instinctively, probably not really hearing what he said. After a while, she suddenly exclaimed, So heavy, I can't breathe. He found it funny and quickly rolled over to lie beside her. But he was even more certain that she had something on her mind, just as she seemed to know when he had something on his mind. You know, she said, Jay said our kind of friends with benefits relationship is actually just a chicken rib. He instinctively wanted to refute, but after a few seconds, he felt there was nothing to argue about. He said that a relationship without a soul, only a body, was like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. The plateau lay flat like Lu Xinghui, staring at the ceiling, not knowing what to say. So he remained silent. But the soul, she continued, as if not caring whether he responded, Is it really that important? What exactly is the soul? It changes so quickly. How can you capture someone's soul? He thought that she was mixing up the definitions of soul and heart, or that she didn't want to understand it all. After saying so much, it was still a kind of, what was that term? Post-traumatic stress reaction? Her heart was still hurt. The wound had not healed. Sometimes it looked fine, but in reality, it wasn't. So from time to time, when she accidentally touched that wound, it would hurt again. Now it was making him feel a bit of pain too, as if he had a wound in his heart. Damn it, what the hell? He pulled her over with his arm, gritting his teeth and saying, Lu Xinghui, can you be a bit professional? When you're with me, don't think about other things. It distracts me too. Even though he pulled her into his embrace, they still maintained their original lying position. Xinghui sighed softly, then surprisingly obediently replied, Oh, got it. But the plateau was still not satisfied. He would rather she argue back, rather she scold him a few times, than see this heavy-hearted, lifeless Lu Xinghui. Stop thinking about random things. You're really annoying like this, he said, feeling a bit anxious. In fact, he wanted to say, Stop thinking about that scumbag Xinghui. Since it makes you unhappy, why torture yourself like this? She still remained silent. After a while, she said in a spoiled tone, Monkey, I'm hungry. You didn't eat dinner? He looked at the clock on the wall. It was only 9:30. Not yet time for a midnight snack. I did, but I'm hungry again. She blinked. Exercise consumes energy. He looked at her, both amused and exasperated. You just lie there. Okay, it's me who's consuming energy. She seemed to accept his reasoning, so she began to ponder why just lying there would make her hungry. After pondering for a long time and finding no answer, she gave up and shook her head. Anyway, I'm hungry. The plateau handed her his phone. Find a takeaway number yourself. She really called to order chicken wings, and after placing the order, she started to play with his phone. Or rather, looking at what was on his phone. Is this checking up on me? He didn't intend to take it back, just asked. Not really, she answered while looking. I'm not your girlfriend. What are you doing? Improving understanding between friends. She answered smoothly and pompously. He rolled his eyes. It's just gossip, really. She flipped to the day Xiaoyun got married and saw a photo of him and Melinda, saying, Oh, actually looking at it this way, you two seem quite matched. She's too young. That's just right for you. Men like young girls, right? By the time you reach 40, she should be about as old as I am now. Able to satisfy your vanity. I'm afraid the one who won't be satisfied then will be her. Gao Yuan's words were double-edged. Then you can keep a toy boy for her. I must have been shot in the head. She laughed heartily and continued looking at photos. As she was looking, she suddenly said, I wonder what I'll be like by then. He looked at her smooth forehead and said, You should. Have wrinkles on your face, your breasts will start to sag, and your but 1 TB is perky. She gave a wry smile, seeming not to mind what he said at all. She just sighed softly. I wonder if the person sleeping next to me will be a very old man. Gao Yuan was stunned. Isn't it me? She gave him a sidelong glance. You're already married to Melinda. How can we still be together, Gao Yuan? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. If you have an affair, I'll look down on you. He felt the 3 black lines appear above his head again. Who said I was going to marry Melinda? You have to get married eventually. She said in a tone that suggested it was a given, not even looking at him, and it's best to marry a younger girl. Easier to manage and good for childbirth. You really think ahead for me, he huffed. No need to be polite. We've known each other for over 20 years. She said with a sweet smile. He felt an impulse to pinch her. If it weren't for the delivery arriving, Gao Yuan suspected he might actually act on it. A big bucket of chicken wings was quickly devoured by them, and Lu Xinghui looked at him with a puzzled and accusing gaze. Aren't you not hungry? He raised his eyebrows, grabbed another wing, and started eating. After they were full, they lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Xinghui patted her belly and said, Gao Yuan, we can't keep going like this. He was taken aback and turned to look at her. For some reason, when she said that, he wasn't surprised at all, as if he had known for a long time that one day one of them would say this. Though he hadn't considered when or how it would be said. But at that moment, her sudden remark made him a bit dazed. He didn't know what she would say next, nor how to continue. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Lu Xinghui turned to look at him, her expression serious. He felt as if he could hear her voice saying, Let us stop here, let us not meet again. Her face was so gentle enough that he couldn't argue back. Let us stop here, Lu Xinghui really said. We can't do this so late anymore. She said seriously, After doing this, I'll be hungry, and when I'm hungry, I want to eat a late-night snack, either chicken wings or ribs or ice cream. If this continues, I'll get fat. He looked at her, suddenly realizing what she was saying was different from what he had expected. But he still couldn't find the words to respond. Did you hear me? She glared at him. For some reason, Gao Yuan let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Oh, he nodded, and after a while, he suddenly flipped over and pressed down on her, half smiling and half serious, saying, "There's another way. After eating a good late-night snack, we can do it again to burn off all the calories we just consumed." After saying that, before Lu Xinghui could react, he seriously began to implement it. On Wednesday night, after work, Gao Yuan went straight to the nightclub to meet Dong Yun, who surprisingly brought along a group of men and women, not sure if they were clients or company subordinates, totaling over a dozen or 20, making quite a scene. "I thought it was just us two." He found an opportunity to whisper in Dong Yun's ear. "If it were just us two, would I invite you here?" Amidst the loud dance music, Dong Yun shouted in his ear. Gao Yuan rubbed his ear, thinking that was true. "Do you want me to introduce you to a girl?" Dong Yun asked again. Although he spoke loudly, it seemed that no one around them heard what he was saying. Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow, pointing at himself. "Do I need you to introduce someone?" Dong Yun nodded. "That's true, but I'm just afraid you'll step on a landmine." Gao Yuan ignored him and began to scan the women present. Those with obvious boyfriends were immediately excluded. Those who seemed difficult to deal with didn't interest him, and those he felt would be hard to shake off didn't have his energy, so in the end, only 3 remained. He thought for a moment and sat down next to the youngest girl. "Are you a client of Dong Yun's or a colleague at his company or something?" Gao Yuan shouted. The young girl had long black curly hair, reminiscent of Lu Xinghui before she cut her hair, and with her oval face, she looked both spirited and dignified. "What did you say?" The girl looked at him. He repeated himself loudly and unexpectedly saw Dong Yun sitting next to him making exaggerated eye gestures, looking like he was the big brother who could handle the whole place. But what Gao Yuan didn't expect was to get this response from the young girl. "Who is Dong Yun?" Someone nearby couldn't hold back anymore. Gao Yuan secretly laughed in his heart, then looked up at the fresh-faced girl. "It's nothing. Just pretend I didn't ask anything. What is your name?" "Zhu." He nodded and extended his hand. Gao Yuan. The girl looked down at his hand, then at his expression, and burst out laughing. "You're so cheesy." Now, it was Gao Yuan who couldn't hold back. They chatted aimlessly for a while, and Gao Yuan finally decided to give up. Who said young girls were easy to manage and good for childbirth? That Lu Xinghui was just playing him after taking a break. Gao Yuan moved to sit next to another woman who looked to be about his age. Gao Yuan, perhaps lacking the initial enthusiasm, introduced himself as soon as he sat down. "Liang Jianfei." The other party nodded generously. He then saw someone making exaggerated eye gestures at him again, but he pretended not to see and pointed at that person, asking Liang Jianfei, "You know him, right?" "Yes, the one who pays my salary every month." "Great." He decided to tease his friend. "Have you ever seen him with a goatee, wearing yellow beach shorts, being tossed into the air by a girl weighing 150 kilograms? Him?" Liang Jianfei's expression was like Columbus discovering a new continent. "With a goatee?" Gao Yuan nodded. "Wearing yellow beach shorts?" Gao Yuan raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Being tossed into the air by a girl weighing 150 kilograms? Gao Yuan smiled and raised his eyebrows, nodding. "I've really never seen that." She put on a charming expression. "Then give me your phone number, and I'll send it to you." Liang Jianfei immediately took out her phone, muttering, "I've only seen him naked, hugging a man and kissing." Gao Yuan's eyes went wide in shock, his expression more astonished than Columbus discovering a new continent. What? Liang Jianfei was about to continue when suddenly a man squeezed between them, then turned to her and calmly asked, "When and where did you see that?" Liang Jianfei blinked. At this year's annual meeting, the whole company saw it. "How come I didn't see it?" The man's forehead seemed to have 3 black lines. "Huh, if you had seen it, it would have been a ghost. If I hadn't held you back, you would have almost stripped off your clothes and rushed up to join them in a madness. You were shouting I'm not drunk back then." The black lines on the man's forehead kept drooping. At this moment, Gao Yuan no longer cared about the irrelevant stranger in front of him, but struggled to lean out his head and ask, "Do you have photos?" "Yes." Liang Jianfei nodded generously and then started fiddling with his phone. "What's your phone number?" "I'll send it to you." "The photo you mentioned earlier, send that to me too." Just as the two were excitedly about to exchange phone numbers, they suddenly felt an overwhelming cloud above their heads, making it hard to breathe, so they both looked up at the same time. They saw Dong Yun and the stranger who had squeezed in among them, standing there like two dark mountains, making one shiver involuntarily. Ah! Gao Yuan and Liang Jianfei both made that sound at the same time. Liang Jianfei, it's getting late, we should go home. The stranger pretended to check his wrist, but there was no watch on it at all. Oh! Before the words fell, she was pulled away. Seeing the situation was lost. Gao Yuan pretended to be nonchalant and put away his phone, smiling at Dong Yun. The latter sat down beside him and patted his shoulder. Second junior brother. The big senior brother has a small question. Didn't you swear to delete that photo when you lost the last bet? Ah, yes. Gao Yuan picked up the glass in front of him and took a sip. Then how is it still there? This, he thought for a moment. Actually, it was deleted. I just lied about having such a photo to flirt with girls. Dong Yun raised an eyebrow, and Gao Yuan gave a perfunctory smile. Dong Yun didn't say anything else, just curled the corner of his mouth and said, "This girl is not someone you could just flirt with." Yes, yes. He quickly shifted the topic. Who knew she was already taken? Next time if I flirt with someone I shouldn't, big senior brother. You must give me a heads up in advance to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. After saying this, his eyes turned, and he quickly pulled over the seemingly safest card next to him. Right, Xiao Jiadong? Xiao Jiadong was suddenly pulled over by him, a bit confused. Gao Yuan was relieved that he had successfully changed the subject, but unexpectedly, when he turned his head, he saw Dong Yun's warning gaze. This one won't work either? He sighed. Why did he invite him to play a ghost? Dong Yun didn't respond, just said with a calm expression, I don't like my friends getting too involved with my subordinates. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes and glared at him. Just go ahead and talk. Dong Yun calmly shot back with his eyes. Mind your own business. Xiao Jiadong, who had been clueless all along, looked at Gao Yuan and then at Dong Yun, looking bewildered. After hastily saying goodbye to Dong Yun and returning home, Gao Yuan suddenly didn't feel like sleeping at all. So after taking a shower, he sat alone on the sofa in the living room playing games. This was his favorite thing to do when he was alone, and he even lost 2 relationships because he neglected his girlfriend due to his love for gaming. From this perspective, the advantages of being a friend with benefits were immediately evident. There was no need to constantly appease the other person. They could enjoy themselves when together, but could also have their own time and space when apart, making life much easier and freer. In the words of that guy, Lu Xinghui, not having to take responsibility is just too damn great. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This should be his line, right? How'd she end up saying it? His fingers were still desperately moving the game controller when his phone rang. And Lu Xinghui's face on the screen looked a bit scary with a grin. TSK, is she a worm in my stomach? How come every time I mention something, she shows up? Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything after 9 at night? He picked up the phone and said. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before he heard Jay's sarcastic voice. What are you doing? Gao Yuan felt like he had been hit on the head with a blunt object, doing prayers. We are all devout believers. Jay cleared his throat. It's like this, I just asked Xinghui if we should invite you to the flea market this Saturday, and she told me to ask you myself. What market? Job hopping market? It's the flea market. Jay corrected him, mainly for trading goods. You can bring anything useless you have and exchange it for something you want, but we don't accept junk. Gao Yuan thought for a moment and then said, Why me? Because I think if it's all our own company people participating, then the exchange will just be the same old stuff. So I asked everyone to bring family or friends along. Oh, he didn't really have a concept yet. Okay, I don't have any plans this Saturday. Then it's settled. Prepare for it in the next couple of days. Jay's voice sounded inexplicably cheerful, as if he had won a lottery, which made Gao Yuan feel like he had fallen into a pit of fire. Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence on the other end, Lu Xinghui's voice came. Gao Yuan, you really have no principles. Why is it that whenever Jay calls you, you just agree? Her tone sounded like she was pouting. What else can I do? He was confused by her. After a few back-and-forth arguments between Xinghui and Jay, she finally said, Fine. The truth is Jay told me to invite you. And I said, unless I tell you there are many beautiful women in our company, you definitely won't come. He said he didn't believe it. So we made a bet. Now I lost. Gao Yuan was both amused and exasperated. What did you lose? A precious opportunity. He frowned. I have to agree at the flea market to trade anything I have for anything I want, whether I like it or not. He sighed in relief in his heart. Those useless things you want to trade were meant to be exchanged anyway, right? That said, who likes to trade one useless thing for another? This is all your fault, she yelled, just like when he borrowed her new eraser when they were kids and ended up losing it. Fine, it's all my fault then, he replied perfunctorily. If you don't like what he trades you, I can trade my stuff with you. Anyway, it's all junk. It's pretty much the same for me. Who wants that junk of yours at home? It's either a game console or a sports star card. I'd rather keep Jay's stuff. At the same time, Jay's voice came through, saying she was a smart girl. Are you done yet? Gao Yuan was a bit annoyed. If you keep bothering me, I won't come. Lu Xinghui was silent for a few seconds before softly saying, then you should still come. Gao Yuan hummed in response and hung up. This girl always had a way of getting on his nerves instantly, sometimes with a word, sometimes with an action, and sometimes just a look. He didn't understand why she was only obedient in bed, letting him have his way. But as soon as they got out of bed, she turned into a prickly porcupine. And even the slightest touch could upset her. What kind of personality is this? For some reason, he suddenly recalled the scene 3 years ago when he attended her wedding. She wore a creamy white wedding dress, enveloped in a gentle glow that made her unforgettable. What had she gone through to become the person she was now? He let out a long sigh, got up to grab a can of beer from the fridge, and sat down on the sofa, drinking while playing games. As he was playing, he suddenly threw the controller onto the sofa and glared at the ceiling in frustration. Damn it, why am I thinking about her in bed again? I might as well not sleep. Early Saturday morning, Gao Yuan was awakened by the ringing of his phone, struggling to lift his hungover head. He searched for a while by his pillow before finally finding his phone. Hello, I'm downstairs at your place in 10 minutes. Lu Xinghui's voice sounded like a determined queen. Oh, he groaned. Does it have to be this early? I got home at 2 last night. No way. The queen shouted on the other end of the line. If you're late, there won't be good spots. You're not going to see a Sting concert. Why do you need a good spot? I give you 10 minutes to get dressed and come downstairs with your stuff. The queen decided not to waste more time. Gao Yuan pressed the end call button and turned over to continue sleeping. However, 20 minutes later, when he was yanked out of bed by Lu Xinghui pulling his ear, he couldn't help but smile anymore. In the end, they were indeed late and only got a spot in a corner, which made Xinghui furious enough to pinch the fat on his waist. Okay, stop it. So many people are watching, he pleaded, dodging her hand. Xinghui started setting up her stall, and she even brought a carpet to lay on the ground. She brought 3 large boxes, while Gao Yuan only had 1 bag. Women really know how to spend money. He couldn't help but sigh. If they didn't spend money recklessly, they wouldn't be women, she said while taking things out of the cardboard boxes. Women are also good at making excuses. If they didn't make excuses, they wouldn't be women. She continued shaking her head. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes. Women are also good at arguing. If they couldn't argue, they wouldn't be women. He deliberately mimicked her emphasis and said in unison with her. Lu Xinghui looked at him and laughed, looking very pretty. She reached out to mess up his already slightly messy hair. Oh, my boy, it seems you're starting to understand women a bit. Very good beginning. He swatted her hand away and turned to carry her other 2 boxes. There were a lot of people today, which surprised Gao Yuan. He originally thought it was just a small internal event for their company, but when he arrived at the venue, he found that such a large venue was actually a bit crowded. What excited him was that there were indeed many beautiful women from the fashion company, each with a hot figure and alluring gaze. If the lights were turned off, he would almost think he was in a top nightclub. Gao Yuan carried 2 cardboard boxes towards Lu Xinghui and saw her surrounded by several tall men and women. She was greeting them and even doing cheek kisses in a very Western manner. Hey, she waved when she saw him approaching. I was just wondering why you took so long. Didn't you see? There were too many people, he replied irritably. She shrugged and smiled at the young people beside her, introducing him. This is my friend, Gao Yuan, a financial talent who loves playing games and collecting NBA star cards. If you want game consoles or star cards later, you can find him. Gao Yuan felt a bit awkward when he heard her say that, but still showed a friendly smile. The young friends had varying expressions. Some were shy, some were cool. And after greeting him, they left. These are all my exclusive models, my muses. Do you see that guy in yellow pants? I love his butt. Xinghui took a cardboard box from his hands, placed it on the ground, and began to fiddle with it. Gao Yuan glanced at her disdainfully. What good does a waist that thin do? She had no words to retort. Who told you I brought game consoles and star cards? He He squatted down, idly watching her. Aren't they? She paused. What else do you have besides these? That's right. I do like playing game consoles and collecting star cards. He raised his eyebrows. But you guys are having a waste exchange today. Why would I bring my favorite things to trade? As she arranged the items, she asked, So what did you bring? He thought for a moment. A few bottles of perfume, a tie I don't use, a phone I won at the bank's annual meeting, and some unopened handkerchiefs and scarves. Lu Xinghui stopped and looked at him, sighed. Let me guess, apart from that phone from the annual meeting, aren't the rest gifts from your girlfriends? Gao Yuan thought carefully and replied, Not all of them are from girlfriends. Xinghui rolled her eyes dramatically and decided to ignore him, continuing to set up her stall. What is this? Gao Yuan picked up a silver pen-like object and asked. A light-sensitive flashlight. He frowned. How do you use it? Xinghui smiled perfunctorily, saying, Put it under the light, and it will light up. What if there is no light? Then it won't light up, she answered confidently. Then what use is it to me? He was stunned. That's why I was brought here today. Even when she was being perfunctory, she could still smile beautifully. You dare to criticize me? He also started setting up a stall. At least the things I brought have practical value. Look at you. What kind of messy stuff do you have? Xinghui ignored him and started humming a tune to herself. Is that perfume up for trade? Suddenly, a girl's voice timidly asked. Gao Yuan didn't expect someone to inquire so quickly, so he followed her gaze and picked up a bottle of pink perfume. This one? Of course. I have a 90 new tablet, it's not an Apple, and a brand new portable DVD player. Would you like to trade that bottle of perfume for one of those? Of course, Gao Yuan could never refuse a beautiful woman, especially since this was a bottle of perfume that was useless to him. Even if he only traded it for a pack of napkins, it would be fine. Can I have the DVD player? Okay. The beautiful girl happily handed him a machine. I've only opened it to look, never used it. The manual and warranty card are all inside. Gao Yuan smiled as he handed her the perfume and took the DVD player, suddenly thinking that this flea market was not bad. After the beauty left, just as he was about to open the box, he suddenly heard Lu Xinghui say in a very gloomy voice, Is that perfume the one you found in the second compartment of the hanging cabinet next to the bathroom mirror? Gao Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Yeah, how did you know? Because that was mine. Lu Xinghui said word by word, gritting her teeth. I forgot it at your place last week. Her gaze was terrifying. That was a super limited edition. Only 500 globally. I had someone help me buy it. Gao Yuan, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, she really reached out to choke his neck. Calm down, calm down. In terms of strength, she posed no threat to him, and he easily pried her hand away, trying to persuade her to calm down. Oh, looks like your relationship is quite good. Just as they were entangled, Jay's sarcastic voice suddenly appeared in their ears. The two then stopped their actions. Did you bring the stuff? Jay asked Xinghui. She looked at him with a somewhat complicated expression. After a few seconds, she turned around to rummage through the cardboard box and finally took out a large bag, handing it to Jay. Jay took the bag and opened it. Don't. Xinghui seemed to want to stop him, but it was already too late. Jacob took out a milky white wedding dress from the bag. The sharp-eyed Gao Yuan suddenly remembered that this was the one Xinghui wore at her wedding. Jay carefully looked at the exquisitely crafted dress, and then, like an antique shop owner who had finished inspecting goods, quickly stuffed the dress back in and handed Xinghui a piece of paper. This is my item list. You pick first. Xinghui hesitated for a moment, but still took it, and after reading it, immediately said, H. Agendaz gift voucher. Jay was clearly taken aback and said, Are you sure? That is only worth 1,000 yuan. I have plenty of things on my list that are more expensive than this. Like this. Herm S. silk scarf. And this, MMJ's new style glasses-shaped backpack. No, I just want the gift voucher, Xinghui said firmly. Jay helplessly pouted and wrote a few words on the list, muttering, All right, the gift voucher has a new owner now. After Jay left, Xinghui suddenly became very quiet, losing the playful energy she had with Gao Yuan earlier. Even a queen has her moments of retreat. All right, at most I'll reimburse you for the perfume. For some reason, Gao Yuan couldn't stand seeing her in such a desolate state. Xinghui lowered her eyes, sorting through the items in the box, and didn't pay him any attention for a long time. He didn't want to make things awkward for himself, but still stood beside her, watching her organize. After a while, Lu Xinghui suddenly bit her lip and said, "All you think about is money, money, money. I tell you, there are things in this world that cannot be bought with money." He looked at her, speechless. Once it's gone, it's gone. She took out a tin box, trying to open it, but couldn't get it open no matter what. Still, she stubbornly tried to pry at the edges of the tin box, searching but unable to retrieve it. You can't go back to the past. Do you understand? Gao Yuan frowned and said sharply, "Lu Xinghui, enough already. Don't take this as an excuse." She didn't retort after being scolded by him. "Aren't you just unhappy because of Xinghui? What does that have to do with me? Why are you taking it out on me? Is it not okay to take it out on you? If I can't take it out on you, what kind of friend are you?" She became completely unreasonable. No, he also became stubborn. "You can take out your anger on me because of the perfume, but you can't take it out on me because of Xinghui. You, how old are you? You can't even tell good from bad. Why are you still thinking about that scum? Every time you act all pitiful. Isn't it annoying?" Xinghui showed an angry expression. "You're not allowed to call him scum." This completely angered Gao Yuan. "I damn well call him scum. He is a scumbag. If he is scum, then what am I? What does it make me if I marry a scum?" She widened her eyes. You're an idiot." After saying that, Gao Yuan grabbed the back of her head and leaned down to kiss her. The moment he kissed her, he saw her wide, bewildered eyes, and suddenly realized where he was, but he couldn't care less. He only felt that he needed to teach Lu Xinghui a lesson with this kiss. He couldn't stand the way she looked every time she mentioned Xinghui, her sadness twisting her brows, making him furious. Her expression was so rigid. Even her tongue was stiff. Gao Yuan tangled with her for a while, feeling like he was kissing an inflatable doll, though he had never kissed one, and couldn't help but want to laugh. So he let go of her and found she was still staring at him with those bewildered wide eyes. He reached out to pat her face, bemused. Could it be? Jay held a stack of gift vouchers, mouth agape in shock, pointing at Gao Yuan and saying, "You're that sick friend?" Because it was a bit stuffy, the window was cracked open, and the autumn night breeze blew through the gap, brushing against Gao Yuan's sweaty back, making him shiver slightly, but not opening the window was really hot. This contradictory relationship was somewhat similar to the one he had with a woman beneath him named Lu Xinghui. How to say it was, knowing that it wasn't good for his physical and mental health, but he couldn't bear to let go. So hot. Her hair stuck to her sweaty forehead, and the orange glow of the bedside lamp illuminated her cheeks, shoulders, and chest, creating a strange light and shadow. "Don't talk." As he commanded, he lowered his head to kiss her, his movements on his waist slowing down slightly. "Didn't you ask me last time why wasn't talking?" She pushed him away, laughing. When she smiled like that, he couldn't say a word, only knew to rush forward desperately. The night wind made his feet feel a little cold, and Gao Yuan casually pulled the bedsheet over their bodies. They lay flat on the bed like countless times after a battle, staring at the ceiling. "Do you know why I wanted to exchange for the gift voucher?" Suddenly, Xinghui asked. Gao Yuan was silent for a moment before nodding. "I know. You know?" She turned her head to look at his profile. He didn't look at her, saying, "Because no matter what you exchange it for, every time you see in the future, you will always think, this thing was exchanged for with my wedding dress. It will always remind you of that thing, that event, that person, always, always in your heart. Am I right?" After saying that, he turned his head to look at her, finding her a bit surprised. "Right." She couldn't refute. Gao Yuan smiled bitterly and slapped her forehead, but she never thought that once it was exchanged for the gift voucher, every time she saw that ice cream shop in the future, she would also think of that thing, that event, that person. The key to the problem isn't what was exchanged, but whether she has truly let go deep down. But Gao Yuan let out a long sigh. This didn't seem to have anything to do with his useless lover. He just needed to enjoy this useless relationship well. Right? 13.5, Part 1. "Boss, do you want to have afternoon tea? We're ordering now." Gao Yuan looked up at his secretary and instinctively refused. "No, thank you. I don't have the habit of having afternoon tea." The secretary shrugged. "The milk tea Three Brothers from that milk tea shop is very good." Gao Yuan found it amusing. "Milk tea what? Three Brothers?" "Well, it's actually just adding pearls, pudding, and grass jelly to the milk tea." Gao Yuan frowned, unable to tell if he was smiling, and after considering for 2 seconds, he said, "Then give me 3 cups, but can I have them delivered to different places? The secretary seemed to have 3 black lines appear on her forehead, but still forced a smile. Okay, I'll give it a try. I'll treat everyone. He generously took out his wallet and pulled out 2 bills. Is this enough? If not, take more from me. After saying that, he wrote down 2 names and addresses on a piece of notepaper and handed it to the secretary. An hour later, while he was focused on market data, the milk tea 3 brothers arrived. After reviewing the data analysis, Gao Yuan picked up the receiver, connecting to the other 2 phones. Did you receive the afternoon tea I treated you to? He inserted the straw into the sealed cup, looking at the black and yellow jelly-like substance inside, unsure whether to drink it. So it's you. Lu Xinghui's voice sounded, not sure if she was happy or disappointed, but it seemed she was drinking. Honestly, I would never have guessed that this milk tea 3 brothers was ordered by you. Oh, you know this name? Gao Yuan expressed shock. He had ordered it because he found the name silly. Milk tea what? 3 brothers? Dong Yun asked, echoing his previous thoughts. And her tone sounded equally incredulous. Why can I know? Lu Xinghui retorted, then said, Hi, Dong Yun. Xinghui. Dong Yun's voice always sounds very refined at first listen. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Very well. And you? Not bad. That's good. When is Xiang Feng's next book coming out? Last time I heard Jiadong say it should be before the end of next month. Could you give me a signed copy when it's released? No problem. I didn't know you were also a fan of his books. Who says otherwise? Xinghui said. He's so talented and incredibly charming. Dong Yun smiled and said, If I had known, I should have invited you to the bar the other night. Xiang Feng was there too. Really? She excitedly shouted on the other end of the phone. Hey. The plateau that has been left out for a long time finally couldn't help but interrupt. Do you think I don't exist? Both phone lines fell silent at the same time. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Shouldn't you at least say thank you to the person who treated you to afternoon tea? Thank you. Xinghui and Dong Yun said simultaneously. Then there was another silence of about 10 seconds. After that, Xinghui continued the previous topic. Next time, if you invite Xiang Feng out, you must call me. No problem. But the real-life version of the great writer is actually quite difficult to deal with. Dong Yun reminded her. What does it matter? People with talent and depth are always unconventional. Haha, just like you? Oh, don't say that. I'm really embarrassed. Actually, I'm just a nominal fashion designer. I only design underwear. Oh, come on, don't be so modest. Dong Yun's tone always sounded so sincerely cheeky. You're all the ones who create the world. Lu Xinghui froze for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. You. Gao Yuan interrupted them with a dark expression. None of you even bothered to greet me. After all, I'm the one treating you to afternoon tea. 2 lines say simultaneously. Are you okay? He didn't know what to say. After a few more seconds of silence, Dong Yun spoke up. It's really been a long time since we last met. How about we arrange to have dinner together sometime? Sure. The guy surnamed Lu readily agreed. Then what's your phone number? I don't think I've ever saved yours. Come to think of it, you're right. She sounded as if she had just discovered something new. I don't have your number either. Then tell me your number, and I'll call you right now. Oh, okay. Mine is... At this point, Gao Yuan finally pulled a long face and decisively ended the call, leaving only Dong Yun and Lu Xinghui on either end of the line, staring blankly at their phones as the dial tone buzzed in their ears. That evening, Gao Yuan left work at 6 o'clock and drove to pick up his mother. A few days earlier, he had promised to accompany her to look at houses. The real estate agent took them to a quiet yet conveniently located property in the city center. The unit had been fully renovated by the developer, and the owner had never lived in it, leaving it vacant the entire time. Almost all the appliances were already installed. They would only need to add some furniture to move in. Gao Yuan wasn't particularly interested, but he suppressed his impatience and accompanied his mother. Regarding his parents' divorce, he felt he still needed time to adjust. The color of these cabinets is too flashy, his mother remarked. The windowsill in the dining area is too small, while the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room are too large. The bedroom is a bit cramped. I don't understand how the designer originally planned this. Of course, bedrooms should be more spacious to be practical. In this bathroom, the lighting is terrible with only one tiny window. What is the point of having such a long vanity counter? The work balcony is the same, not too big or too small. If we put a washing machine and a dryer there, it would be too cramped. After listening to Mom ramble on for a while, Gao Yuan turned back with a blank expression and said to the real estate agent, "Tell the landlord that if we can get a discount of 200,000, we'll take it. A deposit of 50,000, and the rest will be paid in full after signing the contract at the transaction center. I'll call now." The agent nodded quickly. While the agent was on the phone, Mom shot him a reproachful look. "Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't seen the others yet. Then why don't you just not move and let Dad move instead?" Mom looked displeased. "You just find me annoying, don't you?" This. He suddenly felt a bit stuck, then forced out a dutiful son smile. "How could that be? I was just worried that someone else might snatch up the good house, and you'd regret it later." Mom raised her eyebrows slightly before lowering her voice to say, "It should be 250,000. Gao Yuan desperately resisted the urge to roll his eyes. On the way back after dropping off his mom, the autumn wind began to pick up. Most of the pedestrians on the street were walking in pairs, leaning against each other, which somehow made his heart ache a little. "Listen," his mom started. "I don't mean to nag, but you really aren't getting any younger. Some people your age are already parents to 2 kids. When are you going to settle down?" Gao Yuan was no stranger to this age-old topic, but he still didn't know how to respond, so he could only stay silent. "Sometimes I wonder," his mom continued, seemingly undeterred by his silence, "if it's because your father and I had an unsuccessful marriage that you've grown afraid of marriage and family life." "No," he denied so quickly that even he found it unconvincing. His mom studied his profile, but he just pretended to focus on driving, pretending not to notice her gaze. "Ah." As they neared home, his mom sighed. "Really, Gao Yuan, I don't want our failures as parents to cast a shadow over you. Though I know it's probably too late to say this now. You've grown up all these years, witnessed everything between us and whatever impact it's had on you. We don't even know how to fix it. But, Gao Yuan, I can tell you with absolute certainty and seriousness, yes, my marriage with your father was unsuccessful, but I still believe, and I'm confident, that successful marriages far outnumber the unsuccessful ones. No matter what, the one thing people need most in this world, the thing they're always searching for, is a partner. We all understand the saying, there's always a mountain beyond a mountain, a tower beyond a tower. If you're looking for someone who is perfect in every way, that's hard, extremely hard. Even if such a person exists, you have no idea what they truly think. So as long as you find someone who fits with you, someone willing to walk through life with you, that's enough. You have to remember, human greed is endless. If you're always chasing the best, you might end up with nothing at all. Gao Yuan gave a bitter smile. He wanted to say something, but ultimately gave up. After dropping off his mom and returning to his bachelor apartment, for some reason, the place felt unusually empty. He'd never felt this way before. Usually, turning on the lights and stepping back into his familiar space was enough to relax him without a second thought. But after hearing his mom's words earlier, his heart felt hollow, impossible to fill. He didn't want to sit alone on the balcony drinking beer and smoking. He didn't want to sit on the couch playing the video games he'd always been obsessed with. And he especially didn't want to read alone before drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, he really wanted someone to comfort him, though he wasn't even sure what exactly he needed comforting for. Frustrated, he ran a hand through his hair, then picked up the phone and dialed Xinghui's number. "Hello." She picked up the phone, her tone brisk. "I'm working overtime. No time for you." "Come to my place right now," he said stiffly. "I told you I don't have time for you. My draft is needed for tomorrow morning's meeting. I have to finish it. I wanted to come here right now." He had no mood to flirt with her at all, as if for a moment, he felt like he didn't want to do anything and was tired of everything. "What are you going crazy about?" she asked, confused. He slowly moved the phone away from his ear, pressed the hang-up button, and then tossed it aside. His mood had plummeted to the lowest point, and he even doubted whether he wanted to cry. Otherwise, why did his heart feel so heavy? Almost to the point of despair. Since he was very young, he felt that the relationship between his parents wasn't very good. He had seen the parents of other classmates, and even a child could tell whether a couple had an understanding. His parents almost never argued. Their way of protesting to each other was usually through silent treatment. So he had never liked going home because it felt stifling to the point that it made him anxious. He enjoyed going out with classmates, liked visiting others' homes, and even preferred staying alone in the library rather than going home. Over time, he became very independent. He didn't need anyone, just himself was enough. He wasn't sure how to maintain a long-term relationship with another person, And similarly, it was precisely because of this uncertainty that he found it difficult to keep long-lasting relationships with others. His mother was right. At 32, he wasn't too old or too young, and it was time to seriously consider the future. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that standing at such a crossroads in life left him with no options, as if any choice he made would be wrong and lead to disastrous consequences for himself and others. He lit a cigarette and stood on the balcony, smoking. Below his eyelids was a brightly lit city, bustling with people and cars, so lively. Suddenly, he recalled a line from a song. Loneliness is a carnival for one, and a carnival is loneliness for a group. But whether alone or in a crowd, he felt lonely. He was used to loneliness, so he never considered it a problem. However, recently, he had a growing sense that he didn't quite like being alone, at least not as much as he thought he did. On an autumn night, the wind blew against his skin, raising goosebumps. Yet, he continued to stand on the balcony, smoking one cigarette after another, not even knowing when he would stop. "You smoker," Lu Xinghui suddenly said from behind him. Gao Yuan turned around in surprise, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. "What kind of look is that?" She raised her eyebrows. He hadn't expected her to come, but wasn't entirely surprising. She was a bit of an enigma. He thought she would be happy, but she wasn't. He thought she wouldn't accept it, yet she did. The good thing was that every time he acted recklessly, she was willing to compromise. So, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, where was her line? What was her bottom line? But at this moment, she had her hands in the pockets of her trench coat, a casual shoulder bag slung over her shoulder. Well, maybe that was a kind of fashion he didn't quite understand. Who knows what these so-called fashion people are trying to express through their appearance? Leaning casually against the window frame, her eyes fixed on him, those eyes, how to put it? It was as if they were possessed by the stars in the sky. No wonder she was called Xinghui. He suddenly felt a bit moved. He had been so unreasonable on the phone, demanding she come over just because he didn't want to be alone and couldn't think of anyone else to call. He had to admit to himself that she was a bit special. Many times, people think women consider those with whom they have been intimate to be special, but actually, men feel that way too. In modern civilized society, people, to some extent, feel that those who can share their most intimate things with them are special. "What about your sketches?" Gao Yuan spoke up, surprising even himself. He had unreasonable insisted she come over, and the first thing he asked was about her work. Lu Xinghui seemed to find him amusing, raising her eyebrow and asking, "Do you really want to know?" He shook his head, fell silent, dropped the cigarette butt, and in a few quick steps, pulled her close and kissed her. Perhaps it was because it was already autumn, or maybe she had come too hurriedly. In any case, her lips were a bit dry, even chapped. He licked her with his tongue over and over until she let out a soft moan. He was silent, and so was she. It was as if they were solely focused on doing something together, like a mission or an inescapable fate. He laid her back on the sofa and began to undress her, pulling off her clothes with urgency, as if he couldn't afford to wait another minute. As he kissed down for her collarbone to her chest, he skillfully undid the button of her jeans, pushing them down to her knees. But suddenly at this point, he slowed down. Unlike before when he would rush straight to the point, he continued to fervently kiss her body, caressing her. Lu Xinghui pushed him gently, looking into his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" He ignored her, holding onto her lips. He kissed for a long time, so long that his lips began to feel numb. Then he stopped, looking at her, saying nothing, doing nothing, just staring into her eyes. "Monkey, you don't want to do it." Lu Xinghui tugged at the corner of her mouth, half smiling. He dejectedly lowered his head. "Yeah, I don't want to. You just want someone to keep you company for one night." She stated his innermost thoughts so candidly that it left him somewhat at a loss. He nodded helplessly. "Do you think that in your heart, I only want to spend time with you if we do something?" Lu Xinghui wrapped her arms around his neck, speaking as if she were a family member who had been around for a long time. "No," Gao Yuan said, feeling very frustrated. "I'm sorry." They fell silent for a moment, neither of them speaking, but he knew this wasn't a silent treatment. He and she were both contemplating. "Maybe one day in the future, we won't even be able to be friends," Lu Xinghui suddenly said, "but right now you're my best friend, and I'm willing to do a lot for you. You should know that." He looked at her in surprise. This was the first time he had heard such heartfelt and emotional words from her. She had never said these things to him before. and he had always felt that in her heart, they would always be aimless teenagers. It turned out she also understood that maybe one day, they wouldn't even be able to be friends. They were like each other's opium. If they didn't touch, perhaps they could maintain it for a lifetime. But once they did, it was a waste of the best time between them, and then, good times would eventually run out. When that time came, no one knew what would happen. "You dead girl." Gao Yuan looked at her, not blinking. "Can you pretend to be my girlfriend tonight?" 1414, 5 mid. "What did you say?" Xinghui involuntarily pulled the phone away from her ear, or she might have been deafened by Jacob's scream. Being stuck on the elevated road early in the morning was already frustrating enough, and thinking about how to answer Jay's question made it even more of a headache. "Don't make such a fuss." Xinghui finally found her headphones in her backpack, put them on, and freed one hand to look for gum. He just said he needed her to temporarily play the role of his girlfriend last night. Ever since Jay found out at the flea market that Gao Yuan was her hookup, she had confessed everything to him. Sometimes she felt that Jay's soul was more feminine than hers, so sharing these intimate matters wasn't awkward. "So, how do you feel about being a temporary girlfriend compared to being a hookup?" She thought for a moment and replied, "Well, we didn't do anything. Just chatted. I really miss seeing each other before we sleep," she said honestly. Xinghui felt a little cold sweat on her forehead. Jay's voice sounded very serious as he said, "You guys treating love so lightly will face consequences." Was it really necessary to say it so harshly? Was she really going to be struck by lightning? But clearly, there were many people in this world who couldn't find a compatible partner, or two people who hadn't harmed anyone else but were in love yet couldn't be together. Or perhaps they couldn't gain the acceptance of the world. Look at you two. So in sync in bed, both unmarried. Why treat love this way? Why not take it more seriously? Xinghui felt he was right, unable to refute him and not intending to. She just remained silent for a moment before saying, "But sometimes people feel tired, don't want to be serious, don't want to take responsibility, and don't want to think about the future. Isn't that the same as alcoholism or drug addiction?" This time, she really had no reply. Just like opium, or being with a married man, knowing there will be no good outcome, yet still indulging oneself, and it could bring unknown consequences. Maybe you waste your precious youth. Maybe your life changes in unexpected ways, and perhaps in the end, you fall in love with him, but he doesn't love you back. And doesn't that mean you get hurt again? "I won't fall in love with him," Xinghui retorted so quickly that even she was surprised. Jay's voice sounded gentle yet piercing. "Love or not, sometimes we can't control it. You think you won't depend on someone, but when you lose them, it's unbearable. You think you won't fall in love with someone, but when you break up, it feels like dying. All we can do is distinguish between right and wrong. If you can't tell right from wrong, if you can't stick to doing the right thing, what's the difference between you and an animal?" She was left speechless by his words. How could she not understand these truths? It was just that integrity and persistence had lost to selfishness and desire. "I'm really pissed off at you," Jay shouted angrily when she remained silent for a long time. Okay. She forced a smile. "I'll treat you to lunch later. Let's not talk about it for now." After saying that, she pressed the button to end the call. She was stuck in traffic, moving slowly. For some reason, she suddenly didn't hate the traffic jam as much. It gave her time to think about her worries. Could it be, just as Jay said, that this relationship was like a drug, knowing it could lead to disastrous consequences, yet still being unable to let go? She was already 31, and the wounds in her heart hadn't healed. She couldn't even say whether she believed in love. She wanted to live independently, but found it hard. She didn't know what kind of people, stories, or life awaited her. She just felt disheartened. Life lacked direction, and she wasn't as optimistic as before. But she couldn't say she was pessimistic either. She no longer cried out in pain for being hurt, but she wasn't happy either. For her, the only thing she could do was to live peacefully, and not feeling sad or happy was the best outcome. So, what did Gao Yuan think? She had no way of knowing. They could talk about many things, even share all their secrets, but they never discussed their future or responsibilities. They also never talked about their relationship. In this regard, they were very taciturn. But sometimes, just sometimes after the passion faded, she felt emptier inside, even lacking the courage to think about the future. Just as she told him, one day they would probably not even be able to remain friends. Would she feel as painful as losing a marriage at that time? The car behind her honked, pulling Xinghui back from her chaotic thoughts. She suddenly felt that, even if she couldn't muster the courage right away, she needed to find a suitable opportunity to talk to Gao Yuan. That evening, Xinghui invited Jiang Yao to dinner and also to give her the backpack they had agreed on last time. At noon, she had cunningly found an excuse to slip out. Otherwise, she could predict that Jay would rant about her for hours at the dinner table. Yes, Mr. Jacob was a super chatty person who loved to preach and discuss life philosophy. She chose a table by the window and sat down. Jiang Yao hadn't arrived yet. She hated ordering food, so she took out some unfinished work to pass the time. Suddenly, someone beside her pretended to cough a few times. She looked up in shock to find it was that young doctor, Lu Xinghui. The doctor showed no respect for her age. You aren't here for a blind date. Are you? Why didn't you reply to my last invitation to dinner? Ah. Xinghui stared at him, not knowing which question to answer first. She even struggled to remember his name. The doctor glanced at the empty seat across from her and unceremoniously sat down. Is your date not here yet? It's not good for a girl to arrive earlier than the boy on a first date. Feng Kaicheng. She finally remembered his name. I'm not on a blind date. Oh, then let's chat for a while. My date hasn't arrived yet either. His casual demeanor was surprisingly likable. Xinghui rolled her eyes and put away her homework. What do you want to talk about? The doctor thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly asked, Are you dating Gao Yuan? Xinghui thought to herself that if she were drinking water, she would have sprayed it all out. Although she wasn't, she still choked a bit on her own saliva. No, that's not true. Feng Kaicheng raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with skepticism. I don't have much dating experience, but I'm not an idiot. She certainly knew he wasn't an idiot, but she still solemnly declared, I'm not lying to you. I'm really not dating him. I'm just sleeping with him. Feng Kaicheng stared directly into her eyes, as if trying to see something within. Then do you plan to date him? She thought for a second and then shook her head. Then will you consider accepting my last proposal? First accept my body, then try to accept my soul. He said it so casually, as if stating S.C. Dinger's equation, not caring whether the listener would be shocked. This. Xinghui blinked, at a loss for words. How do I accept that? Just. He hesitated, seemingly not expecting her to ask this, finding it a bit difficult to answer. Treat me as a boyfriend doll. Doll? Well, although it's boring, I'll try to meet your needs. Xinghui looked at him, suddenly feeling he was difficult to grasp. His condition seemed a bit too good for her. She had no idea what he meant by saying these things to her now. Wait, she swallowed. You know I'm several years older than you, right? I know, 3 years. He replied honestly. You know I've been married before? He laughed. I assent blind dating, just a meeting after thoroughly understanding each other's background beforehand. But I admit, when my mom first told me, I didn't have much hope for you. Hearing him say this, Xinghui felt a bit displeased in her heart. So she pouted, You should also know I don't like babysitting. Well, you mentioned that last time. Then why do you still bring up these strange requests? She finally couldn't help but ask. Feng Kaicheng frowned slightly, but with a bitter smile, he countered this. Besides being interested in you, what other reason could there be? Xinghui opened her mouth, staring at him in shock. To put it plainly, I quite like you. Thank you. Aside from politeness. She didn't know what else to say. I'm not particularly interesting, nor am I romantic, and I don't have much time to chase after girls. I just want someone to share my life with. And of course, I'll be there for her too. I suppose the only good thing about me is that I won't waver in my affections, because there's no need for that, nor is it worth it. He spoke so bluntly and plainly that even Xinghui felt a little moved by his words. But even though her head was spinning a bit, she still heard a voice deep inside her say, Lu Xinghui, you've heard men's promises and vows before, even if they were sincere at the time. How many of them actually remembered them in the end? Then, her heart felt as if it had been doused in cold water again. Feng Kaicheng, of course, didn't he notice the sudden shifts in her emotions and simply muttered to himself, I originally thought you were Gao Yuan's girlfriend. The way you two acted last time made it seem like you were flirting, so I figured forget it. How could I ever compete with Gao Yuan? Xinghui stared at him, lost in thought, and then couldn't he help but laugh out loud. Oh my God. You actually think a woman would choose Gao Yuan over you? Feng Kaicheng widened his eyes, his expression as if he had just heard that the theory of evolution was published by Einstein. Is that even a question? Xinghui sighed. All right, perhaps the matter should be viewed from both perspectives. In one sense, yes, many women would choose Gao Yuan. The image of her and Gao Yuan lying naked in bed, limbs entwined, flashed through her mind. But from another perspective, no. What came to her mind was the enchanting smile of Gao Yuan and his temperament that could attract a swarm of admirers wherever he went. Which aspect? Feng Kaicheng asked in confusion. Xinghui rolled her eyes, feeling that he was really a boring man who didn't quite understand the ways of the world. She raised her hand to check her watch and said to him, "The person I'm meeting is about to arrive. I don't know what you meant by asking that just now, but I think this isn't the right time to talk about it, so can we discuss it another time?" Actually, she wasn't sure if she should meet him again. Okay, Feng Kaicheng isn't the type to beat around the bush. So you won't ignore my texts or refuse my calls, right? Xinghui thought carefully before answering, absolutely not. He tactfully stood up, straightened his chair, bid her farewell, and walked away. Xinghui quietly watched his retreating figure as he made his way to a corner at the far end of the restaurant. The person he had been waiting for had already arrived, a man whose silhouette bore some resemblance to his from a distance. The man happened to be seated facing her, and though she couldn't make out his features clearly, Xinghui could sense that he was looking at her. She turned her gaze to the window, mesmerized by the neon lights of the night. A light rain had fallen in the afternoon, leaving the ground slightly damp, and her mood felt just as unsettled. Before long, Jiang Yao arrived, carrying a large paper bag. She set it on the table and said, "For you," before starting to take off her trench coat. "What is it?" Xinghui was surprised. "The item I'm going to trade with you for the backpack." She raised her eyebrows. Jiang Yao actually took it seriously. In truth, she had never considered using the backpack to exchange for anything, just like she had never wanted anything from Gao Yuan except sex. Guess what it is? Can't guess. Apart from art and design, she has no talent in other areas. It's a Wii plus a balance board for practicing yoga, which I won as a prize at the annual party. I only used it once and realized I have absolutely no coordination whatsoever. How lame is the company annual meeting raffle? Why does no one ever win a prize they actually like? So surprising, right? Jiang Yao asked with a hint of pride. Xinghui twitched the corner of her mouth and calmly took a sip of the lemon water in front of her. You know what? At the flea market just now, I traded this for a massager. So, besides the massager, Jiang Yao asked while picking up food at 8:30 p.m. What else did you get? Nothing much, just a limited edition eyeshadow palette released last year. A coin purse, a blanket, an instant camera, a toaster, a few plush toys. Oh, and 1,000 yuan H. Agendaz voucher. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and said firmly, I prefer the H. Agendaz voucher. Xinghui took the voucher out of her wallet and handed it to Jiang Yao, saying, Here, take it all. Don't you like it? Jiang Yao hesitated before taking it. Xinghui smiled bitterly. If you knew what I had to exchange for it, maybe you wouldn't ask. What did you exchange? She remained silent for a moment before answering. The wedding dress I wore when I got married. Jiang Yao's expression stiffened, as if she didn't know what to say. Anyway, it's useless now. It's just taking up space, so I might as well give it to someone who needs it. She shrugged, as if trying to brush off the awkwardness with an indifferent attitude. Fair enough. Jiang Yao sighed in relief. All those unnecessary, messy things, it's best to just throw them all away. Xinghui looked at her friend's face and thought to herself, what really needs to be discarded isn't just the things you can see, is it? After dinner, Xinghui bid Jiang Yao farewell and walked alone toward the parking lot, carrying the heavy paper bag Jiang Yao had given her. Feng Kaicheng seemed to have already left, or maybe not. She hadn't paid much attention. Opening the trunk, she placed the paper bag inside and stared at it blankly, thinking, who would be thought that something she had already given away would end up back in her hands. It wasn't the exact same one she had exchanged before, but to her, it made no difference. It was just like certain things she had decided to ignore had suddenly reappeared before her eyes, leaving her torn between laughter and exasperation. After returning home, she didn't open the paper bag. Instead, she placed it in the cloakroom, right where the wedding dress used to be. After taking a shower, she lay on the sofa in the living room for a while and then decided to call Jacob. Finally done being an ostrich? Jay is very good at making sarcastic remarks. Xinghui smiled wryly and said, Can you not expose me? Jay thought for a moment before answering, It depends on my mood. Xinghui helplessly got up and went to the kitchen to grab a can of beer. After opening it and taking 2 big gulps, she finally mustered the courage to ask, Jay, are you still in love with him? Who? Jay's voice suddenly became alert. So Xinghui understood that no matter who it was, no matter how strong they appeared on the outside, there could be an impossible person or an untouchable emotion hidden deep inside. Ah, John. She paused before saying, "Your Master John." Jay rarely fell silent. That was his work, wasn't it? He remained silent. "Are you angry?" After a long while, Jay on the other end of the phone said faintly, "No, how could that be? It's just that you suddenly brought it up. And it made me think of him. I feel a little melancholy." Hearing Jay's words, Xinghui's nose tingled with sadness. "I think we're so pitiful. Pitiful my foot. You still have friends with benefits. Anytime you want someone to hold you, need you, or call your name, you can still find someone." GTZ. Xinghui's tears were on the verge of bursting out. "That makes you so pitiful." Jay paused, and his tone turned unexpectedly gentle. "I know happiness in this world isn't as simple or easy as we think. So, I don't really feel that pitiful anymore. I wish I had even half your optimism and calm," she said sincerely. "I wish I had your drive and luck. Are you comforting me?" "No, I mean it." Xinghui laughed, a genuine laugh, as if she finally realized she wasn't that miserable after all. "Hey," Jay said gently on the other end of the line, "have you ever, even for a second, felt like you might have fallen in love with Gao Yuan?" She had never thought about this question before, but since Jay asked, she had no choice but to force herself to consider it. After pondering for a long time, she could only answer like this. "Do you know that famous quote by Lin Chong? The way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and the way to a woman's heart is through her vagina." Jay answered unsurprisingly. Xinghui smiled faintly. I happen to be the opposite." 15:15. 5. Part 2. On Friday night, Xinghui received a call she wasn't sure whether to answer. "I just came out of a 6-hour surgery." Feng Kaicheng's voice sounded exhausted. "I was afraid I'd forget if I fell asleep later, so I called you first. Are you free tomorrow night? I'd like to take you out to dinner." Being treated to a meal was certainly a good thing, but the purpose behind the invitation made Xinghui hesitate. She hemmed and hawed for a while, unable to decide whether to say she was free or not. Was it really that hard to come up with a reason to refuse? The doctor on the other end of the line teased her. "I'm not trying to think of excuses to turn you down." She had been very open with him. "I'm just hesitating about whether to agree to your request." He laughed, though he still sounded exhausted. "Come on, what is the harm in making one more friend? Who knows, maybe one day you'll need me for something." Xinghui couldn't help but hiss through her teeth. "The way you put it, I can't even refuse you." "Then it's settled. All right, let me confirm the exact time and place with you tomorrow, okay? I'm so tired right now, I can barely keep my eyes open." "Oh." Xinghui chuckled. "Goodbye." After hanging up, she glanced at the clock. It was only 10 p.m., and he was already going to bed? They really weren't from the same world. She was still at the office working overtime, and after that, she had to pick up Gao Yuan from a bar. What a busy Friday night. At 11 o'clock, Xinghui left the office and called Gao Yuan in the elevator. His voice sounded relatively normal, not overly drunk, but based on Xinghui's experience, he was likely close to it. Nightclubs have essentially become a unique landscape in any modern city on this planet, representing a distinct nightlife culture. The transition between day and night also changes the appearance of urban men and women. Under the cover of night, anyone can become another person, much like a superhero with a dual identity. Gao Yuan is a somewhat contradictory person. He enjoys both the hustle and bustle and solitude. In a crowd of revelers, he can be quite wild, but when alone, he can also quietly entertain himself. Xinghui looked at the neon sign of the bar in front of her and thought that she couldn't do that. She hated being home alone and would only do so when there was truly nowhere else to go. She parked her car at the entrance and called him, but he insisted that she come inside, so she had no choice but to get out of the car. Once inside, it was not difficult to find him in the dim light. She seemed to always be able to locate his presence at the fastest speed. "What time is it now?" His gaze was vacant, but he still looked quite spirited, speaking clearly, though a bit shy. Xinghui sighed and sat down next to him, having no time to notice who else was around. After all, he had a wide circle of friends, and she never cared much for his drinking buddies. "What do you want? Just say it." She had worked all day and was exhausted, not wanting to beat around the bush with him. "They won't let me leave." When he said this, he looked like he was being spoiled, which was a bit off-putting. Xinghui finally turned her head to look at the others sitting on the sofa. Most of them were men, seemingly around the same age as Gao Yuan, and the few women present were dressed quite provocatively. It wasn't that she held any prejudice against them. It was just that they were hard to warm up to at first glance. "I want to take him home," she said to them. "That won't do." A man with a thick tongue waved his arm and said, "It's time for him to take Xinghui." Xinghui crossed her arms and calmly replied. The people on the sofa suddenly fell silent, most of them with their mouths half open, looking bewildered. "All right," the man sitting next to Gao Yuan suddenly said with a half smile, "if you help him drink this glass of wine, I'll let you go." Xinghui looked at the wine on the table. Based on her experience, it was most likely undiluted Chivas. "I need to drive." The man didn't say anything, just looked at her with a charming smile. In the dim light, she suddenly felt that this person looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Just as the tense atmosphere was about to explode, Gao Yuan suddenly stood up, picked up his suit jacket, patted his backside as if nothing had happened, and said, "I'm leaving now. Let us drink next time, bye." After saying that, he pulled Xinghui out. Midnight, 12 o'clock, perhaps the most enchanting moment of the day. The old day ended, and a new day began. From ancient times to the present, people have been fascinated by the transition between the old and the new, as if they were about to bid farewell to the past and welcome the future. But at this moment, Xinghui, driving the car, felt no joy at all. She was just very tired, very tired. "Xinghui?" Gao Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid once this news gets out, I won't be able to stay in this circle anymore." "Then don't stay." Gao Yuan turned his head to look at her for a moment, then closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. The car drove onto the elevated road when suddenly a phone call came through. He answered it swiftly, as if he hadn't been asleep at all. "What is it?" It's him, and then? What do you want to do?" As he was speaking, he suddenly straightened up, a vague smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "What did you say?" He rarely spoke with such a smile. So the driver of the Star Comet couldn't help but turn a glance at him, only to be glared back at. What a weirdo! She cursed in her heart. She had kindly gone to pick him up and rescued him, yet he still glared at her. "Phone Kurue," she said into the phone. "Has your brother taken the wrong medicine or something?" Xinghui was startled and suddenly slapped his forehead, thinking, could Phone Kurue be Phone Kaiching's brother? No, nothing like that. He glanced at her with a strange look in his eyes. "I don't know, you'll have to ask him yourself. As a person, they're all right just a bit." At this point, he looked at her again before adding, "a bit stupid." Xinghui knew he was most likely referring to her, so she shot him a glare, which immediately earned her a sharp pinch on the waist from his wolf-like claws. "Gao Yuan, are you looking for death?" she screamed as the car swerved in an S shape. But fortunately, there weren't many cars on the road at midnight. Not only did he not stop, but he also leaned in even closer to suck on her most sensitive earlobe. She was going crazy. Want to scream, but feel like no sound comes out, an inexplicable unease rising from the depths of the heart. Even the legs go weak. Got it. This guy is actually licking her while talking on the phone. She tried to push him away, wanted to tell him that it was dangerous, but felt powerless. After a while, he finally let her go, turned his head to speak into his phone. "Your brother's conditions are so good, it's not really suitable, right? You should advise him to find someone else. That Linny Feng's sister is quite good. She just came back recently, young and beautiful, also a medical school graduate. A perfect match." He talked for a while longer before hanging up. He turned back to glare at her, then closed his eyes to continue pretending to sleep. "Who are you trying to introduce Linny Feng's sister to?" Xinghui asked coldly. Gao Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth, but remained silent. "You're really heartless. Don't you know who Lin Jin likes? Who was she following around every day back then? It has nothing to do with me. I've already cut off all ties with her, and I can't control what she thinks in her heart," he murmured lightly. "Sounds like you were so upright." She sneered. "Men, neither a friend's wife nor sister should be trifled with." He replied calmly. "So a friend is fair game?" The carriage fell silent again, and neither of them spoke. Xinghui looked ahead, while Gao Yuan finally opened his eyes and gazed at the pitch-black starry sky. "So," after an unknown amount of time, Xinghui suddenly spoke. "I'm neither young nor beautiful, so I'm not worthy of Feng Kaiching, right?" Gao Yuan turned his head to look at her, as if he had just swallowed a rotten preserved egg. Xinghui drove all the way down the elevated road, her face expressionless, as though she had said nothing at all. But only she knew, She was absolutely furious. What does he think she is? A divorced woman who only seeks to satisfy her desires. She parked her car downstairs and then said coldly, "You're here. Aren't you coming up?" He looked utterly stunned. She shook her head without glancing at him. Xinghui, when drunk, he would resort to his signature tactic of acting spoiled, stubbornly hugging her and shamelessly kissing her. She couldn't be bothered to resist, letting him kiss and grope her as he pleased. She remained stiffly seated the entire time, completely unresponsive. Lu Xinghui. Gao Yuan finally lost his temper and grabbed her chin with his hand. "Stop throwing tantrums all the time. You only take your anger out on me. I'm not your punching bag." She looked at him, suddenly filled with intense hatred in her heart. Yet her expression remained cold. "What? I sleep with you, and I don't want anything else. Just for you to be my punching bag. Is that not okay?" Gao Yuan also looked at her, his expression suddenly very terrifying. He extended his index finger and pointed at her, then opened the car door and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I absolutely didn't mean to belittle you when I said those things to Feng Kairui. I genuinely think you and Feng Kaicheng are not suitable for each other." He got out of the car. She still didn't look at him. Gao Yuan didn't look at her either, getting out of the car briskly, as if in a huff. Just as he was about to turn and go upstairs, she lowered the car window and called out to him, "Hey, I think we should just go back to being friends." She paused, then added, "Just regular friends." After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator and drove away. When she got home, Xinghui looked at the quiet, empty single apartment and suddenly felt miserable, exceptionally miserable. It was as if she had returned to the period right after her divorce, when being alone at home would drive her to the brink of collapse. She forced herself to calm down, filled the jacuzzi with hot water, then dug out an unopened bottle of bubble bath, creating a tub full of dreamy foam. She lay in it, sipping beer. The hot water gradually loosened her stiff muscles. Gazing at the chandelier on the ceiling, she let out a long sigh. Was this relationship, built on sex but devoid of love, a form of indulgence or torment? Why does she feel so empty inside after saying those words without hesitation, as if she has lost her best friend? But this monkey from the plateau is really too much. What does he mean by Feng Kaicheng being too good and not suitable? So in his eyes, what kind of person should she be matched with? Was he a resentful single father or a dull old bachelor? Did he sleep with her out of pity? She suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable, her chest tight to the point of suffocation. She had been reminding and encouraging herself that the divorce wasn't her fault. It was because of the man's fickleness, so others would understand and wouldn't judge her with prejudice. But now, it turned out that all of this was just her wishful thinking and self-deception. Perhaps society simply doesn't care about the reasons behind a failed marriage. In the eyes of others, the labels on her were just older single woman, marriage failure, no future. What kind of nonsense is this? Why should she pay for someone else's mistake? After finishing 3 cans of beer, Lu Xinghui finally crawled out of the bathtub to go to bed. She was so tired that she quickly fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. She lay there for a long time, trying to remember that she seemed to have made dinner plans with Feng Kaicheng for the evening. Then, her phone rang. It was the doctor calling. "Is 6:30 okay?" He always gets straight to the point. "Good." She glanced at the clock on the wall. 3 more hours. "Shall I come pick you up?" In fact, Xinghui had never been in the habit of asking others to pick her up or drop her off. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse him. But the events of last night flashed through her mind, making her hesitate before finally agreeing. As soon as she hung up the phone, she immediately jumped up to shower, blow-dry her hair, put on makeup, and pick out an outfit. Gao Yuan had said she was neither young nor beautiful enough to match Feng Kaicheng. So she was determined to prove she still had charm and was a perfect match for the doctor. At 6:15, her phone rang again. Xinghui answered it casually while trying on shoes. "Are you downstairs?" After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, the voice finally said, "Who did you make plans with?" "It's Gao Yuan." She pursed her lips, suddenly feeling irritated. "What does it have to do with you?" He sighed, as if pleading, "Are you still angry? I'm not even mad that you accused me of having IDS. So why are you so worked up? There's a call coming in." She puffed out her cheeks. "I can't talk to you anymore. I have a very important appointment right now. Goodbye." After speaking, she hung up and answered another call. It was from Feng Kaicheng, telling her that he was already downstairs. Xinghui put on her coat, stood in front of the mirror for a moment, then picked up her backpack. Determined to leave all her bad mood behind the moment she stepped out and enjoy the meal happily. Feng Kaicheng drove a standard business sedan, spacious, practical, and very much in line with his personality. Unlike that monkey Gao Yuan, who preferred flashy SUVs, completely lacking in steadiness. But why was she thinking about that guy again? Is there no end to this? Feng Kaicheng took her to a very nice local cuisine restaurant, which surprised Xinghui a bit because he didn't seem like the type to care about ambience. Sure enough, as soon as they sat down, he said, "I asked my brother, and he recommended this place." Xinghui smiled, but didn't mention that she had also met his older brother the night before. "So where do you usually go to eat?" she asked. "Me?" He frowned in thought. "Apart from blind dates or meeting my brother, I mostly eat at the hospital cafeteria. Our cafeteria's sweet and sour spare ribs and braised potatoes with yard-long beans are absolutely delicious." Xinghui raised her head from the menu, glanced at him, unsure of what to say. In the end, she blurted out inexplicably, "Then take me there next time." "Sure," he replied with a sweet smile. "How about tomorrow?" She was caught off guard. No need to be in such a hurry. Why not? Life is short. He sounded like a philosopher when he said that. Xinghui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This dull doctor could occasionally say something amusing, though perhaps to him it was just ordinary. "Actually, I was just saying it casually." She rubbed her nose and went back to studying the menu. "Come on, I happen to be free at noon tomorrow. I'll take you around our hospital." I have something to do tomorrow." Even she thought the excuse was flimsy. But the doctor just shrugged regretfully and didn't press further. As the meal went on, Xinghui became increasingly convinced that Feng Kaicheng was an honest, guileless man, but also genuinely uninteresting. Finally, she couldn't hold back and said, "I'm not young or pretty, and I don't like babysitting, so you really don't need to waste your time on me." Feng Kaicheng smiled warmly. A smile that reminded Xinghui of the man sitting beside Gao Yuan at the bar yesterday. Feng Kaicheng's older brother. "Blood ties really are impossible to sever," he replied generously. "Like I said, just making friends. Maybe someday we'll be able to help each other out." Xinghui narrowed her eyes at him, hardly believing his words. Yet, the thought that such an outstanding man had feelings for her made her feel a little giddy. "But you're a surgeon, and I'm just a lingerie designer. Maybe one day you could cut open my head and insert an integrated circuit board, but I can't think of anything I could do for you." He pondered for a moment. "Maybe you could design lingerie for me?" Xinghui frowned and instinctively began to picture Feng Kaicheng wearing nothing but underwear in her mind. Given his scholarly and nerdy demeanor, he'd probably suit boxers with plaid or quirky patterns. At this thought, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt for her own wicked imagination and quickly stopped herself. "I once saw a drawing of a kid named Crayon Shinchan who drew an elephant on his crotch. Back then, I thought if there were such fun underwear, going to the bathroom would always be a cheerful experience." Xinghui looked at him, opened her mouth, and finally said, "Your kind of dirty jokes really aren't suitable for flirting." Feng Kaicheng's eyes widened in shock as he asked, baffled, "What dirty jokes and flirting? When did I ever tell dirty jokes to flirt with you?" Xinghui smiled bitterly. Perhaps the most interesting thing about this doctor was how uninteresting he was. After dinner, they chatted for a while longer before Feng Kaicheng took Xinghui home. On the way back, Feng Kaicheng suddenly said, "Before I left today, my brother called and said he thought we might not be a good match. That was something that monkey Gao Yuan said, but I told him, I just wanted to be friends with you." She forced a faint smile, feeling despicable. Compared to this man who took everything seriously, she had only wanted to prove Gao Yuan wrong, completely disregarding others' feelings. He was so honest, while she seemed as wicked as a devil. "But then I thought," he continued, "so-called friends are people whose souls resonate deeply, and it seems like we probably don't share much of a spiritual connection. So, I think we should go back to being physical. I don't want to be friends with you anymore." Feng Kaicheng parked the car downstairs of Xinghui's apartment, shifted to pee, pulled the handbrake, and asked with a serious expression, "Will you be my girlfriend?" 16. Book 6, Part 1. Food and Romance Honestly. Since breaking up with Ji Yinhao, Xinghui had longed to hear the words, "Will you be my girlfriend?" again. But, no matter what, the person saying it shouldn't have been Feng Kaicheng. So she found herself torn between laughter and tears. Your expression tells me the answer. The doctor lowered his head, a faint, bitter smile flashing across his face. She didn't know where to begin. I think maybe your brother was right. She felt utterly despicable, first agreeing to his invitation just to prove she was worthy of Feng Kaicheng, and now rejecting him by saying they weren't right for each other. How despicable. Actually, she wasn't trying to prove anything to Gao Yuan. She just wanted to prove it to herself. Once her vanity was satisfied, she no longer wanted to take on the trouble. Sorry, Xinghui sighed inwardly, deciding to be as frank as he was. I agreed to have dinner with you today, not because I want to take things further with you, nor did I ever intend to be friends with you in the first place. It's just, yesterday, Gao Yuan told your brother that I'm not good enough for you. How could that be? Feng Kaicheng exclaimed in shock. No, actually, that wasn't what he meant either, Xinghui finally admitted to herself. He was just saying we weren't a good match. And I agreed to have dinner with you just to prove that even though I'm not young anymore, not the prettiest, divorced, and have a terrible personality, there are still men who would like me. The doctor's face flashed with a fleeting expression of hurt. I'm sorry, I really am. Can you forgive me? Xinghui looked at him sincerely. Because I realize how terribly wrong I was. Even though you're younger, a bit dull, and we don't have much in common, you're such a good man. I don't know if it's too late to say I'd like to be friends now. This is absolutely not an excuse to reject you, but I genuinely think you're someone worth knowing. Feng Kaicheng looked into her eyes, as if trying to see into her heart. In the end, the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile, much like his older brother's, though his expression was gentler. All right, since I don't have many friends either, having one more friend is better than one more stranger. It was then that Xinghui realized the most admirable thing about Feng Kaicheng was his optimism. He always chose to see the best in people and situations, something so precious to her, who had endured pain and setbacks. That's wonderful. Sincerely and from the heart. She opened her arms and hugged him. He carried a faint scent of antiseptic mixed with a hint of cologne. She guessed he might have put it on specially for the date, and suddenly she felt a little moved. But she only patted his shoulder like an older sister would, then let go and leaned back in her seat. Is Gao Yuan pursuing you? Feng Kaicheng suddenly asked. What nonsense are you talking about? Xinghui felt like she had just heard the joke of the century. Gao Yuan and I are just friends. He told her with his eyes that he didn't believe it. It's true. She quickly defended herself. Though a bit guilty, she still put on a righteous front. We've known each other for over 20 years. He's like a brother to me, and I'm his sister. Brother and sister? So disgusting. Xinghui couldn't help but feel uneasy in her heart. Doesn't that mean they're committing incest? So she couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence either. After hastily bidding Feng Kaicheng farewell, she quickly fled into the apartment building. Stepping into the elevator and leaning against the mirrored walls, Xinghui let out a long sigh. When had her relationship with Gao Yuan become? So hard to put into words. Maybe the so-called friends with benefits relationship was never as simple as she thought. When she got home, she didn't turn on the lights, but first kicked off her high heels and leaned against the door for a while. Her mind still lingering on what had happened that evening. Why did she come back so early? In the darkness, Gao Yuan's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Xinghui into a cold sweat. She turned on the light and found Gao Yuan sitting on the sofa, arms crossed, with an open can of beer beside him. Were you trying to scare me to death? Swallowing the frustration in her chest, she glared at him irritably and began taking off her coat. Why are you back so early? He persisted. Early? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and started removing her earrings. It's already past 9. Could it be that the doctor was unusually quick? He crossed his legs and spoke. Xinghui suddenly realized what he was saying, so she stopped what she was doing and looked at him. The longer she looked, the more she found that handsome face utterly detestable. So she turned her back to him and continued removing her other earring. Gao Yuan abruptly stood up, strode behind her, and placed his slightly cold palm against her bare back. Dressed like this, do you even need to take off your clothes? Xinghui slapped his hand away with a backhand, turned around, and said through gritted teeth, We're not as despicable as you think. A rare flash of fury flickered in his eyes, startling her into a daze for quite a while. He wasn't the kind of person who was easy to talk to, but he seldom truly lost his temper. So she had almost never seen such an expression on his face. Is sex that filthy? Gao Yuan raised his eyebrows and said coldly. Xinghui's intuition told her that she had upset him. When someone who rarely got angry was provoked, the consequences were unimaginable, so she immediately tried to flee. But Gao Yuan simply extended one leg, trapping her between him and the wall. I didn't mean it like that. She lowered her eyes, avoiding his gaze. He reached out to hold her waist, lowering his head to rub his nose against her cheek. She felt a flutter in her heart, but then remembered that she had said she wanted to end things with him last night. So she attempted to push him away, but it was unsuccessful. The two of them tangled for a while, and then Gao Yuan kissed her fiercely. She sensed a vaguely bloody and violent taste in his mouth, as if he were a lion and she were the prey in his jaws. His hand gripping her waist grew tighter, causing her pain, yet he remained unaware. So she punched his shoulder and arm. He simply wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly as if he wanted to embed her into his body. Gao Yuan. Xinghui finally managed to break free from his lips, breathing heavily as she looked into his eyes. I told you yesterday that we. Before she could finish her sentence, he caught her again. He became more violent and aggressive. Several times his teeth bumped into her, making her fear her lips would be bitten. Just when Xinghui thought she couldn't escape Gao Yuan, he suddenly released her, turned her around to face away from him, and began to lift her skirt. What are you doing? She shouted in anger, but her strength was no match for him. His fingers traced down her spine to her tailbone, his voice hoarse and terrifying. Has he touched you? His other hand was groping beneath her skirt, slipping into her underwear, like this. Xinghui was so angry she wanted to cry. Gao Yuan, you pervert. Me a pervert. He abruptly pushed her against the wall, roughly biting her earlobe, then her neck. When you're with me, you only do dirty things, and you're not a pervert. Xinghui felt humiliated. She had always thought Gao Yuan was different from other men. He had been so gentle with her in bed before. He would listen to her talk, and he would share his unhappiness with her. How could he think he could treat women like this, just like other men? Her vision blurred, her hands, feet, and many parts of her body were hurting from him, and most importantly, her heart ached. She thought that after all the pain, nothing could hurt her anymore, but it turned out she wasn't as strong as she imagined. So she began to cry silently, tears streaming down her face, not wanting the man behind her to see. But Gao Yuan immediately noticed as he stopped all his actions, slowly withdrew his hand, and turned her body back to face him. Get away from me! Xinghui cried, tears and snot flowing, but she still remembered to scream. Gao Yuan's arms held her tightly, silently looking at her, his brow furrowed. Get lost! She hit him hard, but he remained unmoved. After a long while, he finally said softly, I'm sorry. Xinghui cried and thought, what a strange night it was. First, she had apologized to Feng Kaicheng, and now Gao Yuan was apologizing to her. People are like that, thinking that just saying I'm sorry after doing something wrong is enough. And then everything could go back to normal, right? Xinghui, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. His forehead pressed against hers, repeating those words in a deep voice. I hate you. She covered her face with her hands, not realizing that her tone was just like when he had broken her piggy bank as a child. Xinghui, Xinghui, he tried to pry her hand away. It's my fault, don't do this. Then she burst into tears, crying so loudly that it shook the heavens, her makeup ruined. Gao Yuan held her, but felt helpless, only kissing her forehead and whispering apologies in her ear, trying to comfort her. They didn't know how long they were in this turmoil. Long enough for Xinghui's throat to become hoarse from crying, before she finally stopped. She inadvertently caught a glimpse of herself in a mirror on the wall. There were long dark lines under her eyelids, and her eye sockets were frighteningly dark, making her look like a ghost, which was infuriating. She sniffed, suddenly pushed Gao Yuan away, and ran into the bathroom, locking the door. Gao Yuan knocked on the door from the outside, but she pretended not to hear. Taking out makeup remover oil and cotton pads, she angrily smeared it on her face, feeling worse and worse, not because she was mad at Gao Yuan, but at herself. After applying the makeup remover oil, she didn't dare look at her reflection in the mirror, but instead turned on the bathtub faucet and sat on the edge, staring blankly. When the steam filled the air, she finally realized, stripped off her clothes, and laid down in the water. She submerged herself completely, closed her eyes, and only heard the vague sound of water. If it was Ji Hao who had ruined her originally happy life, now it was herself who had destroyed her life, including her relationship with Gao Yuan. If they hadn't slept together, would he have hurt her like this? They could have been polite to each other, filled with tolerance and care, without making too many demands on one another. Good friends should be like that. So, the age-old question arose again. What exactly is friendship? What is friendship between men and women? Does friendship really exist between men and women? She heard some strange sounds, and then someone pulled her out of the water. Xinghui opened her eyes in shock to see Gao Yuan's anxious face. She shivered from the cold and muttered, "What are you doing?" "What do you mean, what am I doing?" Gao Yuan's eyes were red, his brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. Xinghui froze for a moment, hesitantly asking, "Did you think I was going to commit suicide?" He bit his lip. "Then why didn't you open the door or answer me?" "I was meditating underwater." At that moment, she didn't have the energy to go around in circles with him, so she spoke the truth. Gao Yuan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but couldn't. The two of them held their ground for a while, and Xinghui finally surrendered. "Can you give me a blanket?" He quickly released her and turned to find a blanket. After she took the blanket, she pushed him out, not forgetting to say, "You pay for the door." "Oh," he agreed without looking back. When Xinghui wrapped herself in a bathrobe and came out, Gao Yuan went back into the bathroom. The room fell silent as she lay on the bed, only one light on, staring out the window lost in thought. She didn't know how long had passed when Gao Yuan emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, water dripping from the ends of his hair onto his shoulders, which annoyed Xinghui. He lifted the blanket and carefully crawled in beside her. "What are you doing?" She looked at him warily. "Nothing." He smiled in a way that was too charming. "I'm tired and want to sleep." She looked into his eyes, not believing what he was saying. Sure enough, the next second, he lunged at her, pinning her down, then pushed aside the hair that had fallen onto her forehead, and whispered, "Can you please not cry in front of me in the future? Am I not allowed to cry?" She sniffed. "Besides, who made me cry?" Okay, this time it's my fault, but in the future, can you not cry so easily?" When he said this, he surprisingly took a low stance. "Where do I cry easily?" She protested. "And what is wrong with crying? Does it bother you?" Gao Yuan frowned, pressed his lips together, and said, "I can't stand it when women cry. It annoys me." She turned her head away and ignored him. "All right, don't be angry. I won't do it again." He leaned over to bite her earlobe, his warm breath brushing against her neck, making her feel uncomfortable. "Get away." She found herself wanting to surrender, but reason told her she had to hold her ground. He was not a man who liked to talk too much, so he directly embraced her and kissed her. Xinghui pushed him away, and he did not resist, but when she pushed him away, he leaned in again to entangle her. She pushed again, but he still came closer to annoy her. After several repetitions, Xinghui suddenly felt a bit moved. He had always been unable to be pushed away before, but now it was likely because he had just angered her and didn't want to use force, so he could only use a softer approach. He gently pinched her waist with his palm, and Xinghui really wanted to laugh but held it back. Gao Yuan looked at her and smiled, as if very satisfied. "Hey," he said, "do you know why I think you and Feng Kaicheng are not a good match? Because he is 3 years younger than you. He's just a childish brat." After saying that, he proudly winked at her. Xinghui was stunned for 2 seconds, then retorted, "Aren't you the same?" He widened his eyes. His angry expression was exactly the same as when he was a child. Finally, Xinghui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xinghui sat on the toilet, turned on the speaker, and spoke softly on the phone. "Do you think there is true friendship between men and women?" "Of course." Jay replied matter-of-factly. "Isn't our friendship true friendship? Though it occasionally involves some mutual benefit." Xinghui rolled her eyes. "That doesn't count between you and me." "Okay," Jay admitted. "I think it doesn't exist." "Why?" "Instinct. Whether it's animals or humans, there's an instinct to court the opposite sex. That is not necessarily true. I believe there can be true friendship between men and women." Though saying this, she felt a bit guilty. So is your friendship with Gao Yuan true friendship?" Jay asked sarcastically. Actually, I called to discuss this issue with you. Ever since I thought about it last night, it's been stuck in my throat like a fishbone. We should say it's true friendship. My feelings for him are like my feelings for you, except we sleep together." Jay's mocking tone intensified. "I have one more function in you. Don't say that you're my soulmate. Don't let the fact that we sleep together tarnish our pure relationship." She joked with him to ease the awkward atmosphere. In fact, she knew Jay has always disapproved of her ridiculous relationship with Gao Yuan. Ha, Jay deliberately said, I thought sleeping together was the simplest thing for you. Love and affection are too disgusting. Don't make me sound so terrible. She slumped her shoulders. Okay, Jay compromised, but I don't like seeing you like this. Xinghui, I'm really afraid you'll get hurt again. Xinghui felt warm inside. I thought you hated me being so irresponsible. I really dislike that too. Jay was always straightforward. But if you're not hurting others, I can temporarily forget about that. Should I say thank you? You're welcome. In any case, I think it's hard for true friendship to develop between the natural magnets that God created as men and women. Xinghui sighed and then said, So what's wrong with your magnet? Me? Nothing's wrong. Jay replied nonchalantly. God just marked the North and South poles incorrectly. Xinghui laughed. Thank goodness it was marked wrong. Otherwise, I can't imagine how to roll in bed with you. You woman, all you think about is rolling in bed. Have you been corrupted by monkeys? Suddenly, Gao Yuan knocked on the bathroom door. Hurry out, dinner's ready. Oh, Xinghui quickly responded, then whispered to Jay on the phone, I have to eat now, I'll hang up. I really don't know what poison you've been infected with. After saying that, Jay hung up without even saying goodbye. Xinghui couldn't help but smile wryly at her phone. But thinking of the braised pork and quail eggs Gao Yuan cooked, she couldn't help but get hungry. Usually, he only cooks when he wants to please her. After the bamboo shoots were cooked, add raw candy and a little MSG. On the TV, a cooking show was playing, the images bright and colorful, with the meat in the pot looking shiny and plump, making people drool. While Gao Yuan was watching intently, he felt someone tugging at his shirt. He turned his head and saw Lu Xinghui with a pleading expression. I want to eat this. Then go cook it. He knew she could only make meatball noodle soup. She pouted, looking cheeky. If I could cook, I wouldn't be asking you. She was always so unlovable. Even when begging, she looked high and mighty. Any man would be annoyed, right? Women should be gentle and weak to evoke a protective instinct, shouldn't they? Not happy. He deliberately rolled his eyes. Cooking is really a complicated and laborious task. Although he made delicious food, he wasn't addicted to it, no matter how tasty it was. If it required a lot of time and effort, he would rather eat instant noodles. But you cooked braised pork yesterday. She frowned and glared at him. Gao Yuan looked at her fierce face and suddenly felt an instinctive urge to conquer. Then beg me. He placed both hands on the back of the sofa, crossed his legs, and sat comfortably, looking indifferent. Lu Xinghui squinted at him. How do I beg? He glanced at his groin, his eyes full of teasing and suggestion. Come up. Lu Xinghui first shot him a fierce glare, then turned to look at the tempting food on the TV screen, and finally gritted her teeth and sat on his lap. She was only wearing a loose long-sleeve t-shirt that reached above her knees, and as she sat down, she revealed a large portion of her legs. Her skin was very good, fair with a rosy glow, making him want to pinch it. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders. He liked her like this, acting a bit spoiled and flirtatious. And then, she asked. It was impossible to expect her to submit obediently. Gao Yuan slightly raised his head to look in her eyes and said, If you want to eat meat, you have to satisfy me. She pinched him playfully, then weighed her options and finally lowered her head to kiss him hard. Delicious. Lu Xinghui licked her lips, looking like a glutton. As long as there's something to eat, she'd probably even be willing to recognize a thief as her father, he teased. She ignored him, continuing to stuff her mouth with pork belly. After eating, you wash the dishes, he ordered. Oh, she nodded. Lu Xinghui, he put down his chopsticks, wiping his mouth as he said, With how greedy you are, you'll end up suffering one day. What do you mean one day? She had her mouth full of meat and bamboo shoots, making it hard to speak clearly. Back then, I fell in love with Ji Yinhao because I loved to eat the Yangshan noodles he made. Gao Yuan glared at her. You were defeated by the utterly simple Yangshan noodles. It seems your standards are really low, or should I say you eat indiscriminately? You can't say that, she murmured, looking quite annoying. Even if Yangshan noodles are simple, it still takes skill to make them delicious. Gao Yuan suddenly put on a stern face. If you want to eat the dishes I make, stop bringing up other people. Oh, Xinghui quickly lowered her head and focused on her rice. He glanced at her, then got up to sit on the sofa in the living room. He lit a cigarette, smoking gloomily. After a while, Xinghui washed the dishes, tidied the dining table, and lay down beside him, her restless feet resting on his legs, stretching lazily, looking very satisfied. He glanced at her. She knew he was watching her, but pretended to be unaware, using her feet to nudge his waist because she knew he was most ticklish there, clearly teasing him to make him laugh. He grabbed her foot and began drawing circles on her sole with his fingers. Lu Xinghui screamed, struggling and laughing so hard she couldn't breathe, finally begging, let me go, please." With her antics, Gao Yuan had long since forgotten all about his earlier unhappiness. So he parted her legs, leaned over to press her down, and lowered his head to find her lips. But Lu Xinghui desperately dodged. "You haven't shaved in days, it stings." Hearing her say that, he became even more enthusiastic and insistently rubbed his stubble-covered chin against her face. Xinghui struggled with laughter for a while before finally shouting, "Gao Yuan, didn't you just come by this afternoon?" He raised an eyebrow. "So what? You?" Her face was flushed with crimson, perhaps from the playful scuffle just now, or perhaps from instinctual desire. Either way, it left Gao Yuan utterly captivated. "All right, stop fooling around." He pressed her down domineeringly, lowered his head to capture her lips, and murmured intermittently, "Isn't yours supposed to come in the next couple of days? So we need to hurry." "Ugh." Lu Xinghui gave him a push. "Why are you remembering this?" He responded vaguely, lowering his head to busy himself again. On Monday morning, Gao Yuan ran into Zhou Yaolei in the elevator. Her long, jet black hair was coiled at the back of her head, and a pair of metal-framed glasses perched on her nose, making her look older and more serious. As the elevator began to ascend, Gao Yuan let out a soft sigh and asked in a low voice, "This outfit, it's not for this morning's monthly meeting, is it?" Zhou Yaolei glanced at him expressionlessly, then nodded. "You're mistaken." He suppressed a laugh. "You know our branch manager is a woman, right?" "Of course." Zhou Yaolei also answered him in a low voice. "That's exactly why I dressed up like an old spinster." Gao Yuan covered his mouth with his fist and feigned a cough. "But what you don't know is that the branch president usually doesn't attend the monthly meetings. The one who chairs them is the deputy president in charge of investment operations. He is 42, divorced because his wife wanted to emigrate, and has no kids." Zhou Yaolei widened her eyes at Gao Yuan, speechless. Gao Yuan gave a very gentlemanly smile and shrugged. After stepping out of the elevator, Zhou Yaolei walked toward her office, removing her glasses and letting down the long hair she had pinned up. With a carefree toss of her head, she instantly transformed into a completely different person. Colleagues passing by couldn't help but stare at her in astonishment. Gao Yuan smirked to himself, thinking how quickly women could change. The entire morning was spent in meetings. As Gao Yuan stared at a stain on his shirt cuff, left there over the weekend, he remembered asking Lu Xinghui to wash it for him. She had carelessly tossed it into the washing machine, and when he asked her to iron it this morning, she had acted so reluctant. What a waste of all the meals I cooked for her. From the comment of the Road Star, he deeply realized a truth. Women, you can't be too good to them, otherwise they will climb all over you. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and sent her a message. The shirt wasn't washed properly. Not long after, her reply came. "Then wash it yourself." He raised his eyebrows and swiped his finger. "Don't come begging me to cook for you in the future. This, threatening others, is not the act of a gentleman. I was never a gentleman to begin with." He suppressed a laugh. Gao Yuan imagined the expression of Lu Xinghui when he exclaimed with those question marks and couldn't help but smile. When he looked up, he happened to catch Zhou Yaolei's suspicious gaze, so he quickly pressed his lips together and pretended to listen seriously to the vice president's lecture. At noon, Gao Yuan was having lunch alone at the most popular tea restaurant nearby when someone suddenly sat down in the seat opposite him. "Do you mind if I share this table?" The waiter said I would have to wait half an hour for a seat, and I just happened to see you were alone. After saying that, Zhou Yaolei started flipping through the menu. "Can I say no?" Gao Yuan shrugged. The two waited for their food in silence, with Zhou Yaolei studying the discount information card on the table, while Gao Yuan played with the lighter in his hand. After a while, Zhou suddenly asked, "How did I perform today?" Gao Yuan nodded. "Not bad. You should be the type that the vice president likes. Long hair, oval face, neither too formal nor too easygoing. I mean the work report." She was a bit gritting her teeth. "Oh, This has stumped him. I think it should be fine, you know. The market has been sluggish lately. Wall Street is in chaos again. The euro and the pound have dropped sharply, and the outlook for oil is also unclear. After listening to him ramble on and on, Zhou Yaolei finally couldn't help but interrupt him. You didn't even hear what I was saying in the meeting, did you? The plateau hesitated for a few seconds and decided to be honest. Yes. Can we not talk about work while eating? All right. When the two set meals were served at the same time, Gao Yuan and Zhou Yaolei lowered their heads and began eating in silence. Zhou Yaolei had ordered tom yum fried rice, which was almost entirely vegetarian. Gao Yuan vaguely remembered reading an article somewhere that said women who prefer vegetarian food tend to have low desires, accustomed to a tranquil state of mind, some even leaning toward asceticism. Unconsciously, he glanced at Zhou Yaolei a few more times. Even with her mouth full, her expression remained largely blank, giving men little room for wild fantasies. Yet, men's inherent desire to conquer an ice queen still lingered, as if proving the saying, the unattainable is always the most desirable. By contrast, Gao Yuan suddenly recalled that Lu Xinghui was the epitome of a carnivore, utterly unhappy without meat. Her diet always revolved around various types of meat. So, if vegetarians are frigid, does that mean meat lovers are? Thinking of this, Gao Yuan couldn't help but find it amusing, because whether it's describing someone as sexually indifferent or not, it doesn't fit Zhou Yaolei and Lu Xinghui at all. People are changeable, and women are like that, right? They can show different sides in front of different people. For some reason, Zhou Yaolei suddenly spoke up, saying, "That expression on your face is making me start to doubt what kind of random things are going through your mind." Gao Yuan, feeling guilty, touched his nose and replied, "Nothing, just thinking about work." After saying that, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He had just warned her not to talk about work during dinner, and now he was saying he was thinking about work himself. Wasn't that slapping his own face? Fortunately, Zhou Yaolei didn't pursue the topic further. However, looking at the pig cartilage on the plate in front of him, Gao Yuan's mind flashed to the satisfied expression on Lu Xinghui's face when she ate the braised pork he cooked. As he thought about it, he felt an unusual softness in his heart, as if something inexplicable was surging in his chest, making him feel uneasy. After work that day, Gao Yuan invited Dong Yun to have dinner and drinks. Most of his friends were married with children, and those who could relate to him all went home to accompany their wives and kids after work. The friends who were just drinking buddies were not worth his time. So when he calculated it all, there was really only Dong Yun left. This Italian restaurant's cuisine is very delicious. As soon as he sat down, Dong Yun started to talk nonstop. Gao Yuan didn't really care. No matter how delicious the food was, it was just a meal after all. As long as he filled his stomach, it didn't matter what he ate. As the saying goes, food and sex are fundamental to human nature, and for him, the only thing that mattered was probably sex. After ordering the dishes, Dong Yun took a sip of lemon water and said, "Zhang Ailing once said that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and that couldn't be more accurate." Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow and perfunctorily replied, "Is that so? You're a weirdo." Dong Yun rolled her eyes at him. "So, what is the way to a woman's heart?" He asked again. "Vagina?" Dong Yun shrugged. Gao Yuan opened his mouth in surprise. Then isn't he completely the opposite of Lu Xinghui? Was this something Zhang Ailing said? He still finds it hard to believe. "May I ask, Mr. Literary Idiot, do you have any opinions?" Dong Yun runs a publishing company, which gives him a somewhat scholarly air. "No," he raised his eyebrows. "I just didn't expect a literary figure to use such vulgar language." Dong Yun chuckled. "What's vulgar about it?" "This is the scientific name for human organs." "But," Gao Yuan frowned, "shouldn't a more elegant term be used? For example?" "For example," he pondered, searching through various words in his mind. "Lust? Do you think stomach and lust can be connected?" "Then, womb?" Dong Yun shivered. It suddenly became so evil. In the end, he finally gave up. "But I think this doesn't make sense." He still wouldn't admit defeat. If it were really as Zhang Ailing said, then would a woman fall in love with a man as soon as she sleeps with him? Not necessarily. On this point, Dong Yun seemed to agree with his view. "I think it should be put this way. If it's a man or a woman with single-minded devotion, then this statement is quite useful. But if this person already has someone else in their heart, then no matter what they do, it's probably in vain." Gao Yuan scratched his head, his thoughts actually drifting a little. By the way, Feng Kairui told me yesterday about your girlfriend's heroic feat, Dong Yun said with a mischievous grin. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes. First of all, I must solemnly declare to you, even though I know you are well aware, I still have to say, I absolutely do not have AIDS. Dong Yun touched his nose and nodded with a smile. Secondly, that's not my girlfriend. It's Lu Xinghui, whom you've met. When he said this, Gao Yuan had a righteous look on his face. How could that be? Dong Yun looked at him in disbelief. I swear. He even raised one hand. But Feng Kairui said you definitely slept with her, and not just once. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and glanced at his watch, estimating whether he would still have time to rush to Feng Kairui's office and twist that guy's neck. What other nonsense did he say? Deep in the plateau, there was an inexplicable feeling of restlessness. Dong Yun clenched his fist in front of his mouth and faked a cough a few times to hide his smile. Feng Kairui's exact words were, those two definitely have something going on. And it's not just a one-time thing. Why? Dong Yun finally couldn't help but laugh. I asked the same thing back then. Old Feng's answer was that as soon as the woman sat down, that kid Gao Yuan exuded an intense, strong sense of possessiveness. 18, sixth lower. Gao Yuan originally thought that it was already embarrassing for two big men to eat in such a dimly lit Italian restaurant. But being rendered speechless by a comment from Feng Kairui was even more humiliating. How can we trust what Lao Feng says? After a long while, he finally said resentfully to Dong Yun. Dong Yun crossed his legs and looked at him unhurriedly. I might not believe anything else Feng Kairui says, but this. I actually do believe it. Gao Yuan coughed awkwardly a few times. Actually, it's not as complicated as you think. Did we make it seem complicated? Dong Yun frowned. What's so complicated about it? This time, Gao Yuan was left speechless by Dong Yun's words. But he still refused to give up and argued. Girlfriends and all that. Of course it's complicated. Dong Yun didn't laugh at him or argue with him. Instead, he simply looked at him with a faint, ambiguous smile, which unsettled Gao Yuan even more than the first two reactions would have. I'm serious, Gao Yuan said, picking up his glass and taking a sip of lemon water. She and I are good friends. You know that. I know, Dong Yun nodded. Oui. Suddenly, Gao Yuan found himself at a loss for words. It seemed no explanation could accurately define his relationship with Lu Xinghui. Gao Yuan. Dong Yun raised a hand to stop him. You don't need to explain anything to me. I'm your friend. You don't owe me any accountability. In this matter, the ones you should be accountable to are her and yourself. Accountable. Gao Yuan gave a bitter smile. If Lu Xinghui heard Dong Yun say that, she'd probably burst out laughing. She had never asked him to take responsibility, not once. From the very beginning, she had made it clear there were to be good friends who satisfied each other's needs in every way. She said she couldn't stand the idea of sleeping with someone she was close to, but she still wanted it, so he was the perfect choice. And as for him, since he didn't have a steady girlfriend, why not accept her offer? So this arrangement had nothing to do with responsibility. Maybe on a soul level, they were friends who owed each other accountability. But physically, they were just a man and a woman fulfilling each other's needs, no obligations attached. Don't tell me it's just sex with no feelings involved, Dong Yun suddenly said, locking eyes with him. Gao Yuan shrugged, not denying it. It's simple that way. Bullshit. Dong Yun widened his eyes. Now that's what you call complicated. What's so complicated about it? Gao Yuan unconsciously touched his nose. Once there is a physical relationship between people, it won't be simple anymore. Do you think this is fun? People are emotional beings, and it's hard to say that one day you won't fall in love with each other. If both parties are interested, that's great. But what if one of you loves the other and the other doesn't? Or if she loves you and you don't love her back? One person will inevitably end up hurting the other, so why go through that? Now you're happy, free from any responsibilities, just having fun. But people don't live in this world just to play. Dong Yun raised so many questions at once that Gao Yuan was a bit overwhelmed. But he still retorted, people don't live just for responsibilities either, otherwise it would be too exhausting. Still talking back. Dong Yun was the kind of person who either didn't get angry at all or became terrifyingly serious when he did. Moreover, Gao Yuan held a certain respect for him. So for the moment, he had nothing to say and could only listen attentively. Honestly, you've all been adults for a long time now. This kind of thing shouldn't even require my input, Dong Yun continued after a brief silence. I just feel that if things keep going this way, There might come a day when you'll regret it. It's not like you're just passing acquaintances who can say goodbye and be done with it. You've been friends for over 20 goddamn years. If that day ever comes, could you really bear to hurt your own friend? Gao Yuan was left speechless by his words and could only keep sipping his lemon water. That night, aside from indulging in a depressing Italian meal, Gao Yuan also went drinking with Dong Yun for quite a while. Of course, it was Gao Yuan who was brooding, not Dong Yun, who loved nothing more than lecturing others. By the time he got home, it was already midnight. His body was exhausted, but the alcohol kept his mind unusually clear. After showering and lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After struggling until 1:30 a.m., he finally resigned himself to turning on the bedside lamp, sitting up and staring at the ceiling. His thoughts wandered for a while longer before he decided to call Feng Kairue and disturb him. The dial tone played for quite some time before Feng Kairue picked up, answering with a grumpy hello. Were you sleeping? Why are you calling me at midnight to ask such a boring question? Feng Kairue's voice sounded like he wanted to hang up the phone immediately. I can't sleep. What does it have to do with me? He was practically on the verge of cursing. You'd better come up with a decent reason for waking me up at 2 in the morning, or I won't let you off easy. I fell into a pit, Gao Yuan said calmly. I can't climb out. Come save me, quick. Feng Kairue was silent for several seconds before roaring, Go to hell. After speaking, he hung up without hesitation. Gao Yuan looked at his phone with a bitter smile and redialed the number. This time, Feng Kairue answered immediately. Do you believe I'll have someone push you into a pit right now and confiscate your phone, leaving you with no one to call for help and nowhere to turn? Gao Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. You're really ruthless. Spit it out if you have something to say. Gao Yuan sighed helplessly and slowly said, What were you talking about with Dong Yun that day? I really didn't expect you to be so nosy. On the other end of the phone, Feng Kairue was first taken aback. Then his previous bad attitude disappeared as he said lightly, to share my thoughts with him, I assent that too nosy. By the way, how is your medical school genius brother doing now? No comment. Although we have a good relationship, you are still my brother's rival. Of course, I have to help my own family at critical moments. Rival? Gao Yuan gritted his teeth a bit. Can you not put such labels on me? Are you saying you want to give up voluntarily, then? Gao Yuan was stumped by Feng Kairue's question and took a long time to respond. Then why don't you persuade your brother to give up? I contributed the most to your graduation thesis back in the day. A good man doesn't mention past bravery. Besides, even if you wrote the whole thesis, I'm still helping Feng Kaiqing now. Gao Yuan found himself both amused and speechless at Feng Kairue's comments, unable to refute him. So he just clicked his tongue twice. Seriously though, Feng Kairue suddenly switched to a serious tone. What is your relationship with her? Just friends. Gao Yuan felt a bit suffocated as he said this. Does she understand it this way too? Gao Yuan was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, Of course. It's just that she said she wanted to be friends with benefits. Feng Kairue pondered for a while, as if he couldn't understand. That girl seems quite serious. Not the type to like playing around. She really isn't. Gao Yuan couldn't help but defend Lu Xinghui. Then what does that make you? A half-hearted person? In any case, he couldn't answer any of these questions. After a moment of silence, Feng Kai suddenly said, I have a bad feeling. I think my brother is going to be a cannon fodder. Huh? Gao Yuan laughed. Who says that about their own brother? So do you like her or not? If you don't like her, don't waste time, let my brother develop. Although I don't find Miss Lu particularly charming. But as they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. As long as Feng Kaicheng likes her, a 1T object. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes and replied word by word, no comment. After saying that, he hung up. Then he imagined Feng Kairue's gritting teeth expression on the other end of the line. The entire week, Gao Yuan and Lu Xinghui did not meet. Either she was working overtime, or he was busy. That guy laughed on the phone. Meeting is useless, my guy is coming. All right. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking if a pair of friends with benefits can't even meet to hook up, then what's the point of meeting? However, on Friday night, he called around. Even his drinking buddies were all busy with business trips or social gatherings. In utter helplessness, he could only call Lu Xinghui to try his luck. Has your guy left? He asked straightforwardly, like a wolf that hadn't found food in a long time. She probably was still busy, so she sounded a bit perfunctory. Has he really left or not? After waiting a week, he unconsciously felt a bit angry. He has left. He has left. She became impatient too. What's the matter? Then don't work overtime. I'll come pick you up. I have other things to do. She started to brush him off again. When will you be done? I don't know. Probably around 9 or 10. Gao Yuan tried to suppress the long-accumulated frustration in his chest and try not to sound too harsh. Then come over after work. Oh, got it. She responded quite quickly. Although I'm not very satisfied, but I'll add, I'm going back to cook braised ribs. Sound good? She immediately became excited. He couldn't help but smile. Reminded her to hurry, and then hung up. The clock on the office wall showed it was 6:30. He calculated that if he went to the supermarket first and then returned home, he could start cooking the ribs by 8. And by the time she got back at 10, it wouldn't be completely ready, but he could manage to eat something. So he immediately packed his things and left. On Friday night, the roads were congested, but fortunately, there weren't many people in the supermarket. Gao Yuan went straight to the meat counter, picked a piece of ribs he was satisfied with, and then went to the checkout. Because he was in a hurry, he parked his car right by the roadside in front of the supermarket, frequently looking outside while waiting in line, ready to dash out and drive as soon as he saw police lights flashing. Suddenly, in the midst of the bustling city and the rising lights, he saw a familiar figure running across the street from the opposite side. Before he could call out to her, she smiled and got into a silver business car, and the man in the driver's seat was none other than Feng Kaicheng. Feng Kaicheng was chatting and laughing with her. After she fastened her seatbelt and exchanged a few more words, he turned on the signal and drove away slowly. Gao Yuan stood there, holding a basket with a piece of leftover fresh pork ribs, staring blankly as the car's taillights gradually disappeared under the yellowish streetlights of the city. It wasn't until someone behind him tapped his shoulder, signaling that he could go check out, that he nodded and absent-mindedly fished out money from his pocket. At 10:05, the sound of keys turning in the door lock came from outside. Then Xinghui entered, and seeing Gao Yuan sitting on the sofa playing a game, she turned around, closed the door, and casually asked, "Are the ribs ready?" He was focused on the game. A monster on the screen opened its huge mouth to attack his character, and he calmly defeated it with a series of skilled moves. Xinghui changed into slippers, tossed her backpack next to him, and then turned to the kitchen. As soon as she turned on the light, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why are the ribs still on the table?" He still didn't respond, continuing to concentrate on the battle. Xinghui put the ribs in the freezer, washed her hands, and came out with 2 bottles of beer, sitting down beside him. After watching him play for a while, she handed him a beer bottle. "Open this for me." Gao Yuan still ignored her, as if she didn't exist at all. Now Xinghui finally sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. So she held the beer bottle stiffly and asked blankly, "What is wrong with you?" Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow, acting as if he hadn't heard, his face rarely showing any expression. Xinghui was confused by him, staring at him without speaking. After a long while, she reached out to touch his face and softly asked, "Monkey, what is wrong with you?" Suddenly, the scene he saw in the evening popped into his mind, her smiling as she got into the car, and Feng Kaicheng's profile. So he irritably swatted her hand away, so hard that it made a loud slap, causing Xinghui to wobble. She immediately got angry, stood up, and pounded his shoulder. "What is wrong with you?" After that slap, he felt a bit regretful, but he didn't want to say anything, not knowing what to say to her. So he remained stern-faced, not even looking at her. Xinghui stopped and stared at his profile, angry, as if her eyes were even red. After a while, she picked up her backpack and walked away without looking back. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. Gao Yuan finally let go of the controller in his hand, leaned back against the sofa, and let out a deep sigh. In the entire room, besides the sound of monsters screaming from the TV, there was no other sound. Gao Yuan slowly got up from the sofa, walked to the balcony. The autumn night breeze was already a bit chilly. He was only wearing a thin knit top, and the wind blew through the fabric onto his skin, causing him to involuntarily get goosebumps. But he didn't care, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit one, and started smoking quietly. After finishing one, he lit another, until there were no cigarettes left in the pack. He casually crumpled the empty box into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. That night, before going to bed, he started reading the biography of Keynes again, but it wasn't until he finished an entire chapter that he began to feel sleepy. He turned off the light lay down, and closed his eyes, able to hear his anxious heartbeat. Whenever something troubled him, he forced himself to calm down like this. Seeing no one, doing nothing, just quietly passing the time. For him, it felt like a ritual, something he had been compelling himself to do since long ago. When he thought he should become an unbreakable man. Suddenly, he thought of Yuriko, the Japanese girlfriend he had while studying in London. He wondered how she had been since they parted, whether she had graduated smoothly, if she still spoke English with a lisp, and, ultimately, if she had found a man who loved her. For all these years, he had felt a faint sense of guilt toward her, because she was right. He did not love her. The following week, Lu Xinghui suddenly disappeared from the plateau, as if she had never appeared at all. On a drizzly Friday evening, Gao Yuan sat in his office, watching the dimness outside. Most of his colleagues had already left, and he decided to stay late. As he had nothing to do at home, and with the weather being so bad, he had no mood to go out for drinks. By 11, he finally decided to head home. As he stepped out of the office, he saw his colleagues from other teams who worked with the European and American stock markets bustling about. After greeting them one by one, he put on his trench coat and left. On the way home, the radio played the soundtrack from Moulin Rouge. The rain blurred the car windows, and the red and yellow neon lights outside created an illusion of being in Paris. He couldn't help but hum along, and you can tell everybody, this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind, that I put down in words. How wonderful life is while you're in the world. As he drove into the underground garage and parked his car, Gao Yuan walked towards the elevator. By the elevator entrance, there was a bright red small car parked. He slowed down, recognizing it as Lu Xinghui's car, the one he helped her order. Given her indecisive personality, he figured she must have struggled for a long time to make a choice. So he decisively helped her order it. As he approached, he was surprised to find Lu Xinghui lying in the driver's seat, asleep. He stood in front of the car door, hands in pockets, gazing at her profile, not knowing how much time passed before he suddenly felt a sense of relief. As if all the gloom and frustration of the past week had been swept away. Gao Yuan tapped on the car window with his knuckles, and Lu Xinghui slowly woke up. She opened her eyes, saw him, and widened them in surprise, momentarily at a loss. Gao Yuan pressed his lips together, trying not to laugh, then gestured for her to roll down the window. She complied, but her expression remained dazed, making her look quite funny. How long have you been waiting? He asked calmly, as if they hadn't parted on bad terms the previous weekend. Lu Xinghui rubbed her eyes, glanced at the car's dashboard, thought for a while, and replied about 15 minutes. As soon as she spoke, he noticed the smell of alcohol on her, and her eyes were unfocused, clearly indicating she was drunk. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, but resignedly opened the car door, pulled her out, grabbed her backpack, and locked the car. It's not even midnight, and you're already drunk. How embarrassing. Lu Xinghui continued to gaze at him with a silly expression, her eyes glazed over. Suddenly, she lunged into his arms, hugging him tightly without saying a word. Lu Xinghui, he struggled to breathe, so he tried to pry her fingers off. Let go. No. She slurred her words, yet remained just as stubborn. Gao Yuan struggled for a while, but couldn't break free, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Are you crazy? Do you want to choke me to death? Why are you angry with me? Her tone was accusatory, yet her face rubbed against his chest, resembling a child seeking affection. What did I do? Why are you so harsh with me? He was at a loss for words. Why are you so harsh with me? She looked up at him, her expression mischievous. Who do you think you are? We're mutually willing, all right. Why are you suddenly angry with me? And he even hit me. I didn't hit you. Although he knew she was drunk, he still explained earnestly, I just pushed you a bit hard by accident. You hit me. You hit me. She wouldn't let it go. Gao Yuan sighed helplessly. Lu Xinghui was already difficult enough to deal with when sober. And now that she was drunk, it was even worse. You, and you also. She seemed to be a bit tipsy, starting to ramble incoherently. Gao Yuan looked at her and suddenly asked, Lu Xinghui, why did you come to find me? I. She stared at him, blinking in confusion. I've been thinking for a week. I don't know why you're angry with me, so. She swayed a bit, hanging on to him. I came to ask you what you're angry about. And also what? He looked down at her, his handsome face defined in the dim light. And you haven't even called me. After saying that, her gaze became somewhat unfocused. Hearing her say this, even though he knew she was drunk, Gao Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Do you miss me?" Lu Xinghui paused for a moment, then carefully considered with her clearly insufficient brain cells, replying, "I do." He felt an unexpected warmth in his heart, but his face only broke into a slight smile. "I miss you more," she suddenly said playfully, reaching down to pinch him. Gao Yuan gasped, his pupils dilating. Pressing her forehead, gritting his teeth, and said, "Lu Xinghui, whatever happens later, it's all your fault." 19:7, Part 1, Spirit and Desire. As soon as he opened the door, Gao Yuan pulled Lu Xinghui inside. She was already a bit drunk and unsteady on her feet. Being pulled like that made her stumble a few steps before she steadied herself against the wall. Gao Yuan shut the door behind him, not turning on the light, but instead lunged at her, pressing her against the wall and roughly kissing her. How long had it been since he last touched her? It must have been 2 weeks or so. He wasn't quite sure, but at that moment, the pent-up frustration he had felt for so long finally burst forth. And with her earlier antics stirring his desire, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to have her. Thus, he had no extra brain cells to consider anything else. Lu Xinghui moaned from deep in her throat. He released her lips, reached for her clothes, and gasped when you make those sounds. Does it mean you're happy or not? In the darkness, Lu Xinghui looked at him, her gaze unfocused, but she still seemed to be desperately trying to think of how to answer him. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but when his hand slipped under her skirt, she frowned and let out a soft "Oh no." Did she not realize he was about to lose control? He lifted one of her legs and unhooked her bra. Just before entering, he pressed against her, breathing heavily, unable to resist playing his wicked game. "Do you miss me?" Yet, she said nothing, only leaned in to kiss him. He pushed her away, forcing himself to look in her eyes and nod at her lips. "Quick, say what you just told me again." "Just now?" She blinked her eyes and began to ponder with a serious expression. He grew impatient and nibbled her ear, gritting his teeth. "Say you miss me, quick. You want me." As she repeated it, her face was full of seriousness. Gao Yuan took a second to roll his eyes, then decided to surrender to his desires. "All right, I admit omitting 1,000 words or so is indeed my guilty pleasure." It wasn't until lunchtime the next day, while eating at the izakaya downstairs, that Gao Yuan suddenly remembered a very serious question. "You drank alcohol yesterday and still dared to drive?" Wrapped in his oversized t-shirt, Lu Xinghui was so startled by his shout that she didn't dare bite into the hash brown she had just stuffed in her mouth. She rolled her eyes and cleverly replied, "I was still very clear-headed when I drove back. I only had that Long Island iced tea right before I left. But as soon as I parked the car in the garage, everything in front of me went blurry and then, are you trying to kill yourself?" He glared at her. The guilty party lowered her head and continued silently munching on her hash brown. Gao Yuan sighed helplessly in his heart and also lowered his head to eat his udon noodles. "Let me trade this for that." Before he could react, 2 slices of char siu pork had disappeared from his bowl, replaced by a pile of bamboo shoot tips. "You're really sneaky." Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at her. "Nowhere near as sneaky as you," she muttered between bites. "A few bamboo shoots in exchange for my meat. Give me a break. Bamboo shoots aren't necessarily cheaper than pork these days," she said while chewing on the pork that might not have been more expensive than the bamboo shoots. "Will you die if you don't argue with me?" He reached out to pinch her cheek, making her yelp in pain, but she kept chewing the pork as if afraid someone would snatch it away from her. "Gao Yuan? Xinghui?" Both of them froze for a moment, then looked up to Si Suan, her husband, and Yu Rinji standing right in front of them in unison. They blinked at the same time, unsure of what to say. "You too." Xiao Yuan's finger pointed at Gao Yuan, then at Xinghui. Gao Yuan quickly let go of his hand, which had been pinching Lu Xinghui's cheek, and smiled calmly. "What a coincidence. What brings you all here?" "Oh, I only found out after my wedding that Mr. Yu is a very famous illustrator, so I asked someone to help us request an illustration from him. Today he said he would give us the painting, so we suggested treating him to a meal." Xiao Yuan furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, "You aren't dating, are you? How could that be?" "Ha! Me and Gao Yuan? No way. Don't joke around." Lu Xinghui suddenly shouted, as if waking up from a dream at this moment. and even laughed awkwardly, which made Xiao Yuan look at them with even more suspicion. This fool, Gao Yuan sighed inwardly, thinking that she was only making things worse. At this moment, the understanding Yuranjin finally stepped in to mediate. Let's not stand here talking. I am hungry. Can we sit down and order some food? And so, lunch suddenly became lively. Greece was really fun, with scenery so beautiful it's beyond words. Xiao Yuan is a carefree and very talkative person, so as soon as the food arrived, she forgot her earlier doubts and began excitedly sharing amusing stories from her honeymoon. The sunsets every evening were so beautiful, weren't they? After speaking, she turned to look at her newlywed husband, who responded with an affectionate smile. That kind of smile could warm everyone present. Even Gao Yuan couldn't help but let a faint grin touch his lips. Unintentionally, he glanced at Xinghui, who was also smiling. But her smile, how should he put it? It carried an invisible sense of loneliness. Xinghui, did you know that Greek men are all incredibly handsome? Xiao Yuan's face lit up with excitement. Really? Yeah, so you definitely have to go there and have fun. Who knows, you might even have a romantic encounter. Gao Yuan glanced at Lu Xinghui and noticed she was also looking at him. Then they both averted their gaze at the same time. He heard her say, sure, we can consider going to Greece during the next vacation. By the way, Xiao Yuan stuffed a tempura shrimp into her mouth. Where did you go for your honeymoon? Gao Yuan was stunned for a second, then looked at Lu Xinghui, who awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Guam. Xiao Yuan gaped, baring her teeth in shock, as if she hadn't expected to step on a landmine, and quickly laughed awkwardly to ease the tension. Sorry, I'm just not that bright. Why bring up the past, huh? Perhaps to avoid making others uncomfortable, or maybe wanting to appear indifferent. Lu Xinghui generously shook her head. It's fine. Guam is fun too. Consider going there next time you celebrate your anniversary. Islands are mostly romantic, perfect for a quiet vacation for two. If you want something livelier, you could go to coastal places with a lot of friends, where there's both sea and mountains, more suitable for a group. Good idea, Xiao Yuan quickly agreed. Gao Yuan glanced at the calm and collected Lu Xinghui, then turned to Renji and said, I heard from your sister that she recently opened a new restaurant in Shizha? Yeah. Renji seemed to understand him perfectly and began to enthusiastically introduce his family's tourism business in Wuzhen, local flavor restaurants, which, to be honest, are much different from Shanghai cuisine. Whenever you plan to visit, I can give you a call in advance to ensure everyone's satisfied. Thus, Xiao Yuan began planning a trip to Wuzhen again. Gao Yuan stole a glance at Xinghui. Her expression was as usual, as if she had already put the earlier awkwardness behind her. As the dinner approached its end, Gao Yuan excused himself, saying he had something to do, and bid farewell to Xinghui first. The two returned to Gao Yuan's home, and Xinghui was neither unhappy nor mentioned leaving, but she remained a bit silent the whole afternoon, sitting by the windowsill with a detective novel published a few years ago, soaking up the sun. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yuan drove to a nearby supermarket to buy some ingredients, planning to cook at home that evening. However, when he returned with bags in hand, he found that Lu Xinghui had disappeared from the windowsill. He took out his phone to call her, only to hear the ringtone coming from the balcony. He sighed and walked over to pull open the sliding door, discovering her smoking in the corner. I don't like girls smoking. Without saying a word, he snatched the half-burnt cigarette from her hand, extinguished it, and tossed it into the ashtray. Why can you smoke, but I can't? She glanced at him indifferently and said, Besides, I'm not a girl anymore. Gao Yuan looked at her for a long time before suddenly saying, Lu Xinghui, you just want to pick a fight with me, don't you? She turned her head away, not looking at him. At this point, he was genuinely a little angry. Is that scumbag really worth it for you? She sighed and then said, It has nothing to do with him. Don't drag everything into this. It's not me who's dragging it in, it's you. Stop talking. She suddenly shouted at him, I've been trying so hard to forget all that pain. What more do you want from me? Do you want me to smile and say I'm happy every day? How is that possible? I didn't ask you to do this. But every time I show any sign of unhappiness, she interrupts him and says I'm still thinking about him, still can't figure out, still this and that. He doesn't speak because, upon careful reflection, it seems like she's not wrong. What you actually mean to say is that I'm still being pathetic, right? She stared straight at him without blinking. Gao Yuan frowned, suppressing the anger in his heart. I never said that, and I never thought that way. Hua. She looked at him for a long while before finally lowering her eyes. I'm sorry. What I said just now was too selfish. He shook his head, suddenly wanting to pull her into his arms, but in the end, he held back. But she rarely shows such an emotional side in front of him, and I really can't feel very happy. He looked at her, unable to say a word. She turned her head and looked at the distant sky, the wind messing up her hair, as if her heart was also in disarray. Gao, sometimes I can't help but wonder if those happy days are far away from me. Will I never be happy again? Her words unexpectedly made him feel a bit sad, as if there was a thorn stuck in his throat that he couldn't spit out. However, he just reached out from behind to hold her and comfortingly said, It won't happen. Don't think too much. After a while, she didn't turn her head or speak, but he just knew she was crying because her body was trembling slightly. This useless guy, all he knows is to cry. How could it be? She wiped her tears and maybe some snot off her cheek like a child. I'm so unlovable. I got divorced and came to you for one-night stands. Will there still be good men who love me in the future? Gao smiled bitterly. Besides a bitter smile, he didn't know what other expression he could have. He held her tighter, but his words were teasing her. Hey, miss, are you praising me or mocking me? She broke into a smile, but within seconds, her face fell again as she stubbornly said, How could it be praising you? What I just said was not praise. Yes, it is, he said. I'm also good at joking around and coming to you for one-night stands after your divorce. Doesn't that show I have a caring heart? Comforting a sad woman. Go die. She elbowed him, but it didn't hurt at all. He still smiled bitterly, unconsciously kissing her hair, continuing to bicker with her. Think about it. If I die, no one will satisfy you at night. The two of them stood there, no longer speaking. The sun in the distance was ready to set, casting orange hues on the clouds. Not knowing how long it had been, Lu Xinghui turned around, looking at Gao in a spoiled manner, saying, Hey, if in the future I really have a good man I love, you must help me cover. He frowned. How to cover? You must praise me for being virtuous, praise me for being beautiful, praise me for being something that only exists in heaven and can't be found on earth. He stared into her eyes for a long time, then suddenly pointed to the sky and said, Look, there's a pig flying. That night, after feeding Lu Xinghui with braised pork ribs, Gao got her into bed again. It was as if he had been holding his breath, first sweet-talking her until she was almost in a frenzy. Then he wickedly stopped, looking at her, and said, Not coming. Lu Xinghui looked at him in shock, her face flushed with a simple and primitive meaning. Why? He squinted at her. Didn't you tell me to die this afternoon? I. She looked like she had no way to explain. That was just a moment of anger. I said it casually. I took your words seriously. He shrugged. He truly never tired of this kind of trick. She stared at him with her mouth agape for a long time before confirming he was teasing her again. Just as Gao thought she was about to give in, Lu Xinghui suddenly curled her legs up, rolled to the side, picked up a book from the bedside table, and leaned against the wall to read. Not coming, then not coming. Now, it was Gao Yuan's turn to be stunned. After waiting for a long time, seeing her so into the book as if she was set on pretending for the whole night, he finally couldn't help but move closer. What are you doing? She glanced at him sideways. His bitter smile carried a lot of flattery. Stop playing around. Who is playing with you? She rolled her eyes at him and continued reading. He still smiled bitterly, his arm crossing over to hold her. All right, I believe you were just saying it casually this afternoon, so we can continue now. Didn't you just say you weren't coming? This girl even turned a page with a serious expression. Gao Yuan now felt like biting off his own tongue. I took your words seriously. After saying that, she raised her eyebrows. The expression was truly quite cheeky. Gao Yuan sighed, his hand brushing over her bare thigh, gritting his teeth. What do you want from me, my lady? Lu Xinghui pretended to think for a moment before saying, You beg me. If you beg me, I might consider it. He narrowed his eyes and stared at her for a while, thinking it unnecessary to waste more words with her under such circumstances. Then snatched the book from her hand and casually threw on the floor, then pounced on her, pinning her down and forcibly spreading her legs apart. Lu Xinghui had already screamed, still hitting his shoulder with her hands, but it didn't stop him. If you keep playing, he lowered his head and kissed her hard. If you keep playing, I want to be polite to you. After saying that, he began to lick her earlobe, blowing air into her ear. Lu Xinghui couldn't stand the ticklish feeling, and no matter how she pushed him away, she finally had to surrender with a scream. He looked at her, her laughter making her cheeks stiff from the tickling, and suddenly he felt a strange surge within him, as if he couldn't control it himself. To shake off this inexplicable feeling, he quickly began to move with focus. Soon, the person beneath him began to let out satisfactory moans. That night, just before reaching climax, Lu Xinghui kept murmuring his name, and he leaned down to whisper in her ear. But she said nothing, just closed her eyes and called his name. For some reason, at that moment he felt very satisfied. 20, Chapter 7 Mid. Lu Xinghui put down her knife and fork, turned her head to look at Jay, who had been staring at her since he sat down without saying a word, and asked, "Is there loyalty to the country carved on my face?" "No. J'en souhaite naturally." "Then why are you staring at my face?" Jay squinted and observed her carefully for a while before answering. "Although there is no loyalty to the country carved on your face, there are 5 words carved: satisfactory sex life." Xinghui suddenly found the duck breast in front of her a bit hard to swallow. "So you two are back together? Who else?" Jay's eyes widened, sounding a bit resentful. Her silence. Even she herself didn't know whether to admit it or deny it. "If only I could record your stinking face and bad temper from last week. Then you couldn't deny it now." "What's wrong with me?" She was best at playing innocent. "Nothing much." Jay raised an eyebrow, just like a headless fly. She was always left speechless by him. But actually, it was also because he always hit the nail on the head. "Did you figure out the reason for your argument?" Last week, under Jay's repeated questioning, Xinghui finally confessed that she had quarreled with Gao Yuan, but she emphasized that she didn't know the reason at all, so it was very baffling. This. Xinghui thought for a moment. Actually, she wasn't very sure either, because when she went to find Gao Yuan on Friday night, she was almost dead drunk. So at that time, they said something. She couldn't remember anything. Only some restricted scenes lingering in her mind with no clues or focus. Maybe he said something, maybe he didn't. But in any case, when she woke up on Saturday morning, holding her hungover head, she found herself snugly in that monkey's arms. His gentle face made it impossible for her to ask anything. Sigh. She was just too soft-hearted. Jay felt that she was simply unreasonable. So after glaring at her for a moment, she finally started to use her knife and fork. "So, you're still maintaining a close friends with benefits relationship with that monkey?" Yes. Unable to refute, she had no choice but to admit it awkwardly. Jay raised an eyebrow. "This guy really has it good. Are you jealous?" she said deliberately. Jay rolled her eyes. "I'm jealous, but I'm jealous of you." Xinghui was taken aback, imagining the scene of Jay rolling in bed with Gao Yuan, and after just 2 seconds, she felt goosebumps all over, so she quickly reminded herself not to think about it. Seriously, Jay looked at her. "Have you two talked about this?" "What?" "About being friends with benefits. Didn't you discuss your futures?" Xinghui laughed. "Mr. Jacob, if a man and a woman who have a physical relationship seriously discuss their futures, then they are no longer friends with benefits, but a couple. Isn't that bad?" Xinghui blinked uncertainly and asked, "Me and Gao Yuan? A couple?" Jay nodded without suspicion. "Huh, that's ridiculous. Don't be silly. We're just not suitable." "Where are you not suitable?" "We're not suitable anywhere." She couldn't think of how to respond to him, only able to dodge the question. "I don't think he's the kind of person I can rely on for life." To make her sound more convincing, she added a bit sheepishly, "Let me remind you, the last time you thought you found someone you could rely on for life, it turned out he wasn't." Xinghui sighed. "Do you have to say these uncomfortable things to me?" Okay. Jay raised her hands in surrender. "It's my fault. I just think, if you really believe you two aren't suitable, why not stop wasting time and find someone you can rely on for life?" Hearing this question, she suddenly felt a bit down, but she still forced a smile. "Maybe I just don't want to look for someone right now. Just want to indulge yourself." She had no words because Jay was right. So can desire and love really be separated? Maybe, at least for now, it could be that way. She didn't want to love anyone, just wanted to enjoy sex. "I always feel," Jay looked at her and said word by word, "maybe others can, but Star, you can't." Sitting in the office in the afternoon, finishing a stack of design drafts while holding a cup of powder tea, Xinghui recalled Jay's words from lunch and kept asking herself while looking at the rain outside, why can others do it, but she cannot? She walked to the window, Turn on the speaker, and the lazy voice of Corinne Bailey Ray came through the speaker. 3 little birds sat on my window, and they told me I don't need to worry. Summer came like cinnamon, so sweet. Little girls double dutch on the concrete, maybe sometimes. We got it wrong, but it's all right, and nothing seems to change, and it all will stay the same. Oh, don't you hesitate. Girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. You go ahead. Let your hair down, sapphire and faded jeans. I hope you get your dreams. Just go ahead. Let your hair down. You're going to find yourself somewhere, somehow. After one song ended, she was still lost in her thoughts, unable to snap out of it until someone knocked on the door. And she quickly turned off the speaker, saying, "Come in." Xinghui opened the door, but didn't come in, just stood at the door and politely asked, "Are you busy?" "Ah, no." Xinghui felt awkwardly smiling as she recalled their chance encounter at the izakaya last Saturday. "Komein." Xinghui generously walked in and sat down in the seat opposite her desk, taking out a roll of paper from his backpack. "This is the draft based on the plan we set in our last meeting. Take a look and let me know if you have any feedback as soon as possible." Xinghui opened the drawing paper, which featured illustrations themed around Halloween and Christmas. After glancing at it, she couldn't help but look at Xinghui in a new light. From a half-collie perspective, he was very professional and talented. "Thank you. I'll give you feedback before Wednesday." As she spoke, she marked the date in her notebook. "Okay, then I'll take my leave." Xinghui's smile always made people feel warm. "Oh, by the way, do you know any good places for afternoon tea around here? Haven't had lunch?" Xinghui thought for a moment, took out her wallet. "Let's go, it's on me." She took him to the Spanish restaurant she and Jay often went to just to slack off, and while other places might be empty by 3 in the afternoon, this place was always bustling, like a warm-up for nightlife. "Looks like there are many people like me just doing nothing." After finally finding a seat at the entrance, after ordering, Xinghui couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "Isn't this bad?" Xinghui smiled. Xinghui was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "That's true. As long as everyone lives well for themselves, why care about how others see it? Hearing you say that makes me feel like you've lived a very enviable free life." Xinghui shook his head with a smile. "First of all, I'm far from a lifetime. I don't know what I'll become in the coming decades. Secondly, I'm just fortunate enough to live more freely than others because my family and friends are very willing to accommodate me. As for freedom, I've always felt that freedom and limitations are a pair of twins. The greater the freedom, the greater the limitations." So, Xinghui sipped the latte that the waiter just brought and waited for the illustrator to finish. "So," he paused, "don't envy others. No one has a smooth sailing life where everything goes as they wish. As the saying goes, every family has its own troubles." She smiled bitterly, lowering her eyes. "You know what? I used to really feel like everything was going smoothly and everything was perfect." She unconsciously stirred her coffee with a straw, only able to say, "I guess I was too naive back then, thinking that no matter how the world changed, it wouldn't turn into something I couldn't imagine." Xinghui seemed to find her description interesting, shrugged, indicating for her to continue. But Xinghui didn't continue. Instead, she asked, "Do you still often feel happy?" "Of course. You've been to a meet, roll vigorously, looking very hungry, like now. That's what I envy most about you." Xinghui laughed at his appearance. "Aren't you happy?" "I." She thought for a moment and decided to answer him this way. "I certainly have things and times that make me happy. It's just that this happiness is different from before. Before experiencing harm, happiness is very simple. You never doubt anyone or anything that brings you joy. You never think that one day the person or thing that brings you happiness might ultimately cause you pain. However, after being hurt, you start to think this way, and every time you feel happy, you can't help but think about it, making happiness less enjoyable." Xinghui ate at an astonishing speed, elegantly wiped his mouth, swallowed all the food in his mouth, and then spoke. Just like freedom and restriction, happiness and pain are also a pair of twins. But people often only see what they want to see. So they think there is only happiness in this world and that there shouldn't be pain. The Bible often says that life is full of suffering. Yet we forget this and believe that life is meant to be enjoyed. Xinghui wrinkled her nose. "Are you saying that compared to the oppressed and exploited people of the Dark Middle Ages, I am quite happy?" "Not exactly that. But you're not wrong," he smiled. Xinghui sighed. not feeling helpless or disappointed, but rather realizing how different everyone's thoughts are. Sometimes, by unintentionally listening to others' voices, you discover how narrow-minded you are. Yet people often forget to listen and only express themselves to others. So, are you in a relationship with Gao Yuan? Yurenji's next question was completely unrelated to the previous topic. She vaguely guessed that Yurenji would ask this, so she wasn't panicked. Just generously shook her head. We are simply not suited for each other. Why do you say that? In fact, just now, Jay asked a similar question, to which she didn't respond because she hadn't thought of it yet. But now, she suddenly realized, because we're both too proud to change ourselves for others. We all have a bottom line in our hearts, refusing to let anyone cross the line. In this regard, we are very similar, so we can be good friends because we resonate on many things and understand each other well. In her mind, there were various images of Gao Yuan, each so vivid. However, love, marriage, and life require a lot of tolerance and compromise that we don't have and won't have in the future. You are too dogmatic. Yurenji thought for a moment and added, in this regard, you're also very much like Gao Yuan. Dogmatic doesn't seem like a compliment, Xinghui. Well, it's a shared flaw of yours. Are you happy being with him? This was also a very off-topic question, but coming from Yurenji, it seemed quite natural. Xinghui thought for a moment and nodded. Then she added, it's not that I feel happy when I think about the future, but rather, it's because I don't think about the future that I feel happy. What a contradictory, yet genuine statement. Yurenji gave her a thumbs up. I admire your clarity and that you don't deceive yourself. She again, that's all from the trials of life. So how does he think? Him? She had never thought about it. Since they are so alike, she naturally assumed that he thought like her. I think if you have a chance, you should talk to him. You'd better listen to what he has to say. Xinghui continued to stir her straw subconsciously. She and he. Basically, it was her who was expressing herself. Whether happy or unhappy, she was willing to confide in him. But he rarely shared his thoughts with her. Many times, she had to judge his mood through his expressions and a woman's intuition. Occasionally, when he had some worries, he would talk about them, like his parents' divorce. But he spoke very little about it. Most of the time, he expressed himself through body language. Was this okay? Didn't they agree that it was just a simple physical relationship? They were just each other's objects of desire. If they added soul conversations, then what were they, if not friends with benefits? After saying goodbye to Yurenji, Xinghui returned to the office to continue working. But she was always somewhat distracted. At 6:30, the monkey called her. What are we having for dinner? While she was thinking, she suddenly felt that they seemed to be shallowly merging into a life that belonged only to the two of them. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel scared. I have to work overtime. Oh, he sounded a bit disappointed. I'll probably be home late, so I'll just go straight home. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, he said, that's fine, drive safely. I'll hang up. Okay, bye. Bye. She put down her phone and breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, her heart raced during those silent seconds, as if something terrible was about to happen. But fortunately, the monkey was still the same monkey, the one who wouldn't cross the line. That night, she indeed worked overtime until 9:30 before returning home. And to ensure she could give feedback to Yurenji before Wednesday, she even brought some work home. After taking a shower, she poured herself half a glass of red wine and sat on the couch in the living room to continue working. But strangely, the internet, which had been functioning well, suddenly went down. She tried her go-to solution for all electronic product failures, turning off the power and restarting, but it still showed no improvement. So she called the internet service provider's customer service to report the issue. However, she couldn't get through. After listening to more than 10 minutes of noisy hold music, she finally broke down and threw her phone onto the bed. If eating, sleeping, showering, and watching TV alone didn't make one feel lonely, then when a problem suddenly arose at home that she couldn't solve by herself, that feeling of loneliness swept over her like a tsunami. Faced with this loneliness and helplessness, she felt like crying. After sitting dazed on the bed for a while, she finally composed herself and tried to call for repairs again, but still couldn't get through. Angrily, she jumped up from the bed, jumping so high that she almost hit the ceiling. In the end, she had no choice but to surrender. Her finger lingered for a while before she quickly dialed Gao Yuan's number. What is up? He always skipped the greeting. Where are you? What are you doing? She felt dejected. At home reading. It sounded really quiet. Xinghui sniffed and said, "Can you come to my house?" "Why?" His tone was full of confusion. She sniffed again, held back for a long time, but still couldn't help but say in a tearful voice, "My internet is down." "Why are you crying over a broken internet?" He was surprised. "It's nothing, can't I be sad?" She started wiping her tears. "Just hurry up and come," she commanded. Didn't Gao Yuan say before that he couldn't handle it when he saw a woman cry? "I'll be there in 20 minutes. After saying that, he hung up. Xinghui put down her phone, sighed deeply, feeling ashamed of herself. But deep down, she hoped Gao Yuan would come quickly, as if everything would return to normal once he arrived. After waiting anxiously for 20 more minutes, someone finally rang the doorbell. She rushed to open the door, almost throwing herself into the man's arms. But fortunately, she didn't do that, because when she saw the man's face standing at the door, she couldn't help but stand there in shock. After a while, she finally stammered, Why are you here?" Xinghui stood at the door in a trench coat, looking a bit tired, as if he had just finished working overtime. He smiled slightly, his smile carrying a hint of awkwardness, but it was still so handsome. "Some letters meant for you ended up in my hands. Although they don't seem very important, I thought it would be best to deliver them to you as soon as possible. It's been more than half a year since they last met." And Xinghui felt like she was almost forgetting his appearance. But the moment she saw him, all the memories rushed back like a tide. She looked at the stack of letters in his hand and tugged at the corner of her mouth. "How did you know I live here?" "I called your mom." "Your mom told me," he replied. Xinghui snorted coldly in her heart, thinking, "You still have the face to call my mom? And my mom actually gave you my address." With that thought, she spoke stiffly. "You can just mail it to me or leave it in the mailbox downstairs. No need to come all the way up." After saying that, she took the stack of letters from Xinghui's hand and placed one hand on the door, intending to close it. "I came to find you for another reason. I want to ask if the 2 trophies from my tennis matches are with you," he said quickly. Xinghui frowned. "They're not here." She didn't even care to keep those things. Okay. But Xinghui still stood there with his hands in his trench coat pockets, showing no intention of leaving. It seems to be raining outside. Can I borrow your umbrella?" Xinghui sighed inwardly, thought for a moment, and said, "Wait a second." After saying that, she turned and went to the storage room to find an umbrella. To be honest, seeing Xinghui unexpectedly after half a year still made her a bit flustered. When she broke up with other boyfriends in the past, she would imagine how she would face her ex if they ran into each other on the street or somewhere. But Xinghui, she had never thought about it. It seemed that in her subconscious, she was refusing to see him again. Was it because she had moved on, or was she still unable to let go? Unconsciously, she picked a long-handled umbrella. When she walked out holding the umbrella, she was startled to find Gao Yuan standing at the door, expressionless, looking at Xinghui, and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" "He came to give me the letters." Xinghui hurriedly walked over with the umbrella, her heart racing like someone was drumming inside, feeling guilty, just borrowing an umbrella. "That's all." Gao Yuan said nothing, looking at Xinghui with a blank expression, then glanced at her. Then, one of his eyebrows twitched. Although it was just a tiny movement, Xinghui felt that this monkey was about to explode. So she quickly handed the umbrella to Xinghui and said, "Goodbye." Xinghui's expression became even more awkward as he took the umbrella, fell silent for a few seconds, nodded, and then turned to press the elevator button. "Goodbye." "Hey!" The moment the elevator door opened, Gao Yuan suddenly said to him, "You don't need to return the umbrella." "Huh?" Xinghui finally reacted, focusing on the umbrella, feeling anxious, not bothering to look at Xinghui's expression. "No way. This umbrella is a limited edition from the XXX brand's 50th anniversary. If not, I can get you another one." But before she could finish, Gao Yuan dragged her into the house and slammed the door shut. "My limited edition." She wanted to lament, but upon seeing the expression on Gao Yuan's face, she quickly shut her mouth. The two of them stared at each other in the living room, and while Xinghui still felt pain over that umbrella, she dared not bring it up again under Gao Yuan's fiery gaze. After a while, the monkey took off his coat and asked, "Where's the router?" "It's over there." She pointed to under the desk in the living room. He didn't waste any time with her and walked over to squat down and check. After fiddling for a while, he said, "The router is broken. Call to report it and ask them to replace it for you." "I know that too." Xinghui said with a mournful face. I knew it was broken when the green light didn't turn on. But the problem is, I can't get through to the repair service right now. And even if I do, they can't come fix it immediately. I need to go online tonight to send a lot of emails. Gao Yuan glanced at her, took out a chip-like device from his backpack, plugged it into her laptop, and set it up, saying, you can go online now. Xinghui rushed over to check, and sure enough, it worked. She looked up at Gao Yuan with admiration. Thank you. You really saved my life. His expression still didn't change much, but his gaze softened. But since you're here, she said eagerly, could you also help me fix the kitchen faucet, the bathroom wall light, and the drying rack on the balcony? Strangely, the man who had looked fierce just moments ago showed no complaint when asked to do so much. He just rolled up his sleeves, took a toolbox from the living room cabinet, and went into the kitchen. Xinghui sighed and began to work. By the time she finished sending all the work emails, she turned around to see Gao Yuan coming out of the bathroom, as if he had just washed his hands and was on the phone with the internet service provider. He sat down on the sofa, reported her username and password, leaving her dumbfounded because she didn't even know what her username and password were. She suddenly felt a bit touched because she had thought these annoying problems were impossible to solve, and he seemed to solve them effortlessly. Xinghui closed her laptop, walked over, and sat down next to Gao Yuan, watching him finish his call before softly saying, thank you. He put down his phone. I've been busy fixing things for you. You should at least show some appreciation. Xinghui's eyes darted around. Then I'll treat you to barbecue downstairs. Their beef tendon is really delicious. After saying that, she got up to get her coat and wallet. But before she could take a step, Gao Yuan yanked her back, pulling her directly onto his lap. He held her hand and waist, speaking in an undeniable tone. You should know that since I came this late, I have no intention of leaving. She blinked, thinking, what else can I say? He looked at her and asked, what was that guy here for? I already said, he came to give me letters and borrowed an umbrella. Really? He unconsciously frowned. Why would I lie to you? She replied sternly. Gao Yuan opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately gave up. Xinghui watched him open and close his lips and couldn't help but lean in to kiss him. Gao Yuan froze, seemingly surprised that she would do this. The rebellious and passionate side that she had hidden deep within herself was suddenly ignited. So she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him boldly, just as he used to kiss her. At that moment, she knew she wasn't drunk at all, but she was more proactive than if she were. When she felt it was enough, she let go of him and found that there was a suspicious flush on his cheeks, and his eyes were also dazed, as if he had been drugged. Xinghui had never seen this side of Gao Yuan, so she deliberately teased him. Why do you look like someone who was raped but is enjoying it? His speechless expression made her feel he was quite cute. Oh my God, cute? Is it appropriate to describe this monkey Gao Yuan with that word? But his dazed gaze ignited her initiative, and even the most passive person would feel the impulse to be a queen in front of such a gaze. So she climbed up, changed her position, knelt on his thigh, let down the octopus clip that was holding her bangs, and shook her hair vigorously to make herself look wilder. However, she immediately realized a problem. In this beautifully cinematic scene, she was wearing not a lace nightgown, but a home t-shirt and sweatpants. Never mind. She pressed down on Gao Yuan's shoulders, deliberately moving back and forth a few times, to try to sit on his important part. He was also wearing cotton sweatpants, so even through 2 layers of pants, she could feel his excitement. His arms were resting on the sides of the sofa like he was bound, completely motionless. She lowered her head, pretending to kiss him. He raised his head to meet her, but she dodged away. Watching him stand there in a daze, she feigned another kiss, and just as his nose brushed against hers, she pulled back again. After playing this game a few times, she was laughing so hard that she could hardly contain herself, but it only served to irritate Gao Yuan. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around her waist, flipped her over, and pinned her down on the sofa with a force that was startling, as if he had transformed from an ignorant scholar into a ruthless bandit. Before she could finish her teasing remark about how he couldn't handle a little provocation, her mouth was silenced. His onslaught was like a storm, leaving her a bit overwhelmed. Wait, hold on. Finally managing to escape from the bandit's grasp, Xinghui gasped, can I be the queen today? Although he seemed to be losing control, Gao Yuan thought for a moment and eventually nodded in agreement. Xinghui happily patted his face, then get up quickly. Reluctantly, he climbed off her. Xinghui quickly got up, tossing over her shoulder, "I'm going to change," as she dashed into the bedroom without looking back at his sour expression. A few minutes later, when she emerged wearing the sexy silk nightgown she had bought a long time ago, but had never worn, leaning against the doorframe to make her entrance, she noticed Gao Yuan staring at her with wide eyes. She felt a sense of triumph, but kept her composure. With a slight smile, she leaped onto him, starting the same kind of teasing game as before. However, she seriously overestimated Gao Yuan's patience. After only a few teases, this bandit suddenly lifted her and rushed into the bedroom, tossing her onto the bed. Before she could react, he was already on top of her, stripping off his clothes. "Lu Xinghui," he panted, "it's better not to mess around if you don't know how to be a queen." The next morning, as Xinghui stood in front of her closet, contemplating what to wear, Gao Yuan was already dressed and tying his tie in front of the mirror. "You need to take the morning off," he said. "Why?" she asked, surprised. "Because the broadband repairman is coming this morning." "What? I didn't know that," she exclaimed, eyes wide. He finished his tie and clipped it on. "Didn't I tell you last night?" "No." She put her hands on her hips and glared at him. "Of course not. I have a meeting this morning. Otherwise, why would I have rushed to send so many emails last night?" Gao Yuan furrowed his brow, thinking for 2 seconds, then shrugged. "I guess I forgot. I'm off to work. Bye." After saying that, he walked over, kissed her on the cheek, put on his suit jacket, and left with the big backpack he had brought the night before. Xinghui stared dumbfounded at the closed door. She had rushed to fix the internet last night to avoid postponing the meeting until the afternoon, but now, wasn't it the same? After thinking it over, she suddenly realized that the only beneficiary in this whole situation was Gao Yuan. With no choice, she flopped down on the bed and texted Jay. "I got played. I have to stay home this morning to wait for the internet repairman. So the meeting has to be postponed until the afternoon. Sorry." Not long after, Jay replied, "Who played you?" "Who else?" As she scrolled through her phone, she was gritting her teeth. "I really envy you. You can do that every day." Xinghui looked at the message on her phone from Jay, feeling wronged. She suddenly thought back to when she initially suggested being friends with benefits with Gao Yuan. She thought it was a way to satisfy her own sexual desires, but gradually, she realized that it wasn't just Gao Yuan satisfying her. She was also satisfying him. In fact, she began to feel that he had taken the dominant role in their sexual relationship. So, had this originally balanced relationship begun to become unbalanced? Where would they end up if this continued? Xinghui was a bit afraid to think further. So she quickly got up and decided to consider what to wear today in front of the closet. She felt panic over a fleeting thought in her mind. Would there come a day when they couldn't leave each other's bodies but couldn't stand each other's souls? That night, Xinghui had originally planned to have dinner with Jiang Yao, but just before getting off work, Jiang Yao suddenly sent a message saying something had come up at the company that she had to deal with and couldn't make it. Looking out at the night sky, she decided to stay at the office to work overtime. With a large press conference coming up over the weekend, almost all her colleagues were running around the company, making the office feel much emptier than usual. Halfway through her report, Xinghui felt like her head was about to explode. So she got up to grab a cup of coffee from the break room and returned to her office, sipping it while taking a moment to rest. She was still pondering the question that had flashed through her mind that morning, but didn't dare to think about the answer or the outcome. Suddenly, she thought of someone and took out her phone to dial a number. She prepared herself for no one to pick up, but the phone was quickly answered. "Hello." Feng Kaiching's voice sounded a bit tired. "I just finished a surgery. You really know how to pick your timing." Xinghui felt that she should at least start with some pleasantries. So she said, "Really? Was it another one of those 8-hour surgeries?" "No." Feng Kaichang said with a hint of a wry smile. "It only takes an hour." "Oh," she replied, "but doing 8 in one day is still pretty exhausting. But it's okay. I'm used to it. After all, as a doctor, you don't get to choose your work. A person's body can't wait." Xinghui was taken aback and opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. So many people in the world complain about how hard and unreasonable their jobs are, but they never think about what their responsibilities actually are. "Are you asking me out for dinner?" "Sorry, I have to be on call tonight. I'm just planning to change clothes and grab a bite in the cafeteria." "Oh no," she quickly said, "I just wanted to talk to you." "Well, I have a bit of time. It just happens that I'm the only one in the office right now." People with Qingyin, their names, must sound sincere when they talk. Go ahead, what is on your mind? Xinghui gathered her thoughts and said, Doctor, from a medical perspective, what do you think the dependency between people is based on, psychological or physiological? Feng Kaiqing was silent, not sure if he didn't understand her question or was thinking about how to respond. But let's put it this way, she added. If two people are mutually dependent, is that dependency more about the soul or the body? Are you talking about a couple? This question caught her off guard. Not exactly just two people. If they're not a couple, how could there be physical dependency? Feng Kaiqing said, I think what you mean is sleeping together, right? Yes. Then it is a couple. Doctors are fundamentally very rule-abiding people. Xinghui hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question that was bothering her. Isn't it possible to sleep together if you're not a couple? Feng Kaiqing laughed. Wow. Are we shifting from a medical or psychological question to a philosophical and moral one? I think you're asking this shows that you're in favor of it. Not only was she in favor, but she had also done it. What do you think the benefits of this are? Convenient. No need to think about so many unnecessary things, she blurted out. It sounded like eating instant noodles. But you should know that instant noodles contain many additives, which are bad for health. The same applies to the topic we just discussed. But seriously, Lu Xinghui, the doctor on the other end of the line, said, I don't think you're the kind of person. You can't handle it. Why? This was the second time she had heard someone say this to her in a short period. If Jay said this based on years of friendship, then what does it mean that Feng Kaiqing, someone she has only known for a short time, also says the same? Is she really not the kind of person who can separate body and soul? There's no reason. Feng Kaiqing smiled and said, you just aren't. She couldn't agree with him at all, but didn't know how to refute it. Let me give you an example. A doctor is someone who is good at analyzing and drawing conclusions. Didn't you just ask me if not being lovers means we can't sleep together? So, can you sleep with me? Xinghui's instinct was of course not. But if she answered that way, it would prove that Feng Kaiqing and Jay were right then. Is she really someone who can't separate soul and desire? What about her and Gao Yuan? Would she fall in love with him? No way. After a fierce internal struggle, Xinghui surprisingly said, what's wrong with it? Let's go. Feng Kaiqing sounded a bit incredulous. Are you sure? Are you sure you can sleep with me? What's wrong with it? Although she had already backed down in her heart, she still held her ground. Then let's go. Feng Kaiqing teased her. I'll take a leave right now. Where are we waiting? This doctor. Xinghui had to plead. I was just joking. You don't have to take it seriously. Miss Lu Xinghui. Feng Kaiqing's words suddenly stopped halfway. Then, after a few seconds, an awkward voice came from the other end of the phone. Gao Yuan, when did you guys come? Xinghui's eyes widened, covering her surprised mouth with her hand. Although it sounded a bit distant and vague, Feng Kaiqing's voice still rang in her ears. We just arrived not long ago. She heard herself, and Feng Kaiqing simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. We just happened to overhear you and Miss Lu agreeing to go to the hotel to sleep together, the older brother humorously added. This time, what she heard was the sound of herself, and Feng Kaiqing simultaneously gasping. 22:8, Part 1. Actually. Xinghui heard Feng Kaiqing on the other end mumbling for a long time, unable to say a word. What on earth is this high-achieving student S-intelligence for? At such a critical moment, he can't even smooth things over. Quick, say we were just joking. Xinghui shouted softly into the phone, as if at that moment. She was also in Feng Kaiqing's small doctor's office. We were just joking. The doctor quickly reiterated, as if he were a student who had been called upon unexpectedly and found a lifeline when someone behind him prompted him. Then there was silence on the phone. After a long while, just when Xinghui was starting to doubt whether her phone had malfunctioned, she suddenly heard Gao Yuan's gentle voice say, Hey, are you free? I came with Feng Kaiqing to find his brother for dinner. You should come too. I still have to work overtime. She was startled. Her instinct was to refuse. Besides, wasn't Feng Kaiqing supposed to be on duty? He took leave. But I still have to work overtime. Well, then in half an hour. After saying that, he hung up. Did he take her words as a breeze passing by, completely not allowing her to refuse? Xinghui stared at the screen for a long time before putting down her phone, her heart racing. But what was she actually panicking about? So what if she asked someone to sleep together? Do friends with benefits also need loyalty? Xinghui paced back and forth in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, biting her nails, repeatedly pondering. Recently, problems had indeed started to arise between her and Gao Yuan, plus Jay and others were constantly throwing out various doubts, making her question this friends with benefits relationship. Was it right or wrong? If it was wrong, what should she do? After struggling for a long time, Xinghui finally decided to grit her teeth and attend this banquet, telling herself that no matter what, she was already 31 years old and must take responsibility for her actions. Even if faced with difficulties, avoiding them was never the answer. Facing them head-on was what she should do. Having already divorced, what else was there to fear? So, she shut down her computer, grabbed her coat and bag, and excitedly left the office. However, 20 minutes later, when she walked into the restaurant Gao Yuan mentioned and sat down next to the three scheming men, she couldn't help but feel a little like backing out. But since she's here, she could only comfort herself. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Miss Liu, hello. Feng Kairue smiled, so gentlemanly, yet gave an impression of being cunning and shrewd. We meet again. Hello. From the moment Xinghui sat down, she only glanced at Gao Yuan once. At that moment, he was looking down at the menu. Perhaps noticing her gaze out of the corner of his eye, he looked up at her. But she immediately turned her eyes away. My brother said you're a fashion designer? Hee. She chuckled awkwardly to cover her embarrassment. No, to be precise. I'm a lingerie designer. He also said you are very talented. Feng Kairue glanced at Feng Kaiqing. Not all. She felt even more embarrassed. And he also told me you are a very interesting person. No. Xinghui thought, sweating coldly, this older brother is really not easy to deal with. The small talk reached this point, and Xinghui could finally no longer help but look at the expressions of the other two men. Feng Kaiqing looked anxious, probably still thinking about how to explain that earlier joke. The good boy is just that straightforward. As for Gao Yuan, he was not looking at anyone, ignoring everyone, calling the waiter to order, as if he were eating alone, and everyone around him was just air. Feng Kairue seemed to be doing a television program, full of topics, first talking about a talk show he recently produced, then discussing current affairs and politics. Xinghui, partly because she wasn't very familiar with him, and partly because she didn't have any great insights to share, sat quietly listening to them talk. Gao Yuan rarely discussed these topics when he was with her. Actually, thinking carefully, they hardly talked at all, most of the time just eating, rolling in bed, and sleeping. So listening to him talk passionately with Feng Kairue, she suddenly felt that she didn't really know him. Rather, she didn't know all sides of Gao Yuan. It turned out he had other aspects that she had never seen, making her feel strange and curious. Undeniably, Gao Yuan was special to Xinghui. In her consciousness, apart from her closest relatives, the first side of a person that one gets to know is their serious and earnest side. For example, as a colleague, Jay. As a friend, Feng Kaiqing. And even Feng Kairue, whom she had only met twice. Even with Jay, who was closest to her, there was a specific distance between them, like there was a line. She stood on one end, while others stood on the other, and neither would cross or cut this line. But with Gao Yuan, there was no such line at all. What she was familiar with was his naked, unadorned self, which represented the most intimate relationship between people, at least in a physical sense. It was the most intimate. In contrast, what she was unfamiliar with was his serious and earnest side. For the two of them, cutting that line between them was not easy. But for her, it also seemed strange to draw a line between her and Gao Yuan. Just as she was still immersed in her tangled thoughts, she suddenly heard Feng Kairue ask, Lu Xinghui, how many years have you been in New York? For years. Feng Kairue nodded. The year we graduated, we went to the United States for 2 months, stayed in New York for a week. It wasn't the year of graduation. Gao Yuan corrected him. It was the summer after graduation. Feng Kairue paused for a moment, thought for a long time, and finally remembered. All right. It was the summer after graduation. Because I was going back to my country in October, I quit my job and had a blast. Gao Yuan helplessly curled his lips. What year was that? He asked again. 2007. Gao Yuan had always had a good memory. Feng Kairue suddenly asked Xinghui, were you still in New York in 2007? Yes, I came back in 2008. He turned to look at Gao Yuan. Why didn't you take us to see her when we went to New York? This question caught Gao Yuan off guard. He opened his mouth in surprise, paused for a while, and finally awkwardly replied, I probably forgot. Come on. Phone Cray raised an eyebrow. You had the guts to take us to stay at your distant cousin's house whom you've never met. Yet you forgot about a friend you've known for over 10 years. Gao Yuan cleared his throat, looking a bit embarrassed, shrugged his shoulders as if to brush off the question. However, Phone Cray furrowed his brows and looked seriously at Xinghui, saying, honestly, I always felt you looked a bit familiar, but it seems like we really never met before. What are you trying to say? Gao Yuan crossed his arms, rolling his eyes at him. If someone didn't know you, they'd think you're a creepy uncle with a fetish. Phone Cairue's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Xinghui and Phone Cairue exchanged knowing smiles. Phone Cairue seemed to be saying, sorry, my brother can be a bit much sometimes. Xinghui smiled back with her eyes. It's fine, I think it means no harm. Once they finished their silent exchange and turned back, they found Gao Yuan staring at her expressionlessly. His look was frightening, something Xinghui had never seen before, as if she was an insignificant stranger to him. Phone Cairue started a new topic, and Gao Yuan quickly shifted his gaze, returning to his usual calm demeanor. Xinghui suddenly began to doubt whether she had just misread the situation, but no matter how she looked at him, it seemed like he was intentionally avoiding her gaze. With this thought, the long-buried, mischievous side of Xinghui was finally stirred up. She tentatively stretched out her foot and kicked him lightly. Sure enough, she saw Gao Yuan frown imperceptibly, confirming that she had indeed kicked him. Encouraged, she boldly took off one of her high heels and extended her foot, clad in black stockings, to rub against his calf. Gao Yuan still didn't look at her, maintaining a calm expression as he seemed to listen seriously to Phone Cairue. But his eyes had taken on a strange quality. Xinghui bit her lip and slowly slid her foot down his leg, gliding to his shoe, then attempted to slide up into his pant leg, rubbing her toes against his skin through the thin velvet stockings. Initially, Gao Yuan appeared to be focused on listening to Phone Cairue, even answering one or two of his questions, but soon his gaze began to wander. When Xinghui felt bored and withdrew her foot, he suddenly shot her a fierce glare, the meaning behind it unsettling her. Dishes were being served one after another, and Xinghui ate absent-mindedly, while Phone Cairue was lively and witty, essentially doing all the talking at the table, making it a harmonious atmosphere. Halfway through the meal, Xinghui stood up to go to the restroom. She had been here with Gao Yuan before, and to get to the restroom, wanted to navigate through a maze-like corridor. Moreover, the restrooms here were unisex, with 2 rows of individual stalls. As long as the door was open, anyone could enter. The corridor was empty, and Xinghui walked into one of the stalls, turned to close the door, but it was pushed open by someone. Gao Yuan's handsome face suddenly appeared before her, his sharp eyes making his facial features appear even more defined. Xinghui was startled and wanted to ask him what he was doing here, but before she could speak, he squeezed in, locked the door behind him, cupped her face, and leaned down to kiss her. His fingers were anything but gentle, making her cheeks ache. His lips were also rough, almost as if he wanted to punish her with this kiss. Xinghui was taken aback and stood frozen, not moving until he finally released her, panting, and she blinked stupidly, as if unsure whether she was even standing on solid ground. They stared at each other, neither saying a word. The restroom was sealed, with an exhaust fan buzzing above them. Suddenly, Xinghui had a thought. This guy, wouldn't you want to do something here? Just as she was about to move, he pressed her against the marble wall. The restroom wasn't large, but it was enough for 2 people. She looked into his eyes, feeling a bit scared, and instinctively shook her head. His gaze flickered for a moment. Then he leaned in and kissed her again, his large hands moving restlessly over her chest. Gao Yuan, she said in a low voice during his moment of breath, don't do this. He ignored her, grabbing the hem of her knitted dress and lifting her up. No, no. She tried to push his lips away, but didn't dare to scream, feeling a bit angry about his inappropriate behavior. Then why did you tease me earlier? He said through clenched teeth by her ear. Well, thinking about it, this trouble was indeed caused by her. By this time, she was already off the ground. Gao Yuan skillfully spread her legs and lifted her onto his waist. Seeing his slightly reddened eyes, she realized he was serious and begged, I don't like this here. Put me down first. He looked at her without making any further moves or letting her go, just keeping her pinned against the wall, motionless. After a while, Gao Yuan tightened his jaw, turned his head, and said word by word in her ear, Lu Xinghui, if you dare to go to a hotel with Feng, I will kill you. His tone was so fierce, it felt like he really would kill her, leaving her speechless. Moreover, his lips brushed against her ear, making her involuntarily shrink her shoulders. Don't flirt with him in front of me, or see what I'll do to you. After saying that, he put her down, glared at her, tugged at his shirt collar, and opened the door to leave. Xinghui locked the door, lowered the toilet seat, and sat down, breathing heavily. She could still feel Gao Yuan's warmth on her thighs, and thinking about how, if she hadn't resisted with all her might just now, he might have done something to her here, made her feel uneasy. God, in the restaurant's restroom. Was he crazy? She sat there for a while, still shaken, before adjusting her dress and stepping out. While washing her hands, she looked at her reflection in the mirror, seemingly returning to normal. But there was an inexplicable emotion in her chest that made her feel anxious. Back at the table, she didn't dare to look at Gao Yuan, silently eating while listening to their conversation, her mind elsewhere. They endured until the meal was finished. Gao Yuan didn't drive, easily finding an excuse, and naturally took Xinghui's ride home. The two of them didn't speak during the drive, and Xinghui didn't bother to turn on the music. The atmosphere in the car was stifling to the point of madness, while she lost herself in thoughts about the earlier scene in the restroom that Gao Yuan made her feel scared. When they arrived downstairs at Gao Yuan's place, she stopped, pulled up the handbrake, and waited for him to get out, but he remained seated, commanding her, go to the garage. The implication of going to the garage was for her to accompany him upstairs, so she silently shook her head. She didn't look at him, but out of the corner of her eye, she knew he was staring intently at her profile. After a while, Gao Yuan suddenly said, Are you afraid of me? She didn't nod or shake her head, just gripped the steering wheel and remained silent. Did I scare you just now? For the first time that night, his tone softened. She turned her face away to look out the window. Gao Yuan's long fingers gently grabbed her chin, forcing her to turn her head to look at him. Speak. He had that commanding tone again. Finally, she couldn't help but sulk. I can choose whether to speak or not. It's none of your business. Gao Yuan was domineering, but no matter how domineering he was, he couldn't do anything to her. Seeing that she was really angry, he just looked at her, appearing helpless. All right, stop throwing a tantrum. Come up, and I'll make you some braised ribs. He really wasn't good at coaxing women. Go away, I won't. She forcibly broke free from his hand and turned her head to the other side. He reached out to hug her, and she resolutely resisted. He also firmly fought back. She struggled, even biting his arm, and he frowned, no longer speaking, just holding her hand tightly. After struggling for a while, Xinghui was somewhat exhausted and had to stop in frustration, glaring at him. Let go of me. I won't let go. He acted like a rogue. Xing's eyes turned red with anger, but she gritted her teeth and didn't cry, glaring fiercely at Gao Yuan. They faced off like this for quite a while. And in the end, it was Gao Yuan who apologized first. I'm sorry. She still glared at him, but her gaze softened a bit. Suddenly, he leaned over and kissed her forehead, saying, I didn't mean to scare you. She frowned. Then why did you say you wanted to kill me? Gao Yuan looked at her dejectedly. I didn't say I wanted to kill you. You said you were going to butcher me. She repeated his words verbatim. He grimaced, probably cursing in his heart, but didn't say anything. Moreover, you said it very seriously. She wouldn't let it go. You can't take it out of context. The point of my words wasn't to do anything to you, but to tell you not to go to the hotel with Feng Kaiqing. He finally got to the point. Who wants to go to the hotel with him? Xinghui was so angry that she completely forgot about that. When I went to Feng Kai Rui's office door, weren't you on the phone saying you wanted to go to the hotel? Gao Yuan's momentum came back. Xinghui opened her mouth, remembering that there seemed to be such a thing. We were just joking. Is that how you joke? Monkeys frowned. 9 out of 10 men would take it seriously. Oomph. She sneered. You're 9 out of 10. That doesn't mean Feng Kaiqing is too. Gao Yuan suddenly turned serious. You want me to go against you, don't you? With that question, given Xinghui's stubborn temperament, she couldn't back down either. So she gritted her teeth and said recklessly, Yes, I'm going against you, so what? You just slept with me. What right do you have to control me? Even if I'm not joking with Feng Kaiqing, so what? I can go to the hotel with whoever I want. It's none of your business. How can it be none of my business? He looked genuinely angry, shouting, Don't go too far. You're making less and less sense. I went too far. She gritted her teeth. What about you? What did you do to me in the restaurant earlier and at Xiao Yuan's wedding? You scoundrel. Pervert. What do you take me for? A tool to satisfy your desires anytime, anywhere. Who's really going too far? Enough. Gao Yuan looked at her coldly and said, You play with me when you're happy. Take it out on me when you're not. Or just tell me to get lost. You can joke with younger men about going to the hotel, and when I don't go, you say I can't control you. When others are irresponsible to you, you cry and complain, but when you're irresponsible to yourself, that's fine. You're already 31, divorced, your face isn't angelic, your figure isn't devilish. Your means aren't particularly clever, yet you throw tantrums all day, turning against me the moment you're unhappy. Who do you think you are? Why do you have to treat me like this? She was so furious that she couldn't speak. Lu Xinghui, when he said these words, he remained cold, with an arrogant expression. Don't you just rely on the fact that I love you? After saying that, he gave her no chance to retort. Opened the door, got out of the car, and left. 23-8, middle. Hey! Gao Yuan had just come out of the classroom when someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. It was Dong Yun. What are you planning to dress up as for tomorrow night's party? Gao Yuan turned around and saw Feng Kai Rue as well. What party? Of course, the Halloween party. Dong Yun and Feng Kai Rue exchanged glances. You didn't know? Gao Yuan shrugged. I have an assignment due next Wednesday, so I plan to stay in the library all weekend. That's not the Gao Yuan I know. Dong Yun pretended to be disappointed, rolling his eyes. Gao Yuan laughed at his expression. There's nothing I can do. Assignments are more important than chasing girls. However, the next night, Gao Yuan was still dragged to the party by Dong Yun at a bar a few streets away from the school, supposedly rented by a local association. Why do Chinese people celebrate a foreign ghost festival? Gao Yuan asked as he followed Dong Yun inside. It's just an excuse for everyone to come out and have fun. Dong Yun had somehow gotten a rubber helmet, which he put on, complete with a huge axe and some shocking red blood, looking a bit terrifying. Then, Gao Yuan paused. Why do I have to wear a pumpkin on my face? Since he had no intention of going to the party, he couldn't prepare any Halloween costume. So Dong Yun kindly borrowed him a rubber pumpkin mask. After putting it on, his whole face looked like a Halloween pumpkin. Stop complaining. Dong Yun glared at him. It's good enough that I could borrow this for you in such a short time. This pumpkin mask was very realistic, with only holes for the eyes, nose, and mouth so he could see and breathe. As soon as he walked into the bar, Gao Yuan noticed that everyone was dressed in various costumes, some as disgusting zombies or vampires, others as bats or movie characters. Overall, it was Gao Yuan's first time participating in such a bizarre costume party, and he found it very fresh. Isn't this a local association? He asked again. Why are there so many foreigners? Are you ever going to stop, problem child? Dong Yun rolled his eyes dramatically, expressing his dissatisfaction. Gao Yuan spread his hands, signaling he got the warning. He continued to follow Dong Yun deeper into the bar. By the bar, a group of girls with Asian features were gathered. From a distance, in the dim light, he saw an attractive profile. She had a simple ponytail, her smooth forehead almost reflecting the light, long eyelashes fluttering with the air, and those eyes that sparkled even from the side. Her nose was very straight, with a small rounded tip. Her lips were slightly thicker than the average Jiangnan girl, resembling those of Europeans. Her face was oval-shaped, so her chin was also round, and when she spoke or smiled, there were dimples on both sides of her cheeks. Very charming. Gao Yuan stood there, transfixed, looking at that profile for a long time, and suddenly walked over to the unfamiliar girl and said, "Hello." The girl turned her head, startled by him. It was then he remembered he was wearing a Halloween pumpkin mask, and his whole face looked like a big pumpkin. But he was also startled by her, because when she turned, he realized the other half of her face was wearing a skull mask, which looked very realistic and was quite shocking at first glance. "Hello, you are dressed very uniquely. My name is Gao Yuan." He stared at her normal half of the face and said, "What?" Her English had a strange accent, and it was then he realized she wasn't Chinese. So he took off the pumpkin mask, revealing his handsome face, and extended his hand, saying, "You look amazing. Nice to meet you." The girl hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand as well. In the dim light, he saw confusion and anticipation in her eyes. The ringtone of his phone interrupted Gao Yuan's thoughts. pulling him back from distant memories. He turned around and finally saw his phone on the sofa. He walked over, the screen displaying the name Phone Kairue. "What's up?" His tone wasn't exactly bad, but not very good either. "It's nothing, nothing," Phone Kairue said. Very adept at reading people's expressions, just wanted to see if you got home safely. "When did you become so considerate and caring about others?" He scoffed. "Mainly because I saw your face wasn't looking good while you were eating earlier, worried you might be unwell." "Thanks for your concern." Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and said, You're welcome, you're welcome. But seriously, Gao Yuan," Phone Kairue switched to a serious tone. "I really feel like Lu Xinghui looks a bit familiar. Are you sure I haven't seen her before?" Before Phone Kairue could finish, Gao Yuan hung up, tossed the phone back on the sofa, and then walked into the bathroom to run a bath. The warm water poured over his head, shoulders, and back. Then the water flowed down his body, covering his skin, instantly bringing a sense of warmth. He hummed while washing his hair, but soon began to bitterly smile. He actually said out loud, this sentence had been hidden for so long that he thought he would never say it. Rinsing the foam from his head, he sighed deeply, opened his eyes, wiped the water from his face, and suddenly felt a bit indescribably troubled. He just got off the car and left without even looking at her. Not knowing what expression Lu Xinghui had on her face, she probably looked stunned. So, what will happen to them? Will they live happily ever after holding hands? Or will they part ways? He had no confidence at all, not even a little. He was just furious, which was why he said it. That night, he originally planned to meet Phone Kairue to confront that little rival. And he didn't think much of Phone Kairue because even Lu Xinghui herself said they were impossible. When he reached the office door, the door was open, and Phone Kairue was on the phone. Before he could steady himself, he heard the doctor laughing and saying, "Are you sure you can sleep with me?" "Huh. Then let's go. I'll take leave right away. Where shall we meet?" "Haha, Miss Lu Xinghui." He suddenly felt a bit angry. But since Phone Kairue was present and they were all adults, he just smiled calmly. Phone Kairue should have sensed he was unhappy, so he kept blocking him from speaking. Later, in the restaurant, he deliberately showed a cold shoulder to Lu Xinghui, completely ignoring her until she slipped her foot into his pant leg and rubbed against his calf. Then he couldn't sit still anymore. Sometimes he thought, this relationship was like smoking, knowing it might end badly, but still holding on to a lucky mindset, comforting himself that maybe it wouldn't be that bad. After deceiving himself for too long, he became numb. He thought of things he shouldn't, did things he shouldn't, and even mistook the fake for the real. In the end, it was just losing to his own obsession. The so-called obsession is indeed a terrifying thing that Gao Yuan only recently realized. Buddha said, born from obsession, die from obsession for all beings. But for ordinary people like him, it was for desire. In fact, he didn't love Lu Xinghui that much. At least before they slept together, he always thought so. Maybe he had liked her all along, since adolescence. She wasn't particularly lively or cheerful, but she wasn't a quiet or introverted girl either. They had known each other for many years. He neither saw her as a sister nor as a woman. She was nothing but Lu Xinghui. They used to have a small circle, all longtime classmates, and in that circle, they weren't particularly close, rarely discussing personal matters, of course. There weren't many personal matters to talk about back then, mostly talking about how to have fun, how to study, and how to make life more interesting. He just felt that she was someone he could trust. Many times, he could talk to her without overthinking, without guessing her thoughts, without putting on airs, and without trying to please her. He saw through her, and this girl, no matter how bad she was, wouldn't be too bad. And he felt that she saw him the same way. After graduating from university, he found a job at a bank, starting as a junior employee, and never thought about studying abroad. At that time, most of the people in their circle had gone abroad, leaving only him, Xinghui, and Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan was the kind of kind-hearted and generous girl who could also be a bit spoiled. He always treated her like a little princess. Plus, at that time, Xiaoyuan had a boyfriend and was often missing. So for a period, as the only remaining friends, he and Lu Xinghui often hung out together, eating, drinking, and playing games. Later, he didn't know how it happened, but one day, these two playful friends suddenly said they wanted to go study abroad. So they both signed up at the same training school and went to take language classes separately. At that time, they saw each other every day, but they hardly spoke a few words. Sometimes after weekend classes, they would eat together, each wearing headphones to listen to language tutorials. Plus, aside from language, there were other entrance exams to prepare for, and so they went through this for half a year. In spring, they both received their acceptance letters from the school almost simultaneously. He vaguely remembered that weekend when they received the acceptance letters. They went out to celebrate and invited Xiaoyuan and her boyfriend. But those two ended up arguing at karaoke because the boyfriend glanced at a female server, and it escalated to a fight. Gao Yuan remembered he and Lu Xinghui were dumbfounded watching this explosive couple. Fortunately, Xiaoyuan had the upper hand in the fight, or he would have had to help out, mediate. In the end, the dominant Xiaoyuan cried and ran out, and her beaten boyfriend hurriedly chased after her. What was this all about? For Gao Yuan, whose understanding of relationships was relatively simple at that time, this was incredible. His interaction model with women had always been to come together if it worked out and part ways if it didn't. He rarely put thought into how to maintain a relationship. After all, men and women, if it didn't work, it just didn't work. He was still young and didn't need to give up the whole forest for one tree. Hey, watching Xiaoyuan and her boyfriend rush out without looking back. Lu Xinghui exclaimed in shock. Why did they leave halfway? Could it be pretending to argue to avoid paying? Gao Yuan found a reasonable explanation. The two sat in the karaoke booth, staring at each other for a while before deciding to continue singing. That night, they had a great time, singing and then going out for late-night snacks. In a steaming hot pot restaurant, while dipping lamb and drinking cold beer. They each boasted about how great their accepted schools were. By the time the hot pot restaurant closed, they were reluctantly ushered out. It seemed to still be early spring. The wind was freezing cold in the middle of the night. Even though they had eaten hot pot and drunk beer, their bodies were warm, but finding a taxi at that late hour was impossible. After walking for a long time, Lu Xinghui, dressed lightly, was still sniffing and instinctively hunching her shoulders and rubbing her hands. The two stood at the intersection waiting for a taxi, and without thinking, Gao Yuan opened his coat and wrapped her in his arms. Lu Xinghui first froze for a moment, but then turned to look at him and smiled, saying, "If I didn't know you wouldn't act like a rogue, I would have shouted harassment. Go ahead." He was a bit drunk and held her tighter, deliberately using the hand in his pocket to pinch her waist. Help." She was also drunk, laughing and shouting because she was very ticklish. He stood behind her, only seeing the top of her head, but hearing her laughter made him chuckle as well. That night, in the back seat of the taxi on the way home, they kissed for the first time. It wasn't a fleeting kiss, but rather, under the influence of alcohol, the kind of passionate kiss fueled by desire between a man and a woman. Later, he wasn't quite sure if it really happened. The next day, when he woke up from his hangover, he found himself lying in his own bedroom, barely remembering how he got back. However, some images kept flashing in his mind. He eventually thought it must have been real because Lu Xinghui suddenly started avoiding him, refusing to go out for meals, and seemed a bit distracted when he called. So he thought, to avoid awkwardness, it would be better to give it some time. This cooling off lasted until the day he was set to go abroad. By some strange twist of fate, they hadn't been in contact for several months, and neither knew when the other was leaving, yet they happened to run into each other at the airport on departure day. It couldn't really be called a coincidence. It seemed that both their parents knew they were leaving on the same day, and even Xiaoyuan and her boyfriend were aware, but he and Lu Xinghui were oblivious. When she caught his eye in the departure hall, the shock on her face mirrored his, confirming his belief that she also didn't know. After bidding farewell to friends and family and entering the boarding area, they exchanged awkward glances in silence. Gao Yuan didn't know what to say. As a man, he felt that anything he said would be inappropriate at that moment. Suddenly, Lu Xinghui let out a laugh that seemed to erase past grievances, and Gao Yuan laughed along. After they had laughed enough, she suddenly opened her arms. He hesitated for a moment, then opened his arms to embrace her, feeling as if they had returned to their innocent childhood. But at that moment, as he held her, Gao Yuan realized there was a faint sadness in his heart. From now on, they would be going their separate ways. To see each other again would require crossing half the globe, and they could no longer casually call each other to hang out, play games, drink, or sing. What kind of world would they face? What kind of lives would they lead? No one knew. He suddenly thought, years later when they meet again, what would she be like? What would he be like? Would they just exchange a faint smile? "I will miss you," Lu Xinghui said, her voice slightly choked. Gao Yuan, being a big man of course, didn't cry. But hearing her say that made him very touched. He couldn't comfort her, so he patted her back and deliberately messed up her hair. Annoying. She covered her hair and pushed him away. It was only at that moment that he realized she was also a girl, capable of feeling sad, crying, and getting angry when her hair was messed up. He smiled, as he usually did, and patted her shoulder seriously, saying, "Be careful when you're out by yourself." "Got it. Don't act all serious. It's annoying." She glared at him, still with a mischievous look. Gao Yuan, rarely feeling sentimental, was rebuffed by her words and returned to his usual carefree demeanor. All right, you could go now. I'm boarding over there." She pointed to the left. "I'm over there." He pointed to the right. They exchanged smiles and said in unison, "Take care." After a moment of pause, they again said in unison, "Goodbye." Their farewell was not at all drawn out, perhaps because they were both rational, strong, and opinionated people. Or maybe it was precisely because of this that they could become friends. Otherwise, how could two proud people compromise with each other? After arriving in London, Gao Yuan had a lot to do, and his studies were far from as simple as he had thought. He occasionally kept in touch with his old friends online, and Lu Xinghui was one of them, but just one among many. Until one day, 3 months later, when they were video chatting, discussing Christmas plans, a man suddenly walked up behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder. She looked up at him, smiled, and then the man leaned down and kissed her. At that moment, Gao Yuan suddenly realized he liked Lu Xinghui. Sometimes people are like that. If he hadn't seen her with someone else, he might never have known he had such feelings for her. But what does it matter if he likes her? In fact, he had always clearly known that he was a carefree person when it came to relationships. It wasn't that he didn't like women. He just never felt he needed to marry anyone. The same was true for Lu Xinghui. He liked her, but they were miles apart. He was overwhelmed with studies. And besides, didn't she already have a boyfriend? So he thought, let it be, just consider it a secret pastime of his. In the face of reality, many times one has to bow down. With so many obstacles between them, what difference does it make whether they like each other or not? They still occasionally kept in touch, video calling. Lu Xinghui told him her boyfriend's name was Ji Yinhao, who studied industrial design. And their romantic story was like something out of an art film. They both went to a second-hand bookstore looking for the same book, but there was only one copy, and neither was willing to back down, so in the end, they ended up together. That sounds so fake. Gao Yuan stroked his chin. For someone who lived daily in data, modules, and strategies, it sounded like a fairy tale. Only people with nothing to do would have such encounters, right? He was almost driven mad by his assignments. What? Lu Xinghui exclaimed from the other side of the screen, what about you? Have you had any romantic encounters? I don't have time, miss. He couldn't help but start complaining. How is that possible? She widened her eyes and laughed. How is it not possible? He glared at her. The longing in his eyes was something only he understood. However, that new year, he did have a romantic encounter. A classmate from Taiwan had a sister visiting, and he helped take her around nearby. On the night of December 31st, when everyone gathered in a bar to count down, she suddenly cupped his face and kissed him. They had both had several beers, and her gaze was a bit heated, so he leaned in and kissed her back. After the New Year holiday, this fleeting romance abruptly ended with the departure of his classmate's sister. They said goodbye as if nothing had happened. And to this day, he can't remember her name. She probably doesn't remember his either. Was she pretty? Lu Xinghui asked from the other side of the screen, dressed in pajamas with cartoon bunny slippers and holding chips. She was all right. He only remembered that the girl had an infectious smile with shallow dimples on either side of her cheeks. What kind of expression is that? She burst into laughter. Later, he had a few more brief romantic flings. Being in a foreign land can make one feel especially lonely. Sometimes, the connection between a man and a woman doesn't have to be deeply emotional, just a desire for companionship, which leads to frequent breakups and makeups. This cycle continued until he met a Japanese girl named Yuriko at a Halloween party the following year. So you're in a relationship now? The autumn in New York was beautiful. One deep autumn afternoon, Lu Xinghui sat in a street-side CF, using her laptop to video call him. But what about London? Gao Yuan looked at the rain-streaked window and the perpetually misty sky beyond. I suppose so. What kind of answer is that? If I were that girl, I'd punch you right in the nose. Good thing you're not my girlfriend then, he said with a bitter smile. She bared her teeth and flipped him off. What about you? He said. Haven't you finished acting in your movie yet? Lu Xinghui rolled her eyes at him. Don't jinx it, okay? These art films usually have tragic endings, don't they? He shrugged. Otherwise, how would you art students get the chance to wail and lament? Xinghui came over from somewhere, affectionately hugged Lu Xinghui and kissed her forehead. She quickly picked up her backpack, looking like she was about to shut down her computer. All right, we're going to watch a movie now. No need to waste more time talking to you, science student. You need to treat your girlfriend well, got it? Before he could answer, she closed the notebook. After that, for a long time, their communication gradually dwindled, perhaps due to the pressures of graduation and job hunting, or perhaps because they each had their own lives. As for his supposed fondness for Lu Xinghui, it had likely long been forgotten. Gao Yuan and Yuriko indeed had a very happy time together. After Yuriko disappeared, he went looking for her, only to suddenly realize that he actually knew very little about her. He was indeed down for a while, but he soon recovered. A year later, Gao Yuan took the opportunity to interview for a few jobs while visiting his family back home, and unexpectedly got accepted quickly. So he hurried back to the UK to resign, vacate his apartment, and handle various procedures. A month later, he was sitting in his current office, starting his busy white-collar life. The next time he saw Lu Xinghui was at her wedding with Xinghui. That should have been around the end of summer, maybe in August or September. All he remembered was that he had originally intended to wear a suit jacket, but it was simply too hot to put it on. So, he decided against wearing a tie, slightly rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and paired it with well-tailored trousers and Italian leather shoes before heading out. Since his parents had already prepared red envelopes, he only bought one gift, a crystal photo frame, his go-to wedding present. It was dignified yet not easily remembered as a wedding gift, so in case of a divorce, it wouldn't become a burden. He got out of the car, holding a box wrapped in red paper, thinking to himself, I wonder how they would feel if they knew that I had already considered the benefits of this gift for the divorce when I gave it to them. The wedding ceremony venue is in the center of the hotel's large lawn. The huge white tent gives a pure and solemn impression, while pink and white stargazer lilies are tastefully arranged on a red carpet at the entrance and on the reception table. Colorful helium balloons are shaped into hearts and hang at various corners of the tent, with white drapes gently swaying in the wind. Gao Yuan couldn't help but think that he didn't expect Lu Xinghui, that pretentious girl, to like such a romantic and dreamy wedding. He suddenly had a lot of teasing remarks he wanted to say to her. It had been a long time since they had a playful banter, and he even missed the way she would laugh heartily without caring about her image. He walked step by step along the red carpet towards the white tent, where some friends and family were already gathered at the entrance to sign in and take photos. Knowing he wasn't an important figure and had come alone, he stood aside waiting for those with families to finish taking pictures before approaching. But at the entrance, he found only the groom standing there. He was taken aback and looked around. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Hey, Gao Yuan." He turned around, as if in slow motion from a movie, and saw a woman walking toward him from behind the drifting white curtains. She wore a white strapless gown, so simple in design it could hardly be simpler, yet so exquisitely tailored it could hardly be more refined. The satin fabric shimmered with a matte glow under the sunlight, making even him, a complete layman, marvel that it must be of the finest quality. Over her shoulders draped two breathtakingly beautiful wide lace epaulettes, accentuating her collarbones so elegantly. Finally, as the crowning touch, a wine-red velvet ribbon tied into a bow at her waist evoked thoughts of all things beautiful. The woman approached him, enveloped in a gentle and blissful radiance that made it impossible to look away. She had actually grown her hair long, though not excessively long, compared to her previous tomboyish haircut that barely reached below her ears. It was now considered long. Her hair wasn't T-styled in any particular way, simply pulled back and secure at the back of her head, adorned with two small, blooming lilies. It looked effortless, yet exuded an undeniable charm. Gao Yuan stared at the woman before him, and in that instant, all the teasing, argumentative words he had prepared vanished into the Pacific. He felt he ought to say something, perhaps congratulations or a happy wedding, but he merely opened his mouth, wanting to speak yet finding himself powerless. "You monkey, Why did it take you so long to get here? What astonished him most, however, was that the moment she spoke, she was still the same. The Lu Xinghui he had always loved. Well, he looked into her eyes, yet somehow couldn't he quite meet her gaze. I took a detour to buy this first. With that, he handed her the gift he was holding. She quickly smiled and thanked him before passing it to a bridesmaid, standing a few steps away. But buying the gift on your way here? That is so insincere. She glared at him. Helpless, Gao Yuan shrugged. You didn't send me an invitation. It's already good enough that I brought a gift. But I sent one to your parents. She still glared at him. He flashed a rogue-like smile, as if deliberately provoking her. She laughed too, slipping her hand into the crook of his arm and nudging him forward. Let's go take photos. She pulled him in front of the photo backdrop, one arm hooked around the groom and the other around him, smiling at the camera. Gao Yuan had never seen that photo. With Lu Xinghui's carefree personality, she probably didn't bother with anything after the wedding, let alone sending out photos to everyone. That evening banquet left him distracted. Every time he looked up at Lu Xinghui standing at the center of the stage, he found her dazzling, yet couldn't tear his eyes away. Suddenly, he remembered that passionate kiss in the taxi years ago. Under the fleeting glow of headlights from passing cars, he thought he glimpsed a dazed intoxication in her eyes. Or perhaps it wasn't tea in her eyes, but his own. Forget it. That was so long ago, probably so long that she didn't even remember. When he left, she was already slightly tipsy, raising her glass to bid him farewell. He only glanced at her, smiled faintly, and turned to leave. Under the bright moonlight, he opened the taxi door, got in, and gazed at the neon lights outside the window. When had this city begun to change so much? As if the stars themselves had shifted? In truth, life was like that too. Just when he thought nothing would ever change, everything was quietly transforming. That night, sitting in the taxi, his logical, unromantic, and unsentimental mind thought, so it turns out there really are fools who fall in love with the bride at a wedding. Gao Yuan stepped out of the shower, grabbed an ice-cold beer from the fridge, took a sip, and carried the bottle to the living room. After hesitating for a moment, he finally picked up his phone from the sofa to check for missed calls or messages. No messages, but one missed call. He pursed his lips, mocking himself for acting like an insecure high school student, then checked the call log. It was from Dong Yun. He let out a long sigh, unsure whether he felt relieved or frustrated, just deeply conflicted. Deciding to push aside these inexplicable emotions, he dialed Dong Yun's number. Hey, guess what? I got an email asking for your phone number, but it wasn't signed. Should I give it to them? Dong Yun blurted out abruptly. Really or fake? He was half believing and half doubting. It's true. Want me to forward it to you? The email address is TobyAGoodGirl Come. Gao Yuan took a sip of beer, and that refreshing feeling instantly cleared his mind. She must be a girl. Nonsense. Dong Yun was a bit impatient. What man would ask me for your phone number? Not necessarily. He decided to tease Dong Xiaoya. Remember Mark? That Taiwanese guy with athlete's foot? What about him? He once seriously asked me if we were a couple. What? Dong Yun screamed on the other end of the phone. He even said if we weren't that kind of relationship, could I give him your phone number? It's ridiculous. Dong Yun gritted his teeth and said, Yeah, that's what I said too. I'm going crazy. Did you give him my phone number? What do you think? Good brother. If it weren't for the long phone line, Dong Yun would probably have rushed to kiss Gao Yuan right away. Big brother has your back. You're truly my good brother. Gao Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth and calmly said, Of course I told him we are definitely not that kind of relationship. But I couldn't give him your phone number because you and Feng Kurui are a couple. You're both my good friends. I can't do anything that might break you apart. You. Dong Yun's mouth probably would cramp up. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. He suppressed his laughter. I just wanted to point out that it's not impossible for a man to ask you for my number. Dong Yun huffed in annoyance and then decided to change the subject. By the way, speaking of that phone, Kurui kid, he just called me asking if I thought Lu Xinghui looked a bit familiar. What is that about? Gao Yuan pursed his lips and said, Nothing. He's just being neurotic. Dong Yun gasped. But don't say if Feng Kurui hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought about it. But now I really feel like Lu Xinghui does look a bit familiar. I remember. Last week Oriental 110 released the latest photos of wanted criminals. Maybe I saw it there. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes. Then you can compare slowly. Maybe you can even win a prize. That's it, he hung up. After saying that, he hung up the phone, tossed it aside, and continued to drink alone. On Friday morning, Gao Yuan was queuing at the coffee shop downstairs of the office, and the flower shop owners next door had already started their business early. He stood there looking for a while, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Is this Michael Daisy?" In a corner, a plastic bucket quietly held a bunch of purple daisies, with pale yellow centers and deep purple petals, forming a stark contrast, as if no matter how small or inconspicuous, they had a personality. "Yes." The flower shop owner nodded. "It's the Michael Daisy you asked me about last time." Gao Yuan looked at the owner in surprise. That was 1 or 2 months ago, right? He hadn't spoken to them since then. How did the owner remember him? Huh. As if he had guessed his question, the owner smiled and said, "The secret to running a shop is to remember the faces of the customers." Gao Yuan couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth, showing a bitter smile. The customer in front left, so he quickly raised his hand to greet the flower shop owner and turned to buy coffee. After buying the coffee, when he passed by the flower shop again, he suddenly stopped and asked the owner, "Excuse me, does every flower have a language of flowers?" The owner nodded. "Do you want to know the language of flowers for Michael Daisy?" "Uh-huh." The owner and his wife exchanged a glance, smiled at each other, and said, "It means couples love. 25-9, upper. How can we fall in love with someone?" A week for Gao Yuan felt both fast and slow. He woke up at 8 every morning, got to the office by 9, had lunch at noon, continued working at 1 in the afternoon, got off work at 8:30 in the evening, then went out for dinner, occasionally met people for drinks or exercise, and returned home close to midnight. After taking a shower, he would lie in bed reading before sleeping. By the time he opened his eyes the next morning, it was already 8 again. This was his routine, and he could live well alone. But in the dead of night, he felt something was missing. He didn't call Lu Xinghui. He thought of many possibilities. Maybe they were done. Maybe she realized she loved him too, and they finally got together. Maybe she didn't love him, but couldn't live without him, so they were still together. Maybe she was with someone else, but in the end, she found out he still didn't love her, so they broke up. He suddenly felt that the issues between men and women were far more complicated than his economic development models or foreign exchange structure charts. There was no pattern to follow, and no logic to explain. It was simply more chaotic than chaos theory. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine that when they met again, she would act as if nothing had happened. That was on Friday night. He still got off work around 8 and went to meet Dong Yin. On the surface, Dong Yin was a complete playboy who excelled at eating, drinking, and having fun, so every meal had to be arranged at different places, mostly at the city's hottest dining spots, so he didn't need to read food magazines. Just by dining with Dong Yin once or twice a week, he could grasp the trends. Gao Yuan wasn't a foodie, so he completely couldn't understand the diners who were still waiting at the restaurant entrance at 8:30 on a Friday night. "Let's go to McDonald's." His face looked a bit ugly. There were at least 100 people in the small waiting area, which was hard for him to endure. Dong Yin, however, just comfortingly patted his shoulder and took a sip of the cheap champagne the restaurant provided for waiting customers. "Be patient. Once you get to eat their food, you'll know that even a long wait is worth it." "I seriously doubt that," he said with a sullen face. Dong Yin smiled and ignored him. Instead, started to look around at the other diners waiting like him. "There are 3 hot girls standing in the corner. What do you think?" Gao Yuan turned back to take a look and said, "The one with long hair has been texting. She probably already has a man, or is in a flirtation. The one in the red dress in the middle looks like a clingy type." Dong Yin looked at him with a half smile. The king of bars, Gao Yuan, seems to still have it. Flattery. He wanted to roll his eyes. "So," Dong Yin asked again, "what about the one in the blue shawl?" Gao Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. "She's not bad. Seems easy to talk to. And she's not the brainless type." "Oh." Dong Yin looked provocatively at the one in the blue shawl, exuding an overwhelming masculine aura. "But she's a lipstick lesbian. And she seems to have her eyes on the lady standing next to you." Dong Yin's teasing expression suddenly froze. He slowly turned to look at the person next to him, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, then leaned over to Gao Yuan's ear and whispered, "Is she a woman?" Gao Yuan calmly nodded, picked up his glass, and took a sip of the cheap champagne. "I'm sure, absolutely and definitely." If he stood any closer, he could almost hear Dong Yin's heart breaking. However, the advantage of a playboy is that he can quickly bounce back from setbacks. A minute later, Dong Yin began to look around again. Hey, isn't that the gay guy who was with your girlfriend? Dong Yun suddenly let out a soft whistle and said. Gao Yuan turned back in confusion and saw two familiar faces in the crowd. First Jacob, then Lu Xinghui. He was suddenly stunned, as if he wasn't ready for the speech, yet the curtain on stage had already been drawn back. He finally understood why Dong Yun had to whistle. It was because Lu Xinghui was dressed very provocatively today, wearing shorts and over-the-knee high-heeled boots, completely different from her usual office lady style. In fact, he preferred her ordinary attire, which was less eye-catching but very pleasing to the eye. Just as his eyes greedily scanned her, he looked up and found Lu Xinghui was also looking at him. Gao Yuan forced a smile, which made him appear frivolous. If he didn't smile, he would seem foolish. Lu Xinghui looked at him through the crowd, her face devoid of any expression. He guessed she was deciding how to face him, so he unconsciously held his breath, waiting for that moment to come. Without any warning, Xinghui revealed her signature smile, so enchanting that it made him feel a bit unreal. Then, just like before, she waved at him and walked over with Jay. In that instant, Gao Yuan understood she was avoiding him, trying to pretend that nothing had happened. They were still just friends with benefits, nothing about love, nothing about the future, just that when one needed the other, they would show up on time. Though it was a bit self-deceptive, Gao Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly, as it indeed seemed like a reaction Lu Xinghui would have. Hey! She showed no signs of embarrassment, not even a hint of awkwardness in her eyes. Are you guys waiting for a seat? Yes. Dong Yun is always very attentive to women. It's really hard to get a seat here. Jay was looking for acquaintances to pull some strings, and Xinghui smiled, pointing at Jay, who was on the phone. Want to join us? Sure. Dong Yun happily nodded. Xinghui then turned to Gao Yuan and asked, Hey, are you very busy this week? Why haven't you called me? A bit busy, he replied, taken aback. Then Xinghui turned back to chat with Dong Yun about the restaurant's food. Gao Yuan stood there silently, discreetly observing Lu Xinghui, trying to analyze every expression and glance of hers, but he couldn't find any clues, as if, after that dinner, he hadn't said anything, and they had reconciled. 5 minutes after the resourceful Jay finished his call, they were seated at a table by the window, with a spectacular view of the night scene of the Pujiang River. You're amazing. Even Dong Yun, who usually had biases against homosexuals, couldn't help but compliment him a bit. Oh, not at all. Basically, Jay has no resistance to handsome guys. The waiter brought the menu, and Jay and Dong Yun both reached for it at the same time while seated across from each other. The moment they grabbed the menu, they both revealed perfunctory smiles, then tightly gripped the menu, unwilling to let go. Xinghui quickly told the waiter, Could you please bring us another menu? The waiter immediately complied, turning to get another menu, but the two still held onto the corners of the original menu, neither willing to let go. In the end, Gao Yuan kicked Dong Yun, and only then did Dong Yun reluctantly release his grip to take the other menu from the waiter. Then, Jay and Dong Yun each lowered their heads to seriously look at the menu. Gao Yuan felt his phone vibrating in his pocket, so he took it out, and surprisingly, it was a text message from Lu Xinghui. Tell Dong Yun not to interrupt. Jay is a control freak when it comes to ordering. He raised an eyebrow and replied, Dong Yun also won't give up the right to order to anyone. Then you think a way. She immediately responded. How am I supposed to think of a way? I don't care. Gao Yuan sighed. This guy always posed difficult questions for him. Just as he was trying to figure out how to stop Dong Yun, the latter had already started ordering with the waiter, fruit salad. That fruit salad is all mangoes. Eating it will cause cold sores. Jay immediately interrupted. Let's change it to a vegetable salad. As Dong Yun opened his mouth to retort, Gao Yuan kicked him again. He shot a sideways glare at Gao Yuan, who pretended not to notice. Hangzhou pepper beef. Jay continued. That has all Hangzhou peppers. Let's skip it. Dong Yun countered without hesitation. How about black pepper beef cubes instead? Jay looked at him in shock, as if about to explode. But Xinghui discreetly cleared her throat, and Jay had no choice but to shut up. What followed was essentially a food ordering battle between Jay and Dong Yun, with Gao Yuan constantly kicking one and Xinghui continuously coughing. By the time they reached the dim sum section, Jay and Dong Yun finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted in unison, Stop kicking. Stop coughing. Gao Yuan and Lu Xinghui immediately sat up straight in their seats, closed their mouths, and pretended to look elsewhere. Aside from a small commotion during the ordering, the dinner went quite pleasantly. Gao Yuan discreetly observed Lu Xinghui. If he didn't know what he had said that night, he would have almost thought time had reversed. By the way, for some unknown reason, Jay suddenly asked Xinghui, "How's it going with that little doctor recently?" Dong Yin turned to look at Gao Yuan, raising an eyebrow, meaning he wanted to clarify the background of the gossip first. "It's Feng Kaicheng," Gao Yuan replied unwillingly. Dong Yin nodded in sudden realization. Gao Yuan turned back and found Xinghui looking at him. Throughout the night, she had acted so naturally, but at that moment, her gaze seemed to betray a hint of vulnerability. "It's just friends," she pouted. "Just like you and Gao Yuan?" Jay's expression was very casual. "Ah." A hint of panic finally appeared in Xinghui's eyes, of course. "Just like I am with Gao Yuan." Jay turned to look at Gao Yuan with a smirk that was quite annoying. Gao Yuan remained calm, lowering his eyes and picking up a piece of black pepper beef cube with his chopsticks, putting it into his mouth. "Don't refuse any opportunities." Xinghui, Dong Yun, being the oldest, always spoke with a big brother tone when with them. "You're young, beautiful, and so smart. You should give yourself and others more opportunities." Lu Xinghui opened her mouth to say something, but when the words reached her lips, she seemed to give up. In the end, she didn't look at Gao Yuan, just smiled at Dong Yun and shrugged. After dinner, Dong Yun suggested going for drinks, and Jay happily agreed, while Gao Yuan and Xinghui remained silent. Gao Yuan decided not to sit idly any longer, so he grabbed Lu Xinghui's arm and said to Dong Yun and Jay, "I need to talk to her about something. You guys go ahead." After saying that, he ignored the surprised looks from the others and pulled her towards the parking lot. He shoved her into his SUV and casually asked, "Did you drive?" Lu Xinghui seemed still in shock, just nodding blankly. "Oh," he said as he sat in the driver's seat and buckled his seatbelt, "then come get it tomorrow." He drove onto the elevated road, heading in the direction of his home. Under the orange lights, he suddenly recalled the scene from more than half a year ago when they first made love at his place. Had he gradually walked into an inextricable situation since that night? Indeed, it was only after being separated that he realized he liked her. It was on her wedding day that he discovered he had fallen in love with her. But for him, liking or falling in love didn't mean anything. It didn't mean he had to change himself for those reasons. He had liked others and had fallen for others. It should have been just a feeling or sentiment at a certain moment, but it shouldn't change his life. He had never been a man who would do a lot for love. He never had been. But sometimes, when he looked into Lu Xinghui's eyes, he found himself willing to do a lot for her. So much that even he himself couldn't have imagined. In front of her, he would lose his bottom line. "Do you want to just pretend that nothing happened?" He suddenly heard his own voice say. The person beside him remained silent for a long while before letting out a faint sigh. Just when he thought she would maintain her silence, she spoke up. "Monkey, sometimes I really envy you." "Why not?" He glanced at her, her profile showing a hint of helplessness. She fell silent again, then reached out and gently held his right hand resting on the control stick, saying, "I don't know if I love you, and I don't know if I will truly fall in love with you. I don't even know how to love someone. I'm deceiving myself because I don't know how to face you. Yes, if you leave me, I will feel very sad. But I don't know if that's love or just my dependence on you. Love encompasses too much. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. Loving someone is not just saying I love you, kissing, making love, or spending time together. That's too simple, just acting on human instinct." He listened silently, as if that was the only thing he could do at that moment. To love someone, you must understand how much responsibility you carry, accept them, protect them, and encourage them. Most importantly, loving someone comes at a cost. You must keep loving them, not love anyone else, even if they might bring you harm. You must give yourself wholeheartedly. "But At this point, she choked up. "I'm too tired. I've been hurt badly, and I don't know if I can open my heart to love someone again. I'm also afraid I will let you down, hurt you, but I don't want to become that person. The thing I least want to do is hurt you, yet I'm afraid I will end up doing just that. Gao Yuan, do you understand?" She looked at him, her eyes filled with guilt and reluctance. Gao Yuan drove down the elevated road, turned a corner, and pulled over on a secluded road. He forced himself to calm down, shifted the gear to P, and then pulled up the handbrake. They sat quietly, watching the occasional shadows of people swaying under the streetlights and the sycamore leaves blown against the car window. If I say I understand, he suddenly spoke after an unknown amount of time, that would be lying to you. A faint bitter smile appeared on her face. If I say I don't understand, that wouldn't be right either. He smiled bitterly as well. He reached out to hold the hand she had just held, her fingers long, slender, and aesthetically pleasing. He sighed inwardly and said, maybe it's because you often leave me in a state of half-understanding that I feel so. He wanted to say love you, but the words caught in his throat, and he couldn't say them. According to the theory of love she had just mentioned, he probably didn't love her, because he hadn't thought that much. He only felt that she was so different to him, giving him many experiences unlike before. He liked being with her. He wanted to be with her. But Lu Xinghui, he said, if I haven't thought of those responsibilities and costs you mentioned, does that mean I don't love you? Or, to put it another way, even if I understand the responsibilities and costs, when something really happens, can I act according to what I previously thought? So actually, how one person loves another ultimately depends on their character, right? He felt the hand he was holding was getting sweaty, so he held it tighter. What kind of person am I? Will I hurt you? You have to judge whether to trust me. But if you wrap yourself up, how can you judge? Gao Yuan, her tears were already welling in her eyes. Please don't pressure me, okay? He wanted to say no. In matters of the heart, she had already become the kind of person who had to be pushed to the edge before she would seriously face it. But looking at the tears in her eyes, he had no choice but to surrender. All right, he looked at her, holding one of her hands, while the other hand helplessly tucked her fallen hair behind her ear. She seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Come here. He patted her head. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually leaned over. He let her rest her head on his shoulder, sighed, and looked at the streetlight above, saying, Lu Xinghui, what should I do with you? That night, they became very passionate in bed, more intense than ever before. Lu Xinghui kept breathing silently, only occasionally unable to hold back a few moans. Suddenly, she became bold, kicking him off her and pouncing onto him, pressing hard on his shoulders. She even bit his arm, leaving kiss marks on his neck. Finally, when he was on the verge of release, she suddenly said in a voice so seductive it drove him crazy, Gao Yuan, can you not love me for now? He ignored her, biting her lip and growling as he pushed forward. 26, 9 middle. If a man says he loves you, but you don't want to or dare to love him, yet you still want to maintain the original relationship, is that too much? This sentence was typed and deleted. Deleted and typed again on Xinghui's phone screen. In the end, she adjusted her sitting posture, took a deep breath, and began searching for a recipient. It's really ridiculous. In what situation would a person think of a good sentence, but be unsure who to say it to? She first selected J, but after thinking for a long time, deleted him and changed it to Jiang Yao. Her finger hesitated for a long time over the send button before finally pressing it down. After an uneasy 10 minutes, she received a reply. My business. How did you know? Xinghui stared at her phone screen, mouth agape, as if she had seen an alien. After preparing herself mentally, Xinghui dialed Jiang Yao's number, and the first thing she said was, I don't know your business. I was talking about myself. Jiang Yao on the other end was also stunned for a long time, before awkwardly saying, Oh, I see. Then we are really kindred spirits. Did you mean sympathetic souls? Xinghui frowned. No, what I meant was kindred spirits, because people like us are not worthy of sympathy. Jiang Yao, as a professional legal practitioner, was indeed rational to the point of being infuriating. However, Xinghui couldn't help but feel she was right. So she smiled bitterly and asked, So, do you have time to chat tonight? Sure. After hanging up the phone, Xinghui slumped back in her chair. Outside, the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the office. It was a drizzly, gloomy day. She truly felt both love and hate for this weather. If on a day like this, she could lie in a warm bed, undisturbed, and finish a book in the afternoon, she would love it to death. But if it was like now, sitting at a messy desk, struggling over a pile of design plans and advertisement drafts, while deep down feeling lost in life, then she would hate this depressing, gloomy day. Yet sometimes, a person feels they have grown up precisely because they are acutely aware of certain things that, despite being unwilling, they must do. So Xinghui quickly tidied her mood and threw herself back into work, as if only by doing so could she find a moment of peace amidst her chaotic feelings. After work, Xinghui dawdled for a while before heading to the restaurant she had agreed to meet Jiang Yao. The two often met there because the food was not cheap, and the taste was not necessarily the best, so no matter how busy it got, there was always a table by the window where they could quietly have a meal. When she entered the restaurant, Jiang Yao was already seated, talking on the phone. Upon seeing her, she quickly wrapped up the call, waving and smiling wryly at her. Xinghui sighed deeply, wondering how many people in this world are still tormented by fate. After ordering, Xinghui said, "Although it feels good to realize I'm not alone, I still hope that my loved ones and friends can live ordinary yet stable lives, just like I used to." Jiang Yao reached out and patted her hand, unsure whether it was meant to comfort or express gratitude. "So, what exactly went wrong in your marriage with Wang Jiwei?" Jiang Yao didn't answer her. Instead, she said, "My story is too long, while yours is shorter and easier to resolve. Can we start with the simpler issue first?" Xinghui puffed out her cheeks and finally gave a bitter smile. "Right. My problem is pretty short. That text message this afternoon pretty much sums it all up." "So?" Jiang Yao rested her chin on her hand, just like back in their university days, listening earnestly to her troubles. "What's that man like?" Xinghui was silent for a moment, then finally mustered the courage to say, "It's Gao Yuan." Jiang Yao had never met Gao Yuan, but over the years, she had heard his name countless times and naturally knew about their friendship, so she couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. "It's strange, isn't it?" She felt a bit guilty. Jiang Yao shook her head. "What's so strange about it if you're both single?" She thought. Perhaps this was the only thing she could be thankful for. "What kind of person is he?" Jiang Yao repeated the same question again. Only then did Xinghui snap out of her daze and begin to seriously ponder the question. "Yes, Gao Yuan. What kind of man was he, really?" "He." Xinghui pondered, an image of Gao Yuan surfacing in her mind. He was particularly handsome, but still quite good-looking. He didn't exercise often or eat much, yet his figure was excellent. Where there should be bones, there were bones. Where there should be flesh, there was flesh. "Why do your words give me such a carnal feeling?" Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh. Xinghui was taken aback for a moment, recalling what she had just said, and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Perhaps it was because their ill-fated relationship had started from physical desire. "Sorry." Jiang Yao quickly waved her hands. "Pretend I never said anything. Go on." Xinghui felt awkward but pressed on anyway. "Well, he's very smart, very financially savvy. Since he trades Forex professionally, compared to someone like me who's busy paying off credit card debt every month, he is obviously way more astute. He is a great cook, but can't iron clothes. He loves gaming, but isn't addicted. He enjoys drinking, but absolutely despises drunk driving. He has had many girlfriends. But in the end, either he thought they weren't good enough, or they found him too inconsiderate. And his personality is..." She paused here, as if suddenly unsure how to describe it accurately. "Bold, assertive, adventurous, straightforward, but sometimes a bit reclusive, not one to share his feelings." "Sounds very..." Jiang Yao scratched her head before concluding, "contradictory, yet intriguing." Xinghui pursed her lips and continued, "He is actually very popular with women. But I've always felt he doesn't take relationships seriously. Even now, I still think so, because he never compromises himself for anyone or anything. He only does what he wants." "Ah." Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows. "That doesn't bode well for marriage. But I think he is a good person." Xinghui said helplessly, "I don't know if you understand what I mean. It's just, we've known each other for so many years. I know him so well, and he knows me just as well. I know exactly what kind of person he is. His nature is so untamed, freedom-loving. If I fell for him, I wouldn't want him to be bound by anything. But love and marriage inevitably restrain a person. He is not like me. I'm the type who willingly accepts those restraints, but he isn't. At least, I don't think he is. I can imagine what he'll become in the future, but I can't imagine what we'd be like together." After pouring out this near-confessional monologue, Xinghui suddenly realized that this was how she truly saw Gao Yuan in her heart. She had never used so many words to describe or analyze him before. All along, he had been like a cherished friend in her life, accompanying her through the years, never knowing when he'd arrive or when he'd leave. But at this moment, she knew clearly she needed him. That was why she selfishly refused to let go. Yet wouldn't T allow him to love her? He was right. Wasn't T her acting so willful precisely because she took his love for granted? So in the end, she would inevitably hurt him. At this thought, Xinghui's heart grew even heavier. She had no right to do this. No right to exploit his feelings for her own satisfaction, only to turn around and wound him. Then why can't you accept him? Jiang Yao sat across from her, his face devoid of either disdain or envy, as if everything she had just said was merely a lamentable story. Xinghui lowered her eyes, revealing a faint, bitter smile. Me? Because my wound hasn't healed yet, and I'm afraid of adding another new scar. That's why I selfishly, yet self-deceptively, continue to entangle with him. Xinghui was also infected by Jiang Yao's appalling rationality. Or perhaps this is actually another side of her, the complete opposite of her selfish, emotional self. Then let me ask you this, Jiang Yao continued. If you're now ready to embrace a new life, would you love him? Xinghui first nodded, then shook her head. Finally, she sighed, I don't know. In fact, I don't even know when I'll be ready. Then pretend you're already prepared and think carefully about this question. She was stunned. You can even pretend that? Jiang Yao smiled faintly and said calmly, Xinghui, if you want to become a certain kind of person, the first thing you need to do is pretend to be that kind of person. Returning home and turning on a light. Xinghui looked at the unsurprisingly silent living room and sighed inwardly. She couldn't bring herself to feel happy, despite repeatedly reminding herself that patience was one of the most valuable virtues. Jacob had once told her with a sigh, people are born alone, so don't be afraid, and don't resist it. So she decided to try accepting Jacob's perspective. After showering and lying alone in bed browsing the internet, it was already past 11. Yet Xinghui felt no trace of sleepiness. Suddenly, she realized that the harder she tried to embrace loneliness, the more unbearable it became. Subconsciously, she picked up her phone and opened her contacts. Gao Yuan's number was listed first in her favorites. Her thumb hovered in the air, hesitating for a long time before finally pressing down. But the moment the calling prompt appeared on the screen, she frantically scrambled to hang up. When the phone finally returned to its normal state, she let out a sigh of relief, feeling utterly drained. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Xinghui jumped in fright and looked closely. It was Jacob. Hello. When she answered the phone, she was still trembling with fear. Has Yurenji finalized the manuscript on his end? Got it. It was work-related. I forwarded it to you in the afternoon after receiving it. Why didn't I get it? Then I'll send it again first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. Jay paused for a moment. Are you still awake? You're still busy. How can I dare to sleep? She immediately put on a flattering demeanor. Jay, however, looked completely unfazed and asked, what happened between you and Gao Yuan? Seeing that she remained silent, he continued. Last time after dinner, he pulled you away. I'm sure there must be something between you two, right? We are what's going on, and she unconsciously started to practice Tai Chi because Jay has disagreed with her relationship with Gao Yuan from the beginning, so she's trying to avoid talking to him about it now. You know? Don't beat around the bush with me. Xinghui, Jay, is not buying into her act at all. Has he fallen in love with you? She was taken aback and exclaimed, How did you know? Jay sighed on the other end of the phone, probably rolling his eyes. Any idiot could see he loved her, but she just didn't get it. Or was she willfully turning a blind eye to it? So what do you plan to do now? Jay is the kind of person who is willing to face problems rather than avoid them. There's nothing to be done. In contrast, Xinghui feels a bit cowardly. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Actually, even she herself wants to know what's wrong with her. You weren't such a procrastinating, unclear person before. Do you know what I like most about you? Jay smiled faintly and said, What I like most about you is that you're a simple person, someone with complex thoughts, yet who pursues a simple life. Is that really true? Xinghui could only force a bitter smile on her end of the phone call. So this was how Jay saw her. Our talent and profession are about creating beauty. Jay continued. Every day, we encounter countless extravagant and flashy things, meet so many wealthy and talented people whose souls are often hollow. Over time, I feel like we live in an illusion, forgetting the true face of the world, forgetting our own true selves. But Xinghui, every time I see you, every time we have a meal or chat, I feel like I'm being pulled out a little more because you're just so simple. You often use the simplest words to unravel what seems like a complex truth, making me realize I've overthought things, that we've piled on so many beautiful yet hollow layers, forgetting the essence of the world. And do you know what I admire most about you? What? You always make me feel like you're indifferent to all kinds of temptations. You could instantly give up everything you've worked so hard to build, your career, your social circle, your talents, all your wealth, just to fulfill what you believe is most important, a realistic yet warm home. As for me and many people I know, we can't seem to do that. We always can't help but prioritize material and carnal desires above all else, forgetting that what we truly need is just the simplest things. Only after Jay finished this long speech did Xinghui realize he was right. All along, what she wanted most was not career or wealth, but a home she could always rely on, no matter when. Yet, her voice choked slightly, though she wore a forced smile right now. I've lost what I thought was most important, but you can't let this change your original intentions or abandon your principles. Perhaps this is what Jay has always wanted to say to her the most. Then tell me, what should I do? Forget the past, as if you were never hurt. How is that possible? Xinghui couldn't help but exclaim. You've been injured too, Jay. You should know how hard it is. I know. Of course I know. His tone sounded like he was comforting her. But you are Xinghui. You are Lu Xinghui. You're so smart, so talented, with such a lovely soul. How could you not be able to do it? No matter how difficult it is, you can definitely do it. Suddenly, Star Comet felt like crying. And then, she really did. Not because of how much pain she had endured, but because of Jay's words, his selfless praise and encouragement, his extravagant yet unpretentious friendship, and the fact that despite his own setbacks and suffering, he still smiled and urged her to keep going. You know what, Jay? Star Comet sniffled and said, I love you. I really, really love you. You're disgusting, Jay deliberately said in a tone of disgust. You know my body can't handle women. Huh? Star Comet laughed while crying. If you can, I think I would marry you. All right, Jay said perfunctorily. If one day I can accept women, and you haven't successfully remarried yet, then I guess I'll marry you. But I refuse to play the kind that comes later, okay? Xinghui's mind felt as if it had been split in two. One half imagining her wedding with Jay, while the other half pictured Jay in bed with his ex-boyfriend. The thought sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. Jay fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly roaring into the phone. Lu Xinghui, what the hell is going on in that messed up head of yours? You pervert. Well, he's not wrong. Jay seemed genuinely angry, even grumbling in frustration that he couldn't even eat his late-night snack anymore. Meanwhile, Xinghui wiped away her tears and broke into a smile. After a while, she leaned against the headboard, gazing at the night sky outside the window, and said, But Jay, can you tell me how we can fall in love with someone? What nonsense are you talking about? What's so difficult about it? Just follow your heart. The hard part is probably how to forget someone, right? 27, Book 9, Part 2. Later, Xinghui always remembered Jay's words. Huh, she thought. This was why she had always felt that Jay's soul was more like a woman's than her own. So, is it harder to fall in love with someone, or to forget someone? In the end, she had to admit that the latter was indeed more difficult. But for her now, the former was also quite challenging. So, had she perhaps lost the ability to love? A sudden pain shot through the back of her neck, followed by a tingling numbness that spread throughout her body. Xinghui couldn't help but shiver. Her body was telling her she had no way to resist the plateau. What was she even thinking? Gao Yuan's voice came from behind, slightly muffled as he was busy nibbling on her. Nothing. At this moment, she could focus on nothing else but resisting his advances. His hand reached around from behind, grasping the soft fullness of her bare chest, his fingers teasing her in a way that sent her thoughts spiraling. Xinghui took a sharp breath and instinctively smiled. That tickles. What about this, then? He tightened his embrace, his fingers growing even more restless. She let out a scream, trying to struggle, but to no avail. Did you change your perfume? He was still nibbling at her neck, his voice dripping with satisfaction. No. Jake brought a new product for me to test this afternoon. Haven't decided whether to mass produce it yet. Do it. He started biting her ear. Why? She could barely form coherent words. Men like this scent, he said. So they might also like the women who wear it. She desperately dodged his lips, pushing at his face with her hands. But this perfume is for men. Gao Yuan paused, rolled his eyes, then resumed his assault. Help! Xinghui seized the first chance to break free and bolted for the bathroom. Naturally, Gao Yuan chased after her, but she was just a step faster. She spun around to slam the door shut, only for it to bang closed with a loud thud, followed by a pained yelp from Gao Yuan outside. Xinghui quickly yanked the door back open to find him clutching his forehead, grimacing in pain. Don't scare me. Her breath hitched as she reached out to move his hand, trying to assess the damage. But Gao Yuan turned away with a pained expression, refusing to let her touch him. You asked me to check for any cuts, and if there are any, I need to go to the hospital. Now it's her chasing after him. Gao Yuan seems to be angry, slightly pouting, looking like a little boy who has been bullied, which makes Xinghui both want to cry and laugh. All right, it's my fault. She can only smile bitterly and admit her mistake. I'll pay for your medical expenses. Okay, let me see. But Gao Yuan is relentless, looking at her like an enemy. Who needs your medical expenses? Xinghui really wants to roll her eyes, but she knows she can't. Otherwise, the monkey will go even crazier. So she can only pull him to sit on the sofa and softly persuade him. Then let me see first, be good. He still has a resentful look on his face. She immediately puts on a killer smile, grinning and showing her white teeth. Even her eyes are very flattering. Seeing her like this, his expression changes, saying, then you can coax me a bit more. Xinghui desperately holds back the urge to roll her eyes. Is there anyone who gets hurt and still haggles about showing their wounds? If someone got stabbed in the heart, with this little time, they'd probably be dead. How do I coax you? She asks resignedly. Just like earlier, be gentle, act like a woman. He complains, you usually act like a man, so fierce to me. Is that so? Xinghui blinks, says nothing, and directly kisses him. Gao Yuan is initially stunned, then embraces her and enjoys the kiss. Xinghui suddenly pushes this man in front of her away, looking at his smooth forehead, coldly saying, you really tricked me. Gao Yuan purses his lips and clicks his tongue, not saying anything, just holding her hands tightly. I really was worried you'd get cut. She glares at him. Hearing her say that, he kisses her fiercely again, playfully asking, so what would you do if I really got cut? I'd take you to the hospital. And then? Then whatever needs stitching gets stitched, whatever needs an injection gets injected. He looks at her, his eyes seem to be smiling. After a while, he finally says, so would you feel sorry for me? Xinghui finally rolls her eyes, as she has wanted to for a long time. Actually, she wants to pretend to deny it, but in the end, she still pulls the corners of her mouth and honestly replies, yes, I would. Gao Yuan smiles again, looking very handsome. Although Xinghui thinks it's a bit disgusting to describe a big man's smile as radiant as flowers. She can't help but think so. No matter how angry she is at him for tricking her, seeing this smile makes all her anger dissipate. However, this man with a smile as radiant as flowers quickly puts away his smile and pushes her down onto the sofa in an instant. Recently, after going through a small wave of issues, Lu Xinghui and Gao Yuan have returned to being simple friends with benefits. Although some things have happened that can never return to the past, Xinghui still deceives herself into thinking that maybe everything will gradually get better. Maybe things will return to the way they were at the beginning. Maybe she and Gao Yuan can continue to just sleep together without thinking about anything else. Are you saying this place should also be changed to orange? Yu Renji's face suddenly appeared in front of Xinghui, startling her and pulling her back from her thoughts. It took her 2 seconds to remember that she was in a meeting with him because Jay had made some suggestions for revisions, so this was the final draft meeting. Her tone dragged out long, and she quickly confirmed Yu Renji's question in that short time, nodding yes, that's right. She gave him a pretend, very professional smile, but received a skeptical raised eyebrow in return. So she smiled bitterly, thinking it might be a bit difficult to fool this old fox, so she simply shrugged, apologizing for her earlier distraction. After the meeting, as usual, she had lunch with Yu Renji. Unexpectedly, not long after they sat down, Gao Yuan arrived. I invited him, Yu Renji explained. I thought it had been a while since I saw Gao Yuan, so I called to ask if he had time while you went to report on work. What a coincidence. I happened to be in the area for a meeting this morning. Gao Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, adding. Xinghui was suspicious of Gao Yuan's words, but didn't show it, only smiling and saying, that's great. They each ordered their lunch sets. And then Yurenji began to talk about the recent dining and accommodation situation in his hometown, Wuzhen, making Xinghui feel very envious. If my family also opened a hotel and restaurant there, I would definitely go back to vacation every weekend, she said. Yurenji did not directly refute her words, but said, if you grew up there like me, you might not think so. Why? Because that is your home. He said leisurely, you grew up in this small town. You've seen the smoke rising from every household at sunset. You've seen the lights by the lake at night. You're familiar with the pebble roads from end to end. You walked back and forth on them many times a day. You played hide and seek and raced with friends. You spent a whole day in the only bookstore in town. You often went to the post office to mail letters and bought some newly released stamps. That place is your hometown, with familiar people and buildings, and then one day, everyone suddenly got a large sum of money. Everyone moved away. Only a few stayed behind to run homestays and restaurants, and even nightclubs appeared. And every time you go back, you see unfamiliar but excited faces. They are tourists. They don't belong here, never have. In such a place, would you still want to go on vacation every weekend? Xinghui opened her mouth. Want to say yes, but she could not say it no matter what. She suddenly realized that this is Yurenji's homesickness. Just like when she went to New York for school, after experiencing the initial passion and excitement for the big city, she once really wanted to go home, thinking, even dreaming of standing at her doorstep eating fried dough sticks. Yurenji also misses home. It's just that his home can never return to the way it was in his memories. So, he prefers not to go. But that is still your hometown, Gao Yuan said. Even if it has changed beyond recognition, there will still be many memories, no matter where you are. You will never forget everything about your hometown. Sometimes the more distant memories are, the clearer they become. Xinghui rarely hears Gao Yuan say such sentimental things. So she couldn't help but look at him until he felt her gaze and turned to look at her. She broke out in a cold sweat because of his eyes, which looked like a traveler who has drifted for too long, yearning to dock. Seeing her stunned, Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow as if asking, what are you doing? Xinghui thought for a second and timidly asked, is your gulao meat delicious? After lunch, Xinghui hurriedly said goodbye to Yurenji and Gao Yuan. However, as soon as she returned to the office, she received a call from someone. Do I have an alien infectious disease, or what? Gao Yuan sounded a bit angry, but he was still patient while talking to her. No, how could that be? Xinghui. In fact, she knows very well when he is happy and when he is angry, rather than saying it is her skill. It is more like her intuition. It's best not to provoke Gao Yuan when he is angry. So why did you run out of the restaurant like someone was chasing you? His tone still sounded stiff. I really needed to pee. I needed to pee, she thought quickly. He clearly doesn't believe it much, but can't refute it. Can you make sweet and sour ribs for me tonight? Since he knows when he's angry, he naturally knows how to calm him down. Gao Yuan was silent for a few seconds before saying in a tone that suggested he would let her off the hook for now. If only I could get off work on time. Fine. Even if she said this just to appease him. The thought of enjoying his sweet and sour ribs for dinner made her feel that life was still worth looking forward to. After hanging up the phone, Xinghui leaned back in her chair and let out a long sigh. Don't you think that's despicable? Jay had somehow appeared at her office door, leaning against the wall with a frown. She couldn't help but wonder if he had heard everything. Last time he told her not to let him love her, and now Jay looked indignant, yet she was clearly enjoying the process of him pursuing her. Xinghui was startled by his words. How could Jay always hit the nail on the head, even though this was something she hadn't realized herself? But she pretended to raise an eyebrow and said, I thought you didn't get along with that monkey, practically wishing he'd disappear, so why are you defending him now? Jay rolled his eyes. I'm not defending him. I just can't stand to see you trample on someone's sincere feelings. Xinghui grinned and touched her arms exposed to the air, goosebumps forming. Stop pretending, and don't use the outsider perspective to cover up your embarrassment. It seemed she had nowhere to hide in front of Jay. If you don't love him, then cut off contact. If you do love him, then love him like an 18-year-old girl. Don't love him and still want to have sex, and then love him but not dare to love him completely. I hate people like that. They're just a pile of stinking dog shit. After saying this, Jay coolly turned around and walked away without looking back, leaving Xinghui stunned and speechless, wanting to explain but unable to. So that evening, as Xinghui sat at Gao Yuan's dining table eating sweet and sour ribs, She suddenly gathered her courage and said, "Let's stop doing this." Gao Yuan, who was using chopsticks to pick up ribs, froze at her unexpected words. To cover her discomfort, Xinghui cleared her throat and continued, "What I mean is, we used to have that kind of physical relationship, meeting only to do it and rarely talking or sharing our thoughts. We're very familiar with each other's bodies, but what about our minds? This afternoon, I was thinking that I don't really know you, and you might not know me very well either, so if we really want to change to another kind of relationship, not a physical one, but a soulful one." Gao Yuan couldn't help but say for her, "Yes, that's it, Even she didn't understand why it was so difficult to say these words to the man she had known for over 20 years and had been sleeping with for more than half a year. "What I want to say is, since you told me last time that you love me, I've been thinking if we could try to." She found herself at a loss for words, realizing she was getting stage fright. Although Gao Yuan said he loved her, deep down, she still had a fear of love. "Dating?" Gao Yuan looked into her eyes, not blinking. "Yes." She nodded awkwardly. After thinking for a moment, she added, "A normal relationship. Just without a physical relationship, starting everything over." "Go ahead." When he said this, the just over 30-year-old Feng Kurue even pouted. "Can you stop acting cute?" Gao Yuan looked at him with disgust, goosebumps forming on his arms. Go on. This guy always had a stubborn streak." "I'm not going." Gao Yuan was getting a bit angry. In the dark night, a giant truck came down the opposite lane. Its enormous and blinding headlights resembling the giant eye of the evil Lord Sauron, shining on the two people inside the car, causing them to frown. Once the giant eye passed, their eyes couldn't immediately adjust to the darkness, and all they could see were two much dimmer sets of headlights, with everything else swallowed up by the vast and deep darkness. No one spoke again. Gao Yuan had already slowed down the car, ready to brake at any moment. After a long while, he finally saw the bushes, hills, and trees along the highway. He let out a soft sigh and noticed that Feng Kurue beside him did the same. In the darkness, Gao Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had set off from Boston after lunch, heading to New York. They originally planned to take Route 84 and then switch to Route 95, as there were supposed to be tropical rainforests and sea views along the way. However, when they entered Connecticut, they took a wrong turn and continued down Route 84. At first, they thought they were going the wrong way and struggled for a long time before realizing this route was actually faster. They just lost the coastal scenery. So, after filling their stomachs with American hamburgers at a gas station along the way, they got back on the road. Driving on the highway during the day was already boring enough, let alone at night. It was pitch dark, reminiscent of many scenes from horror movies. Go on. Feng Kurue brought up the topic again after who knows how long. "We can still make it to register tomorrow morning." "I'm not going." Go on. Not going. The best way to deal with rubber bands is to be more rubbery than they are. "You're so boring." Feng Kurue started complaining. "You never initiate meeting new friends, and whenever we go to the same restaurant, you always order the same dishes. How can someone as boring and contradictory as you enjoy adventures, yet never try new things?" "Excuse me, is this the first day you've met me?" Gao Yuan smirked and continued to focus on driving at night. "All right." Feng Kurue also smirked. Dong Yun, you should say something." It turned out there was someone sitting in the back seat, who was now tilting his head back with his mouth open, snoring in response to Feng Kurue. TSK. This time, Gao Yuan and Feng Kurue simultaneously showed disgust. "By the way, is it too much of a disturbance to bring this guy Dong Yin to stay at your cousin's house?" Feng Kurue asked again. "Bringing you along is already a disturbance, so it doesn't matter if we bring one more Dong Yin." Gao Yuan shrugged honestly. Feng Kurue rolled his eyes. "But I've never met this cousin before. Where does he live?" "Long Island." "Is it the Long Island of Long Island iced tea?" "It wouldn't be the Long Island of the Long Island Winter Olympics, would it?" "Do you have other relatives or friends in New York?" Feng Kurue's casual question suddenly made Gao Yuan pause. Yes, no. Feng Kurue turned his head to look at him suspiciously. "So is it yes or no?" Gao Yuan unconsciously touched his nose. "If you look for them, you can always find someone who doesn't have one or two acquaintances in New York. Their relationship can't be closer than your cousin you've never met. Right?" At that moment, a person's face flashed through his mind. Speaking of which, how long had it been since he thought of her? Probably since they gradually lost contact. The last time he video called Lu Xinghui was more than half a year ago when Yuriko suddenly left, and he was heartbroken. During that time, they probably talked on the phone for 2 weeks straight, but later, as they both got busy looking for jobs after graduation, they gradually lost touch. This time, coming to the United States for fun, Gao Yuan did not inform the plateau in advance, because he was not sure whether he would go to find her. Or perhaps she was very busy and had no time at all. So, whether to go or not was a question he had never thought about. However, while driving from Boston to New York, the thought kept popping into his mind. Should he go see that guy Lu Xinghui? You don't have an ex-girlfriend in New York, do you? Feng Kurui suddenly asked. Gao Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Your imagination is really rich. Otherwise, why do you look like you want to say something but stop yourself, wanting to welcome yet rejecting? Gao Yuan was both amused and angry. I admit, your idioms are quite good. Is that enough? Why do you always hesitate when it comes to women? I don't. He rolled his eyes back at him. Feng Kurui, holding onto the handle above the passenger seat, looked at his profile and asked, are you still thinking about that Japanese girl? Hearing him ask, Gao Yuan smiled calmly. Not really. It's just that I feel this relationship ended so suddenly. It seems like there are still things left unresolved. I think you're just not able to accept the fact that you were dumped. Then you underestimate me. Gao Yuan smirked. It's not the first time I've been dumped, and I believe it won't be the last. No way. Feng Kurui looked incredulous. Aren't you quite popular with women? But that doesn't mean all women like me. Have you ever been turned down? Feng Kurui asked with great interest. Perhaps because he was a bit tired from a day of activities, wanted to find something fresh and exciting to do, or maybe he was just too boring driving at night. Anyway, Gao Yuan, who usually didn't like to share his feelings with others, actually thought for a moment and said, then you answer me first. Have you ever been turned down? Of course. Then if I tell you mine, will you tell me yours? Okay, I agree. Feng Kurui often joked, and he often turned serious matters into jokes. But with Gao Yuan's straightforward personality, the reason he could be friends with someone as smooth and worldly as him was that he was very trustworthy, keeping his word and putting in his best effort for things he promised. Gao Yuan nodded, keeping the speed at 90, and said, if there's a girl, and you two are kissing passionately in the backseat of a taxi while drunk, more intense than just a kiss. But the next day, she doesn't mention it at all and starts avoiding you. Do you think that counts as hitting a dead end? Feng Kurui thought for a moment and asked, then why did you two kiss in the taxi the night before? No reason, just the effect of alcohol. You didn't say you liked her or that you wanted to pursue her. Of course not. I don't like her. He paused for a moment and then added, at least not at that time. Then what does that count as hitting a dead end? Feng Kurui looked at him as if he had been deceived. Why doesn't it count? Gao Yuan also looked at Feng Kurui. What if she had shown interest the next day? Maybe I would have. So you mean you fell for her after she acted like she didn't care about you at all and even started avoiding you? Men. Really pathetic. Gao Yuan had 3 black lines on his forehead. Don't forget, you're a man too. I'm a man, but I'm not as pathetic as you. Gao Yuan continued to drive, and in the dark, he could vaguely see a village not far away. Then one day, he suddenly found out she had a boyfriend, and he fell. Feng Kurui smiled. Jealous? Sort of. Gao Yuan's mind flashed back to 2 years ago, when a man walked over, leaned down, and kissed her. She looked up, her collarbone deeply concaved as if very much looking forward to that person. Then, he suddenly felt very restless, as if his heart had been tightly grasped. Feng Kurui was silent for a moment before saying, brother, you suddenly sounding so poetic makes me feel like you're a bit abnormal. Get lost. So you didn't pursue her? How could I pursue her? Gao Yuan glared at him. I was so far away, and she was right in front of me. If I was hungry, I could cook a bowl of plain noodles. If I had a headache, I could serve a bowl of hot soup. What could I do? Just call and say, hang in there, it'll be fine. Hearing this, even Feng Kurui couldn't help but put away his joking demeanor and sighed. That's true. Did you ever tell her you liked her? After a while, Feng Kurui asked again. Why say that? Just to find trouble? It could ruin our friendship. Is it worth it? He rolled his eyes at him. Then, Feng Kurui's eyes turned. Isn't that just a crush? You, Gao Yuan, can also have a crush on someone. He let him talk, without retorting. After a while, in the darkness, Feng Kurui suddenly asked, do you still like her? Hearing this question, Gao Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't dared to ask himself. But old Feng asked it for him. He cleared his throat, adjusted his driving posture, stretched his body, and adjusted the height of the seat before answering. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Then that means you still like her, Feng Kairui concluded. Not necessarily. Gao Yuan smiled bitterly, actually liking or not liking. I think it's just a temporary feeling. Even when I was with my previous girlfriends, I can't say I like them all the time. Only when I see them can I determine if I still like them. And sometimes I feel that for women, emotions and such aren't that important to me. Feng Kairui didn't refute or agree, just smiled faintly upon hearing him say this. Maybe. A lot of times, men find a sense of achievement in their studies, careers, or other things that far exceeds their feelings and relationships with women. But I still believe that if a man can't have a good, stable relationship, he can't truly feel happy. That's the so-called home, and everything thrives. You must first establish a family before you can start a career. I never thought about marriage. Okay. Gao Yuan said, I don't even know if there's a woman in this world who can tolerate me, and I can tolerate her. This question seems to have suddenly risen to a philosophical level. Anyway, relationships between men and women are very troublesome. I think instead of spending time thinking about these things, it's better to think about how to make money. Feng Kairui looked at him, his right hand still holding onto the overhead handle. I didn't know you were such a pessimistic person about relationships. Gao Yuan raised his eyebrows, didn't continue, and instead asked, what about your story? Feng Kairui waved his hand. My story is not worth mentioning compared to yours. Gao Yuan turned his head to glare at him, warning him to remember the promise he just made. Okay, he shrugged. I just met a girl at a nightclub, slept with her for a night, and then the next morning she disappeared. A few days later, she came looking for me, asking me to hang out with her for another week. I thought she was pretty, so I went with her. After returning, she disappeared again. Then after a while, I saw her wedding photo in the newspaper. It turned out she was the daughter of some big shot, marrying the son of another big shot, and that's it. When saying this, Feng Kairui always had a nonchalant expression. Are you kidding me? Gao Yuan was indignant. I opened my heart to you, and you just made up a story to fool me. I'm not fooling you. It's true. Feng Kairui had an innocent look. Get lost. I swear his expression looked as wronged as dough. Get the hell out of here. I won't leave. Once we get to Long Island, find your own place to stay. I won't take care of you anymore. Gao Yuan said harshly. How many people are there in your cousin's family? Feng Kairui asked. What's it to you? Just asking. For people? An older cousin, his wife, and their 2 kids? Nephews or nieces? Twin nieces. Ah, they must be adorable. None of your business. Did you buy them gifts? Gao Yuan thought for a moment and said, no. I did. Feng Kairui took out 2 bubble blowers sealed in plastic from his backpack. So you have to take me with you. I can still be of some use. Gao Yuan looked at him in surprise, then rolled his eyes. Trust me, they won't like your gifts. Huh. I tell you, I have 8 nephews and nieces, and I have a lot of experience with children. They all really love bubble machines. But my niece doesn't like it, he said calmly. You've never even met them. Even so, they wouldn't like bubble machines. Why? Because, Gao Yuan sneered, my cousin is already in his 50s, and his twin nieces are only 5 or 6 years younger than me. Feng Kairui's mouth fell open, and the bubble machine in his hand dropped to the ground. What? Dong Yin suddenly jumped up from the back seat, startling Gao Yuan and Feng Kairui so much that they both gasped in shock. The car swerved slightly on the highway. You have twin nieces in their 20s. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then I would have worn a white shirt today instead of the Mickey Mouse t-shirt. On Highway 84, a silver SUV was driving along. After climbing a slope, a cluster of lights suddenly appeared in the distance across the dark wilderness. That place was called New York. 2929 Extra 2. The next morning, Gao Yuan was still dragged by Feng Kairui and Dong Yun to sign up for the New York Marathon. I feel like you guys did this on purpose. Walking out of the registration point, Gao Yuan narrowed his eyes at his 2 senior brothers. Did you already plan to run this marathon or something? It's rare to come in New York, so of course we should find something fun to do. Feng Kairui said with a smile. Gao Yuan put his hands in his pockets and shot him a disdainful glance. Just to be clear, signing up is one thing, but there's an 80 to 90% chance I won't go. All right, your legs are your own. We won't be dragging you along. So what are we going to do these days? Gao Yuan took out the blue Lonely Planet guidebook and flipped through it. Whatever, do whatever you want. So the 3 of them armed with just a travel guide, ventured into the New York subway, the most extensive and chaotic urban underground transit network in the world. Here, you could encounter all kinds of people, as if each person's life could be turned into a thought-provoking novel, leaving readers to sigh in the end. Ah, this is a New Yorker. There is probably no group more narcissistic or prouder than New Yorkers. At least the people of London, Tokyo, Paris, or Hong Kong wouldn't think to coin a term specifically for themselves. At 3 o'clock, they had afternoon tea and outdoor CAF on the Upper East Side. The variety here might not be as extensive or as formal as British afternoon tea, but this was New York. What mattered wasn't tea, what they drank, but the free-spirited atmosphere lingering in the air. Gao Yuan couldn't resist taking out his phone to send a text to Lu Xinghui. He had saved his phone number for about 3 years, but had never once used it. How have you been lately? At the moment he pressed the send button, he felt like a Roman gladiator walking toward the arena, watching the bustling crowd of diverse people on the street. Gao Yuan couldn't help but wonder, had Lu Xinghui now become a true New Yorker? She studied fashion design, so she must be even more stylish than before, strutting down the street in some quirky yet distinctive outfit, head held high. At this thought, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Dong Yin gave him a strange look, and he quickly wiped the smile off his face. His phone vibrated, signaling an incoming text message. He hurriedly opened it. It was indeed from Lu Xinghui. Very good. And you? Gao Yuan is a bit speechless. Isn't this a standard elementary school English teaching example? How do you do? I'm Fine. And you? He couldn't help but roll his eyes and continue typing. Not bad. Are you busy? She quickly replied, not busy. I just resigned yesterday. So, Gao Yuan was a bit surprised. After all, being alone away from home is different from being at home. Losing a livelihood means losing a sense of security. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, she suddenly sent another message. Haven't seen you in a long time. Can we chat online? Gao Yuan thought for a moment and replied, sure, but no video. Wait for me a bit. He asked the waiter for the address of the nearest CAF that offered computer and internet services. Then, ignoring the stunned looks from Dong Yun and Feng Kairui, left on his own, I'll call you when I'm done. The place wasn't hard to find, just 2 streets away. When he walked in, a guest had just finished using the computer. He quickly took the seat, ordered a coffee, and logged into his online account. Lu Xinghui was indeed online. So he clicked on her name and typed, why did you resign? Because my boss kept touching me inappropriately, and I couldn't stand it anymore. I really should break that guy's wrist. He was a bit self-righteous. Huh. She sent a string of smiling emojis, but forgot to mention that my boss is a woman. He was speechless. But it's fine. I'm tired of living with labels anyway. Labels? Yeah. As a newcomer, no matter what you studied, you have to start with menial tasks. For those past few months, my job basically consisted of wearing work clothes and slapping labels on all kinds of garments. And even then, your boss still harassed you? What's that supposed to mean? You don't dress up beautifully every day to attend various fashion shows or parties. Instead, you wear work clothes and put on labels, which makes you just a female worker. So your boss still wants to take advantage of you? Are you saying she has true feelings for me? Gao Yuan thought for a moment. Maybe. Hearing him say this, Lu Xinghui wasn't angry at all. Instead, she typed several lines of ha 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 in a row. He guessed she must be laughing her head off on the other side of the screen. So you're at home? He asked again. Yeah, alone at home. His fingers hesitated on the keyboard, and suddenly he felt an impulse to tell her that he was right here, in the very city where she was. Over the years, they had never been closer than they were at this moment. There's one more thing I want to tell you. Starry Comet added. What is it? Promise you won't tell anyone? I promise. He typed while laughing to himself. She's still as gullible as ever. After I quit my job yesterday, I called my boyfriend. She paused, waiting until I got home feeling down, only to find he had prepared a huge surprise for me. Gao Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition, but still gritted his teeth and asked in a compliant manner, what surprise? He proposed to me. She typed 3 exclamation marks to express her excited mood. However, the plateau in front of the screen couldn't quite smile. He didn't know what to say. Yesterday, when Feng Kairui asked him if he still liked that girl, he really couldn't answer. At that moment, he didn't feel like he still liked Lu Xinghui, but hearing her say that made him uncomfortable. After a while, he hesitantly typed a few words. Did you agree? It took her a long time to reply. I impulsively agreed at the time. I hadn't gotten over the frustration of just losing my job. And suddenly there were a bunch of flowers, a romantic candlelit dinner, a heartfelt promise. I felt like I had no reason to refuse, especially since I love him. Looking at those last few words, Gao Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled. Yes. Why should he be entangled in when he realized he liked her? Why should he care about the thousands of miles between them? Why should he compare himself to others? And why pretend to be indifferent? In the end, she didn't really love him. What significance did it hold for him to think anymore? If they were truly in love, how could they care about the distance of half the earth? So, he suddenly understood. Since the king has dreams and the goddess is heartless, it would be best for him and Lu Xinghui to be friends who can vent to each other, but also care for each other. But today, being home alone, he calmly thought about it and felt like. He didn't know why, but there seemed to be a lack of a sense of security in his heart. She said again. Gao Yuan pressed his lips together and typed. Maybe it's because you lack a sense of security about the future, especially in a foreign country. Maybe you're right, she said. Even though I've been here for 3 years, I still feel like this is not my home, and there's nothing I want here. So maybe it's not that you lack confidence in marriage or your boyfriend, but in your future life. So, Gao Yuan, tell me, should I get married? Faced with this tricky question, Gao Yuan smiled wryly. Why are you asking me? I'm not you. How could I help you make a decision? True. He watched the screen as the message the other person is typing repeatedly appeared, but nothing came out. So he thought, she must be very hesitant. Whether it's about marriage, life, or even just discussing these topics with him, it must make her feel conflicted. Xinghui, he said, the path is yours to walk. No one can help you. But I remember you as a smart and decisive girl. You should know that no matter what life you choose, you cannot and should not regret it. The essence of life is to keep looking forward. He hit the enter key and leaned back in his chair. He and she had never talked so deeply before. He frowned slightly as he looked at the small section of her profile picture on the screen, although it was small. She seemed to be the same vibrant Lu Xinghui from his memory, the one who wouldn't be knocked down by anything. Anyway, thank you for telling me so much. I will think it over. He hesitated for a long time before saying to her, after so many years of friendship, there's no need to be polite. She gave him a blushing smile. That afternoon, they chatted until evening, when Lu Xinghui said she had to go cook for Xinghui when he returned. When he walked out of the CAF, it was already dark. He walked back along the same path with his hands in his pockets, head down. The autumn in New York was beautiful, but also cold. Gao Yuan felt the autumn wind piercing through his sweater and Oxford shirt to his skin. Dong Yun and Feng Kuei were still sitting at the outdoor CAF, drinking coffee and waiting for him. Even though they were stamping their feet from the cold, and there were only the two of them left at the outdoor seating, they waited for him without complaint. Gao Yuan stood under the streetlight watching them, his eyes getting moist with laughter. That Sunday morning, his cousin and cousin-in-law drove the three of them from Long Island to the Verrazzano Bridge. When he stood at the starting line with a number tag, Gao Yuan suddenly realized how much he was looking forward to the starting gun, because he also wanted to know how far he could go. It was the most unforgettable race of his life so far, because the opponent in this race was no one else but himself. He ran through the crowd, navigating unfamiliar streets and alleys, as if he were searching for the footprints of his friend living in this city. In the end, he collapsed on the grass in Central Park, looking at the sky, gasping for breath, exhausted to the point of being spent, finally driving Lu Xinghui out of his mind completely. A few years later, one night, when Lu Xinghui was drunk and playfully said to him, I don't care. You have to take responsibility. At that time, she was so drunk she couldn't even open her eyes, and you told me. Once you've made a decision, don't regret it. Life should look forward. Did I say something wrong? He shrugged. It's because you said that. I decided to marry Xinghui. She yelled. Gao Yuan opened his mouth, unable to comprehend her logic. Or perhaps it was that men could never keep up with women's logic. So what? He retorted. So now that I'm divorced, you have to take responsibility, she said defiantly. Gao Yuan thought for a few seconds, then replied calmly, 30-10 Part 1. Gao Yuan held up his chopsticks, blinked, took a long breath, and then continued to pick up the sweet and sour ribs. Can you not speak like you're out of breath? It's terrifying. So, Xinghui also blinked. Did you agree? Gao Yuan put down his chopsticks, swallowed the meat in his mouth, and thought seriously for a moment. Yeah, I agree. No physical relationship, okay? She reminded him. Gao Yuan frowned, then nodded solemnly. I can't guarantee that I'll fall in love with you. Okay? She persisted. MMM. The sound came from his nasal cavity. And she looked at him and hesitated. Maybe in the end you'll hate me. Gao Yuan also looked at her, his eyes showing an indescribable stubbornness. It was the first time she realized that the reason she always thought his eyes were so beautiful was because he had longer and thicker eyelashes than girls. Perhaps those eyelashes would look disgusting on someone else, but on Gao Yuan, she just thought it was beautiful. I only have one question. He spoke up. When does our relationship start? Xinghui thought for a moment. Tomorrow. Oh, then. He raised his eyebrows, looking serious. Can we still do it tonight? The sky was very blue, with almost no clouds. Xinghui looked up longingly at the deep blue, and since she hadn't seen it, it seemed her eyes and brain were eagerly trying to freeze that image. A gentle breeze blew by, causing her skin in the air to break out in goosebumps. She moved her legs, wanting to get up, but she couldn't take a step. Her shoulders, neck, and ears itched so much that she laughed, thinking there must be a little white fluffy dog licking her. Xinghui whimpered softly, then slightly opened her eyes. It was already bright outside. Most of the light was blocked by the sunshade, but a small part came in, making her feel a bit dazzled. Huh, there really is a dog licking her. Xinghui turned over and met Gao Yuan's beautiful eyes. Why is it you? She blurted out. Isn't it a little white, fluffy dog? Who else did you think it was? Gao Yuan's gaze suddenly turned fiery. Dog, she quickly explained. I thought it was a dog. He squinted at her, as if trying to see the truth from her eyes. She looked back at him, knowing she couldn't look away now. If she did, Gao Yuan, the jealous king, wouldn't know what he would think of her. All right, I'll tentatively believe you. The king finally came to a conclusion. She sighed inwardly. What time is it now? About 9:30. Oh. Xinghui pondered for a moment, and suddenly jumped up. What? It's already 9:30. She tried to sit up but found her whole body ached. Her limbs felt weak, like she had been beaten up badly. What are you doing? Gao Yuan's arm was still across her waist. Gonna work? What else? She stared blankly. But Miss Lu Xinghui, today seems to be Saturday. She blinked, then fell back down, pulling the blanket tighter. Let me sleep a little longer. She closed her eyes, but the dog behind her was still licking her. Gao Yuan, can you let me sleep a little longer? I'm begging you. It's really so distressing. You sleep then. His voice was muffled behind her neck. How can I sleep like this? She complained, then, as if suddenly remembering something, she turned around sharply to meet his eyes, and from today onwards, it seems we can't have a physical relationship anymore. I didn't He looked innocent. That guy is very honest today. She looked at him, word by word. I mean, physical relationship includes physical contact. Gao Yuan frowned. Isn't that too harsh? Xinghui thought for a moment, finally surrendered. All right, that is too harsh, but you're not allowed to provoke me. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. What will happen if I provoke you? Nothing will happen. In front of him, she was frank and straightforward. It's just that I want you. You know my body can't resist you. Gao Yuan laughed, so happily, so beautifully. But I don't want it this way. She said again, because I want to know if there are parts of me besides my body that can't do without you. That would be the reason for us to decide whether to continue or not. Gao Yuan put away his smile, but the corners of his mouth still held a vague smile. He sighed and pinched her nose. All right, I'll listen to you. This Saturday, they slept until 3 in the afternoon before getting up. Xinghui asked Gao Yuan to think about where to have dinner that night, but he shrugged and said he couldn't think of anything. Aren't you supposed to be chasing me now? She widened her eyes. Why do you still look like you don't care about me? Aren't you supposed to obey me? I didn't say I was going to chase you. Gao Yuan sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and started playing games. I want you to see what kind of person I really am, and for you to consider whether you want to be with me. Sure, I can obey you, but that is not me. At least the real me can't be obedient to you all the time. What you should consider is, when I show my worst side, will you still want to be with me? That's the essence of love. Xinghui really wanted to refute him or simply throw a tantrum to force him to obey her, but in the end, she didn't do that because she knew Gao Yuan was right. That is the essence of love. Speaking of which, He really is someone who loves to talk about essence. The essence of life, the essence of love. What exactly is covering our lives? Making it so easy to overlook the essence? Then if I'm in my worst state, will you leave me? Xinghui suddenly asked. Gao Yuan thought for a moment and answered. When I first started being friends with benefits with you, wasn't he your worst state? That is true. That night, Gao Yuan finally drove Lu Xinghui to eat at a night market food stall. It wasn't he a romantic candlelight dinner, nor was it delicious food that would make people scream. He didn't even put much thought into what she liked to eat. But whether she was bargaining with the vendor for candied hawthorn or arguing with the boss to get one less piece of stinky tofu, Gao Yuan stood behind her. And as soon as she turned around, she could see his impatient yet reassuring face. Are you laughing? Gao Yuan asked, looking at her face under the streetlight. No. She raised her head, looking innocent, but he didn't quite believe her, looking unable to refute. Xinghui took a bite of the candied hawthorn, stopped, and beckoned Gao Yuan with her finger. He looked back at her, puzzled. She continued to beckon. I have something to tell you. He raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer. She slightly stood on her tiptoes, using a serious yet teasing tone to say, for being friends with benefits, I give you 99 points. Gao Yuan felt proud inside. Although he lost a point, nobody is perfect, right? For being a boyfriend, Xinghui continued, I give you 9 points. He glared at her angrily. She shrugged, eating her candied hawthorn as she walked forward. Hey, Gao Yuan grabbed Xinghui's arm. What do you mean? She turned around, smiled at him, and walked backwards. It means your performance in bed is worth 90 points, but outside of bed, only 9 points. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth, but she was secretly overjoyed. On one hand, praising the guy for his prowess in bed should have made him happy. But on the other hand, saying he wasn't up to par outside the bedroom. Who wouldn't be upset hearing that? What is wrong with me? He was a bit impatient. Xinghui, however, didn't answer anything. Instead, her eyes rolled around before she asked, Gao Yuan, have you ever actually been in a relationship? Bullshit. He glared at her. I was dating women when you were still God knows where. Xinghui grinned and thought for a moment before saying, I'm only a year younger than you. He didn't like beating around the bush. Let us be honest. What exactly don't you like about me? She smiled faintly, made a funny face, then turned and continued walking forward as if she hadn't even heard his question. The next evening, just as Starry had returned home, she received a call from Gao Yuan. I found a way to increase the score, he declared confidently over the phone. Oh, really? She laughed cheerfully. What is it? So you mean having sex, huh? Since you said I scored so high in bed. Xinghui fell silent for a moment, then abruptly hung up the phone. Trying to trick her into bed? Not a chance. Didn't you put on any makeup today? The next afternoon, Jay sat across from Xinghui, carefully examining her, and asked, You have a bit of light makeup on. Jay curled his lip. It's nothing, just thought your skin looked a bit dull. He really did have a delicate, feminine soul. Xinghui hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell Jay, I've ended my relationship with Gao Yuan. Jay's hand reaching for the soy sauce froze in midair, staring at her in shock. So she continued, We are trying to have a normal relationship. She bit her lip, because I think you were right. I shouldn't continue like this. I can't hurt him, and I also have to be responsible for myself. Jay let out a sigh and unexpectedly said something just like Gao Yuan. Can you please finish your sentence all at once? It's terrifying. Didn't you want me to end it with him? She frowned. Who said that? Jay poured soy sauce over his Hainan chicken rice. I just hope you can have a normal relationship and not be some heartless friends with benefits. I never said I wanted you to break up. That's good. Then I can relax. So what were you worried about? I'm fine, aren't I? Go my ass. Jay rolled her eyes at her. Do you think I don't know? After the divorce, you were just numbing the pain in your heart by doing crazy things that you would never have done before. Do you think that because you laugh, I really believe you are happy and joyful? I can still see the pain in your heart. How can I not be worried? Xinghui was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reached out and hugged Jay tightly, moved to say, If it weren't for you, I really don't know what would have become of me. Jay, nearly suffocated by her grip, could only pat her back and say, Miss, could you please let go? If there are reporters around, tomorrow's gossip magazines will run headlines about me being taken off the shelves. How am I supposed to start a new romance then? And what if that monkey sees it? He'd kill me, for sure. No, he wouldn't. Xinghui giggled, letting go of him because you're basically a woman anyway. I'm not a woman. Jake gritted his teeth. Just because I like men doesn't mean I'm a woman. All right. She nodded dismissively. Lu Xinghui. Well, you are a man, 100 man. But then again, no wonder your skin has become dull. Jay said, stroking his chin. The woman who used to indulge in nightlife suddenly begins to practice abstinence, which can lead to hormonal imbalances and a loss of skin luster. Perhaps fearing rejection again, Gao Yuan hasn't called all day. Before getting off work, Xinghui unexpectedly receives a call from Ji Yinhao. Are you free tonight? What's the matter? At this moment, hearing Ji Yinhao's voice, Xinghui felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. It was as if she both loathed and feared him. Yet at the same time, she felt that nothing mattered anymore. I need to talk to you about something. Can't be said over the phone? No, it's better to talk in person. Hearing him say this, Xinghui felt a flicker of nervousness stir within her. He had hurt her deeply before, and though that wound might have scabbed over and no longer ached, it was still a wound nonetheless. I've reserved a table at XX restaurant for 7:30. He said. It wasn't a question, yet he was clearly waiting for her response. Oh, she agreed, mostly out of curiosity about what he actually wanted to discuss. All right, see you later. MHM. After hanging up, Xinghui stood up uneasily and went to the break room to pour herself a cup of hot honey citron tea. As the familiar, cloyingly sweet yet tart scent wafted in her nostrils, she regretted agreeing to dinner. But deep down, she was someone who went with the flow, since she'd already said yes. There was no point overthinking it. She would just go. Even so, before leaving the office, she touched up her makeup. She reassured herself that her previous light makeup simply didn't suit the lighting of that restaurant. Just as she was driving out of the underground garage, Gao Yuan suddenly called. Staring at the two characters of his name on her screen, she had changed it back from sex friend. She hesitated guiltily for a few seconds before answering. Are you working overtime today? He asked. No. Oh, then have you decided where to eat? I have something to do tonight. What is it? Xinghui put her phone on speaker and placed it in the cup holder, then drove out of the garage. I made plans to have dinner with Jay. Oh, the voice from the plateau sounds like it's laughing, so you can ask Jay if she minds adding a seat. I'll ask. She composed herself and said to the air inside the car, Jay, the plateau said we should have a meal together? All right. She paused again before replying to Gao Yuan. Jay told you to get lost. We're going to meet a client. She thought he would laugh it off and then invite her for a late-night snack or continue trying to trick her into bed. But strangely, there was only silence on the other end of the line. Hello. She turned the steering wheel and merged onto the main road. Did you hear what I said? His voice actually sounded a bit cold. For a moment, Xinghui felt a pang of panic, as if she had been caught just as she was about to sneak out for something illicit. But Gao Yuan quickly added, then call me after you finish eating. Oh. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Xinghui couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. In the end, she decided to go ahead and meet Ji Yinhao first. The restaurant Ji Yinhao had chosen was one they used to frequent together. As soon as she walked in, the familiar manager greeted her with a smile and showed her to the table. Her heart pounded as she approached, not daring to look Ji Yinhao in the eye. And she simply sat down without a word. Once the manager left, Ji Yinhao slid the menu toward her. Order whatever you like. Xinghui nodded and began studying the menu intently. After a while, she called the waiter over to place her order. Before she could finish, Ji Yinhao remarked, What, you don't like turbot, black pepper beef cubes, or stir-fried tea tree mushrooms anymore? Every time you came before, you always ordered these same dishes. And you said that trying new dishes might not be good, so you'd rather stick with what you know than regret ordering something unfamiliar. Xinghui looked at him in surprise, unsure of his intentions, so she first asked the waiter to place the order before saying to Ji Yinhao, Occasionally, I also want to try something different. Ji Yinhao shrugged unexpectedly, but didn't press the matter further. What do you want to talk to me about? She asked directly, not liking to be left in suspense. Ji Yinhao forced a smile and replied, You still have no patience. He put away his bitter smile and looked at her. Were you okay after your last hospitalization? Xinghui thought for a few seconds before recalling what he was talking about, feeling a bit irritated. I'm fine. Then how have you been these past 6 months? In an instant, she became furious. Someone who would hurt others to get what they wanted had no right to ask this question. Seeing that she didn't respond, Ji Yinhao fell silent for a moment and then said, Xinghui, actually, huh? Someone sat down at the table, saying, did Jay go to the bathroom? After speaking, the person looked around with a casual demeanor, finally gazing at the former couple at the dining table with a charming smile. Xinghui opened her mouth, sitting stiffly in her seat, not daring to make a sound. Gao Yuan, Ji Yinhao frowned. I don't think I invited you. You didn't invite me. Gao Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Jay did. Ji Yinhao looked at him with confusion, then at Xinghui, muttering to himself about what this had to do with Jay. Xinghui lifted her head and found Gao Yuan turning to look at her, his expression calm, but his eyes told her he was angry. So she steadied herself and sincerely said to him, it's wrong for me to lie. However, I hope you can give me some space to deal with what I need to handle. Can you go back first? I'll come to find you later. In fact, she probably knew that saying this was pointless. Given Gao Yuan's personality, he would likely mock her first, then drag her out. As for whether he could still uphold his promise of no sex after going back, that was uncertain. However, she felt she couldn't handle two matters at the same time. Although she wanted to turn and leave immediately, she at least should listen to what Ji Yinhao wanted to say before trying to calm Gao Yuan down. To her surprise, Gao Yuan looked in her eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you in the car outside. There was no hint of sulking in his words. It might have sounded a bit reluctant, but he was actually willing to listen to her request and follow through, which left Xinghui feeling incredulous. Previously, they were like two different radio channels. Every time they communicated, they found that what they said was unacceptable to the other, so they unconsciously adopted a mode of speaking less and acting more to deal with each other. But now, their channels had suddenly tuned to the same one. What was going on? Before Xinghui could fully react, Gao Yuan stood up, ready to leave. Suddenly, their surroundings became lively. Someone was playing the violin, and someone was holding a cake. The manager walked over with a smile, saying, Mr. G, Mrs. G, happy anniversary. Xinghui stared in shock at the smiling face of the manager, then turned to Ji Yinhao and suddenly understood the purpose of his invitation. Lu Xinghui, Gao Yuan stood beside her. Using a calm yet cold voice she had never heard before, you've gone a bit too far this time. After saying this, he turned around, hands in his pockets, stepping out to the cheerful rhythm of the violin. When the piece was finished, and when the other diners in the restaurant cast looks of blessing or curiosity at them, Xinghui suddenly stood up, grabbed her backpack, and expressionlessly told Ji Yinhao, I don't care if you're having a fallout with your little girlfriend or breaking up, or if you think living with me isn't as bad as you thought, or if you're starting to miss the past and want to return to the way things were. I just want to tell you to stop pretending to say things like let us part on good terms or we can still be friends after divorce. Put away your theory. It only applies to you. Through this incident, I know you are a selfish, unprincipled person without a conscience, and I despise people like you the most. You're not my type, so stay far away and don't bother me again. After saying this, she rushed out, leaving the restaurant in stunned silence. 31:10 middle. So, Feng Kairui squinted his eyes and asked, have you and Miss Lu ended things? Not ended. Gao Yuan lowered his eyes to look at the coffee cup in front of him. It's a new beginning. Feng Kairui frowned and thought for a moment, finally concluding, you two are really boring. Why? Always setting some prerequisites for yourselves and others, as if without these prerequisites, the world won't turn anymore. What is with only talking about sex and not love? Or only talking about love and not sex? Are you too full? Life is so limited, and you'd rather spend so much time testing the waters, yet refuse to seriously start. How childish. Gao Yuan didn't expect Feng Kairui, who usually joked and scolded, would lecture him like this, so he was momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, he pouted a bit aggrievedly. It's not me, it's her. She's a woman. Feng Kairui's Achilles heel is that as long as the other party is a woman, it seems anything can be justified. But not for men. Besides, didn't she get divorced because her husband cheated? She's being foolish and you're following suit? I would never agree to be anyone's friend with benefits. Such things only complicate matters, and it could ruin friendships of 10 or 20 years. Worth it? Gao Yuan was impatient from the scolding, So he spoke up gloomily. I'm not that cheap. Okay? Do you think I want to be a friend with benefits? What kind of attitude is that? Feng Karue had the expression of a big brother. So you're taking advantage and still acting innocent, huh? Whether you believe it or not, I'm not the kind of guy who would agree just because a woman suggests it. Gao Yuan was furious. What is your deal? Then what was your relationship with her as a friend with benefits? Did you love her? Feng Karue couldn't help but yell. Of course. If I didn't love her, why would I be a damn friend with benefits? He yelled back. After shouting, Gao Yuan suddenly felt the surroundings quiet down, and he remembered he was having afternoon tea in a CAF, so he quickly pretended to be nonchalant and took a sip from his coffee cup, then calmly coughed a few times to cover up the embarrassment. Everything in the CAF returned to normal. Sitting across from Gao Yuan, Feng Karue gaped, dumbfounded for a while, then started laughing, his mouth crooked. So that's how it is. You guy, when I asked you before, you acted so indifferent and even argued with me. Gao Yuan frowned and clicked his tongue. It's so awkward for two grown men to discuss this. Feng Karue first fell silent, then bit his lip, trying hard not to laugh. What is wrong? Nothing. He shook his shoulders. Just feels, indeed, very awkward. If I had to say I love some woman in front of you in Dongyun, I'd rather be killed. Gao Yuan's face darkened, wanting to help fulfill that wish of being killed. Hey, he suddenly touched his chin, looking mischievous. Speaking of which, my brother now also has a chance to compete. Feng Karue. Gao Yuan's face turned cold, pulling out a banknote from his pocket and tossing it on the table. I'm leaving. Don't be so stingy. Feng Karue quickly grabbed him, firmly pushing him back in his seat. We're all brothers here, brother. Come on. What is the problem now? Gao Yuan frowned, feeling a bit touched. He hadn't even mentioned he was facing a problem, nor could he bring himself to ask. But in the midst of joking, Feng Karue surprisingly noticed. What do women really want? He thought for a while before asking. Feng Karue, upon hearing his words, seemed completely unsurprised, letting out a long sigh. She said, I scored 99 points as a friend with benefits, but only 9 points as a boyfriend. Although he was usually very confident and thought Lu Xinghui was probably just joking, still, he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. I agree, even though you've never been my boyfriend. Feng Karue laughed happily. He glared at him, waiting for more. You're great. Smart, hardworking, honest, not greedy. Feng Karue first gave him a piece of candy, then started slapping him. But you're a self-centered person. Not that you're selfish, you're definitely not selfish. You just always act according to your own rules. Once someone violates your rules, you think they're wrong. We've known each other for so many years. And the reason we can be friends is that your rules almost apply to me as well. I can accept most of your views on life, values, and the world. Have you ever thought about what I would do when I can't accept it? Ignore me. Correct. Feng Karue nodded with a smile because we are friends. But we're just friends. I don't want to see your face every night before I sleep. I don't want to pay the mortgage with you. I don't want to get up to cook noodles for you when you're hungry in the middle of the night. And I certainly don't plan to wipe your butt when you have incontinence. Gao Yuan had 3 black lines on his forehead. So you don't need to accommodate me, and I don't need to accommodate you. Our principles are different. At most, we just don't talk about it. If I don't agree with your actions, then I can just keep quiet, and if it really crosses my bottom line, we could just stop interacting. After all, everyone has more than one friend. Losing one might be a regret, but it's just a regret. However, it's different between lovers. When you love someone, you can't ignore or avoid these differences. If you want to live with the person you love, you have to put in 120 effort to properly resolve any disagreements. Or else you won't be happy. But as I said, you have your own set of principles, and you rarely think about changing them for others. You only do what you want to do, and you seldom accommodate others. Gao Yuan pondered Feng Karue's words, and he found himself speechless. Indeed, maybe you really love her, and you're willing to do many things for her, but those things are based on the premise of you are willing to do them. However, in a relationship, there are too many factors and possibilities. If you want to maintain it, beyond the things you're willing to do, you might also have to do things you're not willing to do, not for any other reason, just to make the other person happy or to maintain the relationship well. Gao Yuan, have you thought about what I just said? Are you willing? To be honest, he said with a bitter smile, I haven't thought about it. Feng Kairue shrugged. That's it. The time you've known each other is already quite long. She should understand you better than I do. I think that's why she said your relationship score is so low. That night, after returning home, Gao Yuan called Lu Xinghui. I found a way to increase my score. Oh, really? She sounded happy on the other end of the line. What is it? It's just having sex since he said my score in bed is so high. Lu Xinghui was silent for a moment, then hung up the phone with a snap. Gao Yuan put down his phone in annoyance. It seemed his plan to trick her into bed had failed. The next day, the two didn't call each other all day. Gao Yuan knew Lu Xinghui wouldn't really be angry. She was probably just throwing a tantrum. However, after talking with Feng Kurui yesterday afternoon, he thought a lot and had to admit he really was, as Feng said, fixated on his own feelings and unwilling to compromise. In the past, whenever he felt dissatisfied, he would just coax her a bit first, let her do things his way, and if she refused, he would be tough because she had said her body couldn't resist him. Thinking of this, Gao Yuan felt a mix of emotions. If her body couldn't resist him, what about her heart? What he wanted wasn't just her body. Suddenly, he missed her a bit, or rather, he missed her a lot. He looked at the clock on his desk, put on his coat, and left work on time for a rare occasion. He drove to her office building, parked by the roadside, and called her. Are you working late today? He asked. No. Oh, have you thought about where to eat? I have plans tonight. She hesitated on the other end of the line. What plans? He felt a bit disappointed and watched her drive out of the garage. Only 7 or 8 meters away from him. I made dinner plans with Jay. Oh, he wanted to laugh because her expression while driving was always serious, completely unlike the one she had in bed. Then asked Jay if he minds adding another seat. I'll ask. There was no one else in her car. Yet she said on the phone, Jay, Gao Yuan wants to join us for dinner? Okay. Jay told you to get lost. We're going to meet a client. He was stunned. Was she lying to him? Hello. She turned the steering wheel and merged onto the main road. Did you hear what I said? He didn't know what to say, feeling a nameless anger rising within him. He hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately decided to follow her to see where she was really going. Call me after dinner. Oh, okay. All the way. Gao Yuan was very restless. He didn't dare to follow too closely for fear she would recognize him, nor did he want to fall too far behind and lose her. He even wanted to get out of the car when she stopped at a red light and knock on her window to ask her why she was lying. But he held back. Maybe she really was going to have dinner with Jay and just didn't want to include him. He could forgive her for lying because Jay was basically half a woman. It was natural for women to not want men at their gatherings. Maybe she just didn't know how to broach the subject, so she told a little lie. He subconsciously thought of various possibilities, but the truth was revealed quickly. She parked in front of a restaurant and walked in, and from a distance, he saw Xinghui sitting across from her. Although he never admitted it, he knew he hated that guy intensely, starting from the wedding photo, or maybe even earlier when he first saw that guy kissing Lu Xinghui during a video chat. He had a complete dislike for Xinghui, but he still tried to accept him because, at that time, Xinghui hadn't done anything wrong. He just fell in love with Lu Xinghui, and Gao Yuan damn well hadn't. Was it fair to hold a prejudice against someone just for that? Moreover, Lu Xinghui was his friend, and they had over a decade of friendship. They would have to meet and eat together in the future, right? It was unreasonable and inappropriate for him to hate Xinghui. But now, that guy had betrayed and hurt Lu Xinghui, and she was actually going to have dinner with him behind his back. Damn, Lu Xinghui, wait for me. Gao Yuan jumped out of the car, adjusted his suit jacket and shirt collar in front of the car window, and after ensuring he looked his best, he confidently walked into the restaurant, directly sitting down beside their table, starting to mock them. When Lu Xinghui saw him, she didn't dare to breathe. He remained calm on the surface, but inside, he was furious. Did she know fear? If she knew fear, how could she still dare to have dinner with that scumbag? How could she still dare to lie to him? She asked him to leave first, giving her some time to handle the matter before coming to find him. He was very angry and wanted to scold her before dragging her away. However, the words that Feng Kurui had said to him yesterday afternoon suddenly appeared in his mind. So he couldn't help but think. Could it be that at this moment he was also measuring the world by his own standards and principles? But this world was not just his, it was also Lu Xinghui's. Did she have to arrange her life according to his will? Was his opinion always right when their thoughts diverged? Couldn't she have her own ideas and live according to her own wishes? Thinking of this, the resentment in his chest actually faded by half. If she wanted to handle this matter first before talking to him, why couldn't he compromise? She lied, which was wrong. But it was hard to define right or wrong when it came to having dinner with Xinghui. He didn't like her meeting her ex-husband, which was not wrong. But her meeting her ex-husband didn't necessarily mean it was wrong either. Maybe they really had something that needed to be discussed in person. So, despite still feeling quite unhappy, Gao Yuan unexpectedly nodded in agreement. He stood up, intending to go back to the car and wait, when a dramatic scene suddenly unfolded. When the restaurant manager came over with a sincere smile to congratulate Mr. G and Mrs. G on their anniversary, the string in his mind finally snapped. He was so angry that his hands and feet turned cold, while Lu Xinghui just sat there blankly, allowing others to congratulate her. "You've gone too far this time." He threw down this remark and left. Back in the car, he sat for a while, calming himself down, when he saw Lu Xinghui rush out anxiously with her backpack. He didn't know if she had anticipated this scene, but he couldn't calm down to talk to her properly, so he pulled the handbrake, stepped on the gas, and sped away. At 11:30 at night, Gao Yuan drove into the underground garage, just turning a corner when someone suddenly rushed out and stood in front of his car. He quickly slammed on the brakes, and after seeing Lu Xinghui's face, he rolled down the window and shouted, "Are you trying to die? What if I really hit you?" But she looked at him stubbornly, her brow deeply furrowed. "Get out of the way," he scolded. "I won't." She acted like a spoiled young lady, almost begging. Gao Yuan glared at her. "My car is parked in the middle of the road. That is not acceptable, is it?" She thought for a moment, decided to give in, and moved to wait beside his parking space. Gao Yuan drove a little forward, prepared to reverse. But in an instant, a nasty voice in his head said, "It's fine to mess with her. Who told her to be so excessive?" So after pausing for a moment, his SUV suddenly accelerated straight towards the garage exit. In the rearview mirror, he saw Lu Xinghui first freeze, then immediately chase after him. He felt a surge of relief, and his foot pressed the gas pedal even harder. Once out of the garage, he hit the road, and although he didn't slow down or step on the gas again, he unexpectedly saw Lu Xinghui had caught up, running in a somewhat clumsy manner, who told her not to listen to him about going to the gym. It seemed she was calling his name. He couldn't help but laugh, the pent-up frustration in his chest finally dissipating by more than half. Gao Yuan pressed the brakes, but the car continued moving forward, just slowing down. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly flashed behind him, and he remembered they were on a major road. His car was on the road, so she was naturally chasing on the road too. It was already 11:30, and there were very few cars. But those that were there were speeding, making it the easiest time for an accident to happen. The figure in the rearview mirror was still clumsily pursuing him, while cars behind her were flashing their high beams. He was so frightened that his heart almost stopped, quickly stopping the car and turning on hazard lights. Jumping out to run back, he ran like crazy for 100 meters, and finally, he pulled her into his arms as the car with the bright lights swerved away. Gao Yuan tightly embraced Lu Xinghui. In the blinding light, just now, he couldn't see her face, only vaguely seeing her outline. That 100 meters wasn't far, yet it wasn't exactly close either. It took only a few seconds to run, but if something happened, just a second's difference would make him regret it for a lifetime. At that moment, he had only one thought. She must not be harmed. In that instant of holding her, his anxious heart finally calmed down. But at that moment, a strong sense of fear spread throughout his body, as if the blood in his veins was flowing backward. "Are you crazy?" He let go of her, placed his hands on her shoulders, and shouted, "If you wanted to chase me, couldn't you have done it on the sidewalk? And if you couldn't catch up, couldn't you have called me?" Lu Xinghui was panting heavily, her face twisted in distress as she replied, "I didn't care whether it was the sidewalk or not. I called you all night, and you didn't answer. You're really going to be the death of me." Gao Yuan trembled slightly, unsure whether it was from anger or fear. He didn't dare to recall what had just happened. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. Unexpectedly, after being yelled at by him, Lu Xinghui suddenly burst into loud sobs. Gao Yuan froze for a moment, then roared in frustration, "What the hell are you crying for? The one who should be scared is me. Isn't it?" But Lu Xinghui just kept crying, her loud sobs clashing with her polished office lady attire. She clung tightly to his waist, weeping as she spoke, "Don't be angry. I didn't know what he was up to in the restaurant. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone. Gao Yuan's mouth fell open in surprise. So, while he had been panicking over her nearly getting hit by a car, she was crying over whatever had happened at the restaurant that night. Honestly, compared to her almost getting into an accident, everything else was absolute nonsense to him. I'm not angry anymore. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're lying. She wailed even harder, probably thinking he was just brushing her off. You just said you were furious. Gao Yuan rolled his eyes. This was basically like talking to a brick wall. Then, Xinghui did something that melted his heart so completely he couldn't even speak. She buried her face in his chest, though the movement was so forceful it bruised his ribs, and clung to his waist, saying, Gao Yuan, don't leave me. 32 on a late autumn night, it was a bit chilly to cover with a thin blanket, and adding a thicker one made it a bit hot. At least, that was how Xinghui was fidgeting. Can you pull the blanket up a bit for me? She lay with her back to him, and perhaps because she had cried a lot earlier, her voice was a bit nasal. Gao Yuan complied. After a while, she started kicking the blanket again. After a bit longer, she was both complaining of being cold and tucking the corners of the blanket. Are you done yet? Gao Yuan finally couldn't hold back. It's already 1 o'clock. Who just said they wanted to sleep and refused to do it? If you keep fidgeting, I won't be polite to you. Oh, after such a soul-stirring night. Her voice sounded unusually tired. Gao Yuan suppressed his irritation and turned over, deciding not to look at her. However, after a while, she suddenly said, I didn't say I didn't want to do it because I wanted to sleep. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan immediately turned around and excitedly hugged her, his hands restlessly grabbing at her softness in front, his lips rubbing against her ear. What are you doing? Xinghui broke free from his octopus-like arms and turned around, staring at him in shock. Didn't you say we could do it? When she threw herself into his arms, begging him not to leave her, his mind exploded with just one thought. He wanted her. When did I say that? She was bewildered. You said it yourself just now. You said you didn't say you weren't doing it because you wanted to sleep. He glared at her. What I meant was, Xinghui enunciated clearly. I didn't say I wasn't doing it because I wanted to sleep. It's because we agreed to wait until we're sure we want to be together before doing it. So that's why I wasn't doing it. What a mess. Gao Yuan felt like his MBA-trained brain could never make sense of Xinghui's logic. However, the process didn't matter. He just needed to understand that last sentence. You told me not to leave you. Doesn't that mean you're sure you want to be with me? No. She shook her head innocently. He felt as if he had eaten a dead fly. So uncomfortable. Xinghui shrugged and lay back down. In the darkness, Gao Yuan felt his desire burning. After thinking for a long time, he had to use his last resort. He whimpered a few times, then hugged her from behind, starting to act spoiled. Xinghui, you can't do this. No, she replied decisively. I want to. He stretched the last word out. No. At that moment, Xinghui was like the monk Tang sung. Her self-control was super strong, and once she said no, she meant it. It's 1 o'clock. You should go to sleep. After whining for a while and realizing it was hopeless, Gao Yuan muttered, How can I sleep? Then Xinghui suddenly turned around, kissed him on the forehead, and, in the moonlight, smiled and said, Just hang in there a bit longer. Who knows, maybe one day I'll decide. After saying that, she closed her eyes, her light smile fading into deep sleep. At that moment, Gao Yuan felt that the woman before him was like a witch from a fairy tale, tempting young men to their doom in a candy house. So, what were you doing with that scoundrel in the restaurant? Gao Yuan only brought this question up again the next evening. It wasn't me. It has nothing to do with me. Xinghui innocently raised her hands in surrender. What anniversary was it? You weren't getting married then. Xinghui smiled sheepishly, saying, You really don't want to know. Gao Yuan squinted at her. Probably because she hadn't slept enough last night, there were dark circles under her eyes, and her complexion seemed a bit dull. What exactly are you being awkward about? He couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek, gritting his teeth as he said, You're already an old vegetable skin. If someone says they love you, you should hurry up and pounce on them. Besides, that person is ridiculously handsome and has an amazing figure. With that kind of appearance, he is also filled with theories like the Peter Principle and the Matthew Effect. Be careful. If you keep being coy, he might run away. Xinghui swatted his hand away, rubbing her cheek in pain, and raised an eyebrow at him. Are you talking about Feng Kaichen? Gao Yuan rolled his eyes. This guy wouldn't spit out anything good. So he simply got up and walked to the kitchen, saying, yes, you should hurry up and pounce on him. He is several years younger than you. In a few years, if he realizes your true nature, it'll be too late to escape. He went to the kitchen to brew himself a cup of steaming grapefruit tea. Just as he returned to the bedroom, Xinghui, who was lying on the bed with a face mask on, snatched it away. MMM. She made a satisfied sound while drinking, gazing at the ceiling, but then thought about how Feng Kaiching's physique was really fresh compared to some people. Gao Yuan glared at her, unwilling to back down, and said with a smile, "Are you talking about some people referring to Feng Kaiching?" She didn't answer directly, just grinned mischievously. "Were you waiting for me downstairs in the garage yesterday?" He asked, remembering something. "Yeah, I called you, but you didn't answer. I was angry at the time. If you had the guts to drive away, of course, I wouldn't bother answering your call." The garage was so cold. She looked pitiful. However, having known Xinghui for so many years, even having slept together, how could he not understand her? "I wouldn't believe you would stand in the garage waiting. You must have parked next to my spot, listening to music and enjoying the heat." Xinghui gave a bitter smile. "The heating was true. I didn't listen to music, but I called you every 5 minutes. Were you anxious at that time?" He leaned in, staring at her eyes hidden beneath the white mask. "Of course." She awkwardly averted her gaze. "Were you afraid I would abandon you?" He asked teasingly. He thought she would definitely refute him, stubbornly deny it, and throw in a few jabs. Unexpectedly, she paused and nodded a little. He looked into her eyes. If she weren't wearing a face mask, he would have pinched her face and kissed her lips. "Then why don't you hurry up and confirm our relationship?" He glared at her. She lowered her eyes, smiled slightly, and calmly said, "I made a mistake once. I can't make a second mistake. If I get together with you, and in the end, you betray me and abandon me, I think I might never be able to love again for the rest of my life." Gao Yuan felt like something was stuck in his throat. He wouldn't make any promises at this moment, assuring her that he wouldn't do such things, that he would treat her well, etc. Any promise was only meaningful if it could truly be fulfilled, not just the promise itself. So, whether there was a promise or not, in his view, was completely irrelevant. Thus, Gao Yuan sighed, patted her shoulder, meaning to take care of herself, then turned to the desk to start organizing materials. The end of the year was approaching, and work summaries and such were giving him a headache. He was someone who disliked bringing work home. He only did so today because he had a meeting at the headquarters in the afternoon. "Gao Yuan, how much can you earn?" Xinghui suddenly asked. "Not too much. Not too little. If you want to know the exact number, I can print out a statement of all my bank accounts for this year." He knew she was asking not to demand money from him, nor was she genuinely curious about how much he had. "No need, really," she continued. "I just want to know if one day I stop working, can you support me?" He labeled the documents in his hand, put them in a folder, and looked up at her, raising an eyebrow. "If I save a bit, it should be fine. I'm not a spendthrift." She glared at him. "I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about myself saving a bit." "But," she continued, "if one day you stop working, can I support you?" Gao Yuan was taken aback, not expecting her to think about this issue. Although it seemed a bit funny to think about, if two people were together, no one should always give without expecting anything in return, right? Since he could take care of her when she was in trouble, then she should also help him when he was in difficulty. "That might be a bit difficult," he said teasingly. "You know, if you went out less to indulge in pleasures, you could save a lot of money." Xinghui rolled her eyes. She was right. He had no spending habits. Didn't gamble. The only bit of gambler's nature he had was used in work, and his biggest expense was going out to drink and have fun with friends. "What about you?" He countered with a smile. "If you bought fewer clothes, shoes, bags, and glasses, you could save enough for a good car in a year." She looked at him, seemingly unable to refute that. He looked at her quirky expression of unwillingness and inability to argue back, unable to help but laugh. "Don't worry. I don't want you to change. Just do what you want to do, buy what you want, even if it seems economically unwise to me, as long as you're happy." She pulled off her face mask and said brightly, "That's what I mean too. Even if I go out to indulge, as long as you're happy, otherwise, you wouldn't be a monkey." Hearing her say that, he felt touched, but he wasn't the type of man to play the sentimentality card. So to cover up his discomfort, he jokingly asked, "So is drinking with flower girls okay?" "That's not okay." Xinghui's originally gentle smile immediately turned into a scowl. "Didn't you say I could go out and indulge?" That's not what I meant. She glared at him. It's fine to just sit down and have a drink. But if you go flirt with others or play ambiguous games, then that's not okay. It was rare for him to see her jealous, even if it wasn't genuine jealousy. Still, the way she kept saying no and looking so displeased made him find it amusing and happy. So, since you're so concerned about me now, does that mean you decided to be with me? No. She put on an innocent look again. I just said if we're together, but not now. You can go drink and flirt with others. I won't care. But, she continued, if you go drink with flower girls and flirt, then I'll know what decision I need to make. After saying that, she got up and went to brush her teeth. Sigh. Gao Yuan wrinkled his nose and sighed. Women really change their minds faster than flipping pages in a book. On Wednesday night, Lu Xinghui went to Jay's work party. Before finishing work, she called him. Are you coming to pick me up in the middle of the night? I will definitely drink, and I can't drive. Meaning I have to be on standby, right? Do you want to be on standby or not? She remained unfazed. Yes, Gao Yuan sighed inwardly. Gao Yuan. A little patience can lead to great plans. Got it. He deliberately spoke in an impatient tone. Bye. She hung up the phone in a good mood. Gao Yuan put away his fierce expression. She didn't really believe he would be impatient or not care about her, right? So the worst side he deliberately showed her didn't have any intimidating effect. So he sat in his seat for a while, then got up, took out his sports backpack from the cabinet, and went to play basketball. Why have you suddenly become free lately? After finishing a badminton match of best of 5, Dong Yun sat on the sidelines, chugging down a bottle of mineral water, and asked Gao Yuan, was I busy before? Gao Yuan panted. You haven't invited me to play for a long time. I heard the coach say you only run on the treadmill for an hour and then leave. Gao Yuan smiled and said, now that I'm older, my stamina is limited. Then he silently thought, stamina is meant to be saved for other things. Now that I can't do that thing anymore, of course I can come out to play basketball. Dong Yun squinted at him, as if reading his mind, making him feel a bit guilty. So you don't need to hang out with Lu Xinghui anymore? Did she dump you? Or does she have a boyfriend now? Gao Yuan rolled his eyes at his old friend. You're the one who's been dumped. Otherwise, you should be saving your energy to go back. He finally couldn't help but laugh. He had never discussed his relationship with Lu Xinghui with Dong Yun. In fact, if it weren't for Feng Kaicheng's sudden appearance, he wouldn't have mentioned it to Feng Kairui either. How to put it, it wasn't that he thought telling them about this friends with benefits relationship would be strange, but rather, he never regarded Lu Xinghui as someone to just play around with. This uncertainty, after having done everything, made him feel a bit at a loss, and he didn't know how to talk about it with others. So, Dong Yun wiped his sweat and said, are you serious this time? Then tell me, was I ever joking? Gao Yuan retorted. Dong Yun raised an eyebrow. Did you want to marry any of your previous girlfriends? He thought for a moment and shook his head helplessly. Not really. Then what about Lu Xinghui? Gao Yuan pursed his lips. If she is willing, then let us get married. See? Dong Yun shrugged. But it's different. He explained, sometimes I feel like fate is much stronger than feelings or anything else. Have you seriously thought about it? If Lu Xinghui and I had gotten together right after graduation, would we have broken up early? Or if I met someone else now, I might want to settle down. So what's the conclusion after your serious thought? I don't know, he answered frankly. Don't know? Dong Yun laughed. Well, who knows what hasn't happened? No one can say for sure. It all depends on fate. Gao Yuan paused, then continued. I just feel that since we are both unmarried now, being together and living well is not a bad thing. Dong Yun looked at him with a kind of approval in his eyes. Gao Yuan, you've grown up. Facing such a rarely sentimental Dong Yun, Gao Yuan smiled and patted his old friend's shoulder, saying, why does everything you say sound uniquely flavored? After taking a shower and coming out of the gym, Gao Yuan and Dong Yun went to have a late-night snack before parting ways. Gao Yuan made sure to ask for the party address before Lu Xinghui got too drunk. Looking at the time, he felt it was about time, so he drove straight over to wait. It was almost midnight, and a few taxis were parked along the road. He found the nearest available spot to stop and started making phone calls. However, after several attempts, no one answered. He thought she probably didn't hear it. So he stopped calling, turned on a radio, and started listening to music. Lily Allen's strong London accent and crisp enunciation reminded him of the rock girls he used to see at bars near school every weekend. After one song ended, his phone rang. He picked it up and teased, It's a miracle your phone hasn't been stolen. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then a woman's voice said, Matthew? Even though she only said one word, he could hear her tongue was stiff with a hint of British accent. Moreover, no one had called him that in years. All memories associated with that name were from the days forever shrouded in fog in London. So he was stunned for a while before he exclaimed in surprise. Eureka, is that you? 33, November, Part 1. What kind of girl is she? On the computer screen was the face of Lu Xinghui, wearing large black-framed glasses. She had probably just taken a shower, with her hair casually tied into a ponytail at the back of her head. Her face was clean, without a trace of makeup. Though her eyes looked a bit dull compared to when she wore makeup, her smile was still lovely. It was 9:30 p.m. in New York, but already 2:30 a.m. in London. Sitting in front of the screen, Gao Yuan curled his lips into a faint smile. Young girl. Pretty? Gao Yuan scratched his ear. Not bad. What about the figure? Pretty good. And the personality? I don't know. Japanese girls are either crazy or extremely gentle. So is she crazy or extremely gentle? Gao Yuan thought for a moment. She wasn't crazy, but she hadn't reached the point of being overwhelmingly gentle either. Was she interesting? He frowned and thought for a moment. Not bad. At least her Japanese accented English sounded quite amusing. What's her major? Literature. Wow, Lu Xinghui exclaimed. You actually managed to win over a girl from the literature department. Don't they all adore romantic men? You're so unromantic. How could you possibly catch her eye? He raised his eyebrows smugly, neither confirming nor denying. Does she love playing badminton? She continued to ask. She doesn't like sports. He shook his head. Can she cook well? He had a troubled expression on his face. She makes decent instant noodles. Then she must be great at telling jokes. I said. Her English has a very strong Japanese accent. That Gao Yuan. Lu Xinghui finally showed an expression like she was looking at an alien. What on earth do you love about her? He opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, what exactly did he love about her? The answer to this question seemed a bit complicated. I know. The Roadstar comment on the screen exaggeratedly widened her eyes, holding her head with both hands. She is really impressive on the bed. Isn't she? You think I'm that despicable in your eyes? She chuckled mischievously. All right, I know, loving someone doesn't need a reason. Even if she has nothing special about her, as long as you like her, that's enough. After saying that, she smiled gently at him through the computer screen, across half the globe. This was a scene from many years ago, and so much time has passed. Yet on this deep autumn evening, remarkably, Gao Yuan recalled it again, and just like a movie replaying, all the images and words replayed in his mind. Lu Xinghui opened the car door, hummed a little tune as she sat in the passenger seat, automatically buckled her seatbelt, then leaned back against the seat, a tipsy smile on her face, and said a bit slurringly, let's go. Gao Yuan was still lost in his thoughts until she slapped his shoulder, jolting him out of his reverie, and he turned to look at her. What's wrong with you? Although slightly drunk, Lu Xinghui could still tell that Gao Yuan was acting a bit unusual. It's nothing, he said with a bitter smile before starting the car and driving off. The entire ride was silent. Lu Xinghui was quiet because she was drunk while Gao Yuan. It was because of that phone call earlier. He never expected Eureka to call him again. So many years had passed. Even though she had left without a word back then, deep down, Gao Yuan knew it was actually him who had failed her. Because he didn't love her. So it turned out Lu Xinghui's question had no answer. Because he didn't love Eureka, he couldn't pinpoint what exactly he loved about her. She and left without saying goodbye out of spite. She was heartbroken, so she didn't know how to say goodbye. He had always assumed she would never reappear in his life. But today, after all these years, she called him, her voice so calm and warm. Her English still carried a faint Japanese accent, though much better than before. She told him she was in Shanghai for a business trip. He was surprised because, in his memory, she should still be that 19-year-old girl. Then she asked if they could meet. She wanted to apologize for her impulsive disappearance back then. Instinctively, he agreed without hesitation. Truthfully, he had always carried guilt toward this Japanese girl in his heart. He hoped she was doing well. But now, on this quiet late-night highway, he began to hesitate again. Should he tell Lu Xinghui about this? If he did, what would she think? How was the party? Gao Yuan said, not bad. The people Jay invited today are all ones I don't dislike. He smiled and said, It's really not easy to win your favor. Lu Xinghui also laughed and reached out to pinch his ear. What did you do tonight? I played a game with Dong Yun, then had a late-night snack, and then came to pick you up. So obedient? Not out partying and drinking, huh? When she gets drunk, she's always so charming and alluring. Completely different from her usual rough-and-tumble tomboy personality when sober. Oomph. He glared at her defiantly. Then you deserve a reward. With that, she reached out and gave a light pinch to the most sensitive spot on his inner thigh. Lu Xinghui. The car swerved slightly before Gao Yuan finally managed to steady the steering wheel, his legs still aching and itching, just like the feeling of falling in love with her. She giggled drunkenly, clearly having had too much to drink. Gao Yuan felt he couldn't take it anymore, so he stepped on the gas, took the nearest exit off the overpass, and parked the car on a deserted roadside. He pulled a handbrake, unbuckled his seatbelt, then cupped her face and kissed her without restraint. Lu Xinghui let out a few soft moans before wrapping her arms around him and responding passionately. Xinghui. He slipped his hand beneath the V-neck of her knit dress, grasping the softness of her chest. I want you. She hummed in response. He continued to nuzzle against her, his hands roaming restlessly over her body. Let us go back and do it, okay? Her answer was ambiguous. Whether it meant yes or no, he couldn't tell. But his plans seemed to hit a snag when she lightly bit his ear with her teeth. He finally couldn't hold back any longer. Pressing his hand against her waist, he gasped, I can't wait. I need you now. Huh? Then, Lu Xinghui suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at him with a sudden realization, her pupils darting around. But this is, in the car on the road. I don't care. I want it now. He found her reaction amusing deep down, but on the surface, he maintained an unyielding, domineering attitude. No. She finally came to her senses and immediately stopped his large hand, which was already pulling down her underwear. He frowned, and she frowned back. He glared, and she glared back. In the end, the two stood off for quite a while before Gao Yuan finally conceded defeat. There's no one like you, he said with a bitter expression. You were the one who provoked me first. That's nonsense. Looking at Lu Xinghui's expression, she looked as wronged as though he. Gao Yuan narrowed his eyes and said resentfully, You're just banking on the fact that there's no camera in my car. So go ahead and deny it all you want. Seeing that she couldn't bluff her way out of it, she pretended to have a headache and urged him to drive home quickly. Once they got home, she dashed straight into the bathroom in his room, not forgetting to lock the door behind her. Gao Yuan shook his head helplessly, then dragged his slightly weary feet to toss his post-workout dirty clothes into the washing machine. After that, he washed the dishes and plates that had been sitting in the kitchen sink for days. By the time he finished and returned to the bedroom, Lu Xinghui had already burrowed under the covers. I'm so tired, she said, putting on an act. He shot her a sidelong glance, but didn't call her out. Still, he figured that if he lay down next to her now, he'd only end up itching for something he couldn't have, which would just make him feel worse. So he turned around and went back to the living room to play video games. He had only been playing for 5 minutes when he heard her call his name. Gao Yuan helplessly paused the game, walked into the bedroom, and asked, What's wrong? Do you want some water? She was completely hidden under the blanket, with only her nose and above exposed. No. Then why did you call me? She looked at him and said vaguely, Can you come over and keep me company? Gao Yuan frowned. Didn't you say you were tired and wanted to sleep? Lu Xinghui rolled her eyes and finally used her usual tough tone. Are you coming or not? Gao Yuan sighed, turned around helplessly to close the door, then dove under the blanket and reached out to turn off the lamp. In the darkness, he vaguely saw Lu Xinghui reveal a satisfied smile, then close her eyes. Preparing to sleep, he could only stare at the ceiling, feeling a bit chaotic inside. First it was the end-of-year work report, then it was that phone call from Yuriko, and now it was this annoying Lu Xinghui beside him. Just as he thought of her, the pesky girl moved closer, wrapped her arms around his waist, rested her head on his shoulder, and sighed contentedly. A string in his heart seemed to be plucked, and he gently brushed her hair away from her forehead, tenderly. Gao Yuan. She called his name with a slightly hoarse voice, as if tipsy. Do I smell like alcohol? He sniffed her hair, only catching the familiar scent of her shampoo. No, that's good. Her breathing was faint, as if she was about to fall asleep. But just when he thought she was going to sleep, she suddenly lifted her head and gave his cheek a heavy kiss, saying, "I'm going to sleep. Good night." In the dark, Gao Yuan smiled and closed his eyes, deciding not to think about work reports and Yuriko anymore. All he wanted to do now was hold this woman beside him and get some sleep. The weekend soon arrived. For the past few days, Gao Yuan had been hesitating about whether to tell Lu Xinghui about Yuriko, but every time he thought about being honest, either she said it was too late and wanted to go home, or someone suddenly called him. On Friday afternoon, Gao Yuan was still indecisive, but his personality was quite decisive, so since he couldn't come to a conclusion, he might as well let things take their course. He didn't call Lu Xinghui, and she didn't call him either. Whether it was coincidence or tacit understanding, it seemed that on this chaotic weekend night, neither of them wanted to disturb the other. As soon as work ended, Gao Yuan immediately put on his coat and left. His secretary looked at him in astonishment, probably because he rarely left work on time. Yuriko had arranged to meet him at a restaurant near her hotel, a place he had been to before, so it wasn't too hard to find. Before 7 o'clock, he was already sitting by the window in the restaurant, anxiously waiting. He couldn't quite articulate how he felt. He still carried a sense of guilt. However, he knew very clearly that the hurt he caused her was something he could not make up for, unless he fell in love with her, and she still loved him. But it seemed unrealistic for either of those conditions. It was natural that he didn't love her. They had been apart for so long, and she was so young back then. After all these years, how could she still love him? He still remembered time when she kept asking him, "You love me? You really love me?" At that moment, he was feeling sleepy and almost dozing off, so he complained impatiently, "Why do you girls always ask this question? Is this the most important thing in your life?" She wrapped her arms around him from behind, was silent for a long time, and finally told him that this was what a girl most wanted to hear. Maybe later, when she grew up and matured, she wouldn't believe in love anymore. But for women, the thing they wanted to hear the most was still this. That night, before falling asleep, Gao Yuan finally admitted to himself he didn't understand women. However, many years later, he found that he understood women even less than before. Women were such strange creatures. Not only did their reproductive structures differ from men, but even their minds were probably structured differently. They tended not to pay much attention to logic, and even when they did, their logic seemed to be of a different kind. Most of the time, they acted on feelings, guided by the imagination that a person or a situation inspired in them. This could explain why some ugly, incoherent men still had women who loved them, while ugly, incoherent women had no men who loved them. Because men judged people and things based on a plethora of established standards, while women's standard was always just one: feeling. Just like Yuriko, who had suddenly disappeared years ago, and today, Lu Xinghui. At that time, he couldn't say he loved Yuriko, largely because he didn't want to admit that he really didn't love her. Another reason was that he felt he didn't even know what love was at that time. The feelings he had for any woman back then, to be honest, were just fondness. Fondness meant feeling happy being with that person, wanting to do many things together, eat together, watch movies together, play ball together, or curl up in bed, reading on a cold winter night. Everything was just about the beautiful things in life. But love isn't just about the most beautiful things in life. It also encompasses burdens that a person cannot bear, such as pressure, responsibility, pain, sadness, and so on. He always believed that to love someone meant to accept everything about them, both good and bad, whether you received a return that was commensurate with what you gave or not. So he always felt that love was such a precious and heavy thing that he couldn't bear at that time. Moreover, despicable as he was, he harbored feelings for another person. So regarding Yuriko, no matter what, the wrong person was him. Gao Yuan raised his head and looked at the neon lights not far outside the window, thinking of the night before Yuriko left. Still unable to get a simple "I love you" from him, and the sadness in her eyes. He thought maybe what he owed her was something he could never repay in this life. As he stepped out of the elevator, Gao Yuan instinctively raised his hand to check the time, a little past 10. He took out his keys to unlock the door and was instantly stunned. This scene seemed familiar. Lu Xinghui was wearing his sportswear, sitting on the wool carpet in front of the living room sofa, drinking beer and playing games. Hearing him open the door, she glanced back at him, smiled, and continued her game. He stood there for a while before finally closing the door and taking off his shoes. She was someone who was very afraid of the cold, but wouldn't he wear more clothes. So as soon as she arrived, she turned on the central air conditioning in both the living room and bedroom. Gao Yuan took off his coat, walked over to her without slippers, looked at her, and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Xinghui glanced up at him and immediately explained, "I didn't play your Metal Gear Solid 3. I didn't touch it at all." He watched her profile as she continued playing and said, "I didn't ask you that. Then what are you asking?" She replied without turning her head, "I'm asking what you're doing here." He paused. "What are you doing in my house?" "Waiting for you." She said so casually, with no seriousness or pretension, but he felt a surge of emotions inside. "Waiting for me for what?" As he spoke, his voice was a bit hoarse. Only then did Lu Xinghui notice something was off with him. She paused the game, raised her head to look at him. "Why didn't you call me?" She asked again. "I thought maybe you needed some personal space. Just because we're together doesn't mean we have to be together all the time. If you want to find me, you would call me," she answered sincerely. "So do you miss me?" Lu Xinghui felt a bit awkward at this question, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Hearing this, Gao Yuan pulled her up from the ground and kissed her fiercely. Not gently, but with a lot of force. After kissing enough, he let her go and watched her fall back onto the wool carpet, finding it amusing. But he still turned around and went back to the bedroom, rummaging through things to find a photo. He walked to the living room. "I met my girlfriend from when I was studying in the UK tonight." Lu Xinghui looked at him in shock, blinked, and said nothing. "I've been thinking for the past few days about whether to tell you and how to tell you, but in the end, I didn't say it." She still maintained the same expression as before. "I arranged to meet her at the restaurant at 7. I went, and by 9:30 she didn't come. At 9:30, she called me and said. She said she never intended to meet me at all. If I kept waiting in the restaurant, I would definitely recall the times we were together, and the longer I waited, the more guilty I would feel. If I left after waiting a short while, it would prove that I wasn't worth the love she had for me before." So, at this point, Gao Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She didn't come, and I indeed felt guilty for more than 2 hours. In the end, she told me that after graduating from college, she returned to her hometown and found a good job, and now she has a boyfriend with whom she is discussing marriage, set to get married next spring. She didn't do this to take revenge on me. She just wanted to put an end to the days we were together. Lu Xinghui still looked up at him, waiting for him to finish speaking. Upon hearing her say this, I suddenly felt relieved. Actually, I know I can never repay what I owe her, but if she feels better in her heart, then I will feel a little better too. Only when the day comes that she completely forgets will my conscience be relieved. What exactly did you do to hurt her? Did you cheat on her in both love and money? Gao Yuan kept a serious face and handed her the photo in his hand. She took it and looked at the photo carefully. It was the picture of him and Yuriko taken at the party on the night of their first meeting on Halloween. Lu Xinghui looked for a long time before raising her head, looking confused. Don't you think that even to this day, when it comes to admitting it, Gao Yuan still feels like he has done something wrong? She looks very much like you, doesn't she? 34:11 mid. Lu Xinghui looked at the man in front of her in silence. How long had they known each other? Over 20 years, right? But it was only at this moment that she truly felt that Gao Yuan loved her. It felt despicable to say so, because this realization came through hurting and deceiving another girl. But she couldn't help but think wildly that he loved her. Don't ask me if I thought of you when I was with her, he said, extending his index finger and pointing at her nose. Absolutely not. I can honestly say that I never saw her as your substitute. If that were the case, I would have to question my own character. But to be frank, I pursued her and was with her because her profile resembled yours. Did you ask me what I loved about her? The answer is, he lowered his head awkwardly, hands in his pockets. I actually don't love her. What I love is probably the feeling of being with her, which makes me feel less lonely. Gao Yuan rambled on like this, and to Xinghui, he seemed like a childish old man. But a part of her heart suddenly warmed and softened. She raised her head, pointed at the photo, and intentionally feigned surprise, saying, "How is that similar?" Not at all. How could she resemble another person? She was herself. That girl wouldn't resemble her either, because she was also a unique person in the world. They shouldn't resemble each other. They just happened to encounter the same man. Gao Yuan ruffled his hair awkwardly, took the photo, and pointed at it, saying, "Isn't this chin quite similar?" And the nose, ears. Oh, especially the eyes. She stood up, reached over to pull his neck, kissed his lips, and said, "Silly. No woman would be happy to hear you say that another woman resembles her, especially when you've been with both of them in bed." Gao Yuan looked at her in astonishment, unsure of what to say. But what I want to say is, she calmed her emotions. "Gao Yuan, thank you. You really have done a lot for me. I also want you to be happy." Gao Yuan looked at her, his eyes slowly calming from the earlier restlessness. "But sometimes I think, even though you have a bit of a bad personality, are impatient and don't know how to be considerate of others." At this point, she smiled and accepted his warning gaze. "But overall, you are still a good man. With someone as good as you, what do you see in me?" Before he could answer, she hurriedly said, "My personality is a bit laid back. I have no ambition in my career, no meticulous plans in life. I don't know how to be frugal. I can't even cook. The most critical thing is..." She stopped, not daring to look at him, and gave a bitter smile. "I've been divorced. I was deeply hurt, began to question whether my views on life and values from the past 30 years were wrong. Started to doubt what love and family really are, began to question human nature, and started to doubt myself." He looked at her, not speaking, just like she had before, waiting for the other to finish. "Sometimes I feel like I'm no longer the old Lu Xinghui. I used to be so confident. Even though in terms of appearance, figure, intellect, and power, I wasn't outstanding in any way, but I was a confident person. And now, my confidence carries some inferiority. I'm always cautious, yet things don't always go as I wish. Recently, I've even been thinking about a question." She looked at him and finally spoke frankly. "I've been thinking, if it weren't for you these past 6 months, I don't know how painful it would be." Hearing her say this, Gao Yuan tightened the arm he had around her waist. "I'm really so lucky." After saying this, she pressed her face against his chest, smelling that familiar scent of safety, and once again, it unexpectedly appeared in her heart. They embraced quietly, neither speaking, as if reminiscing about the past, until Gao Yuan asked in his usual calm tone, "So now that you've said this, can I understand it as, can we do it?" Xinghui rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth, replying no. On Monday morning, Xinghui ran into Jay at the office. They had known each other for many years. And as soon as she saw his face, she asked, "What trouble are you stirring up again?" Jay rolled his eyes and pulled her into his office, closing the door, saying, "I think I might have fallen in love again." "With whom?" she asked cautiously. "Well," Jay stammered, "the previous one, that one." "What?" Xinghui shouted. "Zhou Xiaoming, you can't have forgotten how he treated you before, right? You haven't forgotten how you broke up, have you?" Jay scrunched his nose, knowing he was in the wrong, and could only mumble, "You said not to call me by my Chinese name. Then I should tell you to stay away from that deadbeat. Why didn't you listen to me?" He said he knew he was wrong and that he still felt he couldn't forget me. Jay's voice grew quieter, and he finally lowered his head, unable to look at Xinghui's face. Xinghui was silent for a moment, then dropped a sentence and turned to leave. "Do as you please. If you get back together with him, don't consider me your friend anymore." At lunchtime, Jay still cautiously sat down next to Xinghui. She didn't give him a cold shoulder. She just felt a bit helpless. "I'm sorry, I was a bit harsh this morning. Later, I thought about it. You also have times when you feel exasperated with me. I've done many things that you hate and can't stand. So actually, no matter who you are with, as long as you're still you, we will always be friends." Jay looked at her, suddenly showing a face that seemed about to cry, and the two of them pretended to hug and cry. After the emotional moment, they continued eating as if nothing had happened. But honestly, Xinghui couldn't help but say, "I don't agree with you getting involved with that someone again." Sigh. Jay sighed heavily and said dejectedly, "Am I really stupid? I speak with righteous indignation when teaching you a lesson, but when it comes to myself, I act like a fool." Xinghui suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Jay's heartbreak and her divorce almost happened at the same time, but for the past 6 months, she had been receiving Jay's care and help, while she hadn't given him any return. "I'm sorry," she blurted out. "I haven't really thought about your feelings, especially this morning. I really shouldn't have said that. How about I accompany you to have some fun tonight?" Jay thought for a moment. "Where to?" "It's up to you." "Then come with me to the art exhibition. I wanted to go since early this morning, but I thought it would be silly to go alone, so I didn't go." "Oh, right. There's also a movie I really want to see. But which is better, the art exhibition or the movie?" After saying this, he started to struggle with his thoughts. "Let's go to both." Xinghui comfortingly patted his shoulder. We can go to the art exhibition tonight and the movie tomorrow night. Really? Jay was very happy. Why didn't you ask me to go earlier? She glared at him. Because. Jay smiled slightly and said softly, you have enough to worry about with your own matters, so I thought, I don't want to bother you with mine. Xinghui opened her mouth but couldn't say anything, as if something was stuck in her throat. In the end, she reached out to hug Jay, resting her head on his shoulder, and said, I love you so much. Jay chuckled softly and said with a hint of sadness, Xinghui, why can we express our love so openly to friends, but not to those we truly love? Xinghui, let him go. She thought for a moment and replied, maybe it's because love is too complicated. So that night, Xinghui canceled all her appointments and went with Jay to the art exhibition, unexpectedly running into Yurenji. Xinghui hadn't seen him since the final draft of the advertisement, while Jay had met him a few times for short meetings later. After finishing the exhibition, the three decided to go for a late-night snack together. Old you, did you know? Jay said while eating grilled oysters. That monkey from the plateau said he loves her too. Zhou Xiaoming. Xinghui glared at him. What? Zhifloned. But didn't stop eating. You promised not to call me by my Chinese name. Yurenji laughed. I knew that all along. Xinghui stared at him blankly, but then thought, with Yurenji's wisdom, there probably isn't much that he couldn't see through. Do you remember the first time we met? Yurenji asked. Xinghui nodded. At Xiao Yuan's wedding. Wasn't he the one who introduced you to me? Yurenji paused. You were probably drunk at the time and didn't notice. That guy walked away, but his eyes never left us. Xinghui was at a loss for words. Xinghui, Jay put down the oyster shell in her hand. Unable to help but say, you really have good luck. She looked at Jay, then at Yurenji, and couldn't help but sigh, but I still can't believe it. Can't believe what? Jay asked. Can't believe. She frowned, that one person could love another forever and not love anyone else. I don't believe it either. Yurenji said casually. Xinghui was surprised. Then what is there for us to believe in? Life, he said. We should believe that life will go on. And we should also believe that no matter what problems we encounter in the future, we will have the courage to solve them. That is enough. Looking at Yurenji's smiling face, Xinghui seemed to understand something, but felt even more confused. Are you trying to say that if you love someone, you should love them wholeheartedly? But on the other hand, you also have to be prepared to not love them at any moment? Jay asked. Pretty much, Yurenji nodded. That's complete nonsense, Xinghui blurted out. Yeah, Yurenji shrugged, but who told you love has to be reasonable? That's true. There are no feasts that do not disperse. This saying is the true essence of life. Those who can grow old together peacefully are not because their love is so special, nor because they can reason, but because they know how to cherish. She suddenly thought of Ji Yinhao. They once had very happy times together, and she once thought they would hold hands and live a lifetime together, but in the end, they didn't. Was it because they didn't cherish enough? Just as she was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the plateau. Aren't you coming back yet? The plateau sounded like he was panting. I just finished playing basketball and was about to go home. Do you want me to pick you up? No, I drove myself. Oh, then call me when you get home. After hanging up, Jay looked at her with an ambiguous gaze, and she could only smile helplessly. That night when she got home and finished showering, Xinghui sat on the bed in a daze for a while before deciding to call the plateau. I'm home, already lying in bed and getting ready to sleep. How was the exhibition? His voice sounded a bit tired. Do you really want to know? She laughed. I don't want to. Since you don't want to know, she continued. Then I'll tell you it was great. It's a realistic oil painting exhibition. Impressionism and such are really not my thing. The plateau laughed on the other end of the line. You're quite cheeky. I suddenly thought of an American movie. I forgot if it was the male lead saying it to the female lead or vice versa. But the gist was, you're the person I most want to chat with before I sleep. That feeling is great. So am I the person you most want to chat with before you sleep? She waited for the plateau to say of course. But he surprisingly answered her, no. The person I most want to chat with before I sleep, he said, is probably myself. Because before I sleep every day, I have to think through my worries and concerns in my mind. So, I'm actually chatting with myself. After saying that, he laughed heartily. Xinghui felt like she had 3 black lines on her forehead. Would it kill you to just say yes? Okay, then I'll try to change this habit. She felt satisfied, but then thought again, then will I be annoyed to death by you? Probably, I have a lot of worries and concerns. Then you should just chat with yourself. She couldn't help but laugh, sounding quite cheeky. You know what? Today Jay said I have good luck. Not bad, he replied. What she meant was, I was just abandoned, and someone else picked me up. Good luck. Oh, the plateau's tone dragged out long. Looks like Jay isn't so bad after all. I'll invite him to dinner next time. Xinghui couldn't help but roll her eyes. But she had a lot of questions and didn't know where to start. When did you start loving me? Did you want to be with me after we slept together? The plateau on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment before saying, the first question, I don't think I can explain in just a few words. The second question, I can honestly answer, no. Then how can you still dare to say you love me? Why not? I only realized what I wanted through this process. Do you remember one night when you escaped from the hospital and were playing games in my living room, and I brought a woman back? Xinghui thought for a moment and said, I remember you blamed me for ruining your game record. The plateau sighed. That's not the point I want to make, miss. Okay, you continue. Actually, that day when I took you to the hospital, the thought of I love you suddenly popped up again. Why again? She interrupted. The plateau seemed to be suppressing his anger. Can you let me finish? Sorry. What I wanted to say is, I suddenly felt like I wasn't satisfied with this so-called friends with benefits relationship anymore, even though I thought I had no problem before. That night when I took you to the hospital, I realized I didn't want to lose you. To be honest, she felt a bit touched. So I was also thinking, is this really my possessiveness acting up, or does he mean something different to me? So that night, when I went out to the bar to play, I wanted to try to return to that carefree state and really just treat you as a friends with benefits. And then I found out I couldn't. Because I was outside your room? Of course not, he shouted. I just couldn't go on with that person. Xinghui tried to recall the scene at that time. She really didn't mind at all, but then she thought, what if it were now? Would she still be so carefree? So I casually found an excuse to send her away. Then, coincidentally, that person is now my colleague. What? This time, it was Xinghui's turn to shout. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. The plateau comforted her on the phone. She's really just a colleague, and a very ordinary colleague at that. Later, she even thanked me because she also had a breakup that night and just wanted to let loose. Later, once while having dinner, she told me it was a good thing she met me. Why? She said that because I looked troubled that night. It felt like we had a sense of mutual understanding. It sounds so complicated. Xinghui pouted, wondering why ordinary colleagues would talk about this while having dinner. Shouldn't they be discussing current affairs and the Nasdaq index? Fine. I promise you I'll only talk about current affairs and the Nasdaq index with her from now on. But she still felt a bit blocked in her chest. Hey, I said, Lu Xinghui. Gao Yuan laughed. You're not jealous, are you? Go away. After saying that, she hung up the phone with a snap, covered herself with the blanket, and started to sleep. 35, Part 11 continued. So actually, after rambling on for quite a while, Xinghui sniffed, so love has a despicable side, right? Feng Kaiching squinted his eyes, his tone a bit harsh. You're here to show off to me, aren't you? No way. She widened her eyes in shock. I just haven't seen you for a long time and thought I'd come check on you. Feng Kaiching was wearing a white coat and rolled his eyes. I haven't said anything yet. Miss Lu Xinghui, what do you want to do by coming to my neurosurgery department with a cold? Do you think I play around at work every day? This. Xinghui blinked. After all, it's all in the hospital, and we're all doctors, so it's pretty much the same. If I place an order in the system for you to prescribe cold medicine, I would be laughed at, do you understand? Dr. Feng was really a bit frantic. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Feng Kaicheng casually picked up an X-ray and placed it on the light board, pointing at it as if he were saying, your brain tumor has been diagnosed as malignant, and it's deteriorating very quickly. You can only live for 3 months at most. Xinghui felt 3 black lines descending from above her head. The person who walked in was a very young intern, looking quite naive. He seemed to have heard what Feng Kaicheng just said, so he was stunned for a moment before saying, Senior, the director asked you to go over when you have time. Oh, Feng Kaicheng nodded in response. I'll go after I finish with this patient. Taking advantage of the intern not having left yet, Xinghui deliberately asked, So Dr. Feng, can I have surgery? Sure, Feng Kaicheng said nonchalantly. The chance of deterioration without surgery is 99, but if you have surgery, it could be reduced to 98, so it's not a bad choice. Xinghui tried to keep her mouth from twitching, but there was no way. The intern closed the door and left, and at the moment the door was completely shut, Xinghui seemed to see a look of extreme sympathy and regret. You doctors really are a terrifying bunch. Xinghui gritted her teeth. Good to know. So Feng Kaicheng looked at her with a half-smile. Be nice to me, and don't bother me if there's nothing going on. She sighed and said, Then can I introduce a girlfriend to you? Feng Kaicheng raised an eyebrow. What kind? Tell me about it. This. Xinghui started to sweat coldly. There isn't a suitable candidate yet. Dr. Feng didn't say anything, just shot her a glance with a knife-like sharpness. After a moment of silence, he suddenly sighed. I don't know why, but it seems I've understood the despicable side of love very clearly from the beginning. Because love is inevitably selfish. If people are unwilling to hurt themselves, they can only hurt others. I hope no one gets hurt. Feng Kaicheng smiled, revealing a maturity that doesn't quite match his age. Your idea is good, but the reality is that having love means having hurt. The two are inseparable. In this world, even the most noble person has done despicable things and harmed others to some extent. Whether a person is mature or not can be seen by whether they will still do something that they know will hurt others. So love must have a despicable side? Feng Kaicheng nodded. But you must remember that a despicable person will not think of themselves as despicable. They will only find different reasons and excuses to cover up their selfishness. A candid person will admit their despicable nature, feel guilty, and try to make amends. So the key is what kind of person they are. Xinghui looked at Feng Kaicheng as if she wanted to read something from his calm face. But in the end, she just smiled slightly and said, You stop pretending to be an adult and saying things that don't match your age. Occasionally show a cute little side for your sister to see. After saying that, she amusingly reached out to touch his head, but he unceremoniously swatted her hand away. Feng Kaicheng stood up and said he was going to see the director, and he conveniently walked Xinghui out. When they parted in the hospital corridor, he suddenly looked at her and said, Hey, if there were no Gao Yuan, would you accept me? Xinghui blinked and thought for a moment before casually answering, Probably not. I said I can't accept someone younger than me. Feng Kaicheng raised an eyebrow. Hypocritical prejudice. She smiled and accepted his evaluation with ease, then turned around, waved her hand, and walked towards the other end of the corridor. Lu Xinghui. He called out to her from a distance, across a corridor of moderate length, saying, The tumor in your head needs to be dealt with quickly. Only then can you live well. Oh, she turned around and said, Okay. In the afternoon, back at the company, Xinghui held a steaming cup of grapefruit tea and sat at her desk in a daze. The symptoms of her cold were getting worse. Even after taking cold medicine, there wasn't much improvement. Instead, fatigue hit her, filling her head with cotton. So at 4 o'clock, she decided to ask Jay for leave to go home. Why do you always add to my troubles when I'm the busiest? Zhishuted. This. Xinghui was taken aback. Who told you to set the temperature of the central air conditioning so high, causing me to catch a cold? Jay had a look of helplessness. Fine. You go home and rest well. Come back to work for me when you're better. Okay. Xinghui forced a smile as she left Jay's office, packed her things, and drove home. When she got home, she realized she didn't even have the strength to take a shower. She casually changed into a set of pajamas and crawled into the warm blanket, sleeping deeply. When she finally woke up, she was drenched in sweat, her throat dry and hoarse, but her head still felt heavy. The phone beside her pillow rang. It was Gao Yuan calling. Working late? He sounded a bit breathless. Probably exercising again. No, Xinghui murmured. I'm sick, sleeping at home. Sick? The tone on the other end was a bit surprised. What's wrong? What else could be wrong? She said weakly, just a cold. Do you have a fever? Shouldn't be. She answered hesitantly. Hey, monkey. She rarely acted spoiled with him. I'm hungry. Can you buy me something to eat? Oh, his voice sounded a bit muffled. Got it. After saying that, he hung up. So she tossed her phone aside and closed her eyes to continue sleeping. This time, she had a dream. She dreamed she was back in New York. She and Jiang Yao rented a not too big, not too new apartment near the school, right on the top floor of the building, with a large terrace outside the living room. She lay on the terrace sofa drinking wine, watching the stars in the sky, the wind blowing on her face. Warm and cozy. Then someone tapped her on the back. She turned around to see Ji Inhao. He was holding a bowl of plain noodles, steaming hot, with a piece of her favorite fish sausage on top, and she was so happy. But just as the bowl was about to reach her hand, Xinghui took it away. Looking at his back, she felt so lost, so she shouted desperately, "Hurry and bring it back, I want to eat. I'm so hungry." Someone touched her forehead. She groggily opened her eyes to find it was Gao Yuan. Xinghui stared at him in a daze, asking, "Am I dreaming or—" Gao Yuan, still in his workout clothes, irritably tapped her forehead and said, "You glutton, I'm already cooking noodles. You'll have something to eat soon." Ah, so that dream was fake, but Gao Yuan was real. After a while, Gao Yuan really came in with a bowl of steaming noodles. However, instead of her favorite fish sausage, there was luncheon meat on top. Xinghui sat up, leaning against the headboard, and began eating voraciously. Gao Yuan stood nearby with a bitter smile. "How long has it been since you last ate?" She didn't have time to answer him at all. When she finally saw the bottom of the bowl, she sighed contentedly. I just dreamed that I wanted to eat noodles." "Yeah," he said, wiping the sweat off her forehead with a towel. "You were even talking in your sleep." "What did I say?" She looked at him warily and said, "I want to eat, I want to eat." Xinghui let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she and T called out Xinghui's name. Otherwise, "Why didn't you tell me you caught a cold?" He glared at her. "I forgot." She defended herself. "By the time I realized how bad it was already this morning." "Have you been to the hospital?" Why didn't you ask me to go with you?" He sat by the bed, touched her forehead once more, and then lowered his hand in relief. "You're so busy." The truth was, she and T really wanted him to accompany her, because she felt that if even going to the hospital required his company, then she would never be able to leave him. Gao Yuan looked a little displeased, but said nothing. "Don't worry, the doctor said it's just a common cold. And Feng Kaicheng also said it's nothing." "You want to see Feng Kaicheng?" Gao Yuan immediately asked, "Yeah, right. How could she forget about that?" Gao Yuan narrowed his eyes at her, his gaze looking quite dangerous. "But he spoke very highly of you," she quickly added. "What did he say?" He said. Xinghui recalled Feng Kaicheng's words from the morning. "Actually, he didn't say much, just that he backed off when he heard you were pursuing me." Gao Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking indifferent. "When did I ever say I was pursuing you?" "All right, you didn't," she conceded, reaching out to grab his large hand and drawing circles in his palm. "Lu Xinghui." Gao Yuan fell silent for a moment before tightening his grip on her hand. "You really have a way with men." Xinghui shook her head with a laugh. No, I'm no good with other men. It's just you I can handle." The rigid mask on Gao Yuan's face finally melted away, revealing the genuine and gentle expression beneath. "Want me to sleep with you?" He leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Then go take a shower first." He had probably rushed over as soon as he got her call, not even bothering to shower, and now he reeked all over. "All right," he said, then started taking off his clothes. In just a few moves, he revealed his well-defined, muscular upper body. "What are you doing?" Xinghui suppressed her slightly agitated emotions and asked. "Taking a shower," he replied with an innocent expression. "You have to take off your clothes before showering, right?" With that, he stood up, stripped off his pants completely, and walked naked into the bathroom without the slightest hesitation in front of her. This guy. Xinghui touched her slightly flushed cheeks, her thoughts beginning to wander. The next morning, Xinghui woke up from the heat, partly because the room's heater was on, but mostly because Gao Yuan had wrapped himself tightly around her, making it impossible not to sweat. "My leg." Xinghui moved her right leg, which had gone completely numb from lack of circulation. Gao Yuan shifted his body, changing positions, but remained fast asleep. "Gao Yuan," she shouted loudly and finally managed to wake the person up. "What's wrong?" Gao Yuan freed up a hand to rub his eyes. "I'm almost crushed to death by you." She didn't even have the strength to yell anymore. Gao Yuan stared at her for a few seconds and said, "Oh." Then, he wrapped his arms around her and went back to sleep. "Help!" With Herculean effort, Xinghui finally managed to free herself from Gao Yuan. But because she had used too much force, as she finally pulled her arm free, the recoil sent her tumbling off the bed. Thud! Her head hit the nightstand, and the pain made her grimace. By the time she scrambled up, Gao Yuan merely reached out with his eyes still closed, patted her head, and mumbled, "Why so careless?" Xinghui narrowed her eyes at that handsome face in front of her, took a deep breath, then leaped onto him, grabbing his neck and shouting, "I'll make sure you never sleep again." Gao Yuan swatted her away with one hand, flipping her onto the bed. Coughing while rubbing his neck, he yelled indignantly, "Are you crazy?" Early in the morning, instead of sleeping well, what are you trying to do? Oh my God, Xinghui thought while holding her head. Isn't she the one going crazy? Does it still hurt? The warm breeze blew out from the vent with a chugging sound, very cozy. However, it wasn't as warm as the expression on Gao Yuan's face. At that moment, he was wearing his thick black-framed glasses, which he only wore at home, looking both old-fashioned and amusing. Gently, he placed a Band-Aid on Xinghui's forehead, his smile at the corners of his mouth both ingratiating and infuriating. Hey! His face leaned in as he whispered in her ear, Did I really kick you down? Xinghui has always had a talent for lying. After saying that, she deliberately pouted, putting on an expression of exaggerated grievance. Gao Yuan's eyes darted around as if he didn't quite believe her, but had no choice but to accept it. He reached out and hugged her from behind, saying, Then how should I make it up to you? Xinghui sniffed hard and said, I want sweet and sour spare ribs. Okay. He looked at her, smiling brightly. Behind his glasses, those always charming eyes held an inexplicable, doting affection. Go to sleep. He pressed her onto the pillow, kissed her, and tucked her in. I'll go buy groceries. With that, he turned to leave, but Xinghui suddenly grabbed his hand, saying nothing, just staring at him. Plateau, why are you so nice to me? This sentence, she didn't know how long it had been hidden in her heart. She really wanted to hear his answer, but was also afraid he wouldn't respond. Gao Yuan smiled faintly and reached out to hold her fingers. How can I? She looked at him, suddenly choked up. For the past 6 months, I've been trying hard not to fall in love with you, not to rely on you. But with you like this, how can I? He extended his other hand and gently stroked her face. I'm very afraid, she said hoarsely. I'm afraid that I love you, get used to you, can't live without you. But in the end, you don't love me and abandon me. Finally, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. She rubbed her face against his warm palm, as if only this way could confirm that he wouldn't leave her. Gao Yuan just smiled, wiping away the tears on her cheeks with his fingers, offering no comfort, no promises, only his calm and warm smile. Xinghui cried as she threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly, saying, Aren't you supposed to say you will love me for a lifetime at this moment? Gao Yuan laughed and hugged her tightly, saying, If I told you, would you believe me? No, she wouldn't. Even if she wanted to believe, she wouldn't dare to anymore. You've been stubborn since you were little. He held her, his tone calm and composed. You're proud, always putting on a brave face, acting carefree on the outside. But the moment something happens, you're devastated inside, yet your words are tougher than anyone else's. This divorce is probably the biggest setback you've faced in your life so far. When you came to me for drinks, I knew it was because you couldn't hold on any longer. Before that, you must have been suffering alone in silence, shedding tears by yourself. Xinghui's eyes blurred again, her fingers unconsciously clutching his shirt. At the time, I thought, who knows how long it would take for your shattered heart to mend, and who knows what it would look like once it did. But luckily, Gao Yuan smiled. It turned out better than I expected. You're just a little more willful now. A little fiercer, but that strong, brave core of yours hasn't changed. Remember when you asked me what I love about you? Actually, I can't really explain it myself. Perhaps what attracts me the most about you is your courage to face setbacks and failures no matter when. Even if it's painful, you know there will always be a day when you can stand up again. It feels like being with you means I won't be afraid of whatever comes my way in the future. Xinghui lifted her head and looked at the man in front of her. He is not very considerate and rarely flatters women. He has a bit of a macho attitude and has his own principles about everything. When he is wrong, he always stubbornly refuses to admit it. But when he is right, he will beg for mercy softly. He lacks patience, yet when it comes to truly important things, he can be more steadfast than anyone else. He is just that kind of person, perhaps insignificant to others, but to her he is so important that she cannot do without him. I love you. Without any extra words, she simply said what she wanted to say, and then kissed him. 36, Chapter 12, Part 1. The air conditioner in the room was on, blowing warmly against her body, but the lips of the man from the plateau were a bit cold, unlike the passionate fire he had on the bed. In fact, Xinghui often felt that this man had many sides. Sometimes he was like a deliberately willful child. Other times he was so considerate it was heart-wrenching. However, She found that no matter which version of Gao Yuan it was, whether it made her hate him or love him, she could not leave him. It was a very strange feeling. When she was with Ji Yinhao, she couldn't say he had any faults. She loved him so much, loved all of him. Before he proposed divorce, they hadn't even had a fierce argument. She always thought her marriage was perfect. In the past, she could never understand couples who often quarreled but didn't break up. Yet now she and Gao Yuan had become such a pair. Fate was always so mysterious and wonderful. She thought she loved him, but she didn't love all of him. He had various flaws. He was not the perfect man in her mind, but she was willing to compromise for him, willing to give up some things she had stubbornly insisted on, simply because she loved him and couldn't live without him. Gao Yuan remained stunned, allowing her to kiss his lips without any reaction. Suddenly, she began to hesitate. Could it be that he didn't love her as much as she thought? Xinghui released his lips and looked up at him, feeling a wave of inexplicable panic. He wouldn't change his mind, would he? What did you just say? He asked hoarsely. She didn't dare to answer, fearing that if she spoke, he would run away. Lu Xinghui, he frowned. What did you just say? Say it again. I don't want to. After hesitating for a few seconds, she replied decisively. Why? Gao Yuan was taken aback. You clearly heard. She frowned too. He looked a bit dazed behind his glasses, unsure. She had thought that her bold confession would create a romantic scene. But who knew that this guy Gao Yuan would be as clueless as a fool? Xinghui was a bit angry and a bit discouraged. So she turned and dove into the blanket, deciding to ignore him, as if she hadn't said anything at all. Xinghui. Gao Yuan reached out and caught her, pulling her out from under the blanket. Lu Xinghui, I didn't mishear, did I? You said you love me? She had never felt so frustrated, suddenly regretting why she had blurted it out. I don't know. She pouted, glaring at him. He said nothing, just held her arm, his eyes smiling. Xinghui glared at him, but he responded with a kiss, a passionate kiss like usual. Gao Yuan suddenly hugged her tightly, kissing her endlessly like long-lost lovers. He held her palm against his chest, and she seemed to feel his strong, beating heart, which moved her deeply. Fortunately, in her most difficult moments, he was there. This beating heart brought him to her side, giving her the courage to keep going. He said she was always so brave, that no problem could defeat her, but in fact, her courage came from all those who supported her around her. Jacob, Jiang Yao, Feng Kaicheng, Yurinji. Oh, and of course, most importantly, the man right in front of her. Gao Yuan let out a low hum, his large hands skillfully slipping into her pajamas. Stroking her skin, she felt ticklish, as if a feather was gently caressing her heart, making her feel restless, and she couldn't help but laugh. As soon as Gao Yuan saw her smile, he became even more reckless, his fingers reaching her most sensitive spot, squeezing it hard, causing Xinghui to scream. Monkey! She thought about pushing him away, but couldn't muster the strength. Aren't you going out? He couldn't be bothered to answer, directly laying her down on the bed, diving into her blanket, kissing her while starting to take off her clothes. Although she was still sick and her body was a bit weak, Xinghui's mind was filled with Gao Yuan's face and those desire-filled thoughts. Gao Yuan skillfully wedged himself between her legs, focusing on kissing her lips and earlobes. Xinghui was so ticklish that she screamed loudly, but he wouldn't let go. The two of them wrestled like this for a while until Gao Yuan finally came inside. Hey! Xinghui felt her heart racing. What if I pass my cold to you? He smiled, a glimmer of magic in his eyes behind his glasses, saying, then we'll just stay in bed together. After saying that, like every other time, he brought her endless pleasure. This was the first time Xinghui saw Gao Yuan wearing glasses in bed, and an unusual emotion arose in her heart, as if she had previously looked at him with a sense of resistance. She tried to see him merely as a sexual partner, but she didn't understand that she could never become someone who could separate sex from love. And him? Which one was the real Gao Yuan? Or perhaps all of them? Lu Xinghui, he held her, sounding both playful and commanding. You have to remember what you said. The whole day, Gao Yuan and Lu Xinghui really spent in bed. Gao Yuan had initially said he would go out to buy groceries and cook, but in the end, they still ordered takeout to satisfy their hunger. Xinghui urged him several times to go buy ribs, but he wouldn't budge, leaving her a bit confused. After dinner, he finally sneezed several times and announced, I think I really caught a cold. Xinghui rolled her eyes. unsure what to say. Generally, a guy who rarely gets sick would be very serious when he did. Before going to bed, Xinghui put a digital thermometer in Gao Yuan's mouth and found out he had a fever of 38 degrees, worse than hers. I really can't believe you. She put on a thick coat and got out of bed to get him cold medicine, hot water, and ice packs. Clearly, she was the one sick, and he was supposed to take care of her, but now the roles had reversed. She coaxed him to take the medicine, but he deliberately turned his head away like a child refusing to eat, but she wasn't his mother and pinched his chin to force it in. It's so bitter. His whole face was scrunched up in distaste. I want candy. Xinghui narrowed her eyes, looking at him in disgust, showing no intention of getting up to fetch him candy. I'm sick. Gao Yuan pouted, looking so pitiful that anyone would feel sorry for him. She sighed, got up, and took out a box of Ferrero that she had been saving for a long time from the fridge, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed contentedly and then suddenly produced a game console from somewhere, focusing intently on playing. You go to sleep. Xinghui glared at him. Just a little longer. I'm about to pass this level, he said, batting his eyes at her. She pouted and got up to take a shower. When she finished and came out, she found that this guy was still engrossed in the game, showing no sign of stopping. Are you sleeping or not? Xinghui said coldly. If you don't sleep, I'm going to use my ultimate move. What ultimate move? He glanced at her, as if he hadn't taken her words to heart at all. Xinghui silently walked over, reached out, and pinched him in his groin. Gao Yuan immediately dropped the game console and grabbed her hand. Lu Xinghui, are you trying to kill me? Xinghui looked at his shocked and exasperated face and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. The next morning, upon waking, Xinghui's first reaction was to touch Gao Yuan's forehead. Perhaps because he had a cold, his breathing was heavy while sleeping, but fortunately, the fever had subsided. In the dim light, she looked at his sleeping face and couldn't help but smile. When did she realize she had fallen in love with him? Maybe a long time ago, when she found herself slowly getting used to sharing her joys and sorrows. The first person she wanted to share with was him. Perhaps it couldn't completely be called love yet, just a kind of dependence. But whoever said that dependence would ultimately turn into love? At that time, she didn't believe it. Having experienced betrayal and setbacks, she didn't believe in love at all. She stubbornly told herself not to believe in love, even now. A part of her deep down still agreed with that statement. But she couldn't help but love. It was like an instinct. When she finally admitted to herself that she was someone who needed love and to be loved, she gave up her stubborn resistance. Yes, no matter how much she warned herself not to fall in love with Gao Yuan, she still unknowingly fell in love, despite her fears, despite her confusion and hesitation. She still loved. But how long could love last? She looked at his profile and couldn't help but wonder, would there come a day when she and Gao Yuan would ultimately be unable to escape the fate of breaking up? Just like she did with Xinghui? Just as Xinghui was lost in thought, Gao Yuan slowly opened his eyes and reached out to touch her hair. You're awake. What are you thinking? She was startled by him and blurted out, Are we going to break up? Gao Yuan closed his eyes, remained silent for a while, and then said, Can you not ask such a tangled question right after I wake up? She laughed at his response, resting her head on his shoulder. Then when is a good time to ask? He pondered for a moment. Maybe during an argument, you can ask then. Asking this question during an argument is like saying I want to break up, right? Then you're definitely going to get mad and yell, fine, let's break up. Her hand reached down, intending to grab his important part, but he cleverly intercepted her halfway. No way, Gao Yuan said, half closing his eyes as if he hadn't fully woken up. I would say you wish. During an argument, aren't you just trying to make things difficult for each other? You want to break up? I won't let you. For some reason, when he said this, his tone was so fierce, yet half joking. But in that instant, she was struck by his words. This man, who never said sweet nothings, could always move her with his fierce demeanor. After knowing you for so many years, I didn't know you were such a scoundrel, she said deliberately. Then I should keep my distance from you. Otherwise, I won't be able to break up. Gao Yuan didn't jump up like a young guy would. Instead, he kept his eyes half closed and smiled, saying, If you realized it sooner, there might still be hope, but now it's too late. You can only surrender to me. On the surface, Xinghui was fuming, but inside, she was overjoyed. After struggling with her thoughts for a long time, she finally decided to get up and go to work. The end of the year was the busiest time of the entire year, and unless absolutely necessary. She didn't want to leave her work to others. Gao Yuan's cold symptoms were still severe. Apart from the fever subsiding, his cough and runny nose made his face pale. Xinghui found her thickest cashmere shawl and wrapped it around his neck, covering almost half of his face, leaving only his pair of lifeless eyes hidden behind black-framed glasses. "Why don't you just stay home and sleep?" Xinghui couldn't help but say. "It's okay. I'll take you to work. Besides, I have some things to handle at the bank." "But how can you drive after just taking cold medicine?" she said anxiously. "I won't drive. You will?" He replied as if it were obvious. "So what do you mean by I'll take you to work? Taking you doesn't mean I have to drive. Anyway, you always have a point." He smiled at her, unexpectedly sneezing, and his runny nose splattered all over her beloved cashmere shawl, leaving her at a loss for words. Gao Yuan sat in Xinghui's car, and they arrived at her company's building, after which he took a taxi to the bank. While in the elevator, Xinghui looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly felt that from today onward, the world had changed. At 2 in the afternoon, Xinghui finally found time to have afternoon tea at a nearby tea restaurant, but to be precise, it was actually her lunch. The accumulation of 2 days' work left her gasping for breath, and feeling a bit drowsy, she decided to take a break. Just after taking a sip of milk tea, she received a call from Jay, asking where she was. She thought he was coming to drag her back to work, but to her surprise, he told her to wait for him at the restaurant. When Jay approached Xinghui, they exchanged glances after not seeing each other for 2 days, and then simultaneously pointed at each other, saying, "What's wrong with you?" Xinghui looked down at herself, from head to toe, and found nothing wrong. Then looked up at Jay, who was doing the same thing. Could it be that this was some inexplicable and unreasonable tacit understanding? Jay didn't seem to have anything wrong. She just sensed something unusual about him. Perhaps Jay felt the same. So Xinghui watched her old friend sit down beside her, ready to listen to him. "This morning, I received a call from the European headquarters saying, John is coming back." After saying this, Jay lowered his head, looking a bit restless. "Aren't you happy? You don't mean to say you've forgotten him, right?" Jay raised his head, his warm gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Yes. I can't forget him, but don't forget. He loves women. He can never love me." Hearing Jay say this, Xinghui felt as if her heart had been struck by a dull blow, aching terribly. She suddenly remembered Jay once telling her that happiness in this world is not so easily obtained. She recalled her own marriage, thought of Ji Yinhao, thought of Gao Yuan, thought of those days filled with both pain and joy. So, what exactly was she still afraid of, deep down, hesitating about? "Am I being foolish?" Jay asked with a wry smile. "We're both foolish." Xinghui didn't deny it or comfort him, just said, like an old friend to another, "Once it comes to feelings, we're all foolish." Jay's bitter smile had a kind of heart-wrenching infectiousness. "Aren't I foolish too, thinking I could separate heart and sex? But in reality, I can't afford to play this adult game." Xinghui took a sip of milk tea, feeling her lips dry. "That's not foolish. It's because you still have humanity and emotions. Those who can separate heart and sex should be cold-blooded animals, right? So you're not foolish." She looked at him, smiled thoughtfully, and said, "You just can't control your heart because it's so warm it can't cool down." Jay sighed absent-mindedly. "Otherwise, I might as well quit and go back to New York. You know, when I just got divorced, I thought the same way. I didn't want to stay here at all. It would be best to cut off completely from my previous life, to go somewhere no one knows me." Jay looked at her. "So why didn't you go in the end? Because of that monkey?" Xinghui shook her head with a smile. "Not just him, but also you, and all those other people who care about me, including my parents. I just realized one thing. If I were to live a completely new life, it would mean giving up everything I have now, my friends, my family, my career. I don't know how much time it would take to regain all of it. So I asked myself, is it worth it to abandon everything else in my life for a failed marriage and relationship?" Jay looked at her thoughtfully, silent. The answer, of course, was that it wasn't worth it. At that moment, she suddenly felt grateful that she had figured this out back then. Perhaps leaving here for somewhere else was a way for her to escape her predicament, but it wasn't the only way. Sometimes she would think, if she had really left here back then, what kind of life would it be now? Maybe it wouldn't be bad, but it might not be better than now. So, Jay said, patting his shoulder, "Even if the person you love doesn't love you back, don't lose heart. I believe one day you will meet someone who loves you in return, and that person must be as sincere as you to deserve you. Jay pursed his lips and humorously said, well, that's how leftover women end up being left. Xinghui couldn't help but roll her eyes. But Jay laughed. Now it's your turn to comfort me? It seems like things are going well between you and that monkey. Xinghui asked, do you think there will be a good outcome for us? Jay looked into her eyes and countered, do you think this is very important to you? For a moment, she felt a mix of emotions and didn't know how to answer. Until the story is over, no one will know the outcome. Even if we think the story has ended, it may still be ongoing. Jay paused and continued, what I want to say is that life is not fixed, and people are even less so. So don't arbitrarily think that this person will definitely be with you for a lifetime, or that this person will definitely not accompany you to the end. Only time can give you the answer. Ask your heart what kind of outcome you want, and work hard for it. Everything else is nonsense. Xinghui looked at Jay and couldn't help but smile, thinking he was truly a unique person. He didn't have particularly beautiful features, but he had the most beautiful eyes. He didn't have a feminine appearance, but he had a delicate heart like a woman's. If you say he is a man, his soul is more like a woman's. If you say there's a woman living in his body, he is braver and stronger than most men. For Xinghui, Jay was beyond gender. He was just Jay, like another version of herself in this world. Ji, why do you always manage to point me in the right direction when I don't know what to do? She said with a smile. If you decide to start loving women, I swear I'll immediately abandon Gao Yuan. Jay twitched his lips. I'm afraid that's one of the reasons I can't fall in love with women. You are too scary. Xinghui laughed so hard she could hardly close her mouth. After returning to the office, Xinghui paced back and forth in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, then took out her phone to call Gao Yuan. Hello. His voice sounded very nasal. Are you feeling better? I don't know. I just feel a mess in my head and only want to sleep. Like you've stuffed a bunch of glue in there? Yes, exactly. I can never find the right words to describe this state, but now I've finally found it. She laughed. Then go home and get some rest. What about you? Can you leave work on time today? I'm afraid not. All right, then I'll go back and wait for you. Xinghui took a deep breath and said, Gao Yuan. She tried to sort out her thoughts. Yes, I'm quite stubborn. Once I've decided on something, I have to do it. If I can't, I get angry. When things go smoothly, I feel like the sky can fall and it doesn't matter, but when I encounter setbacks, I ignore those who care about me. Sometimes I also think, what good do I have besides the kind of solitary bravery you mentioned? What else is there that others would like about me? But no matter what, I actually don't like the previous version of myself. It feels like after a failed marriage, everything is lost and any other success is worthless. Now I understand it shouldn't be this way. I can't face life like this, and I can't face myself like this. Actually, I'm not as good or as strong as you say, but since you say I am, I will strive to be so. I hope you can continue to treat me this way. Sometimes it's okay to be angry with me, as long as you don't leave me. After saying all this, what I really want to say is, if you want to hear it, I'll say again. At this moment, Xinghui felt for the first time that her heart was so calm when facing this relationship. Gao Yuan, I love you. 37:12 middle. You finally thought of me. Mom said as she placed food into Gao Yuan's bowl. Gao Yuan sniffled, feeling guilty. It's not like that, you know. I've always been independent since I was little. Mom nodded. It's good for a boy to be independent. Gao Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his mother's eyes. He was still just a boy. But then again, parents would always be parents, and children would always be children. His upbringing had been strict, so he was always instinctively silent during meals at home. Mom hadn't moved into the new house for long, and some unpacked cardboard boxes were still piled in the corner of the living room, though it didn't feel messy at all. While drinking soup, he said calmly, I have a girlfriend. Mom looked up at him in surprise, then quickly lowered her eyes and continued eating. Oh, that's good. What does she do? How old is she? Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment before finally confessing. It's Lu Xinghui. At this, his mother couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Huh? Gao Yuan felt a bit irritable inside. You don't agree? Mom thought for a moment and said, well, it's not that. I just didn't expect you two to be together. Oh, he muttered after finishing the last sip of soup. I've actually liked her for a long time. The mother and son sat at the dining table in silence for a while before Mom spoke up again. Are you going to marry her? Maybe. Well, Mom paused, her tone sounding serious. If you two are really planning to settle down, then live a good life together. That's my only hope for you." Gao Yuan looked at his mom and gave a faint smile. Perhaps it was precisely because of his parents' failed marriage that he yearned even more for a happy one. And it was this very longing that often made him hesitate, afraid of failure. But life, more often than not, doesn't tolerate such hesitation. Some people, some opportunities, once missed, can never be recovered. After leaving his mom's place, Gao Yuan gave Lu Xinghui a call. "Should I pick you up after work? Are you saying that you're taking a taxi to my company now, and then waiting for me to drive you back?" After speaking, he couldn't help but sneeze again. What kind of way is this to pick me up? "So, do you want me to come or not?" He deliberately adopted an impatient tone. On the other end of the line, Lu Xinghui fell silent for a few seconds before replying. "Yes." Gao Yuan flashed a triumphant smile, but still put on airs, saying, "Oh, then I'll be there in half an hour." Exhaling a smoke ring, he turned around, only to find Lu Xinghui standing right behind him. "Still smoking when you're sick." Her words carried a tone that was both scolding and coquettish. But the brilliance of it was that she never outright told him to stop. Gao Yuan stubbed out the cigarette and stuffed his hands into his coat pockets. "Have you had dinner yet?" She shook her head with a smile. "Have you taken your medicine?" She retorted. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but in the end, he followed her lead, shaking his head with a smile. "I have a proposal," he said, wrapping an arm around her and leading her toward the underground garage. "Come to my place. I'll cook for you, and you can give me my medicine." Lu Xinghui pretended to think for a moment before saying, "Seems fair enough." Then, the two of them exchanged smiles in the cold wind. Between them, words were often unnecessary. He used to think it was because they were just friends with benefits, with no need for deep conversations. But now he understood it was actually a kind of unspoken understanding. Yet, as soon as they got home, he didn't cook for her, and she didn't give him his medicine. "Wait," Lu Xinghui gasped as he kissed her breathless. "I can't wait," he murmured, already pulling at her clothes. "TSK, winter is such a hassle. It takes forever to undress," he grumbled, sweat nearly breaking out on his forehead. "Who even does this when they have a bad cold?" she started to say, but with a sudden thrust from him, she let out a soft, involuntary moan. "Shoo." His forehead pressed against hers. "Don't talk." Lu Xinghui fell silent. As he moved, she gazed at him with dazed, rabbit-like eyes, utterly entranced. Panting, he thought to himself, "God, I love this look on her." Xinghui, he couldn't resist biting her ear. "You're so good in bed." She couldn't even form words anymore. Just as passion was about to peak, Gao Yuan suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Xinghui. Her gaze was still so dazed. "Say you love me." He resorted to his old tricks again. She didn't seem to understand why he was making such a request. "Be good, say it quickly." He went back to nibbling her ear. She looked at him, and he looked back at her. Under the dim light, primal desire surged between them. Lu Xinghui opened her mouth, as if she was about to say it. Gao Yuan smiled, then couldn't help but squint his eyes. Achoo! He sniffed hard to suppress that unbearable itch. When he looked down, he found Lu Xinghui staring at him in shock, her face and neck glistening with. The two of them just stared at each other blankly until Lu Xinghui suddenly shrieked and kicked him off the bed. "Gao Yuan, you disgusting jerk." After she finished speaking, before he could react, she wrapped herself in the duvet and rushed into the bathroom. "Hey!" Gao Yuan wanted to grab her, but his hand slipped and he couldn't catch her. She entered the bathroom and closed the door. He pounced in front of the closed door, banging on the door. "Lu Xinghui, come out quickly. Get out." The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth. Earlier, he had held back at the critical moment, intending to tease her. But now, instead of teasing her, he had ended up putting himself in a tight spot. Xinghui, his threat failed, so he switched to acting coquettish. She completely ignored him. After a moment of thought, Gao Yuan suddenly let out a pained groan. "Oh, it hurts so much." Sure enough, the bathroom door was immediately flung open. Before Lu Xinghui could react, he darted forward, cupped her face, still damp from the water, and kissed her fiercely. MMM. She struggled, but she was no match for his strength. He pushed her against the wall, lifted her up, and carried her inside. His lips stayed sealed over hers, refusing to let her speak, and before long, her body softened once again. This time, He didn't bother playing any games with her. When desire took over, he surged forward without hesitation. Yet, his mouth remained shamelessly teasing as he murmured, "Who did you call disgusting? Huh?" The cold on the plateau dragged on for 2 full weeks before finally getting better. In the blink of an eye, Christmas was just around the corner. With the end of the month and the year-end rush, it was the busiest time at the bank. The digital clock on the desk showed it was already 9:30 p.m., and he was still waiting for data, stealing a moment of leisure. He lit a cigarette. Just as he was about to finish it, he received a call from phone Xinghui. Dongyan and I are at a bar. The voice on the other end sounded noisy. "Want to join us?" He didn't come. He exhaled smoke rings, took another deep drag, and then stubbed out the cigarette. Phone Xinghui chuckled twice. "Locked up so soon. Get lost," Gao Yuan said with a bitter smile. "I'm working overtime. Don't even mention detention. I haven't seen Lu Xinghui for almost a week. Every day, I'm swamped with work, running around like crazy. TSK, you might as well quit working for the bank. You slave away day and night trading Forex, only to have all your hard-earned money exploited by the Americans." Gao Yuan burst into laughter. "Then I'll quit and start a private fund. You'll have to wire me money to invest." "No problem, just name the amount." "How about sending me 100 million first?" he said, feigning seriousness. Junior, that is a bit too ruthless." Phone Xinghui pretended to gasp in shock. "I was thinking of giving you 100 or 200,000 to play around with. Then you might as well just stick to fixed deposits." With that, both of them shared a knowing laugh. "Let us grab a drink when you're free. This time, Phone Xinghui is serious." "Okay, so, my brother has no chance at all, right?" Gao Yuan thought for a moment and said, "You might as well tell him to give up on that. But seriously, do you think Feng Kaiching and Lu Xinghui are a good match?" "There's no such thing as a good match or not. If one really has a heart, anyone can change themselves." "You make it sound easy. But why do I feel that it's so hard for people to change their nature?" Feng Xinghui chuckled on the other end of the phone and said, "Little brother, you have a lot to learn." After hanging up, Gao Yuan sat in silence for a while before picking up the phone to call Lu Xinghui. "Guess what I'm surrounded by right now?" she asked as soon as she answered. "I don't know. He's not a person with much imagination and never bothers to guess things that he can't comprehend." A group of young men wearing only leopard print underwear. Gao Yuan whistled. "That must be exciting." "Yeah, young and vibrant bodies always make life feel full of hope." He smiled. For some reason, aside from being in bed, their interactions felt like an old married couple. They wouldn't deliberately pick fights or suppress their emotions. But he thought that the strongest thing between them should be trust. After knowing each other for so many years, they've watched each other grow. Although nobody is perfect, they share the same bottom line. It's like, for him, Lu Xinghui might hide from him to meet Jin Hao. She might occasionally be surrounded by a group of sexy young men. There might be many maybes, but no matter how bad she is, she won't go that far because she is Lu Xinghui. "Are you still at the office?" Seeing he hadn't spoken for a while, she quickly changed the subject. "Yeah, waiting for a set of data. Then I'll continue with the spreadsheet." "How long will you be busy?" "I don't know." He glanced at the electronic clock on the desk. "Maybe until after midnight." "Have you recovered from your cold?" "No." He deliberately sniffed, not letting go of any chance to act spoiled. "Then you should work hard. Earn some overtime pay." Gao Yuan grumbled a few words in frustration before saying, "I'm hanging up." As a result, he really worked overtime until midnight that night. The clock on the radio chimed the hour, and just as the last chime was about to finish, the secretary pushed the door open, smiling as she placed a plastic bag on his desk. He leaned over to take a look. It was a bowl of Century Egg Congee, several packets of cold medicine, and a box of throat lozenges. He looked up in surprise at the secretary, who said, "A young lady brought this just now." "Young lady?" "Yeah, a very fashionable young lady. Short hair?" "Uh-huh. A bit taller than you?" The secretary thought for a moment before nodding. Gao Yuan was surprised, but also felt warm. Could that guy also play such sweet tricks that only little girls would do? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Is she your girlfriend? Maybe he smiled too ambiguously. Even the secretary, who was usually afraid of him, couldn't help but gossip. Uh-huh. He opened the plastic container of congee, steam rising up. My girlfriend. She said she didn't want to disturb our work and went back first. Oh. After the secretary left, Gao Yuan took out his phone and dialed Lu Xinghui's number. Hello. As soon as he spoke, his overly gentle tone surprised even him. Why are you being so nice to me? Of course, if I've done something wrong, I need to treat you better, she said shamelessly. Go ahead. Gao Yuan took a sip of kanji. What did you do wrong? Lu Xinghui laughed twice on the other end of the line and then said, I'm on my way home now, packing my bags. I have to rush to the airport early tomorrow. Where to? Gao Yuan asked in astonishment. To Hong Kong. The headquarters suddenly sent someone to inspect the Asia-Pacific region, and Jay want me to go to Hong Kong for a meeting with him. Why do you have to go? Aren't you just a lingerie designer? His mood suddenly turned a bit sour. What's wrong with designing lingerie? Everyone has to wear it, she complained. That's not what I meant. I was planning to finish up quickly today, so I could get off work early tomorrow to see you. Who knew you'd be on a business trip again? When will you be back? I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe 3 or 4 days. Gao Yuan's mood worsened. The once fragrant kanji gradually lost its flavor in his mouth. All right, you work hard on your overtime, and when I come back, I'll come and find you. She reassured him, but the more he thought about it, the worse he felt, and he couldn't stop her from going to Hong Kong. Lu Xinghui probably arrived home. Chatted with him briefly before hanging up. Gao Yuan sat alone at his desk, sulking, and suddenly stood up, grabbed his coat and scarf from the chair, and rushed out. You can clock out after you put the data on my desk. He was like a gust of wind, and the secretary and colleagues in the same group stared at his back in shock, unable to say a word. At midnight, it only took 15 minutes to drive to Lu Xinghui's house. When Gao Yuan came out of the elevator, he was still a bit out of breath. Quickly reached for his keys and opened her front door. Hearing the noise in the living room, Lu Xinghui came out of her room and, upon seeing him, breathed a sigh of relief. What are you doing here? She started to say, only to be pulled over by him and kissed right away. Gao Yuan said nothing, carried her towards the bedroom, tossed her onto the bed, and then pounced on her. Gao Yuan. She was both angry and amused, reaching out to push him away. You're leaving soon. Let me have one last time. It was half a command and half a plea. No, she didn't resist, but also didn't comply. Just smiled at him with a loving gaze. Why not? He lowered his head to kiss her, his hands restlessly exploring her. She giggled, looking beautiful. No means no. Gao Yuan furrowed his brows in anger and glared at her. She mischievously rolled her eyes, then reached up to hook her arms around his neck and kissed him first. Her tongue was soft, teasing him to the point of being unable to control himself. With a flip, she pushed him beneath her and kissed him dominantly like a queen. Catching him off guard, they tangled for a while before Lu Xinghui finally released him, grinning mischievously and saying, All right, let's stop here for tonight. He, still feeling aroused, frowned in confusion at her. You should go back. He pressed her down onto his lap and said, Then you should ask it if it agrees. She leaned down and kissed his forehead, smiling sweetly, regardless of whether it agrees or not. My period definitely doesn't agree. Gao Yuan stared at the woman in front of him in shock, suddenly realizing that he had been played by her. So he angrily growled, flipped her onto the bed, and pinched her sides hard, making her, who was ticklish, laugh and scream. Not satisfied, he did it again, after struggling beneath him for a while. She finally gasped and said, Stop it. Why are you doing this? Gao Yuan stopped his hands, pressed his forehead against hers, and laughed. Lu Xinghui, if you dare to play such jokes again in the future, I will punish you on behalf of the moon. At midnight, he turned on the radio, and immediately rhythmic music filled the air. Gao Yuan couldn't remember the name of the song, only that he had heard it often on the radio lately. Robert's got a quick hand. He'll look around the room. He won't tell you his plan. He's got a rolled cigarette hanging out his mouth. He's a cowboy. There were very few cars on the elevated road and under the orange streetlights. Vehicles sped by everywhere. Of course, he was one of them. As he approached the toll booth, he hesitated for a moment, didn't take the exit, and continued driving. Then took the fork heading towards the airport. He had a habit. When he felt stuffy or under pressure, he would drive to the airport late at night for a circle. He couldn't explain why he had this habit. Perhaps it was a side effect of his study abroad experience, making him linger between leaving and arriving, both loving and hating it. Every trip to the airport was a farewell, yet also a new beginning. Every return from the airport was a homecoming, yet also an ending. This constant coming and going brought him confusion and melancholy, as well as longing and hope. He thought, Perhaps that's why he would go back and forth between the airport and home when feeling stressed or lost, as if it were a quiet transformation ritual. Lu Xinghui had gone to Hong Kong for 3 days, and they had a tacit understanding. Neither contacted the other. Saying you love someone might not be difficult, but how to keep that love is a complicated question. Last night after work, he had drinks with Dong Yun and Feng Kairui. Feng Kairui asked him if he had been waiting for Lu Xinghui all these years. He immediately shook his head. He hadn't been waiting for her, not at all. If anything, he was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for himself to mature, waiting for someone to appear just as he matured, who could be anyone, but coincidentally and luckily, that person was Lu Xinghui. But then what? Was he thinking about marriage? He had thought about it. He didn't know when he stopped being afraid and started desiring his own family. But what about Lu Xinghui? After going through such a painful ordeal, would she still be willing to step into the fortress? His intuition told him she didn't want to, at least not now. But perhaps she wasn't what he thought. Sometimes loving someone makes you cautious, just like him. His personality was so straightforward. Yet when it came to Lu Xinghui, he became hesitant. He didn't dare to ask her, not because he was afraid of what answer he might get, but because he feared provoking her aversion. What he wanted was a candid, comfortable relationship, without unresolved issues bothering each other. So he chose silence, just like before, quietly waiting for fate's verdict. So essentially, he was a passive person. He could kiss Lu Xinghui, could pressure her into bed with him. Yet didn't he know how to confirm if she was willing to marry him? His phone rang, and he lowered the volume of the radio before answering. Hello? Lu Xinghui's voice sounded a bit tired. Gao Yuan smirked. When are you coming back? Tomorrow morning. Hearing her say this, and thinking of her smiling face, his mood brightened. Do you want to pick you up? No need. We'll take a car back ourselves. What are you doing? Guess. Out for a drive? She guessed it right. He said with a deliberate smile. They're the hot girl sitting next to me. He took the pink pig toy she had left in his car from the back seat and placed it in the passenger seat. I've been watching hot girls and handsome guys for 3 days straight. Don't mention hot girls to me. I'm going to throw up. Aren't you scared? Scared of what? Scared I might cheat on you behind your back. As soon as he said this, Gao Yuan regretted it, as it seemed to touch a sore spot for Lu Xinghui. But on the other end, she only paused for a moment before laughing. Scared of what? I'm so young, beautiful, gentle, and generous. I'm not afraid of not finding a good family. This sister was so confident. He teased her. She replied decisively. Even a golden bachelor like you, I can catch. The rest is a piece of cake. Gao Yuan chuckled, and at the same time, he heard J.'s disdainful voice on the other end. Lu Xinghui, can you save those cheesy lines for when you get back to the hotel and talk to yourself in your room? Xinghui laughed too, generous and unpretentious. You should come back soon, he said finally. If you don't come back soon, something big is going to happen. What big thing? Xinghui was startled. The building manager will think you dumped me. On Friday morning, Gao Yuan whistled as he entered the office. The secretary quickly brought in a cup of coffee, saying, Boss, I have a friend getting married tonight. Can I skip overtime? Approved. In fact, he planned to ask for leave after the morning meeting. At 9:30, he took his materials and coffee to the conference room, where most of the colleagues from other departments had already arrived. This was the year-end monthly meeting, usually to arrange work before the Lunar New Year, so it was quite important. Gao Yuan put his phone on silent and began organizing his materials. As soon as the bank president arrived, the meeting started. Gao Yuan was the third to report. But due to colleagues from other departments needing to attend a meeting at the agency, he was moved to the end. There was a lot of content in the meeting, and it lasted for 3 hours. When the bank president announced the meeting was over, Gao Yuan looked up at the clock and saw it was almost 1 o'clock. He took out his phone, intending to ask the secretary to order takeout. But as soon as he took out his phone, he saw that he had 28 missed calls. He frowned in surprise, opened the call log, and was shocked to find that apart from a few unknown numbers, 24 of the calls were from Lu Xinghui. He hurriedly called back, but her phone was turned off. Gao Yuan stood there in a daze, a bit incredulous, and called several times again, only to find it still turned off. He steadied his mind and started dialing J.'s number, but it was also turned off. His emotions couldn't help but become a bit chaotic. She called him so many times, surely there was something urgent, but now her phone was off. He rushed out of the conference room, dashed into his office, and shouted to the secretary. "Quick, help me check the news. Has anything happened to the flights from Hong Kong to Shanghai this morning? And the airport? Is there any news about Pudong or Hangzhou?" The secretary blinked in confusion, quickly sitting down to start checking, while other colleagues in the group also opened their browsers to begin searching. After a few minutes, the secretary said in confusion, "Well, it seems there is no news about the flights and the airport." Manager, a colleague from the same group, asked, "Did you receive some news? Is there an air disaster?" Gao Yuan was in a state of turmoil, pacing back and forth, then silently returned to his room, grabbed his coat, and walked out. "I want TB coming in today." He drove towards Lu Xinghui's house, still repeatedly calling her phone, but it remained off. He started calling her home phone, but no one answered. So various possibilities began flashing through his mind involuntarily. The more he thought, the more scared and panicked he became. When he arrived at his destination, he parked the car in an empty space downstairs, disregarding the security obstruction, took the elevator up, and opened her door to find she was indeed not home. Gao Yuan took a deep breath, standing in the empty living room, feeling utterly at a loss. At that moment, loneliness and fear surrounded him. He didn't know how long it had been when his phone rang, and he hurriedly answered it. "Is this Gao Yuan?" He frowned, unable to recall who it was for a moment, yet feeling it was very familiar. "This is Feng Kaicheng." Oh, he suddenly had a very bad premonition. Lu Xinghui is with me right now." Until this moment, Gao Yuan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, slightly relaxed. But he immediately started to feel anxious again. "Where is she?" "She's here." Feng Kaicheng seemed to suddenly remember something and added, she's in the hospital." Gao Yuan's heart sank again. What is she doing in the hospital? The man on the other end sounded uncertain, as if he was considering whether to tell him the truth. Just as Gao Yuan was about to lose the last bit of his patience, Feng Kaicheng finally said, "She got injured." "Injured?" Gao Yuan was taken aback. "Where is she hurt? Is it serious?" "Well, not very serious." He paused and added, "She just has a broken bone in her hand. They're still checking for a concussion." Gao Yuan felt like he was going crazy. A broken bone and a possible concussion are not serious. "She said her phone was broken and couldn't contact you. So she asked me to call you. Right now, she's inside getting an MRI." Gao Yuan turned and walked out. Once he got into the elevator, he forced himself to calm down and asked, "How'd she get hurt?" The man on the other end hesitated and didn't answer. "Feng Kaicheng?" Gao Yuan's voice was calm, but filled with warning. "You need to ask her for the specifics, but as far as I know." He swallowed hard. "She got hurt fighting someone, and the other person was a man." Gao Yuan's anger flared up instantly as he shouted in the elevator, "Damn it! Did they catch the person who hit her? Just wait until I get there to deal with him." "Well," Feng Kaicheng chuckled awkwardly. "The guy isn't doing too well either. His nasal bone was broken by her." Gao Yuan stormed into the hospital, following Feng Kaicheng's directions to the MRI room. From a distance, he saw Lu Xinghui standing at the door talking to Feng Kaicheng. Without saying a word, he walked over and hugged her tightly, wishing he could merge her into his body. "You scare me to death." He had thought he would scold her harshly or even kiss her roughly, but at that moment, he realized that all he could do was hold her a good and complete embrace. Lu Xinghui didn't say anything, quietly leaning against his chest, holding onto the shirt on his back with one hand, as if feeling very safe. They embraced tightly, inseparably, in the bustling hospital corridor, as if there were no one else around. Gao Yuan closed his eyes, kissed her forehead, and murmured in her ear, "It's my fault for not receiving your call. I'm sorry. But if something happened to you, I really wouldn't know." He suddenly couldn't continue, his throat tight, unable to voice anything. Only then did he realize how much he loved her, more than he thought, more than he had told her. Lu Xinghui lifted her head to look at him, and he noticed her right hand was wrapped in white gauze, her expression on her face resembling someone who had survived a disaster. He felt both heartbroken and moved. A strong protective instinct surged within him. If he had been there, he would never have allowed anyone to harm her. "What about the person who hit you?" Gao Yuan gritted his teeth. Generally speaking, he was a well-mannered person, but that didn't mean he wouldn't resort to violence. Lu Xinghui had just said one word when they heard Jay calling from not far down the corridor. "Xinghui?" She turned to look at Jay. then rushed over in a few quick steps, and they embraced, crying in each other's arms. Gao Yuan felt like the 3 black lines above his head were pressing down so hard that he couldn't lift it. Feng Kaiching didn't forget to pat him on the shoulder, saying coolly, "Try to see the bright side. At least she doesn't have concussion." At 8 in the morning, Gao Yuan entered the ward, gently pulled aside Lu Xinghui's bed curtain, and found her still asleep. He quietly placed the gift he had brought on her bedside table, then sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for her to wake up. Yesterday afternoon, he had gone over to pull Lu Xinghui and Jay apart. Otherwise, the two of them would have been making a scene in the hospital corridor for who knows how long. "What about the person who hit you?" he asked angrily. I think he's in the emergency room downstairs," she answered honestly, "but he didn't hit me." "What?" He frowned. "Then how did you break your hand? And you might have a concussion." Lu Xinghui glanced nervously at Jay, then said, "I broke my hand because I hit him too hard. And the concussion is because it hurt so much that I fell while backing away." Gao Yuan simply didn't know what to say. "Then why did you get into a fight?" As long as she provided one reason for why the other person provoked her, he would rush down to beat that guy up. Xinghui looked at Jay again before saying, "Because he was cheating and he's a scumbag." Gao Yuan frowned again. "Who is that person? What is your relationship with him?" "Not me." She immediately understood what he meant, waving her left hand. "That person is Jay's boyfriend." "Ex-boyfriend," Jay said indignantly. "This morning I came back with Xinghui, and I had a cold, so she walked me home. Then we found that scumbag fooling around with someone else in my house. I was so angry that I told him to get lost. And that guy got so embarrassed that he wanted to hit me. Luckily, Xinghui stepped in to help. Of course, he's so big and you're sick. You wouldn't have been able to fight back." Her inner heroism sparked again. "Xinghui," Jay said emotionally, "I really didn't know what I would have done without you." "No problem," the latter said loyally, patting Jay on the shoulder. "We're good friends after all." Just as they were both deeply moved by their sincere friendship. Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow. "So, you were playing the hero saving the beauty role?" This. Lu Xinghui tugged at the corner of her mouth, unsure how to respond. Gao Yuan's face darkened, and he turned to leave. "Hey, wait." Lu Xinghui hurriedly chased after him. As he walked, he said, "You go save the beauty. Why call me?" "Because you were the only one I could think of at that moment," she said, following him. He paused for a moment, but didn't stop walking. Monkey. But later, of course, he surrendered. When has Gao Yuan ever not lost to Lu Xinghui? That night, she needed to stay in the hospital for observation, and he sat by the bedside, keeping her company as she slept. "I really want to sleep in your big bed." She pulled him closer and whispered in his ear. "Then I'll come pick you up when you get discharged." He smiled and said, "I want to eat popcorn in bed." He usually didn't allow her to eat in his bed, but well. "Okay," he nodded. "I want to play your game console after eating." "Sure." He was completely compliant. Lu Xinghui narrowed her eyes and said, "Can I have another bucket of chicken wings and then use my chicken winged hands to hold your game console controller?" "No way." The veins on Gao Yuan's forehead twitched a little. She heard him say that and didn't pretend to be angry. Instead, she smiled and said, "That's great. You're a principled person with boundaries, so I can relax." What does this even mean? He found it amusing, yet also a bit heartwarming. "Okay, go to sleep," he coaxed her. She really closed her eyes and fell into a serious sleep. At that moment, Gao Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Lu Xinghui, hoping she would have a dreamless night and sleep well. After a while, Lu Xinghui opened her eyes, saw him, and showed a faint smile. She looked up at the bunch of purple flowers on the bedside table, blinked a few times, and took a while to react. "Did you buy this?" "Michaelmas Daisy? If not me, then who?" he said, pretending to be gruff. "You remember," she laughed. "How could I forget? You mentioned it last time you were hospitalized." She seemed happy to see the bouquet, but after a moment, she pressed her lips together and said, "I think I won't like this flower anymore. Otherwise, you can just send me lilies or red roses in the future, or simply don't send anything at all." "Why?" he asked softly, looking at her. She mumbled, unable to answer. "Is it because the Michaelmas Daisy is the birthday flower of your wedding day with Jean Hao?" He appeared calm, and the florist told me the flower language is couples love. "You know all that, so I said I won't like it anymore." She lowered her eyes. "If you like it, then like it. Why must you not like it?" He smiled. "And this is the last bouquet of Michaelmas daisies from the florist." "Ah." Xinghui looked at the bouquet in surprise, seeming to understand its preciousness. Hey, actually, Gao Yuan stretched out his left hand and gently held Lu Xinghui's right hand. I don't mind that you still remember September 8th. Because, he said with a warm smile and eyes like sunshine, I fell in love with you that day. After saying that, he took her hand and gently placed a kiss on her ring finger. The end.